Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 1825 to Chapter 1909. It was normal for such a powerful race to find it difficult to revive their ancestral bloodline. Lin Feng did not find it strange at all. Patriarch Destruction continued, "Get out. Don't come to this place again. This is not a place you should come to." "Understood," Lin Feng replied. Then, he followed Patriarch Destruction outside. Suddenly, he began to suspect Patriarch Destruction's identity. Why would Patriarch Destruction live here? He kept having the feeling that Patriarch Destruction had something to do with Immortal Ancient Cemetery. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the immeasurable Taoist who had told him about the head of the mound. The head of the mound was also a grave robber. However, there was a particularly powerful branch that had been cursed. It required the protection of certain mysterious tombs. Could it be that this Patriarch Destruction was a cursed commander-in-chief of the mound? However, Lin Feng did not ask Patriarch Destruction about it. That would be too abrupt. If he touched on Patriarch Destruction's privacy, it would not look good on his face. Lin Feng left Immortal Ancient Cemetery with Patriarch Destruction. He took one last look at Immortal Ancient Cemetery. Countless experts were buried in this tomb. It was a cemetery where the Master of Gods was buried. It was fated to contain countless secrets. Those secrets were destined to be unexplored by future generations. The next day, Wu Muqing brought Lin Feng to the cultivation ground. Along the way, Wu Muqing said, "I heard that you entered Immortal Ancient Cemetery yesterday. You are really lucky to be able to come out alive." Lin Feng grinned and said, "Who asked me to be the chosen one? Who can take me in? Tui. How shameless." Wu Muqing spat at Lin Feng. Wu Muqing brought Lin Feng to a volcano. The volcano was located northwest of the mountain range. The temperature here was extremely high. Even the void was slightly distorted. The churning magma had long been boiling, bubbling with gurgling sounds. Body tempering with lava? That's too easy, right? Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Wu Muqing smiled devilishly and said, "You underestimate this place. When you jump in, you will know what will happen." When Lin Feng saw the mischievous smile on Wu Muqing's face, he knew that the rolling lava world might be more dangerous than he had imagined. Therefore, Lin Feng was much more cautious. He jumped into the world of lava. However, he did not circulate his magic power to protect his body. Instead, he let his body come into direct contact with the boiling lava. Lin Feng's body was too strong, and the lava couldn't hurt him at all. Suddenly, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel as if his right leg had been bitten by something. A wave of intense pain swept over him. The pain caused his body to tremble slightly. Lin Feng stretched out his hand to touch it, and immediately revealed a horrified expression. There was actually a piece of flesh missing from his thigh. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. He quickly lifted his arm. There was a strange fiery red fish the size of a palm on his arm. This strange fish's mouth was especially big. In its mouth, there were 2 rows of teeth that were as sharp as saws. It was this strange fish that had bitten off a piece of his flesh in one bite. This is a magma piranha. Its body contains an extremely powerful destructive force. At the same time, the fish's teeth are extremely sharp and can even bite through giant soldier gods. Once a cultivator is bitten, not only will their flesh be bitten off by the magma piranha, but the most terrifying thing is that the destructive force in the magma piranha's body will enter the cultivator's body through the wound. This destructive force is different from ordinary destructive force. It contains a very violent energy, so it is far more terrifying than ordinary destructive force. This destructive force will completely destroy the cultivator's bloodline, origin, and life force. Those who are injured must quickly find a way to suppress or refine the destructive force in their body. Otherwise, they will die in an hour. As soon as Wu Muqing finished talking, Lin Feng sensed the destructive strength in his body destroy his body. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He asked, "Can I go up and suppress the destructive force in my body now?" Wu Muqing couldn't help but roll her eyes. She waved her right hand, and 9 powerful emperor runes appeared and sealed the space above the magma. Lin Feng couldn't get out even if he wanted to. Wu Muqing said, "Master said that this is the first stage of your cultivation, and it will last for 3 months. Today is your first time entering the magma world. You will need to catch 100 magma piranhas before I can let you out. I hope you can survive without a hitch. Wu Muqing laughed in schadenfreude. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. So, below the magma world, there was a school of fish. Even a single magma piranha was so terrifying. How terrifying would it be if all the magma piranhas attacked together? He wouldn't be eaten by the magma piranhas, would he? At that moment, Lin Feng felt a sinister aura coming from below. Even though he was in the boiling magma world, he couldn't help but feel cold. The school of magma piranhas must have appeared. Let's go all out. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Instead of waiting for death, he might as well take the initiative to attack. He charged into the magma world and started a battle with the magma piranhas. He caught 100 magma piranhas. Lin Feng had already been gnawed to a pulp by the school of magma piranhas. Many parts of his body were covered in white bones. He had wanted to circulate his immortal divine body to heal his injuries, but the destructive force in his body suppressed the circulation of his bloodline, making it impossible for him to circulate his immortal divine body. He couldn't even circulate his immortal divine body, let alone heal his injuries. Then, he completely fainted. He actually came out alive. What a monster! Wu Muqing muttered when she saw the unconscious Lin Feng. Then, she grabbed Lin Feng's right ankle and soared into the sky. She carried Lin Feng and flew toward the center of the demon mountain of destruction. When they returned to the valley where the cavern of destruction was, Wu Muqing casually threw Lin Feng on the ground. He didn't get bitten to death by the magma piranhas, but he might get killed by you. Patriarch Destruction couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy is tough. How can he die so easily? Wu Muqing curled her lips and said. At that moment, a large cauldron was placed in the valley. The flames were burning fiercely. A dragon's roar could be heard from the cauldron. Inside the boiling water, there was a small golden dragon that was swimming continuously. It was the manifestation of the dragon patterns on the cauldron. Patriarch Destruction threw many spiritual herbs into the cauldron. Then, he lifted Lin Feng and threw him into the boiling medicinal liquid. The pure medicinal power contained in the liquid began to be absorbed by Lin Feng's broken body. You even used the golden dragon patterned cauldron and used up so many precious spiritual herbs. Are you still the stingy master I know? Wu Muqing curled her lips and said. Patriarch Destruction rolled his eyes and said, Stupid girl. How can you say that about your master? You are simply deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors. I'm so angry. Wu Muqing said. I'm just stating a fact. Patriarch Destruction rolled his eyes and said, What does a little girl like you know? Wu Muqing said, Master spared no effort to teach Senior Turtle's disciple. Could it be that Senior Turtle has something on Master? Patriarch Destruction said snappily. Of course not. If we're talking about something on Senior Turtle, it's me who has something on him. Patriarch Destruction narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. It was rare for him to be serious as he said, Senior Turtle sent him here deliberately. There are some things that you can't know. The secrets of heaven can't be revealed. Once someone who shouldn't know finds out, it's worse than suffering the wrath of heaven. He will die without a burial ground. Wu Muqing didn't doubt Patriarch Destruction's words. Although her master was an old and indecent fellow, he didn't act like a master most of the time. But Wu Muqing knew. At this time, it was not simple. For countless years, he had been guarding Immortal Ancient Cemetery. Wu Muqing also knew why her master had no friends. Because, this master of hers had lived for too long. A long time. His contemporaries. They had all died a long time ago. To be precise, his contemporaries. Only Master Turtle was left. The effect of the medicinal liquid was very obvious. It helped Lin Feng resolve the destructive power in his body. At the same time, it was still healing Lin Feng's injured body. Lin Feng's flesh and blood were reborn. The wounds on his body healed extremely quickly. 6 hours later, when Lin Feng woke up, he found that his body had recovered. Moreover, Lin Feng could clearly feel that his physical body seemed to have become stronger. Moreover, the 8-9 arcane art had also improved. He jumped out of the golden dragon patterned cauldron. He thanked Patriarch Destruction and Wu Muqing. The Patriarch of Destruction grinned. Prepare a sumptuous dinner. That's the best way to express your gratitude. Roast meat, snake soup, and the magma piranhas we caught. Cook them all. No problem. Lin Feng said with a smile. Although he had experienced torture that was worse than death. But after the pain. In exchange, his 8-9 mysteries had improved, and his physical body had become more powerful. It was all worth it. Therefore, Lin Feng was also in a very good mood. In the evening, he prepared a sumptuous dinner. However, Ancestor Destruction and Wu Muqing, this pair of weird master and disciple, seemed to be insatiable. They began to eat and snatch at the same time. In the end, they almost fought again. In the following year, Lin Feng spent his time cultivating on the Devil Mountain of Annihilation. Sometimes, he would stand in the distance and gaze in the direction of the immortal ancient cemetery. Sometimes, he would sit on the Golden Mountain Goblin's shoulder and run wildly in the depths of the ancient forest with Wu Muqing. During one of their chats, Lin Feng found out that Wu Muqing's origin was very mysterious. She was actually a baby girl who had broken out of the seal in a stone that the Patriarch of Annihilation had dug out from the periphery of the immortal ancient cemetery. Later, she was raised by the Patriarch of Annihilation. In the past year, Lin Feng had improved rapidly. His physical body had broken through to the giant god realm. His 8-9 mysteries had also broken through to the second level. It's already very good to be able to break through to the 8-9 mysteries after more than a year of cultivation. Rest for a few years and properly consolidate the 8-9 mysteries. Then, think of a way to break through. You can leave now. When you see the old turtle, say hello to him for me. The Patriarch of Annihilation said. I will definitely pass on your greetings to my master. Lin Feng bowed to the Patriarch of Annihilation. Although the Patriarch of Annihilation was not his master, he had spared no effort to help him during the past year. Lin Feng was extremely grateful to the Patriarch of Annihilation. All right, go. The Patriarch of Annihilation waved his hand. I'll send him off. Wu Muqing said. She personally sent Lin Feng off. The Patriarch of Annihilation walked toward the immortal ancient cemetery. He lit an incense stick for each group of ancient tombs, burned paper money, and placed offerings. Finally, he arrived in front of the main tomb. Then, he placed offerings on the main tomb and lit 3 incense sticks. As long as you persevere, you will see hope. The Patriarch of Annihilation finally spoke after a long silence. Then, he closed his mouth and did not speak. When the sky gradually darkened, the Patriarch of Annihilation turned around. His thin and weak body was already staggering as he walked out step by step. Lin Feng bade farewell to Wu Muqing and flew out. Half a month later, Lin Feng arrived at an ancient town. This ancient town was not particularly far from the fallen forest. Many cultivators, mercenaries, and adventurers who entered the fallen forest would choose to rest here. Lin Feng walked on the street. He suddenly realized that many people were pointing at him and whispering. This made him extremely puzzled. He saw a bulletin board on the street and walked over. He found a wanted poster on the bulletin board. The wanted person, it was him. This was a wanted poster issued by the Long family of Dragon Blood City. After seeing this wanted poster, Lin Feng did not find it strange. Long Wanhong had died in his hands, so the Long family would naturally be furious. Although Long Wanhong's identity was insignificant in the Long family. No matter what, he was still a disciple of the Long family. Therefore, the Long family would also deal with him for the sake of the family's reputation. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. At this moment, a group of people rushed over. There were more than 100 cultivators. These people surrounded Lin Feng so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. It's the people from Xianxia Pavilion. Someone recognized this group of cultivators and could not help but exclaim. Xianxia Pavilion. It was a famous force of the 10,000 Arts Immortal sect. This force was not weaker than Dragon Blood City's Long family. Now, these cultivators who surrounded Lin Feng could be said to be as many experts as the clouds, especially an old man among them. Unfathomable. Heavenly God realm. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Dragon Blood City offered a bounty of 100 million origin crystals to capture you. I didn't expect our luck to be so good when we chose Xianxia Pavilion. I was just passing by, and I actually met you. Take him down. A middle-aged cultivator waved his hand and shouted coldly. Immediately, 5 or 6 experts pounced towards Lin Feng. Kill! Lin Feng shouted coldly and attacked with a heaven-splitting slash. The experts of Xianxia Pavilion were shocked and quickly retreated. Puff, but they were unable to retreat at all. They had already been killed by Lin Feng. This scene happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, shocking everyone. The ones who died were a few true God Realm experts. Obviously, no one thought that a young cultivator like Lin Feng would be so powerful. Before anyone could react, Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Xianxia Pavilion had as many experts as the clouds, and there were even heavenly God Realm experts overseeing it. If the other party had some powerful methods, coupled with the heavenly God Realm experts to restrain them, Lin Feng was very clear that he might fall in the hands of these people. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally would not choose to have a life-and-death battle with the people of Xianxia Pavilion here. Right now, the best choice was to leave. Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. Even heavenly gods could not compare to him. Therefore, the people from Xianxia Pavilion were unable to catch up to Lin Feng. Very quickly, Lin Feng successfully escaped. After shaking off the people from Xianxia Pavilion, Lin Feng found a place to rest. Now, he had to think about how to return to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. If he took the teleportation formation, he would need to go to a large city. However, he guessed that there were many cities that wanted him. After all, the Long family was still very powerful. It would not be difficult for them to issue a warrant for his arrest in the various ancient cities. Many forces would also give the Long family face. Lin Feng could use the great shapeshifting art to change his appearance and sneak into the ancient cities. However, this method was not feasible. Since the Long family issued a warrant for his arrest, they would definitely be prepared. For example, the demon revealing mirror, the appearance revealing mirror, and other treasures could make him unable to hide. Therefore, Lin Feng was now faced with a more serious problem. That was, he could not take the teleportation formation to return to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The Reincarnation Immortal sect was in the northern barbarian state. If he flew, who knew how long it would take to reach the Reincarnation Immortal sect? The Black Bear Sage said, if you head south, you will reach the Dragonfire state very quickly. The Dragonfire state is also one of the 9 states. You can take the teleportation formation there to return to the northern barbarian state. Lin Feng nodded. The Black Bear Sage's suggestion was not bad. Although the Long family was very powerful, their influence was limited to the myriad holy state. The Long family's influence could not reach a place like the Dragonfire state. Lin Feng flew towards the Dragonfire state. About 10 days later, the communication jade token that Zhou Ziqian had left Lin Feng suddenly emitted a violent wave. Lin Feng was slightly shocked. His divine will entered the token. Then, he heard Zhou Ziqian's voice, Brother Lin. During this period of time, I went to take a look at the fruits of the Dark Tree King. The holy fruit is about to ripen. Let's quickly meet up and snatch the holy fruit. Lin Feng hurriedly transmitted a message to Zhou Ziqian, okay. Where are you now? I will go find you. Sky Dragon Forest. This place is southwest of Dragonfire State, I will wait for you in Sky Dragon City. When you reach Sky Dragon City, send me a message and I'll pick you up. Zhou Ziqian said telepathically. No problem. Lin Feng replied. Then, he headed to the heavenly dragon city of the Dragonfire province. After spending a month to arrive at North Gazing City of Dragonfire province, Lin Feng rested for a day before taking the teleportation array to Dragonfire province. After spending 10 days, Lin Feng walked out of Sky Dragon City's transmission plaza. Then he sent a message to Zhou Ziqian, telling him his location. Not long after, Zhou Ziqian arrived at the teleportation plaza. Haha, we haven't seen each other for more than a year. Brother Lin is still as elegant as ever. Zhou Ziqian cupped his fists and said with a smile. Lin Feng smiled and said, Brother Zhou, you're too polite. Brother Zhou's complexion seems much better. Zhou Ziqian said, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Lin. I've already recovered." After a short pause, Zhou Ziqian continued, "This isn't a good place to talk, Brother Lin, please follow me to my residence. I'll have to trouble Brother Zhou to lead the way." Lin Feng cupped his fists and followed behind Zhou Ziqian. In Sky Dragon City, Zhou Ziqian had a courtyard. Other than Zhou Ziqian, there was also an old servant. The courtyard wasn't big, but it was tidied up quite elegantly. Zhou Ziqian said, "The place is a little simple, Brother Lin, please bear with it for a few days." Lin Feng said, "It's 10,000 times better than where I lived before. I used to follow an old senior to cultivate, so I lived in a cave. Now, I miss the feeling of sleeping on a bed. Haha, it seems like Brother Lin hasn't rested well during this period of time. You can rest at ease here for a few days," Zhou Ziqian said with a smile. "Thank you Brother Zhou for your hospitality." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Since we're going to fight for the holy fruit, I wonder if Brother Zhou can tell me more about the holy fruit." Zhou Ziqian said, "The Dark Tree King lives in the deepest part of the Sky Dragon Forest. There's an extremely terrifying Sky Dragon there. The Sky Dragon's bloodline is comparable to the Eastern Divine Dragon, and it's guarding the Dark Tree King. It's very difficult to obtain the holy fruit. However, from what I know, there are a few other major factions that have heard about the holy fruit and are waiting for it to ripen. When the time comes, we might be able to use this opportunity to snatch the holy fruit," asked Lin Feng. "I wonder who the other influential groups are. The Levitation Celestial Sect. The Northern Mang Evil Sect. The Netherworld Devil Sect. These are the factions I know of. There might be other factions as well. When the time comes, they won't be able to hold themselves back and make a move," Zhou Ziqian said. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard about the Levitation Celestial Sect. The Levitation Celestial Dynasty in the Tianwu continent was a branch of the Levitation Celestial Sect. Huangfu Qing Tian seemed to be the son of a saintess who had achieved the connection between man and heaven. That saintess was currently in power in the Levitation Celestial Sect. Even in Zero had been sent by the saintess to kill Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng knew that he and the Levitation Celestial Sect would not rest until one of them was dead. Huangfu Qingtian's mother would not let him off either. Zhou Ziqian continued, "Although these factions are powerful, it's not like we don't have a chance if we join forces." Lin Feng nodded and asked, "When are we leaving?" Zhou Ziqian said, "The day after tomorrow." At night, Lin Feng and Zhou Ziqian went out to have fun. The two of them arrived at the Myriad Flower Pavilion. In the 9 prefectures. The Myriad Flower Pavilion was extremely powerful, and there were many Myriad Flower Pavilions in various ancient cities. There were many beauties in the Myriad Flower Pavilion. The night was free. 2 days later, Lin Feng had a good rest. Then, he went to the Heavenly Dragon Forest with Zhou Ziqian. The Heavenly Dragon Forest was one of the 5 great ancient forests of the Dragonfire province. Danger lurked everywhere. It was extremely dangerous. Therefore, they had to be very careful when entering the forest. Otherwise, they might lose their lives. The Heavenly Dragon that Zhou Ziqian had mentioned was one of the 5 great overlords of the Heavenly Dragon Forest. Its cultivation was unfathomable. The two of them avoided many powerful beasts along the way. Half a month later, they arrived at the Heavenly Dragon's territory. The Heavenly Dragon's territory spanned hundreds of miles. After entering the Heavenly Dragon's territory, suddenly, angry dragon roars could be heard from the depths of the forest. It's the Heavenly Dragon's voice. Those people from the great factions must be about to make a move, Zhou Ziqian said. Lin Feng said, "It seems that we have to speed up." He and Zhou Ziqian quickly flew towards the depths of the forest. Before long, they arrived at the deepest part of the Heavenly Dragon's territory. In the distance, they saw a gigantic Heavenly Dragon that was 4,000 to 5,000 meters long. Its draconic aura spread for 3,000 miles. No one knew what level the Heavenly Dragon's cultivation was at. The overlord of the Heavenly Dragon Forest was no small matter. There were 4 groups of cultivators standing proudly in the sky. One of them had more than 20 people riding war chariots. They were all experts from the Ascension Immortal sect. The second group of people was shrouded in black fog, emitting a cold and eerie aura. They were the experts of the Netherworld Devil sect. The Netherworld Devil sect was the sect of young Master Netherworld. Young Master Netherworld's father, the Netherworld Devil Emperor, was also a famous expert in the 9 prefectures. The third group of experts was shrouded in grey fog. They were the experts of the Northern Mang Evil sect. The fourth group of experts was a group of women. They were the experts of the Saintess Peak. The Saintess Peak was a famous power in the western snowy mountains of the Dragonfire province. It was a special power, only recruiting female disciples. The experts of the 4 major powers gathered here, obviously determined to obtain the Dark Tree King's sacred fruit. Tianlong's Saint Lord stared coldly at the experts of the 4 major powers, his eyes emitting a dense killing intent. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. I'll turn this heavenly dragon forest into your burial ground. Tianlong's Saint Lord was incomparably strong because he was strong enough. Therefore, he had no intention of retreating even when facing the experts of the 4 major powers. Tianlong's Saint Lord, there's more than one sacred fruit. We're not going to get the sacred fruit for free, we'll give you more heavenly treasures. An expert said in a deep voice. Tianlong's Saint Lord sneered. I've been in the heavenly dragon forest for so many years, how many heavenly treasures have I not collected? Do you think I care about your heavenly treasures? Leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll dye this place red today. Since you're not willing to negotiate with us, we can only snatch it from you. Everyone, let's do it. Another expert shouted coldly. Do it. The experts of the 4 major powers shouted coldly in unison, then they charged towards Tianlong's Saint Lord. A terrifying aura pervaded the air. Streaks of divine runes intertwined in the void. They turned into Emperor runes and coiled around Tianlong's Saint Lord. Tianlong's Saint Lord roared in anger. So you've already planned this, using Emperor runes to deal with me, you all deserve to die. Huff. Huff, Lord Tianlong spat out a dragon breath that filled the sky towards the experts of the 4 major powers. Stop it with all your might. The rest of you, go collect the holy fruits. An expert shouted in a deep voice. Most of the experts from the 4 major powers stayed behind to deal with Lord Tianlong. The 4 major powers had long planned this out. They probably knew that Sage Lord Tianlong would not choose to negotiate with them, so they brought along an Emperor Rune Talisman. The so-called Emperor Rune Talisman was a kind of jade talisman refined by a great Emperor expert. The jade talisman was engraved with Emperor runes. When magic power surged into it, the power of the Emperor runes would greatly increase. Of course. The Emperor Rune Talisman was a heaven-defying treasure. Apart from being precious, it was also very easy to destroy. After all, there was a limit to how much the jade talisman could withstand. The power of Emperor runes was too great. After the Emperor rune was activated, jade talismans imprinted with Emperor runes were easily destroyed. As such, depending on the quality of the talisman, the Emperor Rune Talisman could be used 1 to 3 times. If the jade talisman was more ordinary, it would be destroyed after a single use. If the material of the jade talisman was more precious and sturdy, it could be used 3 times. Thus, the Emperor Rune Talisman was extremely precious. Even the top powers would not use it easily. However, in order to obtain the Dark Tree King's sacred fruit, these major powers did not hesitate to pay a huge price and used a treasure like the Emperor Rune Talisman to trap Lord Tianlong. Lord Tianlong's strength was indeed incomparably tyrannical. However, the 4 major powers had used 4 Emperor Rune Talismans and so many experts to besiege Lord Tianlong. For a moment, Lord Tianlong was also trapped. Let's go inside and take a look, said Zhou Ziqian. He and Lin Feng headed towards the deepest part of the valley. That was where the Dark Tree King grew. When the two of them arrived, an intense battle was taking place here. The 4 major powers had each sent 5 or 6 people to collect the sacred fruit. However, there were many powerful fierce beasts guarding the sacred fruit. These fierce beasts should be Lord Tianlong's subordinates. Currently, these fierce beasts were fighting with the experts of the 4 major powers who had come to collect the sacred fruit. Do you see that? The Dark Tree King is growing on that cliff. Zhou Ziqian pointed at a cliff. A pitch-black tree that was more than 10 meters tall had taken root in the cliff. Many of its roots were exposed. There were 12 fruits on the dark tree king. 8 of them had already ripened. As expected, the other 4 were not yet ripe. These fruits were only effective when they were ripe. Unripe fruits were said to contain an extremely strange power that would continuously devour a cultivator's life force. Therefore, unripe fruits were definitely not to be touched. Lin Feng and Zhou Ziqian took advantage of the time when the experts of the 4 major powers were fighting with the fierce beasts to quickly charge towards the Dark Tree King. "You're courting death." The experts of the 4 major powers roared when they saw Lin Feng and Zhou Ziqian. The fierce beasts guarding the Dark Tree King also roared furiously. Whether it was the experts of the 4 major powers or the fierce beasts, they were filled with killing intent towards the 2 uninvited guests, Lin Feng and Zhou Ziqian. "It's you." The leader of the Netherworld Devil sect was none other than young Master Huang Quan. Young Master Huang Quan naturally still remembered Lin Feng. If it wasn't for Lin Feng risking his life to protect the injured Shui Linglong, she would have already died. Shui Linglong would have died long ago. Therefore, young Master Huang Quan's killing intent towards Lin Feng was very strong. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't pay attention to young Master Huang Quan. He took out the 9 devil painting and then used the heavenly god elixir to activate its power. The experts of the 4 major powers and the fierce beasts all charged over. After Lin Feng activated the 9 devil paintings' power, he didn't attack them. He used the 9 devil paintings' power to defend himself. At this moment, Zhou Ziqian took out a treasure. It was a treasure similar to the pristine jade bottle. After Zhou Ziqian opened it, a long river flew out of the pristine jade bottle and engulfed the world. It was a river formed by the weak water origin refined from the river of weak water. It had extremely terrifying lethality. The 2 of them worked together. One of them was in charge of attacking while the other was in charge of defending. With the help of the powerful magic treasures, they actually resisted the attacks of the experts of the 4 major powers and the fierce beasts. At this time, the immortal state avatar quickly flew out to pick the holy fruit. Seeing this scene, the experts of the 4 major powers were furious. The fierce beasts also roared and shook the heavens. They couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng and Zhou Ziqian into 1,000 pieces. They took out all kinds of powerful magic treasures or jade talismans imprinted with offensive formations and launched more violent attacks towards Lin Feng and Zhou Ziqian. Some people even took out treasures like forbidden weapons. One by one, the magic treasures emitted a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Pieces of jade talismans also suddenly exploded, as if they could destroy the heavens. One by one, the forbidden weapons distorted the void and shattered it. They also bombarded Lin Feng, and Zhou Ziqian. The void shattered and the mountains and rivers collapsed. The scene in front of them. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The combined attack of these people was terrifying, but it wasn't easy to defeat Lin Feng and Zhou Ziqian in a short time. Lin Feng and Zhou Ziqian weren't passively defending. They were also attacking while defending. Therefore, the 4 groups of influence and the ferocious beasts couldn't attack Lin Feng and Zhou Ziqian at full strength. At that time, they would also be severely injured. Zhou Ziqian's attack was no small matter. When all sorts of attacks were moving towards them, the 9 demons painting released a demonic light which protected Lin Feng and Zhou Ziqian. Imperial weapons were indeed imperial weapons. Once they were used to defend, the defensive system they formed was unimaginable. After blocking another wave of powerful attacks, Zhou Ziqian's river of weak water swept towards the experts and beasts of the 4 factions. The experts and beasts of the 4 factions had no choice but to dodge quickly. At this time, the Avatar had already rushed to the front of the Dark Tree King. The Avatar waved his hand and a powerful magic power surged out, wrapping around the Dark Tree King. He wanted to uproot the Dark Tree King and take it away. However, the Dark Tree King didn't move at all. It was extremely strange. Seeing that the Dark Tree King couldn't be taken away, the Avatar gave up on taking it. Instead, it wrapped around the 8 ripe sacred fruits. "It's done. Let's go." Lin Feng shouted and took the lead to fly away. Zhou Ziqian followed closely behind. The Avatar turned into a stream of light and rushed into Lin Feng's body. Don't let them escape. Young Master Yellow Spring and the others roared angrily. The experts of the 4 factions who were besieging Lord Tianlong also looked over. Including Lord Tianlong. They also looked at Lin Feng and Zhou Ziqian. Their killing intent soared. The 2 sides stopped fighting and turned to attack Lin Feng and Zhou Ziqian. The situation was critical. However, Lin Feng was already prepared. He took out the Xianyuan ancient ship. Then, he and Zhou Ziqian flew into the ancient ship. Now, there were humanoid puppets refined by Lin Feng on the ancient ship to control the spirit stone cannons. After boarding the ancient ship, Lin Feng ordered the puppets to attack. Boom! Boom, boom. Then, the spirit stone cannons on the ancient ship were ignited. Countless cannonballs flew out. They bombarded the experts of the 4 factions, Lord Tianlong and the many beasts. The void was blasted. Space-time currents surged crazily. Many people were horrified and had no choice but to retreat quickly. Once they were swallowed by the space-time reversal, they would be lost in the space-time reversal world. Die! With a roar, Lord Tianlong's huge tail fiercely. Although the space-time reversal was terrifying, Sage Lord Tianlong wasn't afraid at all. He used Heavenly Dragon swings its tail to smash the firmament and viciously whipped the ancient ship. Many people looked indifferent, thinking that the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship would be destroyed by Sage Monarch Tianlong's terrifying attack. Because Lord Tianlong was too powerful. Such a tyrannical attack. Destroying an ancient ship. It was a simple matter. However, to everyone's surprise, this attack wasn't able to destroy the ancient ship. Although the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was sent flying by the tail of the Tianlong Sage Monarch, it was still safe and sound. This ancient divine ship was forged by Great Emperor Xianyuan. Great Emperor Xianyuan, the head of the 5 emperors. How could the ancient starry sky ship created by such a tyrannical character be destroyed? After blocking Sage Monarch Tianlong's attack, the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship jumped into the void. It disappeared without a trace. 10 days later. The void trembled slightly. An ancient ship flew out from a parallel space. It was the Xianyuan ancient ship. It was a miracle that they managed to snatch the Black Underworld Tree King's holy fruits from so many experts. Lin Feng and Zhou Ziqian were extremely excited. They found a cave in the forest and sealed it with some deployment spells. After that, they started meditating in seclusion. Each of them received 4 holy fruits. After eating a holy fruit, Lin Feng began to refine the holy fruit's medicinal energy. Originally, Lin Feng's soul force was at the 3rd heavenly layer of the true God realm. After refining the first holy fruit, Yi Ziqian's eyes lit up. His soul force reached the 6th heavenly layer of the true God realm, which was an increase of 3 levels. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. Then, he refined the other 3 holy fruits. Finally, his soul force broke through to the heavenly God realm. It stopped at the 2nd heavenly layer of the heavenly God realm. For holy fruits from the Black Underworld Tree King actually allowed Lin Feng's soul force to increase by 9 levels. Even with Lin Feng's mental state, he couldn't help but feel excited. Not long after, Zhou Ziqian also came out of seclusion. From his smiling expression, it could be inferred that he must have improved greatly as well. Brother Lin, what's your next plan? Zhou Ziqian asked. Lin Feng said, I'm a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, so I'm going back. If you go to the Northern Barbarian state in the future, you must remember to look for me at the Reincarnation Immortal sect. I'll definitely treat you well. Zhou Ziqian nodded. I'll definitely pay you a visit. After returning to Sky Dragon City, Lin Feng took the teleportation array back to the Northern Barbarian state. After walking out of the teleportation array in Snow Eagle City, Lin Feng rested for a day in Snow Eagle City before heading to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Along the way, he saw many cultivators gathered to head to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Many of them were going to the Reincarnation Immortal sect to participate in the test. Many young masters and young ladies were looking forward to it. They were looking forward to their future, but they were also nervous. After returning to the Reincarnation Immortal sect, Lin Feng flew towards the Barren Mountains. On the way, he saw a female cultivator flying towards him. The female cultivator was wearing a fiery red dress. Her figure was perfectly curved and extremely hot. TSK. There are so many beauties in the sect. Lin Feng couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. He took a few more glances at the beautiful female cultivator's body. When he saw that exquisite and beautiful face, he was stunned. Lin Feng suddenly felt apprehensive. This woman, why do I feel like I've seen her before? At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the 3 fairies he saw back then. One by one, they took off their garments and played in the pool like mermaids. It was a feast for the eyes. This beautiful female cultivator in front of him, isn't she one of the 3 fairies? If he remembered correctly, this female cultivator's name was Xianxia. When he thought of how the 3 fairies were exasperated and wanted to cut him into pieces, Lin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, Xiaoshiyun's voice sounded. Stop right there. Lin Feng wouldn't listen to Xiaoshiyun. Not only did he not stop, but he also sped up towards the barren mountain. If Xiaoshiyun caught him, wouldn't she skin him alive? It really is you, bastard. I'll recognize you even if you turn into ashes. Xiaoshiyun screamed and rushed towards Lin Feng angrily. This girl obviously recognized him. Lin Feng obviously wouldn't admit it. He shouted, "You've got the wrong person." Xiaoshiyun gritted her teeth and said, "I'll recognize you even if you turn into ashes." At this moment, Xiaoshiyun couldn't help but think of the scene from before. Every time she thought about how Lin Feng had seen her naked, she had the urge to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Now that she had seen Lin Feng, Xiaoshiyun only had one thought. He wanted to capture Lin Feng and beat him until he was half dead. That way, he would be able to vent his anger. Lin Feng said, "Don't be angry, beautiful. You can rest assured that I won't tell anyone about what happened that day." Ah! Xiaoshiyun screamed. "You're still talking. I'm going to kill you." Xiaoshiyun sped up. This woman was not simple. A 5-colored immortal light appeared under her feet. She stepped on the light and quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Her speed was even faster than Lin Feng's. The reincarnation immortal sect was also a place full of monsters. Xiaoshiyun could become one of the top 10 fairies. Of course, it wasn't just because she was beautiful. She was also abnormally strong. Her speed was so fast that Lin Feng was shocked. After catching up, Xiaoshiyun slammed her palm towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and dodged. "Little Yun, don't be so fierce, okay? As fellow disciples, we should have more in-depth exchanges of feelings instead of fighting and killing each other." Lin Feng smiled at Xiaoshiyun. "Little Yun?" Xiaoshiyun suddenly gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, "Who told you to call me that? Do you believe that I won't cut off your tongue? Little Yun, I really didn't expect that under such a beautiful appearance, you actually have the heart of a tigress. Don't be so violent. Otherwise, be careful that you won't be able to get married." Lin Feng continued. "I'll kill you." Xiaoshiyun was so angry at Lin Feng that she was about to explode. Xiaoshiyun wasn't a woman with a good temper. It wasn't unruly, nor was it willful. He simply had a fiery temper and abhorred evil. Therefore, no one in the sect dared to offend Xiaoshiyun. Xiaoshiyun raised her right hand. A huge ball of energy condensed in her palm. The ball of energy continued to grow in size. It didn't take long. The ball of energy had already expanded to a radius of 100 meters. Boom! Xiaoshiyun released the energy ball in her hand and threw it at Lin Feng. The energy ball exploded. The violent explosion sent Lin Feng flying. With such a huge commotion, many disciples in the surroundings were alarmed and flew over from afar. Lin Feng was also enraged. He looked at Xiaoshiyun fiercely and said, "You crazy woman, I didn't lower myself to your level, but you still want a yard after taking an inch? Didn't I just look at you? Today, not only will I look at you, but I'll also strip you naked. Shameless man. Today, I'll make you unable to be a man." Xiaoshiyun shouted fiercely. Is that so? Later, I'll make you a real woman." Lin Feng quickly flew towards Xiaoshiyun. Xiaoshiyun was so angry that her face turned ashen. She gritted her teeth and rushed toward Lin Feng. In her hand, an immortal mountain condensed. The immortal mountain flew out and quickly grew in size. It fell from the sky and wanted to suppress Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He swept out a fist and directly shattered the immortal mountain condensed by Xia Shiyun. Then, he quickly rushed in front of Xia Shiyun and directly grabbed her. Xia Shiyun was shocked. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. Now, it was too late to dodge. So, Xia Shiyun once again condensed a divine ability. Dense strands of energy appeared in her palm. This was the Great Entanglement technique. Lin Feng also knew this 3000 Great Dao. Seeing Xia Shiyun use the Great Entanglement technique, Lin Feng knew that she wanted to use the Great Entanglement technique to bind him. But Lin Feng flicked his finger. Heavenly fire flew out and instantly burned the energy threads condensed by the Great Entanglement technique. Then, Lin Feng's right hand quickly pointed at Xia Shiyun. He pointed at Xia Shiyun's left chest. Suddenly, the alien Xia Shiyun's body was scattered. Then, Lin Feng directly carried Xia Shiyun on his shoulder. Xia Shiyun didn't expect that she would be so easily captured by Lin Feng. She violently struggled. "You bastard, hurry up and put me down. Otherwise, I won't let you go." Slap. Slap, Lin Feng directly raised Xia Shiyun. 3 consecutive slaps on her buttocks. Xia Shiyun's pretty face suddenly turned red. At this time, Lin Feng said, "You've already become a prisoner, yet you still dare to threaten this young master. You've got guts." Xia Shiyun's heart itched with hatred, but now she also knew that the situation was not good for her. So, Xia Shiyun decided to make peace with Lin Feng first. Once she was free, she would think of a way to deal with Lin Feng. But before Xia Shiyun could say anything, Lin Feng said, "Don't try to play any tricks, and don't think that this young master will let you go. If you do something wrong, you must be punished. Today, this young master wants to consummate his marriage with you." Xia Shiyun's pretty face was as pale as paper. At this time, she saw many disciples flying over. Xia Shiyun immediately shouted, "Senior brothers and junior brothers, quickly come and save me. This pervert wants to molest me. It's Fairy Shiyun." Soon, everyone saw who the woman on Lin Feng's shoulder was. Their expressions changed. As one of the 10 fairies of the reincarnation immortal sect, Xia Shiyun had countless admirers. Many people thought of Xia Shiyun as a goddess. Now, they saw their goddess being carried on a man's shoulder. Many people were about to explode with anger. "Pervert! Hurry up and let go of Fairy Shiyun. If you don't let go of Fairy Shiyun, do you believe that we won't kill you?" Many people angrily cursed. Xia Shiyun felt a little smug. "Let's see if you'll let me go or not. If you don't, you'll be beaten up by the crowd." "Eh? It's Fairy Dancing Flame. Fairy Lianyue and the others are here." Lin Feng pointed into the distance. Upon hearing the arrival of Fairy Dancing Flame and Fairy Lianyue, everyone turned their heads. Wherever these 2 fairies went, they would become the center of attention. However, when they looked in the direction Lin Feng pointed, they found that it was empty. Fairy Dancing Flame and Fairy Lianyue were nowhere to be seen. Immediately, everyone realized that they had been played by Lin Feng. When they looked at Lin Feng with burning anger, they found that Lin Feng had already disappeared. "Over there." Someone pointed at Lin Feng, who had already flown more than 10 li away. "Shameless! You're shameless!" Xia Shiyun cursed angrily. Lin Feng had tricked the group of disciples into looking for Fairy Dancing Flame and Fairy Lianyue, who had not appeared at all. The group of people had been tricked, and Lin Feng seized this opportunity to rush out. His speed was too fast, and he shook off the group of disciples in the blink of an eye. This infuriated Xia Shiyun, and she kept cursing Lin Feng. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "It's not that I'm shameless, but that group of people is too stupid. Not only are they stupid, but they are also perverts." When they heard about Fairy Dancing Flame and Fairy Lianyue, their eyes widened. "You're daydreaming if you expect them to save you. What will it take for you to let me go? I'll apologize to you. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time." Xia Shiyun was afraid now that she had fallen into Lin Feng's hands. She was afraid that Lin Feng would do something heartless to her. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to cry. Lin Feng was unmoved and said proudly, "How can that be? Do you know how many people make it their life's goal to win the heart of one of the 10 fairies? Now that I've succeeded, I can't let you go." Xiaoshiyun hurriedly said, "You can't win my heart. I'm not interested in you." Lin Feng said, "I don't care what you think now. Once the rice is cooked, you'll still have to follow me obediently." "No, you can't do this to me." Xiaoshiyun's pretty face turned pale. Lin Feng grinned and said, "I know you women don't say what you think. You say no, but you're actually looking forward to it." Xiaoshiyun wanted to cry but had no tears. Who was looking forward to it? Whoever was looking forward to it was a bastard. Lin Feng carried Xiaoshiyun back to the barren mountain. Xiaoshiyun cried out in surprise, "Isn't this Master Tortoise's place?" "I know, you're Master Tortoise's disciple." Xiaoshiyun had heard that Master Tortoise had accepted a disciple, and she had wondered which unlucky person had been accepted as his disciple. Now, she had fallen into the hands of the unlucky person she had been talking about. Xiaoshiyun suddenly felt that fate was playing tricks on her. "That's right, I'm Master Tortoise's new disciple. Do you think I'm handsome? Very handsome? Very charming. That's right, I'm a different kind of man. I'm the chosen one, and I'm destined to leave a mark in history." Lin Feng said proudly. "Bah, how can you be so shameless?" Xiaoshiyun couldn't help but roll her eyes. Lin Feng said, "I'm just stating a fact." "How is that shameless?" He carried Xiaoshiyun and landed on a barren mountain. He realized that Master Tortoise wasn't here. He didn't know where he had run off to. "Haha, since Master isn't here, it's perfect for just the two of us. Go ahead and scream. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come and save you." Lin Feng said with a smile as he carried Xiaoshiyun towards his room. "Save me, I beg you, please spare me. I was wrong. I'll do anything you want me to do." Xiaoshiyun begged. Her original image as a goddess had long been thrown to the winds. Now, Xiaoshiyun only wanted to escape from Lin Feng's hands. "Little Yun, that won't do. I have admired you for a very long time. How can I let you go so easily?" Lin Feng said with a faint smile on his face. He carried Xiaoshiyun into the palace where he lived. At this time, the outside world was in an uproar. One of the top 10 fairies, Xiaoshiyun, was kidnapped by a sect scum. No one knew what kind of despicable, shameless, and heartless things that the scum was going to do to Xiaoshiyun. Xiaoshiyun was a goddess in the hearts of countless people. How could everyone watch Xiaoshiyun's reputation be ruined by that scum? "I know that scum. That guy is Master Tortoise's disciple, Lin Feng." "What? He's Master Tortoise's disciple?" "That guy is not only Master Tortoise's disciple, but he's also the monstrous genius who climbed the sacred ancestor mountain a few years ago. Who cares who he is? He dared to kidnap Fairy Shiyun in broad daylight. Today, we must clean up the sect." "That's right, we must clean up the sect. First, we must save Fairy Shiyun, then beat that scum half to death, and finally expel him from the sect. He's Master Tortoise's disciple. We can't touch him. I'm afraid even the sect master won't dare to expel him from the sect. Since we can't expel him from the sect, we must beat him until half of his body is paralyzed. That brat must have returned to the barren mountain. Let's go there and stop him. That's Master Tortoise's place. Do you want to die? Master Tortoise went out a few days ago and hasn't returned since. Haha, the heavens are helping us. Let's go to the barren mountain and stop that brat." In an instant, a large group of people rushed towards the barren mountain. Along the way, many people appeared. They didn't know what was going on, so they asked about it. Only then did they know that Master Tortoise's disciple, Lin Feng, had kidnapped Fairy Shiyun. It was very likely that he was going to do something immoral to Fairy Shiyun. Many disciples almost died from anger when they heard this. Goddess Shiyun, if she was really kidnapped by that scum, many people simply didn't dare to imagine it. More and more disciples joined in. Before long, tens of thousands of disciples had gathered. Down with the scum. Give reincarnation immortal sect a bright future. Someone shouted loudly. Next, countless disciples shouted in unison. Down with the scum. Give reincarnation immortal sect a bright future. Tens of thousands of disciples shouted together. It was simply earth-shattering. Tens of thousands of disciples finally arrived at the barren mountain. Down with the scum. Give reincarnation immortal sect a bright future. These disciples continued to shout loudly and surrounded the barren mountain. Scum, come up quickly and hand over Fairy Shiryun. Countless disciples began to yell. However, there was no movement in the barren mountain. Let's charge in together and find that scum. If we're too late, Fairy Shiryun's innocence will be in danger. Many people shouted loudly. Then, many disciples rushed towards the barren mountain. Buzz. However, at this time, the barren mountain emitted a terrifying fluctuation. The barren mountain was densely covered with powerful restrictions. Now that these restrictions were all activated, the barren mountain was enveloped in them. Retreat, hurry up and retreat. This must be Master Tortoise's restriction. Now that the scum has activated it, don't touch these restrictions. Otherwise, even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. A disciple shouted loudly. Many people who were originally rushing towards the restrictions quickly retreated. Scum. As long as you hand over Fairy Shiryun, we will pretend that nothing happened. If you don't hand her over, don't blame us for being impolite. We will definitely go to the law enforcement hall and report your evil deeds. Even if you are Master Tortoise's disciple, Master Tortoise will not be able to protect you at that time. A disciple shouted threateningly. However, there was still no response from the barren mountain. Many people were incomparably anxious because the longer this dragged on, the more unfavorable it was for Fairy Shiryun. Scum, it's not too late to release Fairy Shiryun now because we have already sent people to the Spirit Array Peak to invite a senior brother who is proficient in formations to come and break the formation. If you don't release Fairy Shiryun and wait for that senior brother to come and break the formation, don't blame us for not caring about our relationship as fellow disciples. Someone shouted loudly. No matter how these people threatened Lin Feng, there was still no response from the barren mountain. An hour later, a disciple from Spirit Array Peak finally arrived. This disciple was called Zhang Luming, and he was a formation grandmaster. Among the younger generation of disciples in the Reincarnation Immortal sect, he was definitely one of the top 3 formation grandmasters. Moreover, Zhang Luming was Xia Shiryun's admirer. When he heard that Xia Shiryun had been taken away by Lin Feng, Zhang Luming hurriedly came to the barren mountain. Senior brother Zhang is here. He'll be able to break the formation soon. Once he does, we'll teach that brat a lesson. Many people gnashed their teeth and said. Zhang Luming's expression was gloomy as he flew towards the barren mountain. At that moment, Xia Shiryun walked out of the palace. Goddess Shiryun is out. Many people shouted loudly. Goddess Shiryun, that brat didn't do anything to you, right? Many people asked with concern. Xia Shiryun said angrily. Of course he didn't do anything to me. I'm fine now. You all should leave quickly. You want us to leave? Many people looked at each other in dismay. Zhang Luming said, Shiryun, let's go together. That brat isn't a good person. We should stay as far away from him as possible. That's right, goddess. Let's leave quickly. Don't be afraid. We'll definitely avenge you. Many people shouted. Xia Shiryun said, I still have things to discuss with that guy. I'll leave after that. You don't have to wait here. After saying that, Xia Shiryun returned to the palace. Many people felt that something wasn't right. Previously, Xia Shiryun had looked as if she wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Now, her attitude towards Lin Feng had changed completely. Goddess Shiryun won't be scum, a disciple said, but this disciple didn't continue speaking halfway. Everyone understood what this disciple wanted to say. Xia Shiryun had been taken away by Lin Feng for almost 2 hours. That was a long time. She had to do what she had to do. She should have done it long ago. Impossible. How is that possible? Goddess Shiryun's expression was normal. It didn't seem like anything special had happened. What do you know? Women are the best at hiding themselves. Fairy Shiryun and that scum didn't have any friendship before, so what could they possibly talk about? I think the scum must have done something heartless to Shiryun, and then what's done cannot be undone. That's why Fairy Shiyun sent us away. Many disciples began to discuss animatedly. Suddenly, they were incomparably infuriated. Their eyes were spitting fire. Don't talk nonsense and ruin Fairy Shiyun's reputation. Many disciples said coldly. They believed Fairy Shiyun's words. Since Fairy Shiyun had said she's fine, then they all believed in her words. That proved that he was really fine. These two groups of people actually started quarreling outside. Xia Shiyun returned to the main hall and looked at Lin Feng with a furious expression. How dare you look at your master with such a gaze? Do you want to be punished by your master? Looks like you're a masochist. Lin Feng looked at Xia Shiyun and said with a faint smile. Xia Shiyun was furious. She was one of the 10 fairies of the reincarnation immortal sect, a goddess in many people's hearts. But now, she had been reduced to a servant. This made Xia Shiyun want to bite Lin Feng to death. She said fiercely, "You're the one who's a masochist, you pervert." Lin Feng said speechlessly, "How am I a pervert? I didn't even touch you, I just made you my servant for 3 days. Are you very disappointed? Is that why you deliberately provoked this young master? Since that's the case, this young master will fulfill your wish. Today, we'll consummate our marriage." Lin Feng stood up and walked towards Xia Shiyun. Xia Shiyun screamed again and again, "I was wrong, I admit my mistake, please forgive me, I won't dare to do it again." Me? You dare to talk about me in front of your master? You should say that this servant doesn't dare to do it again, please forgive this servant this time. Say something for this young master to hear. Lin Feng said indifferently. Xia Shiyun clenched her fists, she couldn't help but pounce on Lin Feng and fight him to the death. She was a goddess-level beauty. Which man didn't have a face full of adoration when they saw her? Moreover, she was the sex saintess. She had a high status. Now, she had to call herself servant. She had to call this bastard master. This made Xia Shiyun gnash her teeth in hatred. But Xia Shiyun knew that she had to bow her head under the eaves. Xia Shiyun thought fiercely, this fairy will endure this bastard for now. Wait until this fairy is free, see how this fairy will deal with you. After cursing Lin Feng in her heart, Xia Shiyun felt a lot better. Then, she clenched her teeth and said, "This servant knows her mistake, please forgive this servant." Watching the goddess in the hearts of countless people call herself a servant in front of him. This feeling was really good. Lin Feng sat on the stool and said, "Come and massage this young master's legs." Xia Shiyun's anger that she had suppressed with great difficulty came back up again. Why was this bastard getting more and more excessive? Now let me massage your legs. Wait a moment. Would there be more excessive demands? Should she fight it out with her? But what could she use to fight with her now? Her FA had been sealed by this bastard. Xia Shiyun could only obediently go to Lin Feng and half kneel on the ground to help Lin Feng massage his legs. TSK, so beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise. She was able to stand out among countless beautiful disciples and become one of the top 10 fairies. Xia Shiyun's beauty. Naturally, it was the kind of beauty that made people suffocate and not dare to look directly at her beauty. Humph. Xia Shiyun couldn't help but snort coldly. She didn't give Lin Feng a good look. The disciples outside didn't leave. When it was dark, they found that Xia Shiyun didn't come out. Many people suddenly felt that the situation seemed to be really wrong. Even if they were discussing something, it didn't need to be so long. This time, Zhang Luming couldn't sit still and went to break the array. But how could Zhang Luming be able to break the grand array that Lord Turtle laid down? In the entire sect, there was probably no one who could break Lord Turtle's array. Even Lin Feng wouldn't be able to break it. Just like that, 3 days passed. Xia Shiyun regained her freedom. Little Yun Yun, do you know how much I don't want you to leave? Why don't you stay? Stay. Lin Feng looked at Xia Shiyun with a faint smile. Xia Shiyun wished she could kick Lin Feng to death right now. The past 3 days had been a nightmare for her. Who's little Yun Yun? Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. Xia Shiyun looked at Lin Feng fiercely. Just you wait. This matter won't end so easily. Then, Xia Shiyun flew out of the hall. Goddess Shiyun is coming out. Many people shouted. Goddess, that scum Lin Feng didn't do anything to you, right? Someone asked. Piss off. Xia Shiyun shouted angrily and flew away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The news that Xia Shiyun stayed with Lin Feng in the barren mountain palace for 3 days and 3 nights spread like wildfire in the sect. Many people thought that Lin Feng must have done something heartless to Xia Shiyun. Xia Shiyun finally gave in. Then she chose to stay in the barren mountain palace for another 3 days. As for what happened during this period, many people's imagination ran wild. Anyway, there were all kinds of theories. Of course, there were also many people who chose to believe Xia Shiyun. They didn't believe that Xia Shiyun really had a substantial relationship with Lin Feng. But Xia Shiyun stayed in the barren mountain palace for 3 days. This was an indisputable fact. 3 days. It was enough for many things to happen. Moreover, it was a man and a woman staying together. Many people hoped that Xia Shiyun could come out and explain, but Xia Shiyun never appeared. Many people were furious and cursed Lin Feng as a scum. He actually kidnapped their goddess Shiyun fairy and did such a beastly thing to her. More and more disciples surrounded the barren mountain and constantly cursed, but Lin Feng never appeared. At this time, Turtle Master came. After seeing Master Tortoise, everyone fled in fear. Damn, boy, you're good. You've only been an immortal sect for a few years and you've already gotten a fairy. You have master's style when I was young. However, although young people can mess around, they still need to control themselves. Turtle Master patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said earnestly. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Don't listen to the nonsense outside. Xia Shiyun was my disciple's maid for 3 days, nothing else happened." Turtle Master said, "Master will tell you a story." Lin Feng nodded. Master Turtle grinned and said, "One day, a man and a woman went out for experience. They were martial brother and sister, and they were lovers. There was only one room left in the inn, so they stayed together. The woman was shy, so she put a quilt in the middle of the bed before going to bed. Then she said to the man, 'Martial brother, when you sleep at night, you're not allowed to cross the quilt, otherwise you're a beast.' The man thought to himself, 'Junior sister doesn't allow me to cross the blanket, which means that she doesn't want me to touch her.' The man was depressed for a long time and then fell asleep. The next morning, the man saw that the woman was not in a good mood, so he asked the woman why she was in a bad mood. The woman slapped the man. The man felt wronged, so he asked the woman why she slapped him. The woman scolded him that he was worse than a beast. After saying that, Master Tortoise looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. His cheap master was beating around the bush and saying that he was worse than a beast. On this day, Immortal Crane Boy came to Lin Feng's place. After seeing Lin Feng, Immortal Crane Boy said, "Martial brother. Senior sister Xia told me to come find you. She told me to tell you that tomorrow afternoon, she wants you to go to her Shiyun palace. She wants to completely resolve the grudge between you two." Lin Feng nodded and said, "No problem. Go back and tell Xia Shiyun that I will definitely be there tomorrow." Immortal Crane Boy hurried back to report to Xia Shiyun. That night, Master Tortoise stood in front of the palace and looked up at the sky full of stars. He frowned and said, "The sky is going to change." "No, the stars are densely packed. There are no dark clouds. It doesn't look like the sky is going to change." Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Master Tortoise didn't say anything and returned to his palace. The next day, Lin Feng found that Master Tortoise had already left. At this time, he suddenly remembered the meaning of Master Tortoise's words last night, "The sky is going to change." This sentence clearly contained some special meaning. Where exactly is the sky going to change? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He felt that something must have happened somewhere. He couldn't see through this cheap master of his. Lin Feng always felt that this cheap master of his was hiding too many secrets. There are many things that I'm destined to not be able to participate in. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. He naturally knew very well that this cheap master of Master Tortoise didn't tell him this matter because his cultivation wasn't high enough. In the afternoon, Lin Feng went to the Shiyun Palace. The Shiyun Palace was built by the sect for Xia Shiyun when she became the Holy Maiden. It was a symbol of status and identity. Not long after Lin Feng came out, a large number of disciples appeared and surrounded him. Lin Feng, you scum! What did you do to Fairy Shiyun? Many people roared angrily. Lin Feng curled his lips. It's none of your business. F***ck. Beat him up. Someone shouted. Many people wanted to make a move. Wait. Lin Feng shouted. What else do you have to say? Many disciples looked at Lin Feng angrily. Lin Feng said, actually, nothing happened. Who are you trying to fool? If nothing happened, why would Fairy Shiyun stay at your place for 3 days? Someone said coldly. They didn't believe Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng said speechlessly, since you don't believe me, why do you ask me? Why are you asking me what happened? Is there something wrong with your head? Brat, you actually dare to mock us? Beat him half to death first. Someone shouted, secretly leading the crowd, wanting to gang up on Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and said, when did the disciples of the Immortal sect become a group of hooligans? If anyone is dissatisfied, you can challenge me. Gang up? What a joke. Aren't you afraid of losing face? If your master hears about this, you people are destined to be abandoned by the sect because you are a bunch of trash. Who are you calling trash? You scum, how dare you call us trash? Many people cursed. You want to gang up on me instead of challenging me one-on-one? If you aren't trash, then what are you? Let me put it this way. Even if there were 10 times more of you, I would kill you as easily as killing a bunch of ants. If you weren't disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, you would have died long ago. Lin Feng shouted arrogantly. The surrounding disciples were about to explode. Lin Feng was too arrogant. They had never seen such an arrogant person. Brat. I'd like to see what ability you have to boast so shamelessly. A disciple in a purple robe walked out with a sneer. It's Wang Muyu. He's ranked 3rd among the core disciples. He's about to become a holy son. Haha, since senior brother Wang is here, that scum Lin Feng is definitely not senior brother Wang's match. I can't wait to see his expression when senior brother Wang tramples him. Let's see if he'll still be as arrogant then. Lin Feng. I've heard of him. His talent is amazing. Even the patriarchs were alerted. However, talent does not represent strength. Since ancient times, there have been many talented people who have been annihilated by the masses. This is enough to explain a lot. Now that you think you have some strength, you are so arrogant and despotic. You even did such a heartless thing to the female disciples of the sect. If I don't teach you a lesson today, the Reincarnation Celestial sect will be disgraced if the news of what happened in the Immortal sect spreads. Wang Muyu looked at Lin Feng icily. He had a strong sense of righteousness that inspired reverence. First, he wanted to reprimand Lin Feng. It was as if everything he had done was right. Said Lin Feng indifferently. I really don't understand. With your intelligence, how did you manage to join the sect? I told you that nothing happened between me and Yun, but you didn't believe me. You made yourself sound so great and noble. You made me feel like I was worthless. How ridiculous. Do you know why you're just ordinary disciples of the sect? The reason is that they're too stupid. A bunch of idiots. It's not easy to stand out in the celestial sect. The surrounding disciples were about to explode with anger. They wanted to slap Lin Feng to death. Senior brother Wang. Hurry up and teach this scum a lesson. We all support you. That's right, senior brother Wang. It's best to cripple this scum. This is simply getting rid of a scum for the people. I wonder how many innocent girls will be saved from being persecuted by this scum. Many people shouted. Wang Muyu said, everyone, don't worry. I will let this scum receive the punishment he deserves. Then, Wang Muyu looked at Lin Feng and said, I don't want to be called a bully. I will let you have 10 moves first. After 10 moves, I will make my move. Let me have 10 moves? Lin Feng looked at Wang Muyu strangely. Of course. I, Wang Muyu, always keep my word. Wang Muyu placed his hands behind his back, looking unfathomable. Senior brother Wang is indeed one of the top 3 core disciples. In fact, senior brother Wang is much stronger than some of the holy sons and holy daughters. Now that senior brother Wang is about to be crowned as the holy son, it is also what everyone expects. That's right, senior brother Wang is a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity. Let this scum have 10 moves first. Let him accept his defeat wholeheartedly. Many people started to flatter him. After Wang Muyu heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a smug expression. Although the scum is very arrogant, his strength is really strong. You should know that Fairy Shiyun is also a saintess, yet she was captured by him. Someone said. Fairy Shiyun was plotted against by this brat. Otherwise, how could he have captured Fairy Shiyun? That's right. How many years has it been since this kid joined the sect? Moreover, this kid was very young. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, how many years had it been? If he can defeat the holy sons and holy daughters now, how will the others survive? Another round of arguments could be heard. At this time, Wang Muyu looked at Lin Feng and said, "Don't waste time. Quickly attack. You can rest assured that I'll let you have 10 moves first. In that case, I will definitely not attack for the next 10 moves. Then senior brother Wang should be careful. My punches are very fast." Lin Feng reminded him. Wang Muyu looked at Lin Feng with contempt and said, "Just attack me." Whoosh, Lin Feng moved. He rushed toward Wang Muyu. When he was about 10 meters away from Wang Muyu, he suddenly accelerated. Whoosh, like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Wang Muyu. Fast. It was extremely fast, it was so fast that countless people couldn't react in time. Wang Muyu was also taken aback. He quickly retreated. He wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack. However, it was too late, Lin Feng didn't give Wang Muyu any time to dodge at all. Bang, that punch directly smashed into Wang Muyu's face. Wang Muyu's neck was smashed. Fresh blood immediately flowed out. His whole body flew backward for more than 10 meters. He fell to the ground with a plop. He didn't move. He actually fainted. What happened? Many people were stunned on the spot, looking at each other in dismay. They couldn't believe what they saw. Wang Muyu. He was ranked third among the core disciples. He was about to be promoted to the Sacred Son. He was actually knocked out by Lin Feng, this scum, with one punch. Although Wang Muyu said that he would let Lin Feng make 10 moves, he didn't take the initiative to attack. But everyone was clear. Even if Wang Muyu took the initiative to attack, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to dodge Lin Feng's attack. Because Lin Feng's speed was really too fast. All the martial arts in the world. Only speed was unbeatable. When the speed reached a certain level, the opponent might not even have the chance to attack before being defeated. It seems that this guy's strength isn't very good. Lin Feng clapped his hands and then flew into the distance. None of the surrounding disciples dared to stop Lin Feng. Wang Muyu was such a powerful person, yet he was knocked out by Lin Feng with one punch. As for the rest, they didn't dare to provoke Lin Feng. Everyone watched as Lin Feng left. Fatso flew over from afar and laughed strangely, saying, "Lin Feng's recent matter has caused a lot of commotion. Could the rumors be true?" Little Donkey shouted, "Damn Fatso, do you think little Lin Feng is like you? Little Lin Feng is a gentleman. Brother Donkey understands me." Lin Feng said. Fatso asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to Shiyun Palace to see little Yun Yun." Lin Feng said. Fatso immediately shouted, "Damn, you've already called little Yun Yun, and you're still saying there's nothing going on?" Lin Feng grinned and said, "Our relationship is still pure for now, but I don't know if it will still be so in the future. Nothing good will come out of Xia Shiyun's invitation to Shiyun Palace at this time. Come, let's go together and support me." "That's good. I haven't been to the 10 fairy palaces yet. I'll take a look at Fairy Shiyun's palace to broaden my horizons." Fatso was overjoyed. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey then headed to Shiyun Palace. Shiyun Palace was located in Shiyun Mountain, and the mountain was named after Xia Shiyun. When they arrived at Shiyun Mountain, dozens of disciples stopped Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey. This was a group of female disciples, and every one of them was a top-grade beauty. "Who are you?" Shiryun Mountain is not a place you can casually enter. One of the female disciples asked. Senior sister, my name is Lu Ziheng, and I'm still single. How should I address you? Are you betrothed to someone? Fatso's eyes widened when he saw the female disciple leading the group. This female disciple had a petite figure and an exquisite face. She had a delicate temperament, and any man who saw her would probably want to hug her and dote on her. Humph. How dare you try to get close to me again? Do you believe that I won't kill you with my sword? The female disciple coldly snorted and drew her sword, sweeping it at Fatso. The fatty hurriedly retreated in fear, dodging the female disciple's sword. Senior sister, don't be so fierce. We should care for each other. Fighting and killing are things that only barbarians do. Fatso said embarrassedly as he stared at the female disciple. The female disciple coldly glanced at Fatso and said, Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, I'll kill you with my sword. Lin Feng couldn't help but wipe his sweat. No matter how gentle and quiet a woman was, it was inevitable that she would have a wild heart. At this time, he said, Senior sister, I'm Lin Feng. Little Yunyan invited me here. Hearing Lin Feng's name, the group of female disciples all looked at Lin Feng with strange gazes. There were rumors in the sect. Naturally, they had already heard about it. The leading female disciple said, You can enter the poem palace. But Fatso can't go in. Fatso grinned and said, I'm not going in. I'll stay here and accompany senior sister. Fatso's original ambition was to bring a fairy back to be his wife. Could it be that he knew that it was too difficult, so he took a step back and settled for the next best thing? He chose to bring an ordinary female disciple back to be his wife. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He didn't stay outside and flew up the mountain. The poem palace was built at the top of the mountain. There was a huge platform here with continuous palaces. When Lin Feng arrived at the top of the mountain, someone led Lin Feng into the main hall. There were female disciples everywhere on the poem mountain. These female disciples were all chosen by Xia Shiryun. They could cultivate in the poem mountain and receive her protection. Naturally, many female disciples were willing to rely on Xia Shiryun. The main hall was very large, but it was incomparably empty. After entering the main hall, Lin Feng didn't find Xia Shiryun. He shouted, Little Yun Yun. I'm already here. Where are you? Why don't you come out and see me? Shut up. Don't call me Little Yun Yun. Xia Shiryun gnashed her teeth as her voice came from the inner hall. Then, she walked out. Today, Xia Shiryun was wearing a snow-white dress. She was as beautiful as a fairy. In addition to Xia Shiryun, there were two other female disciples who walked out with her. Of these two women, one had a graceful figure and a perfect golden ratio. She was simply a masterpiece of the heavens. The other person had an otherworldly temperament, as if she was a peerless fairy from the 9 heavens who had fallen to the mortal world. The two beauties each had their own unique characteristics and different temperaments. However, they were both peerlessly beautiful and breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Feng had seen these two women before. They were the other two fairies who had played with Xia Shiryun in the pool. This female disciple with a graceful figure was called Bayusin. This female disciple with an otherworldly temperament was called Namgong Qiming. Little Xin, little Meng Meng, you guys are here too. It's been a while since we last met. You guys are still as beautiful as ever. Lin Feng said with a smile. Little Xin? Little Meng Meng? Bayusin and Namgong Qiming looked at each other. Then, they spat at Lin Feng. Shameless! Xia Shiryun cursed Lin Feng. Little Yun Yun, although it's said that beating is a sign of affection, scolding is a sign of love. However, I'm a person who gets shy easily. Please don't be so blatant and express your love for me again and again, okay? We can talk about our personal feelings in private. Lin Feng looked at Xia Shiryun with a smile that wasn't a smile. Xia Shiryun gnashed her teeth in anger and couldn't help but shout, Who admires you? You only know how to put gold on your face. Since you've entered this hall today, don't even think about walking out in one piece. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Shiryun waved her hand. A loud rumbling sound suddenly resounded. The originally open door directly closed. Inside the main hall, formation runes intertwined. The entire main hall was sealed by a grand formation. Lin Feng said, "Little Yun Yun, you didn't ask the crane boy to summon me here to negotiate with me. It seems like you're determined to deal with me today." "Negotiate? You think I'll negotiate with you? Are you going to surrender without a fight? Or do you want us to beat you half to death before capturing you?" Xiaoshiyun said coldly. "Little Yun Yun, impulsiveness is the devil. If you remove the formation now, I'll pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, you'll be the one to suffer. Do you really think you can deal with me?" Lin Feng curled his lips. "I've set up a grand formation here. I also have senior sister Yusin and senior sister Qiming helping me. Do you think you can deal with so many of us by yourself?" Xiao Shiyun sneered at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Can I know what you're going to do to me after capturing me? If you want my body, I won't resist." Xiao Shiyun couldn't help but curse, "Shameless bastard, who wants your body?" Bai Yusin and Nangong Qiming also looked at Lin Feng helplessly. Lin Feng was simply too shameless. They were usually otherworldly fairies, so they rarely interacted with the disciples of their sections. The disciples who could interact with them were the top geniuses of their sections. Which one of them wasn't polite, yet Lin Feng could say anything vulgar, making them feel at a loss. Xiao Shiyun was slightly better. After all, she had lived with Lin Feng for a few days, so she believed that she understood Lin Feng quite well. In addition, she had a fiery temper. Therefore, she didn't mind cursing Lin Feng. However, Bai Yusin and Nangong Qiming cursed him. They would never do such a thing. At this moment, Xiao Shiyun continued, "Senior sister Yusin, senior sister Qiming, let's make our move. Let's work together to suppress this guy first." "All right." The two women nodded, having no objections. Then, the three of them quickly separated and went to 3 different places in the main hall. Then, both of her hands continuously changed seals. All kinds of mysterious seals were displayed. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Suddenly, the array was completely activated. Walala sounds could be heard. The array turned into chains of order and wrapped around Lin Feng. Insignificant skill. Lin Feng smiled faintly and shuttled through the array. The chains wrapped around him, but they couldn't touch Lin Feng's body. Impossible. The 3 fairies couldn't help but exclaim at the same time. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Such a powerful heaven-sealing demon lock array couldn't touch Lin Feng's body. How did this guy do it? Activate the universe galaxy array to suppress him. Xiao Shiyun yelled. Bai Yusin and Nangong Qiming nodded. Both of their hands formed a new seal. A new array was activated. Incantations were sent into the formation one after another. Suddenly, the main hall seemed to have disappeared. And Lin Feng, Xiao Shiyun, Bai Yusin, and Nangong Qiming all came to the starry sky world. The 3 women looked at Lin Feng cautiously. Xiao Shiyun was the first to react. She said, "Junior brother, we were just joking with you. We've heard that you're proficient in formations and have a high cultivation base, so we wanted to test you. After testing you, we found out that the rumors were true. Junior brother is really amazing. The 3 of us have already decided to submit a petition to the sect and request that you be crowned as the Holy Sun." Lin Feng looked at Xiao Shiyun with a smile that was not a smile. "Little Yun Yun, when did you lie so easily?" Xiao Shiyun hurriedly said, "I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth." "Is that so? But I don't believe you. How do you think I should punish the 3 of you? How about it? Why don't we sleep together tonight?" Lin Feng looked at the 3 fairies with a smile that was not a smile. Even though the 3 fairies had different auras and appearances, they were all as beautiful as fairies, with peerless elegance. When they heard Lin Feng's words, their faces turned pale. "Lin Feng, don't act recklessly. If you dare to act recklessly in the sect, you should know what kind of punishment awaits you." Bai Yusin bit her lip. She wanted to use the sect's rules to intimidate Lin Feng. Lin Feng said seriously, "When the rice is cooked, the sect might betroth the 3 of you to me. So, I don't need to worry. Come back to the Barren Mountains with me. It's going to be dark soon. Every second of the night is worth 1,000 gold. We can't waste this beautiful night." Lin Feng waved his hand, and his magic power wrapped around the 3 women. He opened the palace's door and quickly flew outside. Hurry up and stop him. Save us. The three women immediately shouted. The female disciples of the Shiryun palace were alarmed. They all came out, wanting to stop Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was too fast. He grabbed Xia Shiryun, Bai Yusin, and Nangong Qiming and turned into a ray of light as he flew into the distance. The three senior sisters were kidnapped by that scum Lin Feng. The expressions of many female disciples on the Shiryun mountain changed. Fatso, who was trying to curry favor with the female leader, shrank back and turned to run. The female leader shouted angrily, "Sisters, Fatso is that scum Lin Feng's friend. Let's chop him half to death and then use him to exchange for the girls." Swish, the group of female disciples unsheathed their swords. Suddenly, cold light radiated in all directions. "Oh my God! Run!" Fatty wailed and ran off into the distance. The donkey ran even faster, running far away. Very quickly, the news that Xia Shiryun, Bai Yuxian, and Nangong Qiming had been kidnapped by Lin Feng spread like wildfire. This time, the sect was in an uproar. Xia Shiryun's matter was not completely settled. Now, Lin Feng had committed another crime. Not only did he kidnap Xia Shiryun for the second time, but he also kidnapped Bai Yusin and Nangong Qiming. They were the 10 fairies of the sect. This time, Lin Feng kidnapped 3 of them. Xia Shiryun, Bai Yusin, and Nangong Qiming were goddesses in many people's hearts. They were the dream lovers of many people's dreams. Now, the sect's disciples were completely enraged. Defeat the scum. Expel the scum. Return justice to the reincarnation immortal sect. Hundreds of thousands of disciples marched through the sect, creating a huge scene. Fatso rode on Little Donkey and tried to sneak out of the reincarnation immortal sect. This was because Fatso was caught in the crossfire. The disciples of Poetic Bamboo Mountain, Yusin Mountain, and Dreamlike Mountain were all looking for him. That damned Fatso is a friend of that scum, Lin Feng. Catch that damned Fatso and use that damned Fatso to force Lin Feng to hand over the 3 fairies. Someone recognized Fatso, who was trying to sneak away, and immediately shouted. Catch him. Many people rushed towards Fatso. Fatso shouted, "Everyone, you've misunderstood. I'm really not familiar with that scum, Lin Feng. I'm on the same side as you. Let's beat that scum, Lin Feng, and return justice to the reincarnation immortal sect." Fatty shouted as he waved his arms and cheered. However, no one believed Fatso. Everyone chased after Fatso. Fatso was so scared that his whole body trembled. He shouted, "Brother Donkey, whether we can escape or not depends on you." Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Little Donkey laughed strangely and then raised his hooves. He was as fast as lightning. He rushed into the distance. Many people pounced on Fatso, wanting to catch him. However, they were all sent flying by Little Donkey. Fatso rode Little Donkey out of the encirclement and ran out of the sect. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. Damn it, Fatso escaped. Let's go to the barren mountain and surround that scum, Lin Feng. We must report this matter and let the higher-ups punish this scum. It's best if they expel him from the stone sect. Countless disciples shouted and were filled with righteous indignation. The higher-ups had indeed received a joint report from the disciples of the immortal sections. Dozens of grand elders gathered in the main hall of the sacred mountain. Now that the sect master was not in the sect, the important matters were decided by the sect master's junior brother, Elder Xingyu, who was ranked first among the many grand elders in the sect. Master, that disciple of Lord Tortoise is causing too much trouble. Shouldn't we restrain him? We don't want him to go overboard and end up in a mess. The grand elder of the enforcement hall said with a headache. Countless people rushed into the enforcement hall and asked the enforcement hall to deal with Lin Feng. The enforcement hall had turned into a wet market. Many grand elders spoke up as well. They felt the need to restrain Yi Futian. Elder Xingyu opened his eyes and said, "Lord Tortoise is the senior with the highest seniority in the reincarnation immortal sect. Although Lord Tortoise's actions have been criticized by the disciples, there's one thing everyone should remember. Lord Tortoise is an old senior that the reincarnation immortal sect needs to rely on. Ancestor, you don't have to worry about Lord Tortoise's disciple, Lin Feng. He might like to cause trouble, but he's not a bad person. Do you think Lord Tortoise will accept a disciple with a bad character as his disciple? Everyone knew that Elder Xingyu had spoken up. They knew that the higher-ups would not get involved in this matter. Elder Xingyu continued, "Our reincarnation immortal sect has been at peace for too long. It's good to let that kid cause trouble. It's not a bad thing to stimulate the disciples' bloodthirst." "Master is wise," the Grand Elders said in unison. The disciples outside had formed the Anti-Scum Alliance. However, no one was able to enter the barren mountains, so no matter how much they clamored, they could not care less about Lin Feng. A month later, Xia Shiyun, Bai Yusen, and Nangong Qiming left the desolate mountain. Celestial girl, Lin Feng, that scum, wouldn't he? The holy princes had appeared, and they could not continue speaking. The three fairies did not say anything about what had happened in the past month. They quickly left. Recently, there were rumors that the Thunder God's inheritance had appeared in the bottomless ocean, so many people rushed there. The Anti-Scum Alliance in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect was still in an uproar, but Lin Feng quietly left the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Then, he took the teleportation array to the bottomless ocean. Lin Feng arrived at the Blazing Sun State, which was adjacent to the bottomless ocean. The reason why this prefecture was called the Scorching Sun Prefecture was because it was the first prefecture to see the sun rise. The Divine Land City was located in the easternmost part of the Blazing Sun State, less than 1,500 kilometers away from the ocean. It was one of the oldest cities in the Blazing Sun State. The Thunder God's inheritance is in the bottomless battlefield. It's very dangerous there. If you want to go to the bottomless battlefield, you can only take a giant ship to the Myriad Immortals Island and then go to the bottomless battlefield through the Myriad Immortals Island. Our founding trading company is powerful and has the most advanced and powerful fleet. Our fleet is definitely the best choice to go to the Myriad Immortals Island. The Divine Land Trading Company is the top trading company in the Divine Land City. Our fleet is guarded by heavenly gods. If you go to the Myriad Immortals Island with our fleet, you will be safe." When Lin Feng came out of the teleportation array, he saw that there were people from various trading companies everywhere. Now, many cultivators wanted to go to the bottomless battlefield. All the trading companies saw a business opportunity. Lin Feng first went to the bookstore to buy a few books about the bottomless ocean. The bottomless ocean was the sea world in the eastern part of the 9 states. The bottomless battlefield was located in the deepest part of the bottomless ocean. There were powerful restrictions there, and it was rumored that it was a battlefield of gods and demons. The forces in the bottomless ocean were complicated. There were 3 most powerful forces. The first was the Myriad Immortals Island. It was a human force. The second was Fusang Island. It was the home of the Qinwu people. The third was the Evil Dragon Palace. In addition to the 3 top forces, there were countless forces of all kinds. There were countless pirates in the bottomless ocean. Many pirates were wanted on the Immortal Dao's wanted list. After reading a few books, Lin Feng had a more direct understanding of the bottomless ocean. The bottomless ocean's periphery and central regions were mainly controlled by the Myriad Immortals Island. Meanwhile, Fusang Island and the Sinkhole Evil Dragon Palace controlled most of the central region and the deeper regions of the Sinkhole Sea region. Since the Thunder God's inheritance appeared in the deepest part of the Sinkhole Sea, in the Sinkhole battlefield was located in the depths of the Sinkhole Sea. As such, they had to pass through Fusang Island and the Sinkhole's Evil Dragon Palace's sphere of influence to reach that area. The Golden Crow of Fusang Island. The 9 great evil dragons of the Sinkhole Evil Dragon Palace. Each one was greedier than the other. Each one was more evil than the last. How could it be so easy to pass through their territory? There was no need to mention the dangers involved. As such, everyone headed to the Great Immortals Island. The Myriad Immortals Island was very powerful. It had always been a tripartite balance of power with the Fusang Island and the Sinkhole Evil Dragon Palace. Therefore, many cultivators would go to the Great Immortals Island and wait for the Great Immortals Island to find a solution. Of course, if the Great Immortals Island really thought of a way to safely pass through Fusang Island and the territory of the Evil Dragon Palace in the bottomless abyss. If one wanted to follow the Myriad Immortals Island through the territories of many great forces to reach the Returning Ruins battlefield, one would naturally have to pay a great price. Lin Feng rested in Divine Land City for 3 days. Then he boarded the fleet of the Divine Land Trading Company. The fleet of the Divine Land Trading Company was the local snake force and was still very powerful. A total of 42 giant ships headed to the Great Immortals Island together. Ordinary sea demons or pirates would not dare to invade. Lin Feng paid 1,000 origin crystals and booked a private room. Soon, the fleet sailed to the Great Immortals Island. There were brothels, casinos, and other places on the giant ship. If cultivators felt that sailing on the sea was too boring, they could go to these 2 places to have fun. There was even a male immortal pavilion on the giant ship. When Lin Feng passed by the male immortal pavilion, he found that some female cultivators had entered one after another. He was a little puzzled. What kind of place was the male immortal pavilion? Why were all the people who entered female cultivators? After asking, he found out that the male immortal pavilion was similar to a brothel. It was just that the brothel entertained male customers. The male immortal pavilion entertained female customers. The male cultivators in the male immortal pavilion were all extremely handsome. They were loved by many female cultivators. Lin Feng was rather speechless. He didn't expect there to be such a place. However, since there was such a place as a brothel, it seemed normal to have a male immortal pavilion. The male immortal pavilion doesn't only entertain female cultivators. It also entertains some male cultivators. Someone laughed and said. This laughter was really evil. Lin Feng couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. Although he didn't discriminate against those male cultivators who were gay, as a normal man, when he thought about the meaning of being gay, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He went to the casino and walked around. There were many people gathered here. At each gambling table, there was a sexy female cultivator in revealing clothes presiding over the gambling. There were all kinds of games in the casino, such as pai gow, dice, blackjack, roulette, and so on. Lin Feng wasn't interested in gambling. He just came to take a look out of curiosity. There was no lack of people who became rich overnight, but there were also people who lost everything. Lin Feng saw a young cultivator lose millions of origin crystals at a gambling table in one go. The young cultivator's eyes were red from losing. Wait, I have a treasure here. I'll go and exchange it for origin crystals now. I'll come back to gamble later. I'll definitely get my money back. The young cultivator shouted in a hoarse voice, then quickly left. There was also a place to exchange chips in the casino. If you lost all your origin crystals, you could exchange them with magic treasures or other treasures. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. That young cultivator was clearly mentally unstable. No matter how much he exchanged, most likely, they would all lose. The casino was filled with smoke. He didn't stay for long and walked outside. Just as he arrived outside the casino, a cultivator quickly ran out of the casino. It was the young cultivator who lost millions of origin crystals in one go. When the cultivator passed by Lin Feng, he quickly stuffed a storage ring into Lin Feng's hand. Then, he quickly ran into the distance. He seemed to want to rush out of the ancient ship. A group of more than 10 cultivators chased out of the casino. What happened? Lin Feng was puzzled. The cultivators chased out of the ancient ship and fought with the young cultivator who escaped in the sea. Poof, the young cultivator's head was chopped off. Did you find it? The leading cultivator coldly asked. Found it. A cultivator found a storage ring on the dead young cultivator's body. Then, he threw the young cultivator's body into the sea. A sea demon emerged from the water and swallowed the young cultivator's corpse in one gulp. Lin Feng returned to his private room and sat cross-legged. He frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. A group of cultivators went to kill that young cultivator, obviously for the storage ring that the young cultivator had just given him. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the young cultivator who had lost so much that he said he wanted to exchange a treasure for origin crystals. Then, he was hunted down. Could it be that he was targeted by that group of people at this time? Was he stopped by those people before he went to exchange his treasure for origin crystals? Then, those people wanted to kill him and snatch his treasure? That was one possibility. But there was a second possibility, and that was that this young cultivator had more than one treasure. When he took out the first treasure to exchange for origin crystals, the second treasure was also exposed. And this second treasure was a precious treasure that was enough to cause a fatal disaster. If the second guess was true, then the group of people who surrounded and killed the young cultivator just now had two possible identities. The first identity. That group of people were also gamblers who used treasures to exchange for origin crystals. When they saw that the young cultivator had other treasures, they wanted to kill him. The second identity. They were from the casino. The people in the casino were all from the China Trading Company. They were the owners of this huge fleet. The people in the casino saw the second treasure. Perhaps the young cultivator was unwilling to exchange for it. Or maybe it was because that treasure was too important and could not be leaked. Therefore, the young cultivator was ruthlessly killed. There were possibilities in every situation. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. If it was the second situation, it would be disadvantageous for him. He looked at every corner of the private room. Because now Lin Feng was worried that there might be a surveillance spiritual array in the private room. This kind of surveillance spiritual array could imprint everything that happened in the private room and then display it on a crystal screen densely covered with arrays. So, he had to be on guard. There really is a surveillance spiritual array. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The surveillance spiritual array was in a corner and was very hidden. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to find it. Such a large trading company generally wouldn't do such a thing, so Lin Feng didn't check it at first. However, if the second inference was true, then the actions of this trading company were actually very despicable. Since he could do such a despicable thing, what was so strange about him secretly setting up a supervisor array in the private room? Seeing this surveillance spiritual array, Lin Feng gradually believed in the second conjecture. Those who besieged the young cultivator were cultivators from the Divine Land Trading Company. At this moment, he was startled. This was because Lin Feng was worried that there might be a supervisor formation set up outside the casino. If that place was also set up with a surveillance spirit formation, then wouldn't the scene of the young cultivator stuffing the storage ring to him also be imprinted? If that was the case, then they had to leave quickly. Otherwise, if they continued to stay on the ship, only death would await them. He got up and left the private room. He went to the area outside the casino and checked it. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because there were so many people coming and going here that the people from the Divine Land Trading Company were afraid. Therefore, he did not set up a surveillance spiritual array. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. None of these businesses are anything good. The 9 States Alliance is like that, and so are the Divine Land's businesses. Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. These big forces. They prioritized profits. For the sake of profits, they would do anything. Therefore, Lin Feng did not find it strange that the people from the Divine Land Trading Company had killed the young cultivator out of greed. He returned to his room and set up a psychedelic array to conceal the surveillance array set up in the private room by the Divine Land Trading Company. Then, he took out the storage ring that the young cultivator had stuffed into his hand. There was nothing special about this storage ring. It was just an ordinary storage ring. When his spiritual force entered it, he found that the storage ring was not big. It was only about a dozen cubic meters in size and could not hold many things. There were some miscellaneous things in the storage ring that were basically worthless. Lin Feng's gaze was attracted by a golden brocade box. He took the golden brocade box out of the storage ring. There was a restriction on the brocade box that sealed it. This restriction had been set up not long ago. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He opened the brocade box. Croak. Croak, croak. Croak. It sounded like a frog or a toad. Swish, a white light flashed in front of him, and something jumped out. The white light wanted to rush out of the private room. Lin Feng hurriedly struck out with his dermic powers, wrapping around the white light that flew out. At this moment, he finally saw what it was. It was actually a white jade toad. The white jade toad stared at Lin Feng with its round eyes. It wanted to break free from the restraints of Lin Feng's dermic powers, but after a few attempts, it failed. It's really a creation of heaven and earth. Quickly use your blood to refine it. Let the white jade toad recognize you as its master. The Black Bear Devil King could not help but say excitedly. Lin Feng did not immediately use his blood to refine the white jade toad, because he really did not know what this white jade toad was. He asked, "What's so special about this white jade toad?" Stones can absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. They can transform into the stone race, and you should be very clear about the talent of the stone race. It can be said to be abnormally terrifying. The Black Bear Devil King said. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed. The stone race was simply too powerful. The great sage, heaven's equal, the sacred battle ape, the illustrious stone race. The stone apes, big and small, were existences that had once defied heaven and earth. The Black Bear Devil King continued, as for jades, they can also undergo transformations. You should have heard of a saying before, jades are spiritual. It means that many jades are spiritual. Lin Feng nodded. There was indeed a saying that jades were spiritual. When he was young, he had seen some of the elders in his family wearing blood-red jades all year round. According to the elders, jades needed to be nourished by the body. Some of the best jades could even absorb some of the tainted blood in their owners' bodies. Those jades that had turned blood red were the result of absorbing the tainted blood in their owners' bodies. The Black Bear Devil King continued, jades are actually made of stone. If stones are compared to humans, then ordinary stones are equivalent to ordinary people without cultivation. Some stones that have absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the energy of heaven and earth, are cultivators. As for jades, they are cultivators with special bloodlines. This explanation was easy to understand, and Lin Feng easily understood what the Black Bear Devil King was trying to say. The Black Bear Devil King continued, the white jade toad is formed from the psychic white jade. It also belongs to the stone race, but its talent is much stronger than ordinary stone race members. Lin Feng did not expect the white jade toad to have such an extraordinary origin. He was extremely shocked. Did this mean that the white jade toad's future growth would far exceed that of the ordinary stone race? But Lin Feng didn't understand what was going on. For example, since the white jade toad's talent was so shocking, why didn't this white jade toad have any cultivation? He then asked, why is this white jade toad so weak? The Black Bear Sage said, the white jade toad is rather special. It will go through 9 evolutions. Every time it evolves, its strength will increase greatly. However, this white jade toad has clearly not undergone its first evolution. So that's how it is. Lin Feng nodded and asked, what abilities does the white jade toad have? The Black Bear Sage said, back when I was following Lord Chonglu Demon Emperor, I once saw another Demon Emperor raise a white jade toad. That white jade toad had just completed its first evolution. That white jade toad can neutralize all kinds of poisons. Lin Feng frowned. Neutralize poisons? Isn't this ability of little value? No. This ability is actually very terrifying. You have yet to come into contact with truly terrifying poisons. You must know that some poisons can even kill great emperors. I remember seeing a poison called the 7 Steps Life Potion. It is said that once a great emperor came into contact with this poison, he would immediately die after taking 7 steps. In the future, you might come into contact with some of the most powerful poisons. These poisons are often colorless and odorless, and they kill without leaving a trace. They are extremely terrifying, and once poisoned, death is almost certain. However, with the white jade toad, it is different. The white jade toad can absorb these poisons, and after absorbing them, it can continue to evolve. Other than being able to absorb these poisons, the white jade toad can also detect all kinds of poisons in advance. If someone were to plot against you, it would be very difficult for you to detect some of the most powerful poisons. However, the white jade toad can detect them. The Black Bear Sage said. Lin Feng was very surprised. He had not expected the white jade toad's first evolution to be so powerful. This made him very happy. He continued to ask, it should be very difficult for this white jade toad to evolve, right? The Black Bear Sage nodded and said, it is indeed very difficult, but this little thing can cultivate on its own and its cultivation will continue to rise. However, it can be fed with all sorts of heavenly treasures. This way, its growth will be even faster. The first 3 evolutions should be relatively easier, but the further it evolves, the more difficult it will be. Besides providing various heavenly materials and earthly treasures to the white jade toad, it can also provide various kinds of deadly poisons. After absorbing these deadly poisons, the white jade toad will evolve faster. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are not as effective as deadly poisons on the white jade toad. However, some of the top deadly poisons are hard to buy on the market. Those deadly poisons are usually controlled by the top forces and won't be leaked out easily. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "You can go to those trading companies and auction houses. Maybe you can buy it at a high price." He forced out a drop of blood and dripped it into the white jade toad's mouth. The white jade toad directly swallowed Lin Feng's blood. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a very close connection between him and the white jade toad. Gua gua gua. The white jade toad immediately jumped up and landed on Lin Feng's palm, transmitting an extremely close emotion fluctuation to Lin Feng. The Black Bear Devil King said, "The white jade toad will become stronger the further it evolves. As for what kind of powerful abilities it will awaken in the future, I am not sure either." Lin Feng nodded and sent the white jade toad into his mountain river ring. In these few years, Lin Feng had killed many strong enemies, including many evil demon experts. After obtaining those people's storage rings, Yi Zichen was shocked. He also discovered a lot of deadly poisons. Now, Lin Feng took out all of these deadly poisons and fed them to the white jade toad. He placed the deadly poison in a porcelain trough that was over 20 cubic meters in size. For the white jade toad, the deadly poison was its food. Therefore, after smelling the scent of the deadly poison, the white jade toad was extremely excited. It directly jumped into the porcelain trough that contained all kinds of deadly poisons and began to absorb them. So much deadly poison was actually being devoured by the white jade toad at a visible speed. This made Lin Feng extremely astonished. The white jade toad's speed of devouring deadly poison was simply too fast. Lin Feng retracted his divine perception. In the next few days, he did not come out of seclusion. About 7 or 8 days later, Lin Feng discovered that there were people conducting a sudden inspection of every private room. These people were from the Divine Land Trading Company. Their actions caused many people to be dissatisfied. However, the Divine Land Trading Company said that someone had ambushed and killed a higher-up of the Divine Land Trading Company. While the cultivators of the Divine Land Trading Company were chasing after that assassin suddenly and mysteriously disappeared. The Divine Land Trading Company suspected that the assassin had an accomplice. It was the assassin's accomplice who had hidden the assassin. The passengers were helpless when the Divine Land Trading Company wanted to investigate the assassin. They could only open the private room for the Divine Land Trading Company's people to inspect. The Black Bear Devil King said, "These people are obviously looking for the person who obtained that young cultivator's ring." Lin Feng nodded. These people were actually looking for him. When he thought about how there were no surveillance spirit arrays around the casino, Lin Feng felt slightly relieved. Not long after, someone knocked on Lin Feng's door. He opened the door and saw more than 10 cultivators of the Divine Land Trading Company standing outside. The cultivation level of the cultivator in the lead was extremely tyrannical. Lin Feng felt that this person's cultivation level was probably already half a step into the heavenly god realm. "Where did you go 8 days ago? Who did you meet? What did you talk about?" The cultivator narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. "I went to the casino and stayed for a while before coming out. Then, I returned to my residence. After that, I didn't go out." Lin Feng said. "You still haven't said who you were in contact with and what you talked about." The person said coldly. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I didn't meet anyone, nor did I talk about anything." The cultivator sneered and said, "You'd better tell the truth. Otherwise, don't blame the Divine Land Trading Company for being impolite to you." "Impolite to me? What a joke. I'd like to see how you're going to be impolite to me. Is this how the Divine Land Trading Company operates?" Lin Feng sneered. "Brat. Who do you think you are to dare question the Divine Land Trading Company?" The cultivator looked at Lin Feng indifferently, a trace of killing intent in his eyes. "Hong Jing. Calm down. This little brother is young and impetuous. You don't have to be calculative with him." A woman walked over and said aloud. This woman looked to be about 30 years old. She was tall and voluptuous, and her face was exquisite and beautiful. Her pair of alluring red phoenix eyes were like two pools of spring water, and her eyes were like silk. She had a mature and charming temperament. She could definitely be called a rare beauty. Humph. The cultivator named Hongjing couldn't help but groan coldly. He glanced at Lin Feng coldly and left. The rest of the people followed him to the next private room. Little brother, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. Hongjing is a hot-tempered person, but he doesn't have a bad heart. He was rude today because he was too eager to catch that assassin. The woman said aloud. Her voice was gentle and seductive. Lin Feng smiled and cupped his fists. I'm a magnanimous person and won't stoop to his level. Hongjing, who had already walked more than 10 meters away, heard Lin Feng's words and a corner of his mouth twitched violently. Even the beautiful woman was slightly taken aback. She had thought that this matter would be left unsettled in the end. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would say such words? The beautiful woman quickly came back to her senses and couldn't help but smile bitterly. She exchanged a few words with Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng returned to the box and couldn't help but frown. If the people of the Divine Land Trading Company continued to investigate, it was inevitable that they would find some clues. Therefore, Lin Feng left the box and went outside to check. If he encountered any special situation, Lin Feng planned to escape immediately. However, when Lin Feng came to the deck, he found that the restriction of the giant ship had been activated. Unless he broke the formation by force, he couldn't get out at all. The restriction of the giant ship was very powerful and it would take a certain amount of time to break the formation. Breaking the formation by force would definitely alarm the Divine Land Trading Company's Divine Land experts. Such a huge fleet, so many experts, and a heavenly god expert overseeing it. Once trapped, it would definitely be a situation of 9 deaths. No matter how strong a person was, there was no way he could fight against a huge fleet. Moreover, there were many powerful cultivators on the fleet. As the saying went, ants could bite an elephant to death. Moreover, there were so many cultivators gathered together. The combat power that could erupt was naturally unimaginable. Lin Feng decided to wait and see for the time being. Because there was no evidence that the people of the Divine Land Trading Company were targeting him. Therefore, there was no need to panic. In the few days after he returned to the private room, he did not go out. The people of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company were still investigating the possible suspects. Main control room. There was a huge crystal screen in the control room. Many different scenes were being played on these crystal screens. A tall middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa and sipping tea. Hongjing stayed by the man's side. The middle-aged man's name was Xianxia. He was a heavenly god realm powerhouse from the Divine Prefecture Trading Company. He was also Hongjing's uncle. His cultivation base. Unfathomable. How's the investigation going? Xianxia asked. No results. Hongjing shook his head. The person who entered the casino that day must have obtained that treasure. Xianxia said in a deep voice. This was because the origin crystals were exchanged in the innermost exchange room of the casino. And if that cultivator wanted to escape, he would definitely pass by the casino. That was why Xianxia made such a judgment. What a pity. We didn't set up any surveillance spirit arrays in or around the casino, so we couldn't find out what happened. Hongjing said with a gloomy expression. Xianxia said, the casino and the brothel are all on the 32nd floor. I've already ordered people to look back at the scenes recorded by the restriction spirit arrays on the 32nd floor. When we find these people, we'll investigate them one by one. Well, although it will waste a lot of time, it's not a bad idea. Hongjing nodded. What's going on? Didn't they just investigate a few days ago? Why are they investigating again? Lin Feng heard the quarrel outside. He opened the door of the private room and looked out. He found that the people of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company were investigating the fake assassin again. He could not help but frown slightly. He returned to the room and sat down to ponder. He felt that things were going in a bad direction. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company should have noticed some clues. Not long after, the people of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company knocked on Lin Feng's door again and asked the same questions as last time. However, Lin Feng still found the main point of these people's questions. They wanted to know who he was with and what people could prove it. Obviously, this question could not fool the people of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company, so Lin Feng gave the same answer as last time. After asking the questions, the people of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company left. There are more than 70 people in total who went to the 32nd floor alone. Hong Jing said. Let Qingyoli test these people. Hong Tianqi said. Uncle, how can we do that? Hong Zheng's expression changed slightly. Hong Jing had just hooked up with Qingyoli, a top-grade beauty. And he had not enjoyed her yet. Naturally, he did not want Qingyoli to do this. Hong Tianqi said in a low voice, Qingyoli is good at charm techniques, so she's the most suitable for this. Moreover, she just used charm techniques to charm those people and investigate the situation at that time. Nothing really happened between them, so you don't have to worry so much. Hong Jing nodded with a gloomy expression. You will personally arrange this matter? Hong Tianqi said. Yes. Hong Jing responded and walked outside. Check the images imprinted by the surveillance spiritual array in these 72 people's rooms. Hong Tianqi ordered. Yes, sir. The cultivator sitting in front of the crystal screen answered and began to bring up the surveillance images in each room. He checked them one by one. He wanted to see if he could find any clues. Lin Feng looked at the concealed surveillance spiritual array in the room and could not help but frown slightly. It seems that there are still some flaws here, but they can't be sure that it's me based on this flaw alone. Lin Feng thought to himself. He was quite disdainful of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company. One should know that cultivators preferred freedom. And many cultivators had their own secrets. Naturally, he hated things like surveillance spiritual arrays. Therefore, the fleets of the major trading companies were not allowed to set up surveillance spiritual arrays. Even in some public areas. They were also not allowed to set up surveillance spiritual arrays. But the Divine Prefecture Trading Company secretly set up surveillance spiritual arrays. However, the surveillance spiritual arrays set up by the Divine Prefecture Trading Company were very special, and Lin Feng had a hard time discovering them. As for the other cultivators, it was even harder to discover them. Perhaps this was why the Divine Prefecture Trading Company dared to set up surveillance spiritual arrays. Lin Feng directly destroyed the surveillance spiritual array in the room. He hoped that the people of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company would think that he destroyed the surveillance spiritual array in the room. That was why they did not imprint the images in the room. Of course. Lin Feng did not know whether the people of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company would think so. This was just his hope. Now Lin Feng had begun to plan how to leave this ancient ship. The next day, there was a knock on the door. Lin Feng opened the door and saw the extremely beautiful woman he had seen a few days before. She was standing outside. Lin Feng had a faint smile on his face as he said, "Is there something you need from me, fairy?" Fairy? The woman was stunned for a moment before she giggled. You sure know how to talk, little brother. I have some things that I would like to ask little brother about. Would it be possible for us to enter the room and talk about it? He had no idea what this woman was up to, but since she wanted to talk about it, he would agree. Lin Feng naturally didn't mind talking to her and seeing what she was up to. Said Lin Feng smiling. It's an honor for you to come here and ask me about something. Please come in and have a chat. Lin Feng opened the door and invited the woman into the room. He then closed the door behind him. In the main control room. Through the surveillance formation in the corridor, the scene of Lin Feng talking to the woman appeared on a crystal screen. Hong Zheng's eyes flashed coldly when he saw Lin Feng. He naturally remembered Lin Feng. Moreover, he had once wanted to kill Lin Feng. Have you replayed the recording in that kid's room? Hong Jing asked in a deep voice. The guard captain in charge of replaying the recording said, reporting to young master, because we have to rewatch the recordings in the 72 rooms, the task is quite heavy, so we haven't had the time to rewatch the recording in that kid's room. There's no need for now. Switch the crystal screen to his room. Hong Jing said. There were a total of 36 crystal screens, and they could be switched at will through the formation. Shua, with a flash of light, all 36 crystal screens were switched to Lin Feng's room. However, the crystal screens turned white, and nothing could be seen. Uncle, what do you think is going on? Could it be that the brat discovered the surveillance formation? Looking at the white crystal screen, Hong Zhang's expression changed abruptly. Hong Tianqi frowned slightly and asked, "You've interacted with that kid before. What's his cultivation level?" "That kid deliberately hit his cultivation level, so it's very difficult for me to determine it. However, I can vaguely sense that his cultivation level isn't very high. It seems to be the Godfire realm," Hong Jing said. "Since you can't sense his cultivation level, why do you think so?" Hong Tianqi frowned slightly. Hong Jing said, "Uncle, my cultivation technique is the divine heaven burning art. Thus, my ability to sense fire is something that others cannot compare with. Although that brat hit his boundary, I could faintly feel the existence of a divine flame within his body. This means that he is at least a divine flame realm cultivator, and his divine flame doesn't contain the aura of true divinity laws. This means that he didn't break through into the true deity realm, so I determined that his cultivation is at the divine flame realm." The transformation of a divine flame realm cultivator also began from their own divine flame. He had comprehended the concept of true divinity and integrated it into his own laws. He used the divine fire to envelop the laws and temper his own divine fire laws. Under the refinement of the divine fire, the divine fire laws in his body would transform into true God laws. This was the symbol of breaking through from the divine flame realm to the true God realm. Due to the transformation of a true God's law, it was formed by the refinement of a cultivator's God flame. Therefore, a cultivator's divine fire would be imprinted with the aura of a true God's law. Of course, ordinary people would not be able to sense this, because of the uniqueness of Hong Zhang's cultivation technique. Only then did he sense Lin Feng's divine fire. At the same time, he also sensed that Lin Feng's divine fire did not contain the aura of a true God's law. This meant that Lin Feng was not a true divinity realm cultivator. He's not even a true divinity realm cultivator. It seems that my worries were unnecessary, Hong Tianqi said. Hong Zhang's heart skipped a beat. "Uncle, you were originally worried that the brat discovered the surveillance spiritual formation and then destroyed it?" Hong Tianqi nodded and said, "Now it seems that there might be some problems with the surveillance spiritual formation itself." "Then what do we do now?" Hong Jing asked. "That brat's boundary isn't high. Isn't it easy for Qingyoli to deal with him? The result will be out soon. We just have to wait for a while," Hong Tianqi said. Hong Jing nodded. In the private room, Lin Feng and the beautiful woman sat on the sofa. Then, Lin Feng brewed a cup of spirit tea for the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman took a sip elegantly. Then, he said with a smile, "This spiritual tea tastes pretty good. Little brother, you really know how to enjoy it." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Originally, I didn't like drinking tea, but sometimes, when I think about things, I drink some spirit tea to clear my mind." The woman smiled. "This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. How should I address you, little brother?" "Lin Feng. A disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect," Lin Feng said with a faint smile. There was no need for him to hide his identity. The Reincarnation Immortal sect was one of the most powerful forces in the 9 states. The Divine Land Trading Company was nothing compared to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The beautiful woman was shocked when she heard that Lin Feng was a disciple of the Reincarnation Celestial sect. He didn't expect Lin Feng to have such a huge force behind him. Although the Reincarnation Immortal sect's sphere of influence was in the northern barbarian state, however, such a colossus had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. In fact, they had an intricate network of relationships and enormous connections in the entire 9 prefectures. This was something that the beautiful woman was extremely clear about. "I'm a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. I apologize for my rudeness." The beautiful woman stood up and bowed slightly. "Fairy, you're too courteous. I haven't asked how I should address you." Lin Feng asked the beautiful woman. "Qingyoli." The beautiful woman smiled charmingly and walked towards Lin Feng. Then, she sat down beside Lin Feng. Her slender jade-like hand gently brushed the black hair that fell down her face. Her action was extremely seductive. The beautiful woman sat beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng could even smell her alluring fragrance. Lin Gongzi, am I beautiful? The beautiful woman's voice was very soft and seductive. Of course you're as beautiful as a fairy. Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Gongzi, you really know how to talk. The beautiful woman said with a charming smile. Her every move was filled with a soul-stirring charm. Her eyes were watery as she looked at Lin Feng. She bit her red lips and said, Young master, if you think I'm beautiful, are you willing to do something for me? Lin Feng looked into the beautiful woman's eyes. His gaze gradually became blurry. When she saw this, the beautiful woman's lips curled into a smug smile. Her charm arts could be used silently. Perhaps a slight movement or a glance could be used to cast her charm arts. Moreover, her opponent would be charmed without even knowing what was going on. The charm technique used by the beautiful woman had almost never failed. She was even more confident when facing Lin Feng. This was because a young cultivator like Lin Feng would have less self-control when facing a beautiful woman. His vigilance would also be inferior to those experienced cultivators. Therefore, it was easy for her to use her charm arts to charm a young cultivator like Lin Feng. I have something to ask you. Lin Gongzi, you must answer honestly. The beautiful woman said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded mechanically. It was as if he had really fallen for the beautiful woman's charm arts and was completely under her control. The beautiful woman was very satisfied with Lin Feng's performance. This was within her expectations. She asked, You came to the Returning Ruins region. Are you here to enter the Returning Ruins battlefield? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Why can't I sense your cultivation base? What's your strength? The beautiful woman asked. I'm at the Divine Fire Realm. My cultivation technique is special. It allows me to conceal my cultivation base. Lin Feng said. When the beautiful woman heard that Lin Feng was only a Divine Fire Realm cultivator, a look of disdain appeared on her face. He had never joined the 10 great celestial sects. However, he had heard of them. Divine Fire Realm cultivators were considered ordinary disciples in the 10 great celestial sects. A few days ago, did you obtain anything special? The woman decided to get straight to the point and ask Lin Feng what he wanted to know. She didn't ask about the white jade toad directly because she didn't know what to look for. The white jade toad was very important. The news had been sealed. I did, Lin Feng said. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up. She asked, What did you get? Hurry up and give it to me. Lin Feng took out a book. Then, he handed it to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman opened the book and read its contents. Her face flushed red. She gritted her teeth and said, I don't want such a filthy book. Is there anything else? Nothing else. Lin Feng said. You really don't have anything else? The beautiful woman frowned. She felt that something was wrong with Lin Feng, but she couldn't tell what it was. Lin Feng said. I really don't have anything else. Take out the most precious treasures in your storage ring and let me have a look. The beautiful woman smiled charmingly. A disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. He had an extraordinary background. He must have a lot of treasures on him. She could steal his treasures. He might not even realize it. By the time he did, it would be too late. Even if he did, it wouldn't be a big deal. Did he have any witnesses or evidence? I don't have any treasures. They're all worthless, Lin Feng said. Worthless things? How could this be? As a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, how could you not have any treasures? I can see for myself whether you are lying or not. The beautiful woman said and was about to take off Lin Feng's storage ring. Who would have thought that Lin Feng, who was originally bewitched by the charm technique, would take the initiative to stand up and directly push the beautiful woman down? You, the beautiful woman immediately panicked. Obviously, she didn't expect this to happen. Wasn't this guy bewitched by her charm technique? Why did this guy suddenly wake up? The beautiful woman was also a smart person. After a brief moment of panic, she quickly regained her senses. She shrieked, Were you toying with me? Lin Feng said faintly, now you realize that I'm playing with you. You're too stupid. It's you. That person is you, right? The treasure has been taken by you. The beautiful woman shouted. What treasure? I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't admit it. The beautiful woman began to struggle. She had the cultivation of the true God realm, so she thought that it would not be easy to deal with Lin Feng. However, she quickly realized that she didn't even have the strength to struggle in front of Lin Feng. This man in front of her. He had already sealed her magic power without making a sound. At that moment, the woman realized that she had underestimated Lin Feng. The beautiful woman said coldly, this is the Divine Land Trading Company's spaceship. You'd better let me go quickly. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Consequences? What consequences can there be? Do you think that those people can see what's happening in the room? Let me tell you, I've already destroyed the surveillance spiritual array. They can't see what's happening in the room. Lin Feng sneered. The beautiful woman's expression changed abruptly. She said in disbelief, you actually discovered the surveillance spiritual array? Yes. Is it strange? I wonder if the news of the Divine Land Trading Company secretly setting up surveillance spiritual arrays on the spaceship and even in the private room spread. Will it cause public anger? When that happens, the Divine Land Trading Company will probably collapse, right? Lin Feng said with a sneer. Doing this won't do you any good, said the beautiful woman. Perhaps, we can choose another way to solve this problem. Oh? Another solution? Lin Feng looked at the beautiful woman with a faint smile and asked, what's your status in the Divine Land Trading Company? The Grand Elder of the Divine Land Trading Company is my master, said the beautiful woman. No wonder you're protecting the Divine Land Trading Company. How about we make a deal? Lin Feng's right hand gently caressed the beautiful woman's delicate face. What deal? Asked the beautiful woman. I think you must have a way to quickly activate the restrictions on the ancient ship, right? I want to leave the ancient ship, and you help me activate it. This is the deal between us, said Lin Feng. The beautiful woman sneered. You're in such a hurry to leave the ancient ship? You still dare to say that the treasure isn't with you? Lin Feng said, we're not talking about the treasure, but whether or not you'll activate the ancient ship's restrictions. Why should I agree to that? The beautiful woman said coldly, Hong Jing and the others know that I've entered your room. If they see that I'm not leaving, they'll come in very soon. At that time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Lin Feng said with a smile, I forgot to tell you that I'm an extremely powerful spiritual array master. I don't think it'll be a problem for me to temporarily seal the room. Hong Jing and the others won't be able to enter. Will they think that you've taken a fancy to me and want to sleep with me in the room? You're shameless. The beautiful woman bit her red lips and shouted. A man and a woman alone in a room can do a lot of things. My patience is limited. If you agree, you'll have to swear an oath. If you don't, since I can't escape, I don't mind having some fun before I die. Lin Feng said with a smile as he slowly moved his head closer to the beautiful woman. The two of them were only a few centimeters apart. The beautiful woman's face turned red. She wanted to push Lin Feng away, but she felt powerless. In the main control room. Yoli has been in there for an hour. Why hasn't she come out yet? Could something have happened to her? Hong Zhang's expression was gloomy. You're going to do great things in the future. How can you be so impatient? Hong Tianqi said in a low voice. He then continued, moreover, she's just a woman. As long as we can get the answer we want, a woman is nothing. We can get as many as we want. Hong Jing nodded with a gloomy expression and waited for another hour. Qing Yoli still hadn't come out of Lin Feng's room. It was easy to guess what had happened between a man and a woman after such a long time. Hong Jing quickly walked towards Lin Feng's room. Bitch! Bitch! I want to touch your hand, but you won't even let me. How many times have you met that brat? You're actually hooking up with him now. Hong Zhang's heart burned with jealousy. His face was filled with killing intent. The dozen guards behind Hong Jing didn't dare to say anything. They didn't dare to provoke Hong Jing at this time. Bang! Bang! Bang, violent knocks could be heard from outside. Hongjing knocked on the door of Lin Feng's room with all his might, but there was no response. "Brat! Get out here!" Hongjing roared angrily. However, no matter how much he shouted, there was still no response from inside. "Smash the door!" Hongjing said exasperatedly. Immediately, a few guards walked up and began to smash the door. However, no matter how hard they smashed it, it wouldn't open. "Sir, it's sealed inside. We can't break it open," the guards said. "Qingyoli! You bitch, get out here!" Hongjing had completely lost his calm and began to curse loudly. Many people were alarmed and came out to watch. "What's going on?" someone asked. "I saw that woman, Qingyoli, enter that room. More than 2 hours have passed, and she hasn't come out yet. Hee, can you imagine what happened inside?" Immediately, someone said gloatingly. "I see. No wonder Hongjing is so angry. I heard that Hongjing has been chasing after Qingyoli, and he hasn't even touched her yet. It would be strange if he didn't go crazy," another cultivator said. The others were also happy to watch the show. In the room, Lin Feng was sitting on the sofa, sipping on his spirit tea. The beautiful woman was sitting on the other side. She said angrily, "Since we've already reached an agreement, why don't you let me out quickly?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Create chaos. That way, it'll be easier for you to succeed." He pointed outside. "Listen, isn't it a complete mess outside? Qingyoli, you bitch. You act so noble in front of me, but it turns out that you're also a whore. Hurry up and get out here. I'm going to kill you too." Hongjing cursed loudly in exasperation. Hearing Hongjing's curses, the beautiful woman was so angry that her face turned ashen. Lin Feng said calmly, "You're working for him, risking your life for him. Even if something really happened, he should be the one feeling guilty. He shouldn't be cursing and insulting you so recklessly. I've helped you see through this person's character. This kind of person should be avoided as soon as possible. In the end, the one who will be hurt is still yourself." The woman coldly said, "Then should I thank you?" Lin Feng said with a smile, "If you really want to thank me, why don't you follow me and become my woman? I will take good care of you." Humph, the beautiful woman could not help but snort. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Are you implying that you want to be my woman?" The beautiful woman said, "Tacit agreement my ass. I am disdainful. Even if all the men were dead, I wouldn't be with you." After saying that, he got up and walked outside. The beautiful woman said, "Open the seal." Lin Feng removed the restriction on the room. The beautiful woman then opened the door. "Hongjing, don't you find it embarrassing to be shouting outside?" "Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I find it embarrassing." The beautiful woman glared at Hongjing coldly. "You slut, how dare you say that I'm embarrassing? You've been in the room with that brat for more than 2 hours. What were you doing?" Hongjing roared furiously. "We were discussing something." "What do you think we were doing?" the beautiful woman said angrily. "Discussing something for more than 2 hours? Who are you trying to fool?" Hongjing said coldly. He obviously did not believe Qingyoli's words. The innocent knows the innocent. I don't need to explain anything to you. Besides, there's nothing between the two of us. There's also no need to explain anything to you," the beautiful woman said coldly. "Slut. You found yourself a pretty boy, and you're in such a hurry to cut off all ties with me?" Hongjing cursed loudly. Lin Feng walked out and said indifferently, "I don't care what you say about me, but don't humiliate a minor accomplishment cultivator in front of so many people. Is this the magnanimity a man should have? Minor accomplishment cultivator?" Hearing how Lin Feng addressed Qingyoli, many onlookers looked at each other in dismay. He addressed her so intimately. There was nothing between them. Qingyoli could not help but roll her eyes at Lin Feng. However, in the eyes of others, the two of them were clearly flirting with each other. Seeing how Lin Feng and Qingyoli were flirting in front of him, he was furious. He was about to explode from anger. How could he tolerate it? He could not help but roar, "Little bastard. I'm going to kill you." Hongjing raised his right hand and was about to slap Lin Feng. The beautiful woman said coldly, Hongjing, don't go too far. This is the ship of the Shenzhou Trading Company, not your private place. If you continue to cause trouble here, I don't mind reporting your actions to the higher-ups. At that time even your uncle won't be able to protect you. Slut, are you threatening me? Your master is only the Grand Elder of the Shenzhou Trading Company, not the president. What right do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? Hongjing immediately cursed. Shut up. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Then, a man condensed into light and shadow appeared. This man was Hong Tianqi. Lord. After seeing Hong Tianqi, everyone saluted him. Are you arguing here? What a scandal. Come and see me quickly. Hong Tianqi said in a deep voice. Then, he disappeared. Little bastard, just you wait. I won't let you go. I'll crush you like a bug. Hongjing looked at Lin Feng with resentment. Then, he left. The beautiful woman did not stay and left quickly. The people around him were still discussing animatedly. Such a farce. Naturally, it would become the focus of discussion. Brother, you're awesome. I've long disliked that grandson Hongjing. You've slept with a woman that Hongjing hasn't even touched. I'm impressed. However, Hongjing is a narrow-minded person. You have to be careful. A burly cultivator reminded him. Haha, thanks for the reminder. Hongjing is just a clown. He can't cause any trouble. Lin Feng said with a smile. Then, he returned to his private room. This guy is really not afraid of making a big deal out of it. He slept with Hongjing's woman and said that Hongjing is a clown. This is interesting. It seems that Hongjing and Qingyoli have completely fallen out. I wonder how this will end. Hongjing won't let this go. This ancient ship belongs to the Shenzhou Trading Company. When the time comes, that guy will not have a good ending. That's hard to say. If Qingyoli protects him, nothing will happen. Let's wait and see. Many people were discussing. This matter quickly spread throughout the ancient ship. For a moment, tens of thousands of people on the ancient ship were discussing this matter in private. Many people admired Lin Feng, who they had never met before. This guy is really awesome. He slept with Hongjing's woman openly. There would be a good show to watch. Lin Feng did not know what Hong Tianqi had said to Hongjing and Qingyoli, but Lin Feng was very clear about one thing: he and Hongjing would not rest until one of them was dead. Hongjing would not let him go. Lin Feng also hated Hongjing very much. When Hongjing first asked Lin Feng questions, his arrogant attitude had caused Lin Feng to feel disgusted. Now, Lin Feng had to wait. He did not stay in the room, but went to the top floor. There were all kinds of restaurants on the top floor. Many cultivators would come here to enjoy the delicious food. This place was a mix of good and bad people. Moreover, the door was the ancient ship's restriction formation. If Qingyoli could break the restriction formation, Lin Feng could rush out of the restriction formation as soon as possible. At night, Lin Feng stood on the deck and looked into the distance. From time to time, he could see some powerful sea demons following behind the fleet. They looked at him with cold eyes, full of awe and ferocity. A group of more than 20 people rushed over and surrounded Lin Feng. The person in the lead was Hongjing. That guy is the one who slept with Qingyoli. It seems that Hongjing is going to make a move. No matter what, that guy is a guest of the Divine Land Trading Company. Hongjing dared to make a move on a guest. After this matter, if the Divine Land Trading Company does not punish Hongjing severely, I'm afraid that its reputation will be completely ruined. Yes. Hongjing must be severely punished. Otherwise, who would dare to board the ship of the Divine Land Trading Company in the future? Who would dare to do business with the Divine Land Trading Company? Many people saw the movement here and stood in the distance, pointing at them. Lin Feng looked at Hongjing indifferently and said, "What? Do you want to make a move on me? Boy. You were the one who got the storage ring that day, right? We've already investigated the rest of the people, and there's nothing wrong with them. But you're the most suspicious." Hongjing lowered his voice and said in a gloomy tone. Hong Tianqi and Hongjing were not stupid. After such a long time, Lin Feng did not find it strange that they suspected him. So what if it's me? So what if it's not me? You killed people and stole their treasures. Was this the style of the Divine Land Trading Company? Or are you and your nephew acting on your own accord? I heard from Qingyoli that even she doesn't know what you're looking for. Looks like you and your nephew have gotten greedy. If word of this spreads, even the Shenzhou Trading Company won't be able to tolerate you. Lin Feng sneered. Don't worry, this matter will definitely not spread out. When Hongjing saw that Lin Feng had already admitted to it, he immediately revealed an evil grin. He suddenly shouted at the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show, everyone. After the open and secret investigation of our Divine Prefecture Trading Company, we've already confirmed that the assassin that killed one of the higher-ups of our Divine Prefecture Trading Company that day was him. Today, our Divine Prefecture Trading Company will capture him and interrogate him strictly to find out his accomplices. When the time comes, we'll catch all of them in one fell swoop and avenge the death of our Divine Prefecture Trading Company's higher-up. Many people naturally didn't believe Hongjing's words. In everyone's view, Hongjing was looking for an excuse to get rid of Lin Feng. However, the surrounding cultivators didn't say anything. Many times, trouble comes from careless talk. They naturally understood this logic. Therefore, at this time, staying silent was the best solution. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, Lin Feng heard the almost imperceptible cracking sound coming from the formation behind him. His eyes lit up slightly. Qingyoli had made a move. Ha 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 ha, Hongjing, a piece of trash like you wants to capture me? You're dreaming. Lin Feng suddenly laughed out loud. Kid, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. Hongjing's eyes flashed with a sinister expression. He waved his hand and shouted sternly, capture him. Yes. More than 20 guards charged at Lin Feng. Bang! 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 Lin Feng punched the restriction behind him one after another. Many people were puzzled when they saw this scene. What was that kid doing? Could it be that he wanted to break the restriction on the ancient ship? Wasn't that just a daydream? Idiot, Hongjing scolded Lin Feng mockingly. In his opinion, it was impossible for Lin Feng to break the restriction on the ancient ship. What he was doing now was useless. It was just a final struggle. The formation cracking technique condensed into the power of the formation cracking technique and wrapped around Lin Feng's fist. 9 consecutive punches landed on the restriction on the ancient ship. Bang! Finally, Lin Feng and Qingyoli worked together to create a huge gap in the restriction on the ancient ship. Lin Feng quickly rushed out of the gap. How is this possible? Hongjing shouted in disbelief. He knew how powerful the restriction on the ancient ship was. However, Lin Feng had broken it so easily. This was hard for him to accept. Chase after him and kill him. Hongjing roared angrily and was the first to rush out. Immediately after, more than 20 experts from the Divine Land Trading Company also rushed out of the gap. However, as soon as they went out, Lin Feng had already released a 4-colored fireball. When he rushed out, he had already begun to use the burning wrath of heavens. When Hongjing and the others rushed out, Lin Feng's burning wrath of heavens had already finished brewing and condensed the 4-colored fireball. These people had yet to react. The 4-colored fireball had already flown to their side and exploded. Bang! Along with the earth-shattering sound of the violent explosion, there was a loud bang. Broken limbs flew in all directions. The ancient ship was shaken by the aftershock of the energy. If it wasn't for the protection of the restriction, the ancient ship would have been destroyed. More than 20 people rushed out. Only Hongjing survived. The others were all killed by the explosion. However, one of Hongjing's arms was also blown off and was dripping with blood. He kept coughing up blood. Obviously, he had suffered serious internal injuries. How could this be? Aren't you in the divine fire realm? How could you release such a terrifying attack? Hongjing looked at Lin Feng in disbelief and roared loudly. He turned around and wanted to escape back into the ancient ship. Go to hell. Lin Feng didn't give Hongjing the opportunity to react. He smiled coldly and appeared in front of Hongjing like a flash of lightning. He threw a punch at Hongjing. Facing Lin Feng's attack, Hongjing, who was seriously injured, couldn't resist at all. "Little bastard! Let's see if you dare!" A furious roar came from the ancient ship. Immediately after, a pressure that seemed capable of destroying the heavens appeared. It spread out. Hong Tianqi, a heavenly god, had already noticed the situation outside and was rushing out of the ancient ship. "Ha ha ha ha, why wouldn't I dare?" Lin Feng laughed and threw a punch at Hongjing. Bang! Hongjing's body exploded and he died on the spot. Swoosh! At this moment, a light flashed and Hong Tianqi appeared behind Lin Feng. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. "Little bastard, die!" Hong Tianqi threw a punch at Lin Feng. The aura of a heavenly god was simply too powerful. It was simply too powerful. "That kid is done for." Many people cried out in alarm. Facing Hong Tianqi's sure kill attack, no one thought that Lin Feng could survive. Heaven patching technique. Swoosh! Hong Tianqi's attack was about to hit Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng suddenly disappeared without a trace. His disappearance was too sudden. This was the wonder of the heaven patching technique. Although Hong Tianqi was powerful, he could do nothing against Lin Feng's heaven patching technique. His attack hit nothing but air. Lin Feng appeared a few hundred meters away, and then he quickly flew away. Lin Feng's current strength was probably enough to fight against a first firmament heavenly god. However, Hong Tianqi was at least a fourth or fifth firmament heavenly god, or even stronger. Therefore, Lin Feng had no intention of fighting Hong Tianqi to the death. Use the spirit stone cannons to kill him. Hong Tianqi's expression was extremely gloomy as he shouted sternly. Boom! Boom, boom. Immediately after, the spirit stone cannons on the more than 40 ancient ships fired their spirit stone cannons. The densely packed spirit stone cannons were so powerful that they could destroy heaven and earth. In the face of these spirit stone cannons' attack, Lin Feng summoned the ancient ship, Xianxia. The ancient ship's restrictions were activated, and the densely packed spirit stone cannons bombarded the ancient ship. However, all of them were blocked by the ancient ship's restrictions. The ancient ship was indeed worthy of being a divine ship forged by great Emperor Xianxia. It was simply too powerful. The ancient starship Xianxia jumped into the void and disappeared without a trace. "Little bastard. No matter where you go, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you." Hong Tianqi's resentful roar resounded above the sea. Countless onlookers were dumbfounded. Everything had happened too quickly. From the moment Lin Feng broke the ancient ship's restrictions, killed Hongjing, dodged Hong Tianqi's sure kill attack, summoned an ancient ship to block the spirit stone cannons of the more than 40 giant ships, and finally left, only a very short time had passed. However, too many unbelievable things had happened in such a short time. The most shocking thing was that Lin Feng had successfully escaped. It was simply a miracle. The ancient starry sky ship Xianxia sailed above the sea. Lin Feng had purchased a nautical chart before setting out to sea. Therefore, even if he went to the Myriad Immortals Island alone, he would still be able to reach it. However, Lin Feng was unfamiliar with the sea route, so it would inevitably take a long time to reach the Great Immortals Island. Moreover, if he were to act alone, he would likely be attacked by dire beasts or pirates. Lin Feng wondered if he would encounter any fleets of other trading companies along the way. If they were able to meet them, they would take the fleets of other trading companies. However, before Lin Feng encountered any other fleets, he had already encountered a group of powerful beasts. This was the huge group of beasts formed by the crocodile-tailed tiger sharks. The crocodile-tailed tiger shark was one of the most ferocious large-scale ferocious beasts in the returning ruined sea region. It had a crocodile-like tail, a shark-like head, and sharp teeth. The crocodile-tailed tiger shark's body was very large. Ordinary crocodile-tailed tiger sharks were about 300 meters long. Some large crocodile-tailed tiger sharks could reach up to 1,000 meters long. The larger the body, the more powerful the crocodile-tailed tiger shark would be. The group of crocodile-tailed tiger sharks attacking the ancient starry sky ship Xianxia numbered about 700 to 800. These crocodile-tailed tiger sharks spat out numerous energy light balls. The overwhelming attacks bombarded the ancient starry sky ship Xianxia. The power was simply unimaginable. The attacks that filled the sky felt like the end of the world. The ancient starry sky ship Xuanyuan's restrictions suffered a huge impact. Moreover, it even started to issue cracking sounds. The main reason was that the crocodile-tailed tiger sharks were simply too many. With so many crocodile-tailed tiger sharks joining forces, even a giant god realm powerhouse might be killed. Lin Feng controlled the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan to resist the attacks of the crocodile-tailed tiger sharks with great difficulty. Then, he quickly rushed into the depths of the sea. The crocodile-tailed tiger sharks chased after him, one chasing and one escaping. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, they finally got rid of the crocodile-tailed tiger sharks. What a terrifying group of dire beasts. No wonder cultivators rarely go out to sea alone. Once you encounter such a powerful group of dire beasts, it would be a disaster. Lin Feng said with lingering fear. The ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan continued to sail through the sea. At night, a storm swept through the sea. Monstrous waves, a monstrous wave. It was at least 10,000 meters high. The ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan drifted along the sea with the monstrous waves. It made people worry that the ship might be overturned by the monstrous waves. Above the 9 heavens, black clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The rain grew heavier and heavier. Suddenly, more than 20 giant ships were approaching from a distance. One could see a skull flag hanging on each of the ships. It was a pirate flag. This fleet. It was a pirate fleet. A pirate group that could gather more than 20 top-grade battleships. Naturally, their strength was exceptionally tyrannical. Big brother. An ancient ship appeared in front of us. After seeing Lin Feng Xuanyuan's ancient starry sky ship, the pirates on the watchtower of the pirate king's ship Xianyuan quickly entered the cabin to report. Inside the cabin, there were songs and dances, and a group of high-level pirates were having fun. The pirate commander was a one-eyed man. This person's nickname was One-Eyed. The huge pirate group in front of them was called the One-Eyed Pirate Group. It was one of the top 10 pirate groups in the returning ruined sea. It had a strong and powerful army. Moreover, it was said that the One-Eyed Pirate Group seemed to have the support of a top-grade force. Therefore, in the returning ruined sea, the One-Eyed Pirate Group was a terrifying pirate group that anyone would avoid. Haha, then what are we waiting for? Attack immediately. Kill all the men and capture all the women. Let the brothers enjoy themselves. One-Eyed said with a laugh. Yes. After receiving the order, the many pirates quickly got up and returned to their respective pirate ships. The pirate fleet sped up and surrounded Lin Feng's ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan. The people inside, listen up. Quickly come out and surrender. Otherwise, only death awaits. One of the pirates shouted loudly. Oh? A pirate group? Lin Feng looked outside and could not help but frown. God Realm clone. Speed up. Lin Feng gave the order to the God Realm clone that was steering the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan. The ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan sped up, wanting to break out of the encirclement. Fire. At this time, the captains of more than 20 pirate ships gave the order to attack. Asterisk boom boom, asterisk immediately after, the spirit stone cannons on the more than 20 pirate ships fired a dense barrage of spirit stone cannons. The spirit stone cannons rained down on the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan. Humph. Lin Feng could not help but snort. He also gave the order to the humanoid puppet on the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan to fire. Asterisk boom boom, asterisk in the middle of the sea, the ancient starry sky ship Xuanyuan's spirit stone cannons were also ignited. A dense barrage of cannons was also fired. The cannons bombarded the more than 20 pirate ships. The spirit stone cannons on the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship were personally created by Heavenly Emperor Xianyuan in the past. As such, the array patterns arranged on them were not something that the current spirit stone cannons could compare to. Therefore, they were exceptionally powerful. Moreover, the spirit stone cannons on the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship had an even longer range. At the same time, the 3 cannons combined together allowed it to fire continuously. When the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship fired the spirit stone cannons landed on the pirate ships one after another. The restrictions covering the pirate ships soon exploded. After the restrictions were destroyed, new spirit stone cannons landed on the pirate ships. The spirit stone cannons then exploded. The pirate ships were torn apart by the explosions. However, the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship managed to dodge most of the spirit stone cannons fired by the pirate ships. Because the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was too flexible and fast, it could easily dodge the spirit stone cannons. As for the spirit stone cannons that couldn't be dodged, they were blocked by the restrictions covering the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Kacha kacha. It didn't take long before 7 or 8 pirate ships were severely damaged, and 3 of them were completely destroyed. Many pirates died from the explosions. Even the pirates who didn't die from the explosions suffered serious injuries. Sir Head. That ancient ship is too powerful. It has already destroyed 3 of our battleships. Moreover, several of our battleships have suffered severe damage. A pirate minion quickly entered the pirate king's ship and reported. One-eyed spoke in a deep voice, "We must seize such a powerful ancient ship. No matter what price we have to pay, we must seize it for this head. Inform the captains of all the ships to continue to shrink the battle line and surround that ancient ship completely. Catch a turtle in a jar." Yes. Head. This subordinate will convey Sir Head's order immediately. The pirate minion quickly ran out. Woo woo woo, a bugle horn sounded, and the pirate ships began to move towards the middle. At this time, the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship sped up and rushed out of the gap. At the same time, pirate ships approached from both sides. Fire! Seeing the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship trying to rush out of the encirclement, the captains of the pirate ships on both sides immediately issued the order to fire. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom, a dense barrage of shells shot towards the Xianyuan starry sky ancient ship between the 2 pirate ships. Fire! Lin Feng also gave the order. The spirit stone cannons on both sides of the ancient starship Xianyuan also began to fire. Boom! Boom, boom! Boom! In an instant, a dense barrage of spirit stone cannonballs were fired. Some of the spirit stone shells fired by both sides collided in midair. Then, it exploded, and both sides were destroyed. The other part of them bombarded the restrictions on the enemy ships. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship's defensive restrictions blocked the attacks of the spirit stone shells fired by the 2 pirate ships. However, the 2 pirate ships couldn't stop the spirit stone shells fired by the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan. The restriction was destroyed. Then, numerous spirit stone cannonballs landed on the 2 pirate ships. "Hurry up and run," many pirates screamed in horror, wanting to abandon their ships and escape. But he hadn't escaped yet. He had already been blown to pieces by the explosion of the artillery shell. The ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan rushed out of the encirclement. Then, leaving a trail of dust behind, he charged into the depths of the forest. "Turn around! Chase after them!" One-eyed roared in exasperation. 10 days later. In the calm ocean, an ancient ship sailed over from afar. On the deck of the ancient ship stood a young man. This ancient ship. It was the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Ka. 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 In the sky, a series of strange cries could be heard. The 4 sacred birds were flying freely. Bibi and Long too were chasing after each other on the ancient ship. This Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship is indeed powerful, but I still can't awaken the Emperor rune inside. It's a pity. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. 10 days ago, on that stormy night, the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship had destroyed 5 pirate ships. Under the siege of more than 20 pirate ships, the ancient starry sky ship had calmly escaped. This was enough to show how powerful the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was. But Lin Feng knew. The might of the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship had yet to be fully unleashed. Whether it was the defensive grand arrays or the offensive grand arrays on the spirit stone cannons. These grand arrays were just ordinary grand arrays. But in fact, the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship had an even more powerful Emperor rune. This was the Emperor rune arranged by Great Emperor Xianyuan. However, Lin Feng hadn't been able to awaken the Emperor rune. If the Emperor rune of the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship could be awakened, at that time, how tyrannical would its power be? It was simply unimaginable. If he encountered a pirate group like the one-eyed pirate group again, he might be able to easily destroy the entire pirate fleet. 5 days later, Lin Feng saw an island. He could vaguely see a small town on the island. Lin Feng revealed a surprised expression. After entering the sea for so long, this was the first time he saw a gathering place on the sea. Of course, it was a bit inappropriate to describe it as a gathering place on the sea because this was just a small town on the sea. Lin Feng put away the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit also returned to the mountain river ring. The 4 sacred birds turned into the size of eagles and stood on Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng flew towards the island. He landed on the island and found that there was a huge rock 400 to 500 meters high on the island's beach. The words Treasure Mountain Island were written on the rock. Treasure Mountain Island was the name of the island. He came to the small town. Lin Feng found that there were many cultivators in this small town. Many of them were sea cultivators who lived in the sea. These sea cultivators often had 2 identities. On the surface, they might be a rogue cultivator or a cultivator from an overseas immortal island. But the other identity might be a pirate. There was a saying, every sea cultivator is a thief. It meant that every sea cultivator was a robber. The sea was boundless, so even if they killed someone, they could quietly erase all the clues. Therefore, many people liked to kill and rob at sea. Seeing such an unfamiliar face like Lin Feng coming to the island, many cultivators showed a gloomy look. It was a look full of evil intentions. Many people started to target Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He walked on the island and saw a restaurant. Then, he entered the restaurant and ordered a table of exotic delicacies. This was the sea. Therefore, the ingredients were all from the sea. It was very different from the food in the mainland. After eating a perfect seafood meal and paying the bill, Lin Feng decided to find an inn to rest. But when he came out of the restaurant, he found a commotion in the distance. A group of cultivators with evil intentions had surrounded a beautiful female cultivator. The beautiful female cultivator who was surrounded was wearing a long white dress, completely revealing her perfect figure. Anyone who saw her exquisite and beautiful face would be amazed. At this moment, Lin Feng heard the owner of a shop by the roadside say, "These cultivators at sea are all lawless. That female cultivator is so beautiful and alone. I'm afraid she won't have a good ending." The cultivators at sea all had some shocking means. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in such a dangerous place like the sea. However, the cultivators at sea were often very bold. This was because if they committed any crimes at sea, no one would care about it. If the other party had a huge force behind them, there was no need to worry. The sea was so big. They could just find a place to hide. This might be the reason why the cultivators at sea were so unscrupulous. "Get out of the way. This little beauty is mine." A burly cultivator with a giant axe in his hand shouted loudly. His voice was like thunder. Many people's expressions changed slightly when they saw this burly cultivator, and they hurriedly made way. Who is this person? He seems to have some reputation? He actually made a group of ferocious cultivators at sea so afraid? Lin Feng looked at the shop owner and asked. This person is called Dong Yen, nicknamed the Great Evil King Chaotic Heaven. The axe in his hand is very evil. He is a famous cultivator in the surrounding sea. Moreover, this guy's cousin is the captain of the 36th pirate ship of the White Tiger pirate ship, which is ranked 3rd. With someone backing him, he is becoming more and more arrogant. The shop owner said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. These cultivators at sea did not burn or loot this island. It seemed that this island was not simple. Perhaps, on this island, there were many pirates, those who entered the sea were pirates, and those who entered the island were citizens. This kind of thing was very common. The Great Evil King Chaotic Heaven looked at the beautiful female cultivator with a lewd smile and said, "Little beauty, follow me. Don't worry, although I look rough, I'm a person who knows how to take care of women. I'll definitely dote on you. Get lost." The female cultivator's voice was indifferent. Everyone was slightly stunned. They did not expect this female cultivator to dare to ask the Great Evil King Chaotic Heaven, Dong Yen, to get lost. How audacious. You're still a little chilly. This prince likes spicy little girls like you. Demon King Chaotic Heaven, Dong Yan, laughed lewdly as he stretched out his hand towards the female cultivator's slender waist. The female cultivator coldly snorted and raised her jade-like hand. Everyone only saw a flash of white light before their eyes. Puff, a tearing sound was heard. Everyone saw it. One of Great Evil King Chaotic Heaven Dong Yan's arms was chopped off and blood gushed out. Ah! Only then did Great Evil King Chaotic Heaven, Dong Yan, feel intense pain. He could not stop himself from screaming. I'll chop you into pieces. The Great Evil King Chaotic Heaven, Dong Yan, roared with resentment as he held the giant axe with one hand. He swung his axe towards the female cultivator, wanting to chop this beautiful female cultivator to death. The beautiful female cultivator had an indifferent expression and gently waved her right hand. Whoosh, cold light flickered. Puff, a tearing sound suddenly rang out. The other arm of the Great Evil King Chaotic Heaven, Dong Yan, was also cut off. Since you've already lost your arms and become a cripple, what's the point of living? The female cultivator's voice was indifferent. She gently waved her right hand and another white light flashed. Puff, the Great Evil King Chaotic Heaven Dong Yan's head soared into the sky as blood splattered everywhere. The headless corpse fell to the ground with a loud bang. Lin Feng looked at the female cultivator in shock. She was really strong. He did not even see what kind of attack the female cultivator had made. The shop owner gloated, this group of people really kicked an iron plate. This female cultivator is too powerful. Yeah. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. When the rest of the people saw how powerful the female cultivator was, many of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. They hurriedly retreated. The female cultivator did not attack them. Instead, she walked towards the town. Dong Yan's storage ring is mine. Who dares to snatch it from me? I'll take his dog life. A cultivator shouted with a fierce expression. Then, he pounced on Dong Yan's corpse. Who do you think you are? You say it's yours and it's yours? Who's stronger? Who's it? Immediately, someone sneered in response. They also pounced over. Immediately after, a group of cultivators fought over Dong Yan's storage ring. Little brother, how about coming to the shop for a drink? The shop owner invited with a smile. The shop owner looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, but he did not care about his appearance. He looked rather dispirited. Thank you for the invitation, uncle. Lin Feng cupped his fists and followed the middle-aged man into the shop. This shop sold all kinds of seafood. There were 2 shop assistants helping to look after it. Lin Feng followed the middle-aged man into the inner hall, where he saw a few dishes on the table. There was even boiling wine. The middle-aged man should have been drinking by himself when he heard the commotion outside and went out to see what was going on. After some conversation, Lin Feng learned that the middle-aged man's name was Jiang Wenxiang. His name had a scholarly air to it. However, his image was very different. It had nothing to do with a scholar. The two of them drank to their heart's content and chatted about all sorts of things. They became much more familiar with each other. Jiang Wenxiang asked, "You entered the sea region this time to go to the sinkhole battlefield?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. I'm going to the sinkhole battlefield, but I need to go to the Myriad Immortals Island first. Once I'm there, I'll follow the Myriad Immortals Island's people to the sinkhole battlefield." Jiang Wenxiang said, "That's a good idea. The Myriad Immortals Island's people can deal with the sinkhole's evil Dragon Palace and Fuso Island's people. However, you'll need to pass through the Sea of Lightning to reach the Myriad Immortals Island. Those large merchant fleets have a way to pass through the Sea of Lightning, but if you go through the Sea of Lightning by yourself, you'll easily get lost. Moreover, there are some unclean things in the Sea of Lightning. If you go through the Sea of Lightning by yourself, you'll probably be dragged down by those unclean things and might even lose your life in the sea." Lin Feng was shocked. He had not expected that there would be such a thing. He asked, "Are there any unclean things in the Sea of Lightning?" Jiang Wenxiang said, "You'll know everything once you reach the Sea of Lightning." Lin Feng continued asking, "Uncle Jiang, do you know how to pass through the Sea of Lightning?" "You can go to the courtyard in the northwest corner of the town and look for the old smoker. He can take you through the Sea of Lightning," Jiang Wenxiang said. Lin Feng nodded. He drank to his heart's content with Jiang Wenxiang and then left. This Uncle Jiang seems to be no ordinary person. Lin Feng could not help but think to himself. It did not take long for him to arrive outside the dilapidated courtyard that Jiang Wenxiang had mentioned. Cough, 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 he heard coughing when he arrived outside. When the coughing stopped, Lin Feng knocked on the door and said, "Senior smoker, I was introduced by Uncle Jiang Wenxiang. Would it be convenient for me to meet you? Come in," a hoarse and old voice said. Lin Feng pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. He saw an old man sitting on a wooden stool. The old man had a withered body and sunken eyes. His skin was like the bark of an old tree, crisscrossing with wrinkles. He held a pipe in his hand and was smoking. Perhaps this was the origin of his nickname, the Smoker. "You want to cross the Sea of Lightning?" the smoker asked Lin Feng. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. 30,000 origin crystals for the journey. "If you don't have enough, you can pay with other treasures," the smoker said. The smoker was quite greedy. It was an exorbitant price. However, the smoker had a way to cross the Sea of Lightning. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care about the 30,000 origin crystals. He nodded and said, 30,000 origin crystals is not a problem. When should I pay? You can pay when you board the ship, the smoker said. When should I board the ship? Lin Feng asked. In 3 days, the smoker said. Good. I'll come back in 3 days. This junior will take his leave. Lin Feng cupped his fists and left. He found an inn to stay in. Lin Feng noticed that someone was watching him. A young cultivator like him who was alone would easily become a target, so Lin Feng wasn't surprised. At night, some people would sneak up on him, wanting to attack him. Lin Feng disappeared from the room and went outside. He stood on the roof and looked at the 7 cultivators who were hiding there. He said indifferently, "Why are you on my roof in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" The cultivators were shocked when they heard this. They turned their heads and saw Lin Feng appear behind them. Their expressions became serious. At this moment, they realized that the person in front of them was much more powerful than they had imagined. Attack together, one of the cultivators said coldly. They had the advantage in numbers, after all. Additionally, they were dealing with a young cultivator like Lin Feng. Thus, they were quite confident in their chances of winning. The group of cultivators then charged towards Lin Feng. Whoosh, a light flashed. Puff. Puff. Puff, ripping sounds could be heard as one cultivator after another was decapitated and their corpses fell to the ground. Retreat. Some of the cultivators hiding in the dark saw how terrifying Lin Feng was and quickly retreated. Lin Feng glanced at the waiter who came out after hearing the noise and said, "Clean up the corpses. Their belongings are also yours." "Sir, don't worry. This little one will definitely clean everything up," the waiter grinned and said. He did not look surprised at all when he saw so many corpses. He was very calm and composed. It was obvious that he had seen many bloody scenes like this before. This treasure mountain island itself was filled with a strange feeling. The people here were also strange. Even an ordinary waiter couldn't look down on him. Time flew by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng said goodbye to Jiang Wenxiang and then went to the smoker's residence. When he arrived, he found that there were already 5 people there. One was a one-armed swordsman. The other was a mysterious person shrouded in black and wearing a black bamboo hat. His face couldn't be seen clearly. There was also a boy who looked like he was only 7 or 8 years old. However, he was obviously not a child. Perhaps it was because he cultivated some strange cultivation method that his body didn't grow up. There was also a handsome young man. Beside him was a beautiful female cultivator in a purple dress. She seemed to be with the handsome young man. After seeing Lin Feng arrive, the group of people looked indifferent. They didn't say anything, nor did they come forward to greet him. Lin Feng stood in the corner and waited slowly. He felt that someone else would come because the smoker had been smoking and didn't say anything. Sure enough, it didn't take long for another person to arrive. It was the decisive woman he saw before. Her cultivation was unfathomable, and her cold temperament made her look like a fairy from the moon palace. Everyone is here. Everyone pay the source crystals. The smoker said. Everyone nodded and went forward to pay the source crystals to the smoker. The Thunder Sea is not calm. We are different from the fleets of those big trading companies. The fleets of those big trading companies have dozens or hundreds of huge warships gathered together, which is a deterrent force. Therefore, it will be easier for them to cross the Thunder Sea. However, there are only a few of us, and our strength is limited. Therefore, when we cross the Thunder Sea, some strange things will happen. Don't be lost in the Thunder Sea. It will be very terrible. The smoker warned. Everyone nodded and then followed the smoker outside. When they came to the seaside, the smoker waved his right hand, and a small broken ship 5 meters long and 2 meters wide appeared in front of him. The young man frowned slightly and said, "You want us to cross the sea in such a ship? Isn't it too shabby? You have collected so many source crystals. What kind of ancient ship can't you buy?" The smoker laughed strangely and said, "For so many years, the fleets of those big trading companies have been allowed to cross the Thunder Sea without any accidents. As far as I know, there have been more than 10 accidents. Twice, the fleet was even wiped out. However, for so many years, this small broken ship has crossed the Thunder Sea without any accidents. This ship is made of purple sunquake magic wood, right?" Suddenly, the mysterious woman said aloud. Obviously, this woman had an extraordinary origin. She was also a person who had seen a lot. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Is the purple sunquake magic wood that this fairy is talking about the divine tree that has been extinct since the primordial era?" "Yes." The woman nodded slightly. If that was the case, then the origin of this small boat was naturally extremely extraordinary. The smoker said indifferently, "Girl, you are very knowledgeable. Well, let's board the ship." Everyone waited for the ship to board one after another. Then, everyone found a place to sit down. Most people chose to remain silent. Only the handsome young man and his female companion exchanged a few words from time to time. They vaguely heard the young man call his female companion junior sister Chang'ing. Chang'ing should be the woman's name, and she called the young man's senior brother Zhou Han. Zhou Han should be the young man's name. The ancient ship made of purple sun-shocking devil wood was even more extraordinary than they had imagined. After everyone boarded, the smoker grabbed the oars and started moving them. The ancient ship moved as fast as lightning. "Senior, have you always ferried cultivators across the lightning sea?" Lin Feng asked. The smoker took a puff of his pipe and grinned. "Yes, I've been a ferryman for a long time." "Ferryman?" The black-robed cultivator's voice rose. The smoker laughed strangely and looked at the black-robed cultivator. "Do you know what ferrymen are?" "Ferrying the living during the day and the dead at night." "You're a soul ferryman," the black-robed cultivator said in a deep voice. "Soul ferryman?" Hearing this name, the others were slightly shocked, and their expressions turned solemn. Ferrying the living during the day and the dead at night. In just 2 short sentences, there were too many things that made one's hair stand on end. You're not going to harm us, are you?" Zhou Han said with a trembling voice. The cultivators on the ancient ship felt threatened and looked at the smoker warily. Lin Feng had always felt that the smoker was a little strange. He was actually a soul ferryman. Such an existence roamed the 2 realms of yin and yang. He was neither a human nor a ghost. It was extremely terrifying. The smoker said, "You don't have to make such a fuss. A soul ferryman only ferries the most terrifying evil spirits in the world. It's a matter of boundless virtue." Lin Feng said, "It's still daytime. If it's nighttime, won't an evil spirit appear on the ship?" When the others heard Lin Feng's words, they could not help but shiver. If that was the case, it would be too creepy. Traveling with evil spirits, just the thought of it was terrifying. How can there be so many evil spirits? A soul ferryman also needs to cultivate. I have business during the day and at night. Since I've accepted your business, I won't accept any business at night." The old chainsmoker cackled 3 times. During the day, he accepted business from the living. At night, he accepted business from the dead. Sitting on the same ship as the smoker made many people feel uncomfortable. However, they were finally relieved. At least there would not be any evil spirits. 3 days later. In the distance, lightning filled the sky. The boundless ocean was enveloped by the world of thunder. Is that the lightning sea? It's spectacular, Chang'ing said. The smoker cackled. Spectacular? There's something terrifying sealed under this place. Something terrifying? Everyone looked at the heavy smoker in confusion. Rumor has it that the lightning sea is the place of the primordial thunder god and an evil spirit. The primordial thunder god sealed the evil spirit, but he also suffered serious injuries. This battle set the stage for the fall of the primordial thunder god. The smoker said. Back then, the primordial thunder god was also in existence that was close to cultivating to immortality. In that era, he was almost invincible. It was hard to imagine what kind of evil spirit was sealed in that it could actually injure him so severely. Chang'ing asked, what is that evil spirit? The smoker cackled. That's a name that can't be mentioned. It's too evil and too terrifying. Anyone who mentions that name will be cursed. Many people were horrified. Was the smoker telling the truth? That was too evil. The small ship rushed into the lightning sea. In the lightning sea, there were broken laws everywhere. Lightning fell from the sky, and space-time currents raged wildly. No wonder the lightning sea was so dangerous. It was indeed full of danger. The broken laws, the lightning falling from the sky, and the space-time currents were enough to cause a destructive blow to a cultivator. The ancient ship sailed through the sea of lightning, avoiding the broken seals, the space-time reversal, and the descending lightning bolts. They flew all the way to the depths. The destruction caused by the battle is too terrifying, isn't it? Johann could not help but sigh. The destruction caused by a battle between existences at the level of the thunder god is unimaginable. The smoker said indifferently. At night, the lightning sea was shrouded in darkness. The smoker stood up, took out 4 bamboo poles, and inserted them into the gaps in the 4 corners of the ancient ship. Then, he hung 4 bronze lamps on the 4 bamboo poles. Namo Amitabha. Suddenly, the sound of chanting Buddhist scriptures came out of the 4 bronze lamps. Buddha fat. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Buddha fat was refined from the body of a Buddhist monk. The price of Buddha fat on the market was ridiculously high. Moreover, one might not be able to buy it with money. The smoker said, it's late at night. Light the 4 lamps to drive away the evil spirits. Everyone nodded. They sat on the ship and could not help but look around. The Yin-Chi in the lightning sea was very heavy at night. It was much more dangerous than during the day. However, the smoker was obviously very experienced. So, they did not encounter any danger along the way. Look in the distance. Chang'ing suddenly screamed. Everyone looked over and saw the rolling black fog in the distance. The endless black fog was quickly flying toward them. The lightning sea is not calm, the smoker said to himself. He sped up and finally shook off the black fog that was chasing them. Everyone let out a long breath. They had finally gotten rid of the black fog that covered the sky. When they felt the aura of the black fog, everyone felt a sense of suffocation. What's in the black fog? Lin Feng asked. I don't know because I will stay far away from the black fog, the smoker said. Lin Feng did not know if the smoker really did not know, or if he was just pretending not to know. There were many things that the smoker did not know. Perhaps he did not want to tell them. The first few days were relatively peaceful. Although they encountered danger, the smoker was able to avoid it in time. Johann asked, how many days do we need to cross the lightning sea? If it doesn't go well, it will take about 10 days. If it goes well, we can cross the lightning sea in 6 or 7 days. When we are out of the lightning sea, we will arrive at the lightning island. You can rest there for a while. After that, we will head north, the smoker said. Everyone nodded. Another day passed. There was no lightning in the lightning sea. Instead, there was a full moon. There should not be a moon in the lightning sea. This is a place covered by lightning. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful tonight. The smoker's expression became serious. He sped up, and the ancient ship rushed into the depths of the lightning sea at its fastest speed. Look! The full moon has turned into a blood moon. Xianxia shouted in horror. Everyone looked over and saw that the full moon had turned into a blood moon. Everyone's expression became serious. Such a strange situation. It was likely that the smoker was right. This night would not be peaceful. Whoosh, a gust of cold wind blew. Suddenly, the flames of the 4 bronze lamps were all extinguished. Why are the bronze lamps extinguished? They are made of Buddha resin. They are said to be inextinguishable. Lin Feng frowned. The smoker said in a serious voice, "People light the lamps, ghosts blow them out. Something unclean is coming. People light the lantern, ghosts blow out the lantern." 6 short words. Lin Feng and the others felt their hair stand on end. Zhou Han hurriedly took out a kasaya and put it on, while Xianxia took out a string of prayer beads. Lin Feng took out a saraira and held it in his hand. The others also took out their Buddhist treasures to protect themselves. Buddhism was the bane of ghosts. Therefore, Buddhist treasures were able to restrain evil ghosts. These aren't ordinary ghosts. They're fused with terrifying resentment. Even Buddhist treasures can't restrain them. The smoker said. Everyone's expression sank. It seemed that things were going to be troublesome. The 7 or 8-year-old boy said, "Since you're a soul ferryman and can ferry evil spirits, you should be able to deal with these ghosts, right?" These ghosts? They're not evil ghosts. They're much more powerful than evil ghosts. But don't worry. Since I've taken your source crystals, I'll do my best to protect you. The smoker said. The smoker made a series of seals with both hands. One seal after another was sent into the ancient ship. Suddenly, an energy barrier rose and protected the ancient ship. The ancient ship was not simple. It could restrain evil ghosts. Moreover, it had a powerful defensive seal. It was equivalent to a double defense. Light up 4 lamps, the smoker said. Lin Feng and the others nodded and lit up the 4 extinguished lamps again. The smoker moved the oars, and the ancient ship continued to move deeper into the sea. Where the sun rises, there's a beautiful home. Beautiful flowers bloom in the grass. Colorful butterflies, dancing gracefully. A beautiful girl walks among the flowers. A handsome young man walks toward her. He confesses his love to the beautiful girl. They're really a golden boy and a jade girl. They're so compatible together. But one day, the girl's father separated them. Because the handsome young man's family was poor. And so, the handsome young man went out alone. He became a brave adventurer. He worked hard to earn a lot of money so that he could return to his hometown and marry the girl he loved. My beloved girl stands on the castle and looks into the distance every day. My love, when will you come back? Do you know that I've been waiting for you? My father betrothed me to a count. If you don't come back, we'll never see each other again. It was a sad song that came from the depths of the Sea of Lightning. When they heard the sad song, everyone was stunned. What kind of person would write such a sad song, love? It was the most beautiful memory of their lives. It was the most unforgettable thing in life. Since ancient times, how many infatuated men and resentful women could sacrifice everything for love? My love, I can't wait until you come back. The count's wedding processions is outside the castle. Father asked the maids at home to help me put on the wedding dress for my wedding. How much I wanted to wear such a beautiful dress before. Look at the beautiful woman in the mirror. That woman is me, as beautiful as an angel. But I only want to be your wife, your angel. My love, I'm going to leave. Maybe I'll look down on the world from heaven. I just want to look at you from afar. That's enough. Or maybe I'll look up at the world from hell. Because I'm an unfilial daughter. If I go to hell, this will be my punishment. My father will be very sad. But I can't go against my heart. My love, I can already hear the wedding procession knocking on the door. I don't have time. My love, you have to live well. When you come back, I don't want you to come to my tombstone. I just want to leave my best self in your heart. That sad song. It ended just like that. Lin Feng and the others were immersed in extreme pain. They seemed to empathize with her. The man seemed to have become the woman's lover. The woman seemed to have become the woman who was infatuated and had a tragic fate. My love, is it really you? I've been waiting for you to come back. Lin Feng found himself in a patch of grass, decorated with flowers. It was so beautiful. The afternoon sun. It was so bright. She smiled innocently and beautifully. My love, can you come over and hug me? I really miss you. She revealed a hopeful and shy expression. That pair of pure eyes that made one's heart tremble. She looked over without blinking. She was so beautiful. So beautiful that it was suffocating. Lin Feng felt as if he had really become the man who had gone far away, the lover of this beautiful angel. He walked forward. He wanted to hold this girl who was so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble tightly in his arms. Wake up, all of you! Suddenly, a cold shout resounded. It directly woke Lin Feng up. His originally blurry eyes instantly became clear. The grass, the flowers, and the angel-like girl all disappeared. And in front of him was still a sea of lightning. He had already arrived at the edge of the ancient ship. If he took another step, he would fall off the ancient ship and into the sea of lightning. The others were like Lin Feng. They were about to leave the ancient ship and fall into the sea of lightning. Only the old smoker was clear-headed. He was the ferryman of souls. He was not bewitched. Roar. A roar was heard. In the darkness, strange creatures shrouded in black robes pounced over, wanting to strangle Lin Feng and the others. Then, they would drag them out of the ancient ship. Everyone had a horrified expression on their faces as they quickly retreated into the ancient ship. Sizzle. Sizzle. When the claws of those black-robed creatures touched the energy shield, they immediately burned violently. Seeing this scene, everyone let out a long sigh of relief, but at the same time, they had a lingering fear. It was really too dangerous just now. If the old smoker had not woken everyone up in time, who knew what kind of terrifying thing would have happened? They left. Zhou Han shouted. Everyone looked over. Sure enough, those black-robed creatures were leaving one after another. Humans walk the path of ghosts, and ghosts walk the path of humans. If humans and ghosts do not separate, humans and ghosts will walk the same path. All of a sudden, a gloomy voice was heard. Endless darkness covered the sky and the sun. The clattering sound of chains could be heard from the darkness. The blood moon in the sky was completely covered by it. The surrounding ghostly chi was eerie and extremely terrifying. This is the passage to the ghost realm. The black-robed cultivator's gloomy voice was heard. Zhou Han cried out in horror. A passage to the ghost realm? It must have something to do with the sealed creature. Is the sealed creature an expert from the ghost realm? Shut up! The old smoker shouted angrily. The black-robed cultivator and Zhou Han mentioned the ghost realm. It made him extremely angry. The ghost realm was a world that made everyone's expression change. Because the ghost realm was related to the fleeting six paths. The six paths of the three realms that cultivators usually talked about were above the three realms. The three supreme realms and the other world were worlds of the same level. Further down, the 3,000 great worlds were worlds of the same level. Further down, there were middle worlds and small worlds. And what was the six paths? The six paths didn't refer to the world, but a kind of Tao that was above the world. The six paths included Heavenly Path, Human Path, Azure Path, Animal Path, Wraith Path, and Hell Path. In the legends, it was Pangu who created the world. But after the creation of the world, how were the worlds formed? Even Pangu, Nuwa, and other Khanate life forms were born. In fact, this involved the six paths of samsara. Like the heavenly path of the six paths. When people quarreled, they would often say, "Why didn't the heavens strike you with lightning?" In fact, the heavens referred to the heavenly path. In the six paths, the heavenly path set many rules, such as the change of the four seasons, the birth, aging, illness, and death of people. These were all set by the heavenly path. When cultivators cultivated, they would encounter heavenly tribulations, which were sent by the heavenly path. Among them, the Wraith Path was one of the most mysterious paths. It was said that when the Wraith Path formed the six paths of reincarnation, it created a world independent of the underworld, and this world was called the Ghost Realm. The underworld was a place where the dead went, and the underworld was related to the Hell Path of the six paths. But to be precise, the underworld wasn't just a place where the dead went. Humans, demons, immortals, demons, beasts, and so on. Any living being with spirituality should go to the underworld after death. However, because of various reasons, some living beings couldn't go to the underworld after death. For example, some people turned into evil spirits after death. If their resentment was too strong, they would stay in the human world and harm others. They wouldn't enter the underworld and reincarnate. Another example was when some top experts died, leaving behind a remnant soul, which turned into a Yin god. Lin Feng had encountered Yin gods more than once. Yin gods couldn't go to the underworld. Of course, if he met a ferryman like the opium pipe, he could send these terrible ghosts back to the underworld. But if they met the ferryman, these terrifying ghosts could go to another place, and that was the ghost realm. Just from its name, one could tell how evil it was. The Wraith realm created by the Wraith realm was too mysterious, it transcended the three realms and was not part of the five elements. The ghost realm was a realm that many people were unwilling to mention, because it was too demonic and terrifying. And now, the ancient ship seemed to be heading towards the world of spirits and souls. Everyone's expression was extremely ugly. Even the ferryman, the old smoker, had a serious expression on his face. How terrifying was the world of spirits and souls, Chang'ing cried out in horror. Senior smoker, we won't die, right? I'm still young. I haven't lived long enough. I don't want to die. The crowd couldn't help but roll their eyes. We're still young and don't want to die. The old smoker said in a low voice, what are you afraid of? Even if you die, won't you have so many people with you? Chang'ing almost fainted after being scared by the smoker. Bang bang bang, suddenly. The ancient ship shook violently, as if something was hitting the ancient ship. It's coming. The black-robed cultivator said in a deep voice. This black-robed cultivator was not simple either. He knew a lot of secrets, and his perception of the outside world was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Below. The one-armed swordsman said. Just as his voice fell. Bang, a powerful force slammed into the bottom of the ancient ship. The ancient ship was sent flying. Grab the ancient ship. Don't fall. The old smoker shouted. Everyone quickly grabbed onto the places around them that they could grab, trying their best not to be thrown out of the ancient ship. Once they left the ancient ship. This was the passage to the world of spirits and souls. This was a place where there was no direction. Once they left the ancient ship, it meant that they would die. No wonder the existence that was suppressed here was able to injure the primordial thunder god so severely that he couldn't recover. This existence is very likely a big shot in the world of spirits and souls. It's just that I don't know if he's already dead. But regardless of whether he's dead or not, this sea of lightning has already formed a huge magnetic field. When the blood moon appears, the passage to the world of spirits and souls will open. The Black Bear Devil King said in a dignified voice. This damn passage to the world of spirits and souls can open at any time. Why did it have to open when I, this young master, am passing through the sea of lightning? It's really a trap for this young master. Lin Feng wanted to cry in his heart but had no tears. Clatter. Clatter. The sound of chains colliding could be heard. In the darkness, there seemed to be something approaching. Humans and ghosts walked together, sacrifice the ghost immortal. Vaguely, a series of gloomy voices could be heard. That voice made Lin Feng and the others feel a chill all over their bodies. Sacrifice the ghost immortal. Could it be that, their ship of people? Were they going to become sacrifices, sacrifice the so-called ghost immortal? Just thinking about it gave them a creepy feeling. Humans and ghosts walk different paths. Humans walk the path of the living while ghosts walk the gates of hell. At this time, the old smoker suddenly spoke. When the old smoker's words fell, they saw that in the endless distance. In the endless darkness, a dim light spot appeared. The darkness wanted to devour that light spot. But that light spot always floated in the darkness. It was like a small boat in the sea. It could be overturned by big waves at any time and anywhere. Is there a way out? Lin Feng and the others all showed joy. The old smoker was indeed worthy of being a ferryman. He was very capable. He paddled with both hands, and the ancient ship's speed was extremely fast. It rushed in the direction of the light spot. Humans occupy the ghost path, enter the ghost realm. At this time, the gloomy voice sounded again. The route that the ancient ship was on now was the route to the ghost realm. So, it was the ghost path that the gloomy voice said. The ancient ship occupied the ghost path. It was about to enter the ghost realm. As the voice faded away, the sky was getting darker. The gloomy wind was howling around. The ghost night parade. The surrounding world instantly turned into the ghost realm. And the light spot in the distance. It was gradually disappearing. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the others all showed a horrified expression. If the light spot disappeared, it meant the way out. It would also disappear. But they couldn't stop all this. In the end, that light spot disappeared. Lin Feng and the others' faces all became pale. The way out. It disappeared. Did it mean that they couldn't escape? He. In the darkness, gloomy laughter sounded. The mysterious existence in the darkness. At this moment, it seemed to be extremely proud. Ferrying the dead to the underworld and ferrying the living back to the world of the living. The old smoker spoke again. His eyes had changed. The originally turbid eyes. They turned into a pair of yin-yang eyes. A pair of yin-yang eyes. He could see through life and death in the world. Yin-yang eyes could see through the world of yin and yang. No wonder the old smoker could become the ferryman. He actually had yin-yang eyes. It was a talent. And it was an innate talent. The old smoker, who had opened his yin-yang eyes, seemed to be able to see the disappearing light spot. So he didn't stop moving. Instead, he moved faster. Lin Feng and the others were overjoyed. They had a chance to escape from this place. Man lights the lamp, ghost blows out the lamp. Suddenly, a gloomy voice rang in their ears. The unknown terrifying creature seemed to have come to them. Whoosh! 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 A cold wind blew. Even the defensive light shield of the ancient ship couldn't resist it. 4 lights. They were extinguished again. The surroundings were completely plunged into darkness. They couldn't even see their own fingers. If they were in the outside world, Lin Feng and the others could have night vision even if it was night. For them, night and day didn't make much difference. But here, it was different. They seemed to have become ordinary people. The darkness covered their eyes. They couldn't see anything. Lin Feng felt as if there was something unclean around him. Waves of gloomy and cold aura. It made him have goosebumps. Senior smoker, I don't know what's wrong. I can't move. Chang'ing cried in horror. Among these people, she and Zhou Han were the weakest. And their state of mind was obviously far inferior to others. When something happened, it was easy to fall into this kind of panic. The old smoker didn't answer her. Perhaps the old smoker didn't have the time to answer her. Because the old smoker had the energy. He put all his energy on getting everyone out of here quickly. He didn't have the time to care whether Chang'ing was scared, worried, or frightened. Clatter, clatter, the sound of chains colliding sounded again. It came from afar and was getting closer. It seemed to be very close to the ancient ship now. Suddenly, something seemed to be entangled on the ancient ship. The ancient ship that was moving at a high speed was strangled and couldn't move forward anymore. It was a chain from the world of spirits and souls that wrapped around the ancient ship. How can you return to the world of the living after entering the path of the ghost? The gloomy voice sounded again. However, she had no idea where he was. Was he watching everyone from the darkness outside the ancient ship, or perhaps, it was just a voice that came from another spacetime? Everything was too strange, causing the souls of Lin Feng and the others to tremble. A drop of blood severs the fetters of the world. The smoker raised his right hand and flicked his finger. A drop of blood flew out. It was actually a streak of silver-white blood. The old smoker was too mysterious. His silver blood could not be human blood. No one knew what race he was from. The drop of blood sank into the darkness. Then, it broke the chain that was wrapped around the ancient ship in the darkness. Then the smoker continued to paddle. The speed of the ancient ship quickly increased. Soul Fairy. It's difficult to redeem others. The existence in the darkness called out in a sinister voice. Then, a strange force poured into the body of the opium pipe. Ah! The opium pipe let out a shrill cry. Lin Feng quickly took down a bronze lamp and lit it. With the dim light, everyone looked at the opium pipe and saw a creepy scene. There were blood-red hairs on the surface of the opium pipe's body. Obviously, these blood-red hairs should have something to do with the mysterious existence in the darkness. But what was this blood-red hair? It made people puzzled. My fate, he murmured. The opium pipe's voice was shrill, full of horror and unwillingness. His body had already become stiff. He seemed to have turned into a monster covered with red hair. Fate. It's irreversible. No matter how many people you redeem, you can't be saved. The mysterious and terrible creature in the darkness said. He controlled the opium pipe's fate. He controlled everything. I can't escape from this disaster, the opium pipe said with difficulty. Then, he let out a shrill cry. His body fell down. Lin Feng and the others were shocked. Is the opium pipe going to die? If the opium pipe dies, none of them will survive. Is the opium pipe's condition related to these red hairs? Lin Feng frowned. He took up the heaven fire and began to burn the red hairs on the opium pipe. The red hairs that were still growing were burned to ashes by the heaven fire. The smoker, on the other hand, woke up. Heaven won't kill me. The opium pipe roared excitedly. He grabbed the oar and continued to row. The ancient ship reached its maximum speed and rushed out. Finally, Lin Feng and the others saw the faint light spot again. They found the way out again. And the way out. It was very close to them. The opium pipe's yin-yang was extraordinary. It could see through the world of yin and yang. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of loud noises came from the darkness. A huge palm stretched out. It covered the sky and the sun. It wanted to catch the ancient ship. Burn my divine blood. Activate the emperor pattern, the opium pipe shouted coldly and spat out a mouthful of divine blood. The divine blood burned, and the powerful energy it released was all absorbed by the ancient ship. The emperor patterns on the ancient ship awakened one after another. This surprised Lin Feng. It was just a small ship. In a short time it had awakened 36 emperor patterns. He didn't know who built this ancient ship, but there were so many emperor runes on it. It was really a big deal. After the emperor patterns awakened, the ancient ship shattered the world and blocked the grasp of the Black Hand. At the same time, the ancient ship reached its maximum speed. It turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the light spot. Ah! At this time, the opium pipe screamed. His left eye had cracked open. Blood immediately flowed out. His yin-yang was destroyed just like that. Whoosh! Finally, the ancient ship rushed out. The next moment, the ancient ship appeared in the sea of lightning. The blood moon disappeared. There were raging lightning everywhere, terrifying space-time reversal, and restrictions with destructive power. We are free! Zhou Han and Chang'ing shouted excitedly. Lin Feng and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Senior Opium Pipe, are you okay? Lin Feng looked at the opium pipe. The opium pipe's current appearance was really scary. With his cracked eye and gloomy aura, he looked like a corpse that crawled out of a grave. Hee 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 hee, the old smoker suddenly let out a burst of gloomy laughter. Great! Great! I saw a way to fight against fate. Do you see that? That island is the Thunder Island. You can rest here for a few days before setting off. The ancient ship sailed out of the Thunder Sea. The smoking pipe pointed to the front where there was a huge island. It was the Thunder Island that the smoking pipe had been talking about. There were many forces in the sea. The Thunder Island was considered a powerful island. The old island master of the Thunder Island, Lei Wanli, was a famous expert in the past. The young island master, Lei Shaoli, had cultivated for 130,000 years and had broken through to the heavenly god realm. His future was limitless. Thank you. Lin Feng and the others cupped their fists. This time, the smoking pipe did not say anything. They wanted to escape. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. They were all aware of this, so they all thanked the old smoker with sincerity. I've been paid to do this. You don't have to thank me. This is my duty. Let's get off the ship. We'll meet again. The smoking pipe took a puff of his pipe and said, Take care. Everyone cupped their fists again. Then, they soared into the sky and flew toward the Thunder Island. The smoking pipe, on the other hand, rowed the boat and returned to the Thunder Sea. He was humming a ballad. The shackles of fate can't restrain me. The power of the curse will eventually be dissolved by me. For a long time, I've been saving people. Heaven rewards those who persevere. Fate is finally changing. Singing the strange ballad, the smoker paddled the boat. Not long after, the ancient boat entered the endless sea of thunder. The Thunder Island was huge. In the depths of the Thunder Island stood a huge thunder city. Cultivators could be seen flying in from all directions. They landed outside the Thunder City and lined up. Each person had to pay 3 origin crystals to enter the Thunder City. Although they had gone through life and death together, they did not have any friendship. Therefore, they did not communicate on the way to the Thunder Island. After landing outside the Thunder City, they lined up and entered the city after paying the origin crystals. The Thunder City was quite lively. People came and went, and all kinds of hawking sounds could be heard. There was something special about the sea. There were many cultivators. There were few ordinary people. Because the sea was too dangerous. Therefore, it was difficult for ordinary people to survive in the sea. Therefore, there were very few ordinary people in the sea. However, the world of the sea took up about 72% of the 9 prefectures. The sea area was much larger than the land area. In addition, the sea area was rich in resources. Therefore, the number of cultivators in the sea was endless, even more than the number of cultivators on land. Young master, this is your first time on Lightning Island, right? I have been living on Lightning Island since I was young, so I am very familiar with the place. May I know if there is anything I can do to help young master? Lin Feng had just walked a short distance into the city when a thin and small cultivator walked over while nodding his head and bowing. How do you know that this is my first time here? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. The skinny cultivator said, I usually observe some unfamiliar faces and act as their tour guide to earn some origin crystals. Since I'm doing this for a living, I think I have some discerning eyes. Lin Feng nodded. He thought of a saying. Never use your hobby to challenge other people's jobs. This saying was very suitable for the current situation. From Lin Feng's point of view, this cultivator could tell at a glance that this was his first time on Lightning Island, which made him feel very surprised. However, this was someone else's job. He could tell that something was wrong. Naturally, he had some ability. Lin Feng took out 10 origin crystals and threw them to the skinny cultivator, saying, This is your reward. First, bring me to a place where I can gather all kinds of information. The skinny cultivator quickly accepted the 10 origin crystals. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly put away the origin crystals. Then, he put on a fawning expression and said, Young master, please follow me. Usually, when people asked to lead the way, they would only reward them with 1 origin crystal. However, Lin Feng rewarded him with 10 origin crystals. Naturally, the skinny cultivator was very happy. What's your name? Lin Feng asked. My name is Gu Er, the skinny cultivator quickly replied. Lin Feng nodded and did not ask any more questions. Gu Er brought Lin Feng to a place called the All-Knowing Pavilion. Is the All-Knowing Pavilion the place where information is gathered and disseminated? Lin Feng asked. Gu Er nodded and said, The All-Knowing Pavilion has the most powerful information network. Even the information network set up by the Inland Mercenary Association can't compare to the All-Knowing Pavilion. Therefore, a lot of information can be gathered here. Lin Feng nodded and entered the All-Knowing Pavilion. Gu Er obviously knew the people inside the All-Knowing Pavilion. Soon, he led a middle-aged man over. I'm Sun Qiantao, a deacon of the All-Knowing Pavilion. May I know how to address you, young master? The middle-aged cultivator cupped his fists and said. Lin Feng. Sun Qiantao said with a smile, I heard that you want to gather some information. Please follow me to the VIP room for a detailed discussion. Lin Feng nodded and followed Sun Qiantao to the VIP room. He asked Sun Qiantao about the lightning god's inheritance in the sinkhole battlefield. He learned from Sun Qiantao that the lightning god's inheritance would not appear in the sinkhole battlefield anytime soon because the restriction would not disperse. The restriction would not disperse. There was no way to enter the sinkhole battlefield. Not to mention going to the lightning god's inheritance. Therefore, everyone was waiting. This matter couldn't be rushed. Lin Feng spent a lot of money to get the all-knowing pavilion to help him gather information about Senior Duguya. The Mercenary Association's information in the inland world was limited. Lin Feng now had some doubts. He wondered if Senior Duguya was in the oceanic world. The all-knowing pavilion's information network covered the entire oceanic world. Lin Feng hoped that the all-knowing pavilion could help him gather information about Senior Duguya. Lin Feng needed to gather information about his parents from Duguya. He even wanted to find out where his mother was sealed. Lin Gongzi, this is a communication jade talisman specially refined by the all-knowing pavilion. This jade talisman can be used to contact me. As long as I gather information, I will immediately contact Lin Gongzi through the communication jade talisman. Sun Qiantao took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lin Feng. Good. I hope you can gather the information I want. Lin Feng nodded. He did not stay in the all-knowing pavilion for long. After leaving, he asked Gu'er to bring him to a place where he could buy top-grade poisons. Gu'er brought Lin Feng to the Thunder Island's black market. With Gu'er's introduction, Lin Feng met a cultivator who specialized in selling poisons in the black market. This cultivator was actually an extremely charming young woman, which surprised Lin Feng. It was hard to imagine that such a charming young woman was actually an expert in refining poisons. After a brief introduction, Lin Feng learned that the woman was called the Femme Fatale. She was an expert in refining poisons. It was said that the Femme Fatale was a foreign cultivator, and there were several powerful shops in the black market. They were all guarded by experts. However, those shops were later taken over by the Femme Fatale. Now, the Femme Fatale was the only shop left in the black market. What kind of poisons do you want, Lin Gongzi? I have some common poisons, such as the Crimson Crane Crown and 1,000 Miles Incense. I also have some deadly poisons, such as the Heartbreak Powder. Lin Feng said. All the poisons. Put them all in place. I want them all. Oh? You want them all? The Femme Fatale narrowed her eyes and said, if you want them all, the price will not be cheap. Without 3 million origin crystals, you will not be able to buy all the poisons I have here. Lin Feng waved his right hand. 3 long rivers of origin crystals flew out. 1 river of origin crystals was worth 1 million. 3 rivers of origin crystals were worth 3 million. He, young master is really generous. Young master, please wait here for a moment. This servant will go and prepare the poison for you. The Femme Fatale said with a smile. She then ordered the shopkeeper to talk to Lin Feng while she went to prepare the poisons herself. After arriving at the poison room, the Femme Fatale said to a servant beside her, go to the city lord's mansion and see Lei Xiaoli. Tell him that the target might have appeared. Let him see if it's him. Yes. After the maidservant responded, she quickly left. Not long after, Lei Xiaoli arrived. He entered the poison room and said, Mistress 13, you said that the kid has already arrived in Thunder City? I'm not sure if it's him, but you can take a look. The Femme Fatale said. She then waved her right hand, and an image appeared in the air. It was an image. It was the scene in the living room. There were 3 people in the living room. They were Lin Feng, Gu'er, and the shopkeeper of the Femme Fatale shop. Lei Xiaoli took out a jade tube. He poured his magic power into the jade tube, and the jade tube reflected an image. This video was the video of the battle between Lin Feng and Hong Jing and the others on the Divine Land Trading Company's ship. That's right, it's him. I didn't think that I would really come to Thunder Island. Lei Xiaoli's eyes flickered with a sinister light. How do you plan to deal with this person? After capturing him, we'll hand him over to Hong Tianqi? The Femme Fatale asked. Lei Xiaoli said. Hong Tianqi said that if he came to the Thunder Island, he would buy a lot of poisons. He did what Hong Tianqi said and bought a lot of poisons. Obviously, Hong Tianqi knows why he bought so many poisons, but he didn't tell me the reason. Previously, the Divine Prefecture Trading Company had schemed so hard to kill him, even losing Hong Jing and a group of experts. What does this mean? The femme fatale's eyes lit up as she said, this kid must have some powerful treasure on him that made Hong Tianqi want to kill him so badly. Lei Xiaoli nodded and said, it should be so. Then you plan to capture this brat and interrogate him about the treasures on his body? Then you'll take them for yourself? The femme fatale narrowed her eyes at Lei Xiaoli. Lei Xiaoli said with a smile, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Hong Tianqi paid you 5 million origin crystals to help him capture this kid. You captured him but didn't hand him over to Hong Tianqi. If news of this spreads, your reputation will be greatly affected. It will also be extremely disadvantageous for Thunder Island. The femme fatale said. The cooperation between these large factions was all about honesty. If there was no honesty, then, no one would cooperate with you in the future. This was what the femme fatale was worried about. This was the reality that Lei Xiaoli was facing. Lei Xiaoli said with a smile, I didn't say that I wouldn't hand this brat over to Hong Tianqi. Hong Tianqi only asked me to hand him over. He didn't say whether he wanted him dead or alive. The femme fatale knew what Lei Xiaoli was planning to do after hearing his words. She asked, how do you plan to capture him? Do you need me to do it myself? Maybe you can use poison to deal with him. This brat bought so many poisons. It seems that he has done some research on poisons. It won't be easy to deal with him with poison. Once he discovers some clues, he'll definitely be on guard. It won't be easy to capture him then. Lei Xiaoli raised his eyebrows and said. What's your plan? The femme fatale asked. Didn't he say that he wanted to buy a lot of poisons? Tell him that you have a large supply of them and lure him to the city lord's mansion. I'll activate the restrictions of the city lord's mansion and trap him there. It'll be like catching a turtle in a jar. Lei Xiaoli said with a smile, as if he had everything under control. The femme fatale nodded and said, okay. Go back and make preparations. Since we're going to make a move, we can't let him escape. Otherwise, there'll be endless trouble. Okay. Lei Xiaoli nodded and left. Lin Feng and the shopkeeper chatted idly. Giggles could be heard coming from the outside. The femme fatale walked in. Lin Gongzi, all the poisons have been prepared. They're all in this storage ring. The femme fatale handed a storage ring to Lin Feng. Lin Feng inspected it and found a small mountain of porcelain bottles. He nodded in satisfaction. There must be all kinds of poisons in those bottles. Lin Feng stood up and said, since I've got the poisons, I won't stay any longer. The femme fatale smiled and said, young master, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Is there anything else you need from me? Lin Feng asked. Femme fatale said, today, young master, you've purchased a large amount of poisons. I have a connection with one of my seniors, who is also a master in refining poisons. He should have accumulated a lot of poisons over the years. If young master wants, I can go and meet him and tell him that young master is purchasing poisons. Okay. Then I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. He. The femme fatale laughed and said, come to my shop tomorrow at 6 o'clock. I'll go with you to my elder's residence. No problem. Lin Feng nodded. The femme fatale sent Lin Feng out and returned. Lin Feng, what a handsome guy. Looks like he's going to die in Thunder City. The femme fatale couldn't help but mutter to herself. It was unknown whether she was laughing coldly or feeling sorry for Lin Feng. After leaving the black market, Lin Feng found an inn to stay in and then rewarded Gu'er with 10 origin crystals. Gu'er thanked him profusely and left. Lin Feng continued to use poison to cultivate the white jade toad. The transformation of the white jade toad would still take some time. He would need to use a lot of poison to cultivate it. This kind of thing could not be rushed and had to be done step by step. In the evening, Lin Feng went to a brothel in Lei City. He called some dancers and singers. He drank wine and enjoyed the beautiful dancers. He listened to the melodious songs of the singers. Lin Feng was enjoying himself like a celestial being. Usually, Lin Feng rarely had such free time. Tonight, he could relax properly. Lin Feng didn't leave until late at night. Even though it was late at night, Thunder City was still very lively. Whoosh! He saw a black shadow flash past. He was originally a little drunk, but now he instantly sobered up. It's that black-robed cultivator. Where is he going in such a hurry? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. That black-robed cultivator was very mysterious. When he was on the ancient ship, Lin Feng had paid attention to him. Moreover, that black-robed cultivator was also abnormally strong. Lin Feng didn't chase after him. Everyone had their own secrets. Although he didn't become friends with that black-robed cultivator, Lin Feng didn't want to be friends with him. If he chased after him this time, it was very likely that he would become an enemy. He returned to his residence and rested for the night. When he woke up the next morning, he heard someone shouting outside. Hurry up and take a look. Two powerful cultivators are having a life-and-death battle in the sea. After hearing the news, many people rushed outside. A life-and-death battle between experts? Who is it? Lin Feng was a little puzzled. He also flew out of the city. When he arrived at the seaside, there were already many cultivators gathered around. A fierce battle was taking place within the ocean region as two cultivators fought one another. One of the cultivators was clad in a suit of golden armor. Additionally, there was a pair of large golden wings on his back. Clearly, that was a human cultivator. However, he didn't know which race that cultivator was from. Surprisingly, Lin Feng knew the cultivator on the other side. One of the 9 great young masters of the demonic path, the evil young master. This person had always been pursuing Xue Linglong, but Xue Linglong had always kept a distant attitude towards him. Lin Feng never thought that he would see evil Yu Gongzi here. For some unknown reason, the evil Yu Gongzi started fighting with the cultivator with the golden wings on his back. Both sides fought intensely and were locked in a stalemate. Both of their cultivations were extremely high and terrifying. It would not be an easy task to determine the outcome of the battle. Young Master Xiaoyu, you have improved a lot compared to before. The winged cultivator sneered. Golden Eagle Prince. All these years, you haven't made any progress. Xiaoyu Gongzi sneered. Evil young master? Golden Eagle child? These two people's identities are not simple. One is one of the 9 great young masters of the Demon Dao, while the other is one of the 8 great young masters of the Demon Dao. Both of them have unique skills and are experts on the prodigy role. That's right. They are both top experts. However, I don't know why the two of them are fighting. This matter can be traced back to a few years ago. During one of their training sessions, they had a dispute and thus became enemies. Now that the two of them have met, it's as though they are enemies. A cultivator whispered, talking about the grudge between the two of them. Although the battle was intense, it was difficult for the two of them to defeat each other. Therefore, after a few thousand rounds, the two of them stopped. Golden Eagle Prince flew into the distance and soon disappeared without a trace. As for evil Yu Gongzi, he flew towards Thunder City. The cultivators who were watching the show returned one after another. Many of them were still discussing the exciting battle. This battle was destined to be unforgettable. Lin Feng also returned to Thunder City. In the afternoon, he went to the black market and met the femme fatale. The femme fatale said with a smile, "Young master, you came at the right time. The carriage is already prepared. Let's get on the carriage and talk as we go." Lin Feng nodded and boarded the carriage with the femme fatale. The coachman drove the carriage into the distance. Along the way, the two of them talked about the trade. The femme fatale then tried to find out about Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng did not hide anything from her. He told the femme fatale that he was a disciple of the reincarnation immortal sect. After the poison matriarch heard this, a trace of seriousness appeared between her brows, and then she felt relieved. The slight change in her expression did not escape Lin Feng's notice. Lin Feng could not help but be cautious. After about 2 hours, the coachman's voice could be heard. "My lord, we have arrived." The femme fatale looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Let's get off." Lin Feng nodded and got off the carriage with the femme fatale. He looked around and found that he was in a very large courtyard. There were no servants in the courtyard, it was empty. The femme fatale said, "My elder likes peace and quiet, so he has very few servants." Lin Feng did not suspect anything and continued walking with the femme fatale. They entered the main hall. After waiting for a while, a cultivator in his 30s walked in. "Haha, you must be Lin Gongzi, right?" the cultivator said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded. "What's your name, Your Excellency?" "I am Lei Xiaoli." Lin Feng was shocked when he heard the name. Lei Xiaoli. Isn't he the young city lord of Thunder City? No wonder the femme fatale was able to control the poison trade in Thunder City so quickly. "Nice to meet you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Lei Xiaoli said with a smile, "I'm here on behalf of the elders in my clan. This storage ring contains the poison you need. It's worth 50 million origin crystals, but I'm not sure if you can handle it." Lei Xiaoli took out a storage ring as he spoke. Lin Feng said, "Of course. Brother Lin, please count the amount of poison here," said Lei Xiaoli. Then, he gave the bag to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and reached out to check the contents of the storage ring. At that moment, Lei Xiaoli and the femme fatale attacked at the same time. One in front and one behind. Both of them prepared a powerful attack and charged at Lin Feng. The two of them had taken advantage of Lin Feng's unguarded state to attack Lin Feng. It was extremely sinister. Success! Lei Xiaoli and the femme fatale's eyes lit up. Their attacks were about to hit Lin Feng. They hadn't thought that they would be able to kill Lin Feng so easily. He wanted to catch Lin Feng off guard and catch him off guard. However, just as their attacks were about to hit Lin Feng, swish, a light flashed. Lin Feng silently disappeared. From the moment Lin Feng discovered something strange about the poison matriarch, to the fact that the person she introduced was actually a member of the Lei family, and that the young island master, Lei Xiaoli, had personally received him, Lin Feng felt that something was amiss, so he had always been on guard. As expected, these two people did not have good intentions. Lin Feng used the heaven-mending technique to dodge their attacks. In the next moment, he appeared 20 meters away. Heaven-mending technique. Lei Xiaoli raised his brows slightly. He was an experienced and knowledgeable person, so he recognized the sacred art that Lin Feng had used. Lin Feng did not feel that there was anything unexpected about it. "We have no grudges in the past, so why do you want to kill me? Could it be that you want to kill me and steal my treasures? Kill me and steal my wealth?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lei Xiaoli. Within his eyes, there was a cold glint. Lin Feng's principle was, "If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. If you offend me, I'll repay you tenfold, today." The two sides were already in a situation where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Lei Xiaoli waved his right hand. Suddenly, the entire courtyard was enveloped by a powerful restriction. He had long been prepared to catch Lin Feng like a turtle in a jar. The grudges in the world are all due to a conflict of interest. Between you and me, it is naturally the same. Lei Xiaoli said casually. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I'll buy your poison. I'll give you money." "You're still not satisfied? You want to kill me and swallow my wealth? I've never seen someone as greedy as you." "Ha ha ha ha." Lei Xiaoli suddenly laughed out loud. Lin Feng asked, "What are you laughing at?" Lei Xiaoli looked at Lin Feng with contempt and said, "I'm laughing at you. You're about to die, but you still don't know why you're dying. How sad." Lin Feng asked, "Then can you tell me why you want to kill me? Do you know Hong Tianqi? You spent a large sum of money to have me pay attention to a cultivator who was wantonly buying poisons. That person is obviously you. I've also learned about what happened on the Divine Land Trading Company's fleet. Hong Tianqi has been trying so hard to find you. It seems that the treasures on you are enough to drive people crazy." Lin Feng asked, "So you're saying that you're working for someone else?" Lei Xiaoli sneered and said, "I'll take Hong Tianqi's money, and I'll take your treasures as well." Lin Feng said, "What a greedy guy. I'm afraid the one who will die today will be you." Shameless boasting. I've already broken through to the second layer of the celestial god realm, and I have Lady Xianxia's help. Add that to the formation, and you think I can't kill you? Lei Xiaoli sneered. He didn't care about Lin Feng at all. Of course. The power that Lei Xiaoli had was indeed powerful. If it was anyone else, they would be full of confidence. Is that so? Let's see who will win in the end. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward and walked towards Lei Xiaoli. Lady Xianxia, release the poison. I'll activate the formation to deal with him. Lei Xiaoli shouted. No problem. The femme fatale nodded and waved her sleeve. In an instant, the poisonous fog rolled. It swept towards Lin Feng. The femme fatale was indeed an expert in using poison. Even the 3000 great poison technique could not neutralize the poison that she had refined. At the same time, Lei Xiaoli also activated the formation. Boom. Boom, boom. Terrifying formation runes swept over and blasted towards Lin Feng. The power was truly terrifying. Facing the formation's attack, Lin Feng stepped forward. The formation runes that looked like chains of order could not touch Lin Feng's body at all. Formation expert. Lei Xiaoli frowned slightly. The level of formation that Lin Feng had displayed had surprised him. At this time, the femme fatale's poison had already surged over. Lin Feng had made contact with the white jade toad. The white jade toad flew out. It stood on Lin Feng's shoulder. Croak! Croak! The white jade toad cried out and then suddenly sucked in. All the poison was absorbed by the white jade toad. Oh my god! It's actually the legendary white jade toad. No wonder Hong Tianqi was plotting to kill him. The femme fatale exclaimed. Let's attack together and kill him. Lei Xiaoli's eyes were filled with endless greed. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng and snatch the white jade toad away. He and the femme fatale rushed into the formation and attacked Lin Feng. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Palm. 10,000 Poison Hands. Lei Xiaoli and the femme fatale each used a powerful divine ability and attacked Lin Feng. Swoosh. A light flashed. The God Realm clone flew out and attacked the femme fatale. Lin Feng, on the other hand, attacked Lei Xiaoli. He said coldly, Lei Xiaoli. Do you think that you can kill me with your second firmament celestial god cultivation? If you think so, then you are gravely mistaken. Today, I will let you die without a burial ground. I will let you know what a miserable outcome you will face if you dare to scheme against me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng attacked. He was multitasking. First, he activated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art. He summoned the Archean Dragonesque Elephant original spirit. Then, he used the burning wrath of the heavens and condensed the 4-colored flames. At the same time, he used the confinement magnetic field. The attacks of the two sides collided fiercely, and the energy shockwave instantly destroyed the hall. This Lei Xiaoli was indeed abnormally terrifying. Lin Feng was multitasking, but he couldn't injure him. Lei Xiaoli laughed sinisterly, kid. A method of multitasking. You have some ability. A lightning giant blade appeared in Lei Xiaoli's right hand. Like the reincarnation of the thunder god, the blade slashed towards Lin Feng. Right now, Lin Feng's combat strength was roughly equivalent to a first firmament celestial god. If he was multitasking and pushed his combat strength to the limit, it was roughly equivalent to a second firmament celestial god. This Lei Xiaoli was a second firmament celestial god. Very powerful. But after exchanging blows, Lei Xiaoli also knew that it was not easy to kill Lin Feng, so he took out his treasure. This treasure was called the 9 Heavens Demon Slaying Thunder Dragon Blade. It was a giant divine soldier level treasure. Its power was abnormally terrifying. By relying on this treasure, Lei Xiaoli could easily kill enemies of a higher level. Facing Lei Xiaoli's attack, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Competing with magic treasures, who could compare to him? Lin Feng waved his hand. 9 Demons Diagram. Heaven Swallowing Jar. The revered sword tomb flew out. The 9 Demons diagram directly swept towards Lei Xiaoli's 9 Heavens Demon Slaying Thunder Dragon Blade. Lei Xiaoli was instantly sent flying. The web between his thumb and index finger that was holding the giant blade was split open from the impact and blood immediately flowed out. The heaven-swallowing jar swept out waves of destructive power and sent Lei Xiaoli flying. Barf, Lei Xiaoli could not help but vomit blood. 2 emperor weapons. Lei Xiaoli shouted in horror. Swoosh! 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 At the same time, the revered sword tomb opened. 4 treasured swords flew out and slashed towards Lei Xiaoli. Break! Lei Xiaoli roared and swept out his spear, wanting to sweep the 4 treasured swords away. But at this moment, the 9 demons diagram and heaven-swallowing jar attacked Lei Xiaoli again. No! Lei Xiaoli shouted in horror. Facing the attacks of so many magic treasures, he could not completely block them. The 9 demons diagram was the first to break through Lei Xiaoli's defense and attacked his body. Half of Lei Xiaoli's body exploded. The destructive power swept out by the heaven-swallowing jar almost shattered Lei Xiaoli's body. Immediately after, the 4 flying swords rushed over and directly dismembered Lei Xiaoli. Both sides had only exchanged a few blows and Lei Xiaoli had already died tragically in Lin Feng's hands. The outcome of a battle between cultivators had always been decided by a combination of many factors. Dharma treasures could often play a decisive role in a battle of life and death. After killing Lei Xiaoli, Lin Feng kept his storage ring and Dharma treasures. At this moment, Lin Feng wanted to kill Lady Femme as well. However, when Lady Femme saw that Lin Feng had killed Lei Xiaoli, she hurriedly repelled the celestial state clone and fled. By the time Lin Feng wanted to kill Lady Femme, it was already too late. Lin Feng put away the 9 demons painting, regal sword tomb, and heaven-devouring jar. The celestial state clone turned into a ray of light and flew into his body. Then, Lin Feng quickly left. Lei Xiaoli's death would definitely cause a huge uproar. The Thunder Island would definitely not let this matter rest. This was foreseeable. Lin Feng quickly left the courtyard. Kill him. Under Lady Femme's lead, the Lei family's guards charged over. However, Lin Feng did not continue fighting. The Lei family's patriarch, Lei Wanli, was a peak heavenly god. If he waited until that old thing appeared, death would be the only way out. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He was so fast that the Lei family's guards had not surrounded him yet. He had already charged out of the encirclement. Then, he left. After leaving Thunder City, he flew toward the Great Immortals Island. Boom! Suddenly, the void trembled. A cultivator stepped out and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stupefied. He hastily threw a punch at him. Bang! The 2 sides collided. Lin Feng was forced back dozens of meters. At this moment, he finally saw who the other party was. This person was Evil Prince. Evil Prince, you also like to use sneak attacks? No wonder senior sister Ling Long doesn't like you. Now I finally know the reason. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng laughed. Kid, what did you say? Evil Yu Gongzi's eyes instantly shot out a dense killing intent. Lin Feng sneered. Today, I have no interest in fighting with you here. Let's settle our grudges in the future. Whoosh, Lin Feng turned into a streak of light and flew into the distance. Where are you going? Evil young master coldly shouted as he chased after Lin Feng. The experts of the Lei clan had also chased after Lin Feng. But how could it be so easy for these people to catch up with Lin Feng? Over the years, other than Xia Shiyun, very few people could be faster than him. The experts of the Lei family were the same. Evil Yu Gongzi was the same. 6 hours later, Lin Feng had completely shaken off the Evil Yu Gongzi and the experts of the Lei family. Although Lin Feng was surprised by Evil Yu Gongzi's sneak attack today, Lin Feng was already prepared to face off against Evil Yu Gongzi. The first time Lin Feng had seen Prince Xiaoyu, he had sensed a strong killing intent from the subhuman. Evil Yu Gongzi was a very jealous person. Any man who dared to get close to Shui Linglong would be treated as an enemy. Although Lin Feng and Shui Linglong only had feelings for each other, Evil Yu Gongzi did not think so. He wanted to eliminate anyone who could pose a threat to him. In Evil Yu Gongzi's opinion, Lin Feng was the biggest threat. Firstly, Lin Feng did not leave the injured Shui Linglong behind when he was surrounded by Evil Yu Gongzi and Jin Luiyue. Instead, he risked his life to protect Shui Linglong. Shui Linglong was definitely grateful to Lin Feng. Secondly, Lin Feng and Shui Linglong were from the same sect. They had many interactions. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Love grows with time. Who knew what would happen in the future? Therefore, in Evil Yu Gongzi's opinion, Lin Feng was someone he had to kill. 3 days later, when Lin Feng was resting on an island, a group of dozens of cultivators landed and launched a crazy attack on Lin Feng. Humph, Lin Feng could not help but snort coldly and fight with these people. A group of experts were all killed by him. After collecting the storage rings of these people, Lin Feng found a jade tube in one of the storage rings. Inside the jade tube was a bounty. This was a bounty issued by Thunder City. The content was as follows. Anyone who can capture this person, regardless of life or death, will be rewarded with 100 million origin crystals by Thunder City. Lin Feng's appearance was also imprinted on the jade tube. Lin Feng sneered, no wonder these people attacked me. So it was Thunder City who issued a bounty. A bounty of 100 million origin crystals. This Thunder City is really willing to pay a heavy price. He casually threw the jade tube on the ground. Then he soared into the sky and continued to fly in the direction of the Great Immortals Island. Lin Feng did not change his appearance. With his current cultivation base, there was no need to disguise himself. If God came, he would kill God. If Buddha came, he would kill Buddha. The reward of 100 million origin crystals was too tempting. Naturally, there were many cultivators who were not afraid of death. Many people came out to look for Lin Feng. Along the way, there were more than a dozen battles of various sizes. But all the cultivators who came to kill him, Lin Feng didn't show any mercy, he killed all of them. Some of the cultivators who came out to kill Lin Feng to get the reward saw that Lin Feng was so powerful and left one after another. The reward of 100 million origin crystals was extremely tempting, but one had to consider whether they had the ability to obtain it. The night was bright. The smell of meat came from the island. Lin Feng drank wine and ate barbecued meat. He was very happy. In the distance, streaks of light flew over. There were more than a dozen people in total. Soon, these people landed. Senior brother, senior sister, look. Isn't that the kid wanted by Thunder City? A cultivator pointed at Lin Feng. The others nodded. Then, they walked towards Lin Feng. People from the Supreme Immortal sect. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Although the Supreme Immortal sect was a behemoth force, it was still a force that no one could contend against. Because this force had the legendary immortal artifact. Even a powerful figure like the Red World Fairy. Under the deterrence of the Supreme Immortal sect's immortal artifact, they did not dare to act rashly. This group of people was led by 2 men and a woman. The purple-clothed man in the lead was called Mo Fei. The white-clothed man was called Wan Tianan. And the woman was called Ma Rong. Said Mo Fei while looking at Lin Feng indifferently. Little boy, you're a genius. With so many people besieging you, you can still live until now. You have some ability. As long as you hand over the treasures on you, we will spare your life. The people from the Supreme Immortal sect had always been arrogant and domineering. Now that Lin Feng was alone, they naturally did not put him in their eyes. In their opinion, they could do whatever they wanted to Lin Feng. They could humiliate Lin Feng however they wanted. If Lin Feng dared to refuse their request, only death would await him. Said Lin Feng indifferently. You're just a motley crew and you dare act atrociously in front of me? Are you tired of living? After hearing Lin Feng's words, the disciples of the Taishang Immortal sect were stunned. Then, their eyes were filled with killing intent. A motley crew, someone actually dared to call them a motley crew. The disciples of the Taishang Immortal sect were all high and mighty figures. Wherever they went, they would be surrounded by stars. In the eyes of the Taishang Immortal sect, they would spare Lin Feng's life. This was already their mercy. However, Lin Feng did not know what was good for him. Wan Tianan sneered. Kid, do you know what you're talking about? Don't think too highly of yourself. Lin Feng said indifferently. Ma Rong screamed, Kid. You're shameless, aren't you? We gave you a way out, but you don't know how to cherish it. If that's the case, we don't mind crushing you like a bug. After Ma Rong finished speaking, the disciples of the Taisheng Immortal sect surrounded Lin Feng. I'm a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. What? As the leader of the Immortal Tao, you want to kill a disciple of the Immortal sect? If word gets out, do you think you can bear the blame? Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. Ha 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 ha. The disciples of the Taisheng Immortal sect suddenly laughed. So you're a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. So what if we kill you? Our Taisheng Immortal sect is the strongest force in the 9 states. If we say you're a disciple of the Immortal Tao, then you're a disciple of the Immortal Tao. If we say you're a disciple of the Devil Tao, then you're a disciple of the Devil Tao. In our opinion, you're a heinous disciple of the Devil Tao. You joined the Reincarnation Immortal sect as a spy with evil intentions. Since our Taisheng Immortal sect is the leader of the Immortal Tao, we have the obligation to punish evil and promote good. We'll kill an evil spy like you and return peace to the world. Mo Fei said with a sneer, directly reversing the facts. This was the style of the Taisheng Immortal sect. Many people cursed the Taisheng Immortal sect as the biggest evil force, and it was not without reason. On the surface, the Supreme Immortal sect was the leader of the righteous path. However, in reality, the actions of the Supreme Immortal sect were even more demonic than the evil demons. If an evil demon wanted to kill someone and steal their treasures, they would do so in a straightforward manner. However, if the Supreme Immortal sect wanted to kill people and steal their treasures, it would not be like this. Directly slandering others as evil demons. However, in this world, there weren't many people or forces that dared to refute the Supreme Immortal sect. Because the Supreme Immortal sect was simply too powerful. Lin Feng mocked, no wonder the Red World Fairy rebelled against the Supreme Immortal sect back then. The Supreme Immortal sect was simply an evil sect. The Red World Fairy had done well. The Supreme Immortal sect is too appropriate to describe them as sanctimonious and heinous. I don't think the Supreme Immortal sect will exist for many years. Perhaps it won't be long before the Supreme Immortal sect is destroyed by the Red World Fairy. Brat. You deserve to die. The group of disciples of the Supreme Immortal sect immediately roared. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they wished that they could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. The Red World Fairy would always be a thorn in the heart of the Supreme Immortal sect. The Red World Fairy had brought too much humiliation to the Supreme Immortal sect. Everyone in the Supreme Immortal sect viewed the Red World Fairy as their enemy. They wished that they could tear the Red World Fairy into 10,000 pieces. However, the people of the Supreme Immortal sect were incomparably afraid of the Red World Fairy because the Red World Fairy was simply too strong. If it weren't for the fact that the Supreme Immortal sect possessed an immortal artifact, the Supreme Immortal sect might have really been destroyed by the Red World Fairy. No one dared to mention the Red World Fairy in front of the cultivators of the Supreme Immortal sect, because it would deeply stimulate the self-esteem of the cultivators of the Supreme Immortal sect. Now that Lin Feng had brought up the Red World Fairy, it had indeed stimulated the self-esteem of the people of the Supreme Immortal sect. The disciples of the Supreme Immortal sect were all filled with killing intent. Tai Yuan Demon Palm. Heavenly Dipper Snow Lion Technique. Great Dragon Subduing God Fist. Heavenly Tao Breaking Finger. Supreme Primeval Chaos Slash. In their fury, the disciples of the Supreme Immortal sect burst out with their most powerful divine abilities. All kinds of divine ability attacks gathered together, forming a torrent of attacks. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth as it flooded towards Lin Feng. In the face of such a tyrannical attack, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly activated the ancient dragonesque elephant art and summoned the ancient dragonesque elephant original spirit. Roar, an earth-shaking roar was heard as the ancient dragonesque elephant original spirit appeared. It roared towards the sky, shaking the 9 heavens. The ancient dragonesque elephant raised its huge foot and stomped down. Suddenly, the torrent of attacks from the disciples of the Supreme Immortal sect was instantly crushed. Then, the ancient dragonesque elephant original spirit punched out. Bang bang bang, following a series of muffled collisions, the disciples of the Supreme Immortal sect were sent flying one after another. The attack of the ancient dragonesque elephant original spirit was too overbearing. Anyone who was hit by the ancient dragonesque elephant original spirit, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people were killed. Not good, this child is ferocious. Quickly use the magic treasure to kill him. Mo Fei shouted in a deep voice. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one magic treasure after another was used to attack Lin Feng. Roar. The ancient dragonesque elephant original spirit once again let out an earth-shaking roar. All the magic treasures were directly grabbed by the ancient dragonesque elephant, unable to cause any harm to Lin Feng. Although the cultivation of the disciples of the Supreme Immortal sect was extraordinary. But there were no top experts. Unless it was the top experts among the holy sons and holy daughters of the Supreme Immortal sect. For example, Duga Di Tian of the 3 Supreme Holy Sons. Such an expert was still able to suppress Lin Feng. But the gap between the ordinary disciples and Lin Feng was too big. The ancient dragonesque elephant original spirit continued to display its might. It rushed forward. Bang bang bang, one by one, the bodies of the disciples of the Supreme Immortal sect directly exploded, leaving only Mo Fei, Wan Tianan, and Ma Rong. It's your turn. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he controlled the ancient dragonesque elephant original spirit and continued to attack the disciples of the Supreme Immortal sect. Fight. 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 If you don't fight, we're going to die. Ma Rong screamed crazily. This woman seemed to have turned into a lunatic, her face was distorted as she roared hysterically. Mo Fei gritted his teeth and took out a golden little man. Life ignition, blood sacrifice. Mo Fei, Wan Tianan, and Ma Rong all roared. Each of their eyes were ferocious and terrifying. Then, their bodies burned fiercely. In the blink of an eye. Their lifespans had been burned until they were only left with 3 years. In order to sacrifice that golden little man. They had lost so much of their lifespan. Such a price was simply too great. Roar, suddenly, the golden little man let out an earth-shaking roar. Then it turned into a 1,000-meter-tall golden giant. Waves of destructive power surged out of the golden giant's body. What a powerful aura. Lin Feng was shocked when he sensed the golden giant's aura. The giant's aura made his hair stand on end. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying existence this giant was. You've left us with only 3 years of lifespan. You must die today. You must die today. The 3 of them roared angrily. His eyes were filled with endless hatred and resentment. They had lost tens of millions of years of lifespan. Their bodies had suffered great injuries. Ordinary elixirs that could increase their lifespan had little effect on their bodies. Only by breaking through their current cultivation base could they go against the heavens and seize their lives. Their bodies were injured, and they only had 3 years of lifespan left. Breaking through was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The 3 of them knew what their future would be like. Therefore, they only had one thought now, and that was to kill Lin Feng. Ma Rong cursed bitterly, Supreme Giant has been tempered by the supreme immortal artifact of our Zenith Immortal sect and integrated with the power of an immortal law. Little bastard, you're dead today. No one in this world can save you. This golden giant was obviously the Supreme Giant that Ma Rong had mentioned. Its huge body and powerful aura were indeed suffocating. Boom, Supreme Giant unleashed its might and punched out. The primordial dragonesque elephant's primordial spirit attacked Supreme Giant. Bang bang bang, the 2 behemoths fought fiercely, causing the void to collapse. It was as if doomsday had arrived. It was terrifying to the extreme. After 36 consecutive rounds, the primordial dragonesque elephant's primordial spirit could no longer hold on. Lin Feng took out the 9 demons painting, the heaven-devouring jar, and the zenith sword tomb and attacked Supreme Giant together. Whoosh, Supreme Giant suddenly opened its mouth. It sucked in a huge mouthful. Suddenly, a powerful devouring force surged. It wanted to devour all 3 of Lin Feng's treasures. So powerful. Lin Feng was horrified. As expected of a puppet that Mo Fei, Wan Tianan, and Ma Rong had burned 30 million years of their lifespan to activate. It was too powerful. Lin Feng quickly recalled his 3 treasures and rushed into the distance. You can't escape. Chase after them. The 3 of them jumped onto the Zenith Giant's shoulders. Then, the Zenith Giant's enormous body began to run rapidly through the void. Every time he ran, the void was trembling violently. One fled while the other chased. 3 days and 3 nights passed. However, Lin Feng was still unable to dodge the Supreme Giant. Normally, the energy of a miniature puppet would be depleted in a short period of time. Then, the power dissipated. However, that was not the case for this Supreme Giant. It was incomparably strange. The speed showed no signs of slowing down, which made Lin Feng very puzzled. Mo Fei said with a sinister smile, "Little bastard. No matter how you run, you won't be able to escape. Once the Supreme Giant awakens, the immortal law power in his body will be able to continuously absorb the energy of heaven and earth to replenish his body. With the passage of time, not only will the Supreme Giant's strength not decrease, it will instead become stronger and stronger." Wan Tianan grinned. "When we catch you, we won't let you die so easily. We'll torture you. I will make you wish you were dead. Then, we'll watch you beg us to kill you like a dog." Ma Rong cursed bitterly. "Finally, we'll cut off the flesh on your body piece by piece. Then, we'll pull out your soul and throw it into the 9 nether purgatory. We'll make you suffer for all eternity." Lin Feng sneered. "The 3 of you only have 9 years of lifespan left. Hurry up and think of a way to raise your cultivation. You're actually chasing after me without letting go. There must be something wrong with your head." After making fun of the 3 of them, Lin Feng continued, "But with your natural abilities, it's impossible for you to become stronger in 3 years. Do you want to break through to the next cultivation level? Do you want to give up now? Little bastard, you've caused us to be so miserable. You're still making sarcastic remarks here. When we catch you, let's see if you still have the same courage as now." The 3 of them kept cursing Lin Feng. The Supreme Giant's speed became faster and faster. Lin Feng also increased his speed, wanting to get rid of the Supreme Giant as soon as possible. 5 days later, Lin Feng saw an ancient ship sailing on the sea. The ancient ship wasn't big, only a dozen meters long. A woman stood at the bow, holding a jade flute in her hand. The melodious sound of the flute could be heard. "It's her." When he saw the woman, Lin Feng was slightly shocked. This woman was actually the mysterious woman who had crossed the Sea of Lightning with him on the Smoking Pipe's ancient ship. This woman. Lin Feng had a deep impression of him when he saw how decisive he was. He quickly flew over and landed on the ancient ship. The arrival of Lin Feng, an uninvited guest, made her frown slightly. She said coldly, "Get down." Lin Feng sat on the ground and said, "We can be considered old acquaintances, right? Don't be so heartless, okay? Let me rest on your ship." "You're not welcome," the woman said coldly. Lin Feng said shamelessly, "Even if you don't welcome me, I'm not leaving unless you throw me out." "You think I don't dare?" the woman said coldly. She walked toward Lin Feng as if she really wanted to throw Lin Feng off. "Beauty, you can't be, right? You're too heartless. It's easy for you to lose friends like this." Lin Feng shouted. "I don't need friends." The woman's voice was still cold. Her beautiful face didn't even show any emotion. She was about to grab Lin Feng and throw Lin Feng off the ship. In the distance, the Supreme Giant had already caught up. Rumble. Rumble, the void trembled violently. Not long after, the Grand Supreme Giant stopped above the ancient ship. "Little bastard. Why aren't you running anymore?" The 3 of them looked at Lin Feng with resentment. "When did I ever run away? I was just playing with you guys," Lin Feng said indifferently. Mo Fei sneered and said, "You're still so stubborn when you're about to die." Ma Rong looked coldly at the mysterious woman and said, "Who are you? Are you this little bastard's accomplice?" The mysterious woman ignored Ma Rong and looked at Lin Feng. The threat in her eyes was self-evident. It was as if she was saying, "If you don't get off, don't blame me for not giving you face and throwing you off personally." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He had wanted to ask the woman to help him deal with the Supreme Giant. At most, he would pay her. However, it seemed that his wish was destined to fail. Lin Feng was about to continue running. Ma Rong suddenly cursed, "Bitch. I asked you a question. Didn't you hear me?" Ma Rong was usually very domineering. In addition, she was a disciple of the Supreme Immortal sect. Who would dare to ignore her words? Now, she was being ignored by the mysterious woman. Ma Rong felt that she had lost face and started cursing. Ma Rong, that bitch, cursed. Lin Feng was being scolded. He couldn't be bothered to retaliate. From Lin Feng's point of view, these three people's temperaments and talent weren't enough for them to break through in 3 years, so they were about to die. Why bother cursing at people who were about to die? That was a disgrace to their status. Ma Rong called the mysterious woman a bitch. She naturally couldn't stand it. Lin Feng saw the mysterious woman's expression change and knew that she was angry. This woman was a terrifying existence. Lin Feng knew how powerful she was. Are the people of the Supreme Immortal sect all like you? Don't you know etiquette? Don't you have any manners? Don't you know the meaning of the phrase, a loose tongue causes trouble? The mysterious woman's voice suddenly turned cold. Ma Rong continued cursing, bitch. Who do you think you are to dare lecture us? You're simply courting death. So what if I call you a bitch? Maybe you're even a bitch. You're courting death. The mysterious woman's voice was filled with cold killing intent. She raised her right hand and slashed through the void. Whoosh. A ray of white light flashed and disappeared. It was as fast as lightning. The white light instantly pierced through the void and slashed towards Ma Rong. Ma Rong screamed, kill, kill, kill. Kill that bitch and that little bastard together. At that moment, Mo Fei said, don't. That brat can die, but it'd be a pity to kill this beauty. Wan Tianan laughed lewdly and said, that's right. It'd be a pity to kill her, but we can use her for nourishment. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Mo Fei and Wan Tianan really weren't good people. There was an 80% chance that they'd plucked many female cultivators. After hearing Mo Fei and Wan Tianan's words, the mysterious woman's expression turned gloomy, and the killing intent in her eyes grew stronger. The Supreme Giant roared and swung his fist at the mysterious woman's attack. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of strength that white light was. Back then, he had seen the mysterious woman attack. It was this white light that was abnormally tyrannical. It was the same this time. When the Taisheng Giant's huge golden fist collided with the mysterious woman's white radiance, the Taisheng Giant's golden fist collided. Puff, a tearing sound could be heard. A wound of more than 10 centimeters appeared on the fist of Supreme Giant. What a powerful attack. Lin Feng was shocked. He was well aware of how terrifying that Supreme Giant was, yet it was actually unable to withstand this mysterious woman's attack. This mysterious woman was much more powerful than he had imagined. Who is she? Is he also an expert on the Heaven's Pride ranking? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Of course. This world is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. She was the pride of the heavens, the goddess of the heavens. There were countless of them. Many experts of the younger generation did not participate in the contest for the prodigy list. Therefore, he wasn't very famous. However, his strength was not weaker than the experts on the prodigy list. The mysterious woman's attack was so powerful. Ma Rong, Mo Fei, and Wan Tianan's expressions changed slightly. However, a sinister smile soon appeared on their faces. They knew what kind of terrifying existence the Supreme Giant was. Therefore, they were against the Taisheng Giant. They were extremely confident. The three of them shouted at the same time, activate the Taisheng apocalyptic light. Along with the shout, Yi Zichen shouted, the three of them continuously made hand seals. One by one, the spells were injected into the body of the Supreme Giant. The Supreme Giant immediately roared toward the sky. Then, waves of destructive power surged out of the Supreme Giant's body. There were thousands of destructive powers. Some were powerful, some were weak. And this Taisheng apocalyptic light was definitely the most powerful type of destructive power. The Supreme Giant's fist swept over. In an instant, endless Taisheng apocalyptic light condensed on the Supreme Giant's fist. Then, it charged toward Lin Feng and the mysterious woman on the ancient ship, wanting to capture Lin Feng and the mysterious woman in one fell swoop. Slash! The mysterious woman's voice was cold as she gently slashed with her right hand. Swoosh! Swoosh! A dazzling white light flew out. Soon, that white light turned into 2. Then, 2 turned into 4. In the next moment, 4 turned into 8. It didn't take long. Between heaven and earth, it had already turned into a white world. The dense white light was dazzling, and it was unknown how many white lights there were. That dazzling white light enveloped the supreme giant, Ma Rong, Mo Fei, and Wan Tianan. Puff! Puff! A tearing sound was heard. When the white light dissipated, the supreme giant's huge body was already riddled with holes. The energy in the supreme giant's body began to dissipate. The supreme giant's strength began to decline substantially. The mysterious woman's strength was too powerful. He was able to destroy such a powerful supreme giant. Moreover, it was destroyed with the force of a thunderbolt that could destroy everything in its path. It was so strong that it was unbelievable. How is this possible? This is impossible. It's definitely not true. Ma Rong, Mo Fei, and Wan Tianan couldn't accept the scene in front of them at all and screamed. But, no matter how much they didn't want to admit it. But, everything in front of them was the truth. Supreme Giant, this powerful puppet that had consumed 3,000 years of their lifespan and was strengthened by immortal weapons. Now, it was destroyed by the mysterious woman. Run, run, run! The 3 of them cried out in horror. How would they dare to stay any longer? They only wanted to escape now. They didn't want to die. The Supreme Giant roared. It pounced towards the mysterious woman, wanting to buy some time for Ma Rong, Mo Fei, and Wan Tianan who were escaping. Humph! The mysterious woman snorted coldly and slapped out with her palm. A giant energy palm condensed and blasted towards the Supreme Giant. At this time, the Supreme Giant's body actually burned. It wanted to pass through its natural body. Increase its battle strength. Push its battle strength to the limit. But, the mysterious woman's attack was too powerful. After the energy palm she condensed collided with the Supreme Giant. It instantly destroyed the Supreme Giant. Then, that energy palm grabbed towards Ma Rong, Mo Fei, and Wan Tianan. Ma Rong, Mo Fei, and Wan Tianan were so scared that their faces turned pale. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late, seeing that they were about to be grabbed to death by that energy palm. At that instant, a cold yell could be heard. Impudent! Along with this cold shout, Li Tianlan's voice rang out. Bang! The energy palm condensed by the mysterious woman was directly shattered by this shout. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the owner of this voice was. In the next moment, a white-robed man stepped out of the void. Mu Xianyu! Who gave you the guts to attack a disciple of my supreme immortal sect? The man in white was like a god descending to the world, looking down at the mysterious woman from above. So, her name is Mu Xianyu. What a nice name. However, her name isn't on the prodigy roll. It seems like she's keeping a low profile and didn't participate in the prodigy roll. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the white-clad man. That man was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng could sense that his body contained a monstrous amount of energy. It was as if he could destroy the world. It was hard to imagine how powerful he was. Wu Qiankuan. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Mu Xianyu was a decisive person. She was destined to be someone who wouldn't back down. Wu Qiankuan acted like he was superior. It would be strange if Mu Xianyu was afraid of him. Moreover, Mu Xianyu was also very powerful. If they were to fight, she wouldn't be afraid of Wu Qiankuan. The white-clad man is called Wu Qiankuan. Isn't he one of the 3 supreme sky prides of the Taishang celestial sect? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The number of disciples in the Taishang celestial sect was 10 times that of the reincarnation celestial sect. The number of sky prides was also 10 times that of the reincarnation celestial sect. Moreover, the Taishang celestial sect was more powerful than the reincarnation celestial sect. They also had more resources than the reincarnation celestial sect. Therefore, the Taishang celestial sect had nurtured many outstanding disciples. To be able to stand out in the Taishang celestial sect, to become one of the 3 supreme sky prides. Based on this, just how powerful was Wu Qiankuan, Mu Xianyu? When you said those words to me, you were destined to be a dead man. Wu Qianquan placed his hands behind his back. He didn't hide the killing intent in his eyes. At this moment, Ma Rong pointed at Lin Feng and said viciously, "Senior brother. That little bastard killed more than 10 of our fellow disciples." What? 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 Wu Qianquan repeated the word "what" 3 times. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Someone dared to kill the disciples of the Taishang celestial sect. In Wu Qianquan's opinion, this was a challenge to the Taishang celestial sect's authority. Ever since the Red World Fairy betrayed the Supreme Immortal sect more than 3,000 years ago, the Supreme Immortal sect seemed to have become extremely sensitive. Who would dare to provoke the dignity of the Supreme Immortal sect? Whoever did this had to die. The Supreme Immortal sect seemed to want to use such bloody and violent methods to restore the glory of the Supreme Immortal sect. That's right. I killed him. They were just a bunch of demons. So what if he's dead? Lin Feng couldn't help but pout. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the group of people from the Supreme Immortal sect, including Wu Qianquan, were filled with killing intent. It had always been the cultivators of the Supreme Immortal sect who slandered others as demons. The Supreme Immortal sect was very good at this kind of reversal of black and white and pointing at a deer as a horse. Right now, there was actually someone who dared to slander the disciples of the Supreme Immortal sect as demons. How could they accept this? How could he swallow this anger? Wu Qianquan looked at Mu Xianyu and said, "Mu Xianyu, I'll give you a chance today. As long as you hand over this brat, I'll let you go today. How about it?" Wu Qianquan's arrogant attitude was really disgusting. However, Wu Qianquan had the strength to do so. Wu Qianquan, you think too highly of yourself. I know you're the second strongest person on the Heaven's Pride roll, but so what? Today, I'd like to experience the power of your supreme 9 lives 9 deaths immortal art. Mu Xianyu sneered and soared into the sky. Slash! She shouted coldly. Her right hand was like a sword, and a white light condensed into a huge sword ray. The sword ray was 10,000 meters long. It directly slashed down. It was as if it could split the world apart. Insignificant skill. Wu Qianquan's expression was indifferent as he swept out the Qianquan Sun Moon fist. The fist collided with the sword ray. A peerless attack. Bang, the two attacks collided, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. Mu Xianyu's powerful attack was actually broken by Wu Qianquan's fist. Moon World. Mu Xianyu shouted coldly and stepped forward. Above the sky, the stars moved. A divine moon descended from the sky. That divine moon was so beautiful, so dazzling and dazzling. When that divine moon descended, a mysterious and illusory world condensed. That world. It was the moon world. The moon world enveloped Wu Qianquan. Inside the moon world, Wu Qianquan's magic power, divine ability, and all his other abilities, they would all be greatly weakened. Mu Xianyu was the opposite of Wu Qianquan, inside the moon world. Her magic power, divine ability, and so on. Everything. They would all be greatly improved. Mu Xianyu stepped in the moon world. Suddenly, 9 moons appeared around her body. She didn't know what kind of method this was. It was really unpredictable. 9 moons, all bombarded towards Wu Qianquan. Feeling the power of the 9 moons, even Lin Feng's face changed. This Mu Xianyu's strength was really too strong. He didn't know where this woman came from. She actually had such terrifying strength. Senior Martial Brother Wu won't be defeated, right? Ma Rong said with a bewildered expression. Now, even she was a little worried. Because, Mu Xianyu's strength was really too strong. Mo Fei said, "Don't worry. Senior Martial Brother definitely won't be defeated." In this world, among the younger generation, even the number 1 existence on the Heaven's Pride list wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat Senior Martial Brother, let alone others. Although this Mu Xianyu is powerful, compared to Senior Martial Brother's cultivation, there is still a gap. Wan Tianan nodded and said, "That's right. Senior Martial Brother's current strength has already reached an unfathomable level. Especially now that Senior Martial Brother's Supreme 9 Lives 9 Deaths Indestructible Immortal technique has reached the 5th level, he can be born from the heart and is invulnerable to all techniques. How can Mu Xianyu be Senior Martial Brother's opponent? Ma Rong nodded, her confidence increasing a lot. She looked at Mu Xianyu with a gaze full of jealousy. Ma Rong was jealous of Mu Xianyu's strength and her beautiful face. Ma Rong cursed, let's wait for Senior Martial Brother to defeat this bitch. At that time, let's see how arrogant she can be. Lin Feng's gaze was also fixed on the two people in the battle. Mu Xianyu took the initiative to attack and used her ultimate technique. He didn't know what kind of powerful divine ability Wu Qianquan would use. Would he use the Supreme 9 Lives 9 Deaths Indestructible Immortal technique that Mu Xianyu had mentioned before? Lin Feng had heard of the Supreme 9 Lives 9 Deaths Indestructible Immortal technique before. It was a supreme technique recorded in the Supreme Immortal Scripture. This technique was definitely unimaginably powerful. Mu Xianyu. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wu Qianquan sneered in the face of Mu Xianyu's attack. He stepped forward and began to condense a powerful divine ability. Fist can break the heavens and earth. Martial arts can defy the universe. Today, I will let you experience my ultimate move, martial arts defy the universe. Wu Qianquan's voice was cold. He was still as arrogant as before. He was like a peerless divine king, immortal and indestructible throughout the ages. Under the cover of the moon world, he didn't seem to be affected at all. He took a step forward and when his eyes opened and closed, it was as if there were two worlds floating within. Wu Qianquan, who can compete with him? Wu Qianquan swept out a fist, condensing an endless amount of divine power on his fist. This power could defy time and space, shatter the firmament, destroy the sun and moon, and make the gods tremble. Fist can break the heavens and earth. Martial arts can defy the universe. This sentence didn't only contain a divine ability, it also contained Wu Qianquan's powerful will. Wu Qianquan was an extremely arrogant and conceited person. Of course, this was built on the foundation of his strength. His will of martial Dao was also extremely domineering. His will of martial Dao was exceptionally tyrannical. Asterisk Wu Qianquan's fist technique was too powerful. He swept out one fist after another, directly sending Mu Xianyu's 9 divine moons flying. Mo Fei excitedly said, Senior Brother Wu is indeed worthy of being the second ranker of the Heaven's Pride list. Senior Brother Wu hasn't even used his true ultimate move yet, but he has already displayed such a powerful battle strength. If Senior Brother Wu uses his peerless ultimate move, that Mu Xianyu won't be able to resist at all. Wan Tianan said, a mere Mu Xianyu doesn't have the qualifications to make Senior Brother Wu use his peerless ultimate move. Ma Rong also shouted, that's right. Who does that bitch think she is? Is she worthy to make Senior Brother Wu use his peerless ultimate move? Ma Rong was originally worried that Wu Qianquan wouldn't be Mu Xianyu's opponent. Now that she saw how powerful Wu Qianquan was, Ma Rong returned to her usual self. Lin Feng couldn't help but slightly frown. This Wu Qianquan was indeed powerful, much more powerful than he had imagined. What would happen if Mu Xianyu were to face Wu Qianquan? After Wu Qianquan repelled the 9 divine moons condensed by Mu Xianyu, he instantly arrived in front of her. His expression was indifferent as he punched towards Mu Xianyu, his cold eyes flashing with killing intent. When that tyrannical attack landed on Mu Xianyu's body instantly turned into a mass of moonlight. Born in the middle of the moon, I am the bright moon. Mu Xianyu's voice suddenly resounded behind Wu Qianquan. A dazzling moonlight appeared behind Wu Qianquan and that moonlight directly turned into Mu Xianyu. Mu Xianyu sent a palm strike towards Wu Qianquan. Mu Xianyu's methods were also extremely tyrannical. She had turned into moonlight and existed in the world. It was hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. Wu Qianquan turned around and sent a palm strike towards Mu Xianyu. Bang! The two sides collided, and a powerful force surged out, shooting out horizontally and vertically, piercing through the void. The destructive power of the battle between the two was simply too great. Wu Qianquan hastily made a move and was directly pushed back by Mu Xianyu. Ah! Wu Qianquan roared, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. What kind of hero was he, Wu Qianquan, but he was actually pushed back. Wu Qianquan was unable to accept this. For Wu Qianquan, this was simply a disgrace, and it made him go mad with hatred. Moon Order, can lock the gods. Mu Xianyu made a move again, waving her right hand. Swish. Swish, in the world of moon. Chains of order condensed from the power of moonlight. These chains contained the most powerful divine power. Every single one of the chains of order distorted spacetime. The chains of order wrapped around Wu Qiankuan. 9 heavens 10 earths highest heavenly lightning slash. Facing the entanglement of the chains, Wu Qiankuan coldly shouted and made a move again. This time, Wu Qiankuan condensed lightning sword qi. The divine ability he used was also an extremely terrifying divine ability, and its power was boundless. The lightning sword qi condensed from lightning power bombarded the moon order chains, but it did not destroy them. The moon order chains condensed by Mu Xianyu were far more powerful than expected. After neutralizing Wu Qiankuan's attack, the moon order chains continued to wrap around Wu Qiankuan. Seeing this scene, Ma Rong, Mo Fei, and Wan Tianan were dumbfounded. They did not expect Mu Xianyu to be so tyrannical. She actually made Wu Qiankuan fall into a passive state. At this moment, it was impossible to say that they were not worried about Wu Qiankuan. They naturally did not care about Wu Qiankuan's life or death. But they knew that Wu Qiankuan absolutely could not die. Because, once Wu Qiankuan died, they would not be able to escape. But soon, the three of them came back to their senses. Among the younger generation, there was no one who could kill Wu Qiankuan. So what if there was someone who could defeat Wu Qiankuan? Defeating and killing were two completely different concepts, and they were far from each other. Not to mention that Wu Qiankuan seemed to be at a disadvantage. But, there was one thing that they had to pay attention to, and that was, Wu Qiankuan had yet to display his most powerful inheritance. The Supreme 9 Lives 9 Deaths indestructible immortal art was absolutely a supreme technique that could destroy gods and Buddhas if Buddhas were to come. This sacred art had a maximum of 9 levels. Wu Qiankuan had cultivated to the 5th level and could already release the power of this sacred art. Wu Qiankuan's cold voice sounded, Mu Xianyu. You've really surprised me. Now, you are qualified for me to display my true strength. This Wu Qiankuan was really arrogant. He actually dared to say such insufferably arrogant words at this time. Supreme 9 Lives 9 Deaths Immortal Technique. Wu Qiankuan attacked with a cold voice. An endless amount of immortal light surged out. The immortal light covered the sky and the sun, covering the bright moon in the sky. Even the world of the moon was completely enveloped by the immortal light. The immortal light condensed by Wu Qiankuan's Supreme 9 Lives 9 Deaths Immortal Technique was very strange. Even Lin Feng could not see the scene of the battle within the immortal light. In the end, the immortal light dissipated. Mu Xianyu landed on the ancient ship. And Wu Qiankuan stood in the void. Wu Qiankuan's expression was extremely gloomy. Mu Xianyu looked at Wu Qiankuan indifferently and said, Wu Qiankuan, let's fight to the death during the genius battle. Wu Qiankuan sneered and said, when the time comes, I will definitely take your life. After saying that, Wu Qiankuan swept up Ma Rong, Mo Fei, and Wan Tianan and quickly left. Mu Xianyu quickly entered the cabin and then fell into the cabin. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood and her face was as pale as paper. You're injured. Lin Feng said from outside. It's none of your business. Mu Xianyu's voice was cold. Lin Feng said, no matter what, this matter is related to me. Your injury is also related to me, so I naturally have to take care of it. Don't flatter yourself. Do you think that I would make a move for an unrelated person? Mu Xianyu sneered. Lin Feng said, how can you say that I'm an unrelated person? We're friends now. I happen to be proficient in medicine. Why don't I help you diagnose your injuries? If you dare to come in, I'll kill you. Mu Xianyu said coldly. Lin Feng walked into the cabin. Mu Xianyu was furious. How could this guy be so shameless? She had chased him away earlier. He didn't leave. Now, he shamelessly entered the cabin. She had already warned him not to let him in. He actually dared to come in. He was courting death. Mu Xianyu stood up and sent a palm towards Lin Feng. Swish, Lin Feng instantly disappeared, and Mu Xianyu's attack missed. She was injured and had just experienced an intense battle. Her battle strength had sharply decreased. Lin Feng was in his best condition. Besides, he had been on guard against Mu Xianyu's attack, so he had been prepared for it. Mu Xianyu's attack bombarded the atmosphere. Mu Xianyu easily dodged it. Then, he appeared behind Mu Xianyu and grabbed her waist. I'm going to kill you. Mu Xianyu immediately screamed. When had her body ever been touched by a man before, but now, she was actually in Lin Feng's embrace. This made Mu Xianyu angry, embarrassed, and angry. She wanted to struggle, but in the next moment, she found that her magic power had been sealed by Lin Feng. You're injured, yet you're still so angry. Don't use your magic power for a while, or it will only worsen your injuries. Lin Feng said indifferently. You bastard. You actually dare to seal my magic power. Mu Xianyu screamed and struggled. This woman had always been a decisive person. Moreover, she was usually very cold. Now that his mana was suddenly sealed by Lin Feng, he simply could not accept it. Lin Feng hugged Mu Xianyu's small waist tightly, so Mu Xianyu was unable to struggle free. Lin Feng took out 3 pills and directly stuffed them into Mu Xianyu's mouth. Then his left hand gently lifted Mu Xianyu's snow-white chin. The 3 pills were swallowed by Mu Xianyu. Bastard! What did you feed me? Mu Xianyu glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Heartbreaking poison. Lin Feng said. Mu Xianyu immediately gnashed her teeth and looked at Lin Feng. Don't be so angry. I gave you a healing pill. Seeing Mu Xianyu's murderous gaze, Lin Feng could only explain. Mu Xianyu coldly said, I have my own healing pills. Why would I care about your pills? Lin Feng said, my pills are very precious. They are divine pills passed down from the ancient era. When taken together, the effects will be better than your pills. Humph. So what? I don't care. Also, quickly remove your claws. Mu Xianyu was still like a thorny rose. She did not give Lin Feng any face, and her tone was also very unfriendly. How can you speak to me like that? It seems like you need to be taught a lesson. Women should be gentle. Today, I will teach you how to be a woman. Lin Feng sat on a stool. Lin Feng pressed Mu Xianyu down on his lap. Slap. Slap. Mu Xianyu was like a kitten baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as she reached out to grab Lin Feng. I'll fight you to the death. She screamed loudly, wanting to fight Lin Feng to the death. No matter how powerful a woman was. They all seemed to know this move. Tiger scratches cat scratch. Lin Feng grabbed Mu Xianyu's claws. Slap. Slap. Mu Xianyu was furious. What kind of person was she? Now, she was being bullied by a man. Mu Xianyu wanted to bite Lin Feng to death. Do you know your mistake? Lin Feng asked with a smile that was not a smile. Mu Xianyu wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. However, now, she knew that she had to lower her head when she was under someone else's roof. She could only endure this anger for now. When she recovered her strength, she would deal with this guy. However, Mu Xianyu's character meant that she would not admit defeat. Therefore, she chose to remain silent. Lin Feng let go of Mu Xianyu. After Mu Xianyu got up, she coldly looked at Lin Feng. This woman was indeed too beautiful. This was a very special kind of beauty. A cold and elegant beauty. That kind of cold appearance made people unable to get close to her, but it also made people want to conquer this ice beauty. Your injuries will soon recover. Lin Feng got up and took the opportunity to hug Mu Xianyu's small waist. What are you doing? Mu Xianyu's pretty face suddenly changed. Her magic power was currently sealed. If Lin Feng really wanted to do something to her that was worse than a beast, she would not be able to resist. Lin Feng said, I have taken a fancy to you. Remember my name is Lin Feng. Your future man. Mu Xianyu was slightly stunned. Obviously, she did not expect that Lin Feng would say such words to her, causing her to be at a loss. In the next moment, Mu Xianyu's eyes widened. She looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. She could feel Lin Feng's warm lips. She could feel the hot aura in Lin Feng's body. At that moment, her mind became blank. Ha 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 ha, my wife Xianyu, your seal has been removed by me, and your magic power has also recovered. I still have things to do, so I will take my leave for now. Let's catch up the next time we meet. Lin Feng laughed and flew out of the ancient ship. Lin Feng, you bastard, the next time I see you, I will kill you. Mu Xianyu looked at Lin Feng, who had already flown far away, and could not help but scream in exasperation. Then, she sat down on the bench. She had maintained a calm state of mind for so many years, but now it was disturbed by the sudden appearance of this man. Mu Xianyu touched her pretty face, it was boiling hot. My first kiss. Then Mu Xianyu screamed and gnashed her teeth. Killing you is letting you off too easily, the next time I see you, I will turn you into a eunuch. You bastard bastard. After cursing Lin Feng, Mu Xianyu finally felt a lot better. The ancient ship continued to sail on the endless sea. Not long after, a melodious laughter came from the ancient ship. Although the sound of the flute was pleasant to listen to, one could hear that the person playing the flute was in chaos. Xianyu. We have already arrived. We are waiting for you. There was a jade tube on the table, projecting a picture in the air. There were a total of 5 people in the picture, 4 men and 1 woman. The one who spoke was the beautiful woman wearing a blue dress. An endless continent appeared in the boundless ocean. From afar, huge fleets sailed into the port of the continent from all directions. That continent. It was the famous Myriad Immortals Island. The Myriad Immortals Island was one of the top 3 forces in the sinkhole world. This ancient force had a long history and a strong foundation. It was a giant of the sea. Even the supreme immortal sects were afraid of the Myriad Immortals Island. The Myriad Immortals Island was the trading center of the sea. Every day there would be countless cultivators coming in and leaving. The power and glory of the Myriad Immortals Island caused countless people to rush over from all over, wanting to join the Myriad Immortals Island. If one could join a Leviathan like the Myriad Immortals Island, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the sinkhole in the future. Lin Feng quickly flew toward the Myriad Immortals Island. The Myriad Immortals Island was crowded with people and bustling with noise and excitement. There were all kinds of stalls and shops. In the depths of the Myriad Immortals Island, there was white fog and immortal chi lingering. That place was the base of the Myriad Immortals Island. The area outside was a trading area similar to a market. The base of the Myriad Immortals Island was the place where the cultivators of the Myriad Immortals Island cultivated. Ordinary people naturally could not enter it. Foreign cultivators could only move about in the market. The market had everything one could think of. Anything one could think of could be found here. Brothels, gambling houses, inns, restaurants, pharmacies, and other places. Everything was available. After arriving at the Myriad Immortals Island, Lin Feng first found a restaurant to eat. Many cultivators who were eating were talking about the sinkhole battlefield. The restrictions on the sinkhole battlefield had not dissipated, so naturally, no one could enter, so everyone was waiting. Of course, many cultivators had already begun to board the fleet of the Myriad Immortals Island and head to the sinkhole battlefield. Ordinary fleets would definitely be attacked when passing through the sinkhole Evil Dragon Palace and Fusang Island. However, the fleet formed by the Myriad Immortals Island could safely pass through. Naturally, there were some interests involved. How the Myriad Immortals Island negotiated with the sinkhole Evil Dragon Palace and Fusang Island was unknown to outsiders. Of course, it was not cheap to ride the fleet of the Myriad Immortals Island to the sinkhole battlefield. A trip would cost 3,000 origin crystals, and a round trip would cost 6,000 origin crystals. This was an astronomical figure for many cultivators. Some cultivators entered the sea to hunt ferocious beasts in exchange for origin crystals. Some cultivators directly killed people in the ocean to snatch their treasures. There were also some cultivators who didn't have enough origin crystals on them, but they had other treasures and chose to exchange them for origin crystals. However, such cultivators were relatively rare. Most of them were cultivators who went out to hunt vicious beasts for origin crystals or to kill others for treasures. Therefore, during this period of time, the sea around the Great Immortals Island was relatively chaotic. The appearance of the origin end battlefield is bound to cause a storm of blood. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. After the meal, he found an inn to stay in. The scenery in the courtyard area of the inn was beautiful. There were only 6 courtyards in each manor, so it wouldn't be crowded. There was a large grassland outside, full of greenery. When Lin Feng arrived, he heard the beautiful sound of a zither. In the distant meadow, a woman in white robes was playing the zither. Around her were tens of cultivators, all of whom were cultivators of the younger generation. Who is the woman playing the zither? Lin Feng asked. The maidservant leading the way said, reporting to young master, that is Dancing Butterfly Fairy. She is the disciple of Ancestor Jianmu. Lin Feng had heard of Ancestor Jianmu before. It was said that she was a deep-sea cloud jellyfish who cultivated and later obtained her Tao. She gradually became one of the top experts in the origin and ocean. This old ancestor Electromother had already cultivated for 13 million years. Such a long lifespan. Her cultivation was unimaginable. Naturally, he had long been a part of the public's good fortune, unimaginable. Lin Feng nodded and followed the maidservant to the courtyard where he lived. Following this, the maidservant said goodbye and left. Dancing Butterfly Fairy's zither music was very pleasant to listen to. It was light and ethereal. After listening to her zither music, one would feel as if they were in a bamboo forest. After Lin Feng left, he walked towards the woman playing the zither and sat outside, quietly listening to the moving zither music. After the zither music ended, everyone was still immersed in that beautiful scene. Dancing Butterfly Fairy's zither music is unparalleled. After everyone came back to their senses, someone immediately praised her. Dancing Butterfly Fairy is worthy of the title of Zither Fairy, someone else said. Dancing Butterfly Fairy smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise, fellow Taoists. Dancing Butterfly Fairy is not worthy of your praise." Looking at Dancing Butterfly Fairy's beautiful smile, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. Her smile was very alluring. Dancing Butterfly Fairy was indeed devastatingly beautiful. At this moment, a purple-robed young master smiled and said, "I heard that Dancing Butterfly Fairy went to the southern Immortal Sea domain with Ancestor Jianmu. When did Dancing Butterfly Fairy return?" The origin and ocean was in the east of the 9 states, while the southern Immortal Sea domain was in the south. They were both part of the 9 states and 4 seas. Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, "I returned 2 months ago. After hearing about the origin and battlefield, I decided to go there and take a look." The purple-robed young master said, "Fairy, you came back just in time." Dancing Butterfly Fairy sighed and said, "Originally, the Ultimate Ruins Ocean region was quite peaceful, but now that the Ultimate Ruins battlefield has appeared, the Ultimate Ruins Ocean region is once again in turmoil. I've seen too much killing along the way. With so many cultivators entering the origin and ocean, it's easy to erase all clues by killing people in the ocean. This also gives many people the chance to kill people and steal their treasures. However, there's been a huge commotion recently. Have you heard about it?" A green-robed young master asked. "Brother Zhou, are you talking about the death of the young master of the Lightning Island?" Someone immediately asked. The young master with the surname Zhou was called Zhou Zimu. He nodded. When the young master of the Lightning Island, Lei Shaoli, was mentioned, many people became interested. After all, Lei Shaoli had been killed in the Lei clan. Although it sounded unbelievable, it was true. However, many people did not know much about it. Although they had heard some news, most of it was related to the Lei clan's bounty. However, no one understood the process of this matter. Someone said, "Rumor has it that the cultivator who killed Lei Shaoli is called Lin Feng, and he's a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. I wonder if the rumor is true." Someone immediately questioned, "I don't think the rumor is true, right? Lei Shaoli was a heavenly god. Not many people in the younger generation of the Reincarnation Immortal sect could kill someone as strong as him. However, based on what I know, there's no one called Lin Feng who is strong enough to kill Lei Shaoli." Zhou Zima said, "I can confirm that the rumor is true. I went to the northern barbarian state a few years ago and heard that the Reincarnation Immortal sect had a talented disciple. That disciple was Lin Feng. I heard that he went to the ancestral mountain of the Reincarnation Immortal sect and caused the Dharma conch to ring the heaven and earth bell." What? Blowing the Dharma conch to ring the heaven and earth bell? Only those who have the potential to become an immortal can cause such a Dharma conch. Even the top prodigies on the prodigy roll can't cause such a Dharma conch. Many people cried out in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. It was truly too shocking. Blowing the Dharma conch to ring the heaven and earth bell. It had always been a rumor. Now, it had become a reality. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. They were incomparably shocked. Only Lin Feng, who was sitting in the outer circle, had a strange expression on his face. These people were talking about him. Lin Feng was very surprised. Said Dai Wuxian excitedly. Lin Feng is so talented, the old cultivators of the reincarnation celestial sect will definitely try to recruit him, right? I wonder who he ended up acknowledging as his master. Zhou Zima said. Master Tortoise. When they heard the words Master Tortoise, many people's mouths twitched violently. Master Tortoise's reputation had always been bad. It was said that he was a playboy when he was young and had seduced many saintesses. After a long time, many powerful cultivators of his generation had died, but Master Tortoise still lived a carefree life. Moreover, the older he got, the more frivolous he became. If he saw a beautiful female cultivator, he would still shamelessly flirt with her. However, Master Tortoise was too powerful. Who dared to say anything bad about Master Tortoise? Many people knew that. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect and the Taishang Immortal Sect had a deep grudge for a long time. As time passed, the grudge deepened. However, the Taishang Immortal Sect had not attacked the Reincarnation Immortal Sect all these years. Master Tortoise had played a big role in this. Master Tortoise was known as one of the most mysterious powerful cultivators in the 9 states. Because he had lived for so long, it was difficult to guess his strength. Even for a cultivator with ordinary talent, such a long period of time would be enough to make up for their lack of talent, and they would have long become a peerless expert, right? What's more, Lord Tortoise's true self was the Black Tortoise sacred beast. A cultivator said, didn't they say that this Master Tortoise is a super scammer? He had accepted a few disciples in the past, but all of them died tragically. Do you think those old monsters from the Reincarnation Immortal Sect would allow Lord Turtle to accept Lin Feng as his disciple? There's nothing the patriarchs of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect can do if they don't agree. Zhou Zima said. The others laughed bitterly. That was indeed the case. Encountering an unreasonable guy like Lord Tortoise, he had no choice but to agree. Someone gloated, Lin Feng won't be the next disciple to die, will he? Many people nodded. Naturally, this was a possibility. None of Lord Tortoise's disciples had a good ending. The purple-robed young man's name was Mo Ningfan. He said, no wonder this guy dared to kill Lei Shaoli. Is it because he thinks that he might die a horrible death in the future? Is that why he is fearless? He would kill anyone who offended him? If he can drag one more person down with him, he'll do it, right? After hearing Mo Ningfan's words, Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Your young master, will enjoy eternal blessings. You're the one who will die tragically. When the others heard Mo Ningfan's words, they felt that it made sense. Fairy Dancing Butterfly said, I don't think so. I've also heard about the deaths of Lord Turtle's disciples. Master also mentioned that there was a reason for their deaths. Therefore, even though Lord Turtle's disciples died tragically, Lin Feng might not die tragically. I think that Lin Feng killed Lei Shaoli for some other reason that we don't know. At this moment, someone said, Lei Shaoli is a very greedy person. Could it be that he wanted to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures? Was that why he was killed by Lin Feng instead? Zhou Zima nodded and said, that's indeed possible. I heard that Lin Feng rode the fleet of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company to the Myriad Immortals Island. However, for some reason, Hong Tianqi and Hong Jing from the Divine Prefecture Trading Company wanted to kill him. In the end, Hong Jing was killed by Lin Feng. After hearing the news, everyone exchanged glances with each other. This was because they realized that the things that happened to Lin Feng were much more complicated than they had imagined. Fairy Dancing Butterfly said, previously, the fleet of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company stopped at the Lightning Island. It seems like Lei Shaoli must have gotten some information from Hong Tianqi. That's why he attacked Lin Feng just now. However, he didn't expect Lin Feng to be so strong and actually killed him. Now, the Lightning Island is offering a reward of 100 million origin crystals for his capture. I wonder where this Lin Feng is now. Someone said. Immediately after, someone else said, 100 million origin crystals is indeed very attractive. However, how can someone as powerful as Lin Feng be captured or killed so easily? I think those who tried to kill him probably didn't have a good ending. Isn't that so? I heard that many cultivators who tried to kill Lin Feng were killed by Lin Feng instead. Zhou Zima said. Mo Ningfan said in a low voice, I also heard a rumor. Oh? What kind of rumor? Everyone's interest was piqued. Lin Feng also killed more than 10 disciples of the Taishang Immortal sect. Mo Ningfan said. What? He killed the disciples of the Taishang Immortal sect? Gasps could be heard all of a sudden. The Taishang Immortal sect was a super powerful force. The strongest force in the 9 prefectures. Only the disciples of the Taishang Immortal sect could kill the disciples of other sections. Who would dare to kill the disciples of the Taishang Immortal sect, that was simply courting death? Anyone who was listed on the Taishang Immortal sect's kill list. How could they survive? This news can't be true, right? Many people questioned. They could not believe that someone actually dared to kill the disciples of the Taishang Immortal sect. It's true. 13 disciples of the Taishang Immortal sect were ambushed by Lin Feng, that heinous devil. They died miserably because of that. At this moment, a cold voice could be heard from afar. A total of more than 10 cultivators walked over. The person in the lead had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extremely handsome. Li Xiuyan. After seeing the man, many people were shocked. They stood up one after another and greeted the cultivator. He was one of the top holy sons of the Taishang Immortal sect. Moreover, he was cultivating under a reclusive old ancestor of the Taishang Immortal sect. In the future, he would most likely become a big shot who wielded great power in the Taishang Immortal sect. Therefore, no matter where Li Xiuyan went, he was always surrounded by people. Li Xiuyan came to Dancing Butterfly Fairy's side, surrounded by the stars. He cupped his fists and said, Fairy Dancing Butterfly, it's been 5 or 6 years since we last met, right? It's been so many years, and you look even better than before. Fairy Dancing Butterfly smiled and said, Thank you for your praise, Brother Li. Brother Li, are you here in the sea region to head to the returning ruins battlefield as well? Li Xiuyan nodded and said, That's right. I'm planning to head there as well, but I heard that a dozen of my fellow disciples were killed by that demon, Lin Feng. I've been searching for him in the sea region. Fairy Dancing Butterfly's heart skipped a beat, and she said, Brother Li, you said that Lin Feng killed a dozen disciples of the Taishang Immortal sect. What's going on? Li Xiuyan said, Lin Feng is a demon spy, and he's hiding in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. I don't know what secrets he has, but a dozen of my junior brothers and sisters found out about it and were killed. There's such a thing? Many people sucked in a cold breath. This kid has already been included in the Taishang Immortal sect's must-catch list. Soon, the Taishang Immortal sect's bounty will be announced. When the time comes, you can go to the City Lord's Manor in the ancient city to receive the bounty. Anyone who can kill or capture this kid will be rewarded by the Taishang Immortal sect. Li Xiuyan said. Someone asked curiously, what's the Taishang Immortal sect's bounty? Li Xiuyan said, 300 million origin crystals, a set of deity 7 set, and a sacred art from the Taishang Immortal scripture. Hiss, hearing the rewards mentioned by Li Xiuyan, the sound of people sucking in cold air was heard. These rewards, they were simply too generous. It was not something the Lightning Island's rewards could compare to. Once the Taishang Immortal sect's bounty was officially announced, who knew how many people would go crazy over it? The Taishang Immortal sect's bounty will definitely attract many top experts to deal with Lin Feng. It seems like he's dead for sure. Someone said. That demon. He should be cut into pieces. His soul should be thrown into the 9 hells purgatory, never to be reincarnated. Li Xiuyan's voice was ice cold, containing endless killing intent. In fact, many people secretly curled their lips. They simply didn't believe that Lin Feng was a spy for the evil demons. Which demonic power would send a disciple with heaven-defying talent like Lin Feng to another sect as a spy? If he really had such a disciple, he would have nurtured him with all his might. There was no way he would send him out as a spy. Of course, no one would say these words out loud. It was fine to grumble about it in their hearts, but if they said it out loud, they would completely offend Li Xiuyan. Although the Supreme Immortal sect was the leader of the righteous path, their way of doing things was even more demonic than the evil demons. Everyone knew this, but no one would point it out. Because of this world. This was a world where the strong were respected. The strong set the rules. Why did the people of the Supreme Immortal Sect dare to do this? No one dared to point out the crimes of the Supreme Immortal Sect. The reason was because the Supreme Immortal Sect was powerful. The group sat down and talked about many things. Many people were fawning over Li Xiuyan. Li Xiuyan also enjoyed the feeling of being praised to the heavens. He was alive. Most of the time, it was to fight for face. Obviously. Li Xiuyan was being praised by everyone. How much face did he have? In a few days, when the returning ruins battlefield opens, how about we head there together? Li Xiuyan looked at Dancing Butterfly Fairy and said. I've already made plans with a few friends. I'm afraid I won't be able to travel with Brotherly, I'm sorry. Dancing Butterfly Fairy declined. Li Xiuyan's heart sank. Dancing Butterfly Fairy did not give him any face, which made him quite angry. However, Li Xiuyan was a shrewd person and would not show it at this time. He nodded and smiled. It's a pity this time. I hope that fairy will be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter. Dancing Butterfly Fairy bowed slightly and said, Thank you, Brotherly. Dancing Butterfly Fairy also wishes that Brotherly will be able to obtain a great fortuitous encounter. Following this, Dancing Butterfly Fairy got up and smiled as she said, It's getting late, so let's all go. Everyone stood up and said goodbye to Dancing Butterfly Fairy and Li Xiuyan. It's you. Suddenly, Li Xiuyan's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. His voice sounded like it came from hell, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a lot. Everyone followed Li Xiuyan's gaze and saw a young cultivator. Who is this person? Why is Li Xiuyan so filled with killing intent? Many people were confused. It's him. He's Lin Feng. Zhou Zima cried out in shock. What? He's that Lin Feng? Many people cried out in shock. This was because not long ago, everyone had been talking about Lin Feng. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would actually be here? Zhou Zima said, I've seen the wanted poster on Lightning Island and have seen his image. This person is definitely Lin Feng. Dancing Butterfly Fairy narrowed her phoenix eyes and looked at Lin Feng. She had heard too much about Lin Feng, and now that she had seen him in person, Dancing Butterfly Fairy was also very curious about what kind of person Lin Feng was. So what if it's me? Lin Feng glanced at Li Xiuyan indifferently. They saw Lin Feng's casual attitude when facing Li Xiuyan. Many people could not help but feel excited. Lin Feng did not seem to be afraid of Li Xiuyan. It seemed like there would be a good show to watch. What kind of commotion would these two people cause? I've been looking for you for a long time, but I didn't expect to see you here. It seems like the heavens have eyes. It seems like even the heavens want you to die in my hands. Li Xiuyan's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he looked at Lin Feng with disdain. One should know that it was 10 times harder to become a saint or saintess in the Taishang Immortal Sect compared to other immortal sects. Many saints and saintesses of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect entered the Taishang Immortal Sect as core disciples. They were not qualified to become a saint or saintess. There were too many young experts in the Taishang Immortal Sect. The competition was too great. Therefore, it was almost impossible to become a saint or saintess. The fact that Li Xiuyan could become a saint of the Taishang Immortal Sect showed how terrifying his strength was. Lin Feng said indifferently. Don't boast so early. It's not certain who will be the winner. Li Xiuyan laughed coldly as he looked at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. In his opinion, Lin Feng was not qualified to be his opponent. If he wanted to take Lin Feng's life, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Do you know how many cultivators like you there are in my Taishang Immortal Sect? Li Xiuyan said coldly. Lin Feng said indifferently. What does that have to do with me? Li Xiuyan snorted and looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Cultivators like you are as numerous as the hairs on an ox in my Taishang Immortal Sect. Normally, cultivators like you don't even have the qualifications to talk to me. Li Xiuyan's arrogance was simply incomprehensible. Many people felt that Li Xiuyan was too arrogant. However, when they thought about how Li Xiuyan was able to stand out from so many disciples of the Taishang Immortal Sect, it was enough to show how powerful Li Xiuyan was. Li Xiuyan was so arrogant. It seemed that he did have the qualifications. After all, Li Shuyan's strength was there for all to see. Lin Feng looked at Li Shuyan indifferently and said, "The disciples of the Taisheng Immortal sect are really carved out of the same mold. Each one is more arrogant than the other, but when I really fought, I realized that they were just a group of trash who only knew how to brag, but were actually a mess of weak trash. Your fellow sect members were the same as you, each more arrogant than the other, but in the end, didn't they all die at my hands? Brat, you dare to humiliate the disciples of my Taisheng Immortal sect like this. Even if your sect leader comes, he won't be able to save your little life. There is a life and death arena on the island of immortals. If you have the guts, come with me to the life and death arena. See how I crush you to death." Li Shuyan sneered and issued a life and death challenge to Lin Feng. Many people became excited. Were the two really going to have a life and death battle? If it was a life and death battle, this battle would definitely be exciting. Many people hoped that Lin Feng would agree. This way, they would be able to watch a life and death battle that would make their blood boil. Moreover, the most important thing was watching a battle between peak experts. It would often bring a lot of inspiration. Perhaps he would be enlightened in one move. He would be able to break through his current cultivation. Lin Feng suddenly sneered, "Ha ha ha ha, that's exactly what I was thinking. When the time comes, watch how I kill you." Hearing Lin Feng agree, many people became excited. Both sides accepted the challenge. This battle was unavoidable. "Then come with me." Li Shuyan sneered and took a step forward. His eyes flickered with endless killing intent. "Young masters, please wait." Suddenly, Dancing Butterfly Fairy spoke. Lin Feng and Li Shuyan both looked at Dancing Butterfly Fairy. Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, "Both of you have come to listen to Butterfly Dance's zither music, which is a joyous occasion. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Can the two of you give me some face? Let's settle this grudge for now." Dancing Butterfly Fairy obviously wanted to be the peacemaker. When the others saw Dancing Butterfly Fairy come out to persuade Lin Feng and Li Shuyan, they felt a bit depressed. They naturally hoped to see the battle between Lin Feng and Li Shuyan. But now that Dancing Butterfly Fairy had interfered, his wish was probably not going to come true. Li Shuyan's expression was uncertain. Finally, he revealed a smile and said, "Since Fairy has stepped forward, I naturally have to give you face." Li Shuyan was a flirtatious person, and Dancing Butterfly Fairy was such a beautiful woman. Naturally, he wanted to get Dancing Butterfly Fairy into his bed. This was why he gave Dancing Butterfly Fairy some face. In reality, Dancing Butterfly Fairy knew Li Shuyan's character. This was also why she had rejected his invitation to go to the ultimate battlefield with him. Lin Feng nodded. Dancing Butterfly Fairy gave him a good impression. Since Dancing Butterfly Fairy was the peacemaker, he had to give her some face. This was the principle of how one should deal with things. Li Shuyan looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, today, I'm giving Dancing Butterfly Fairy some face, which is why I'm sparing your dog life. But remember, you won't be so lucky next time. So, scram as far as you can and don't appear in front of me again. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." With that, Li Shuyan walked off into the distance. The group of people who came with Li Shuyan also left. The surrounding cultivators discussed amongst themselves as they left. Many of them felt that it was a pity. They had hoped that Lin Feng and Li Shuyan would have a battle to the death. But now, it was impossible for this battle to take place. "Does Lin Gongzi live in this courtyard as well?" Dancing Butterfly Fairy asked. Lin Feng nodded and pointed at a courtyard not too far away, saying, "I live in that courtyard." Dancing Butterfly Fairy smiled as she said, "I live in the courtyard next to Lin Gongzi's. I just happened to obtain a type of spirit tea here, but I haven't tried it yet. I wonder if Lin Gongzi would be interested in tasting it?" Lin Feng smiled as he said, "Thank you for inviting me, Fairy." Dancing Butterfly Fairy smiled as she said, "You're too courteous, young master. Please come with me, young master." Dancing Butterfly Fairy walked towards her courtyard, while a maidservant carefully wrapped up Dancing Butterfly Fairy's zither and carried it on her back. A zither-carrying maidservant. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought of the sword-carrying maidservants and sword-carrying boys. It was rumored that some cultivators would expose their treasured swords to the sun and moon in order to nurture them. That way, the treasured swords would be able to resonate with the heavens and earth. The spirituality of the treasured swords would become stronger and stronger. The power of the treasured swords would also become stronger and stronger. If a treasured sword was placed in a spatial ring, it would be isolated from the heavens and earth. This would cause a certain amount of damage to the treasured sword. Of course, this sort of sword nurturing technique was extremely rare, and those who understood it were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Sword nurturing and zither nurturing were similar. By allowing the zither to resonate with the heavens and earth, the spirituality of the zither would become stronger and stronger, and the power of the zither would also become stronger and stronger. This was why when he saw dancing butterfly fairy's zither being carried by a maidservant, Lin Feng knew that the zither was not an ordinary zither. It was most likely an extremely powerful treasure. Dancing butterfly fairy knew how to nurture a zither. The extreme attacks that dancing butterfly fairy was proficient in were most likely related to the zither. Lin Feng followed dancing butterfly fairy to her residence. After dancing butterfly fairy told Lin Feng to sit down, she took out a spiritual stove, a porcelain pot, and a jade bottle. When dancing butterfly fairy opened the jade bottle, an abundant amount of spiritual energy immediately surged out of the jade bottle. What dense spiritual energy! This must be an extremely rare spirit spring, right? Lin Feng said. Dancing butterfly fairy smiled and said, "This is a spirit spring that flows from the peak of the western region's heavenly mountain. 1 drop is worth 1,000 origin crystals." Lin Feng said, "Fairy, are you going to use the spirit spring to make tea?" Dancing butterfly fairy nodded slightly. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This dancing butterfly fairy was truly extravagant. She would probably use up over 1,000,000 origin crystals just to make tea. As if she knew what Lin Feng was thinking, dancing butterfly fairy said, "Normally, dancing butterfly fairy would not be willing to use the spirit spring water to make tea. She would only use the spring water to entertain the most esteemed guests." And Lin Gongzi is the most esteemed guest in dancing butterfly fairy's eyes. Lin Feng inwardly praised dancing butterfly fairy for having such a pure heart. Not only was her words appropriate, but they also made others feel her sincerity. Moreover, dancing butterfly fairy was so beautiful. After interacting with her for a while, any man would probably have a good impression of dancing butterfly fairy. Dancing butterfly fairy's tea brewing skills were top-notch, and the tea was brewed with top-grade spiritual spring water. Therefore, the taste was undeniable. After drinking it, a wave of fragrance attacked his taste buds, and his entire body felt extremely comfortable. The moment the spiritual tea entered his stomach, Lin Feng felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy in the tea. It's fragrant without any bitterness. It's light without any sweetness. It makes me salivate as it passes through my throat and leaves a fragrance in my mouth. It's like fine dew and immortal brew. What a good tea! Lin Feng couldn't help but praise. Dancing butterfly fairy's eyes lit up as she said, "Lin Gongzi is also an expert in the way of tea." Lin Feng smiled and said, "You flatter me. Compared to you, fairy, we are far apart. Lin Gongzi is too humble." Dancing butterfly fairy said with a smile. The two of them started to chat. They got along quite well. At the start, Lin Feng didn't know much about tea, and he rarely drank tea. Later on, he changed this habit. Drinking spiritual tea often could wash away the impurities in one's body, making one's body purer and purer. This was naturally good for one's cultivation, so Lin Feng changed his habit. Drinking spiritual tea often. Now, he was quite familiar with all kinds of spiritual tea and had some insights. After chatting for a while, dancing butterfly fairy said, "Lin Gongzi is a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, and you have the protection of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. With your extraordinary cultivation, you won't be afraid of people like Li Xiuyan." However, Li Xiuyan isn't the only one in the Taishang Immortal sect. There are simply too many experts in this sect, so you must be careful. Lin Feng nodded. Dancing butterfly fairy didn't say it too clearly, and Lin Feng knew many things. Dancing butterfly fairy was worried that if he continued to fight with the Taishang Immortal sect, he would be at a disadvantage sooner or later. After all, the Taisheng immortal sect had too many powerful disciples. Lin Feng was very grateful for Dancing Butterfly Fairy's kindness. He nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern. I will do my best to pay attention." Dancing Butterfly Fairy smiled. She knew that she could only persuade Lin Feng as an outsider. As for how Lin Feng would treat the members of the Supreme Celestial Sect, it was all up to Lin Feng. He couldn't interfere. Dancing Butterfly Fairy continued, "There's another reason why I invited Lin Gongzi here." "Oh? What's the matter?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Due to the fact that the Lightning God's inheritance is about to appear in the Sinkhole battlefield, countless cultivators have come to the Sinkhole Sea region. The Island of Immortals is planning to seize this rare opportunity to hold an auction. This auction will be unprecedented, and many priceless treasures will appear. There might even be quasi-emperor weapons, immortal liquid from the Builder Tree, and many other things that are normally impossible to see. I wonder if Lin Gongzi is interested in attending the auction? Dancing Butterfly Fairy looked at Lin Feng and asked. Quasi-emperor weapon? Builder Tree's immortal liquid? Lin Feng could tell how extraordinary this auction would be just by hearing these two items. Quasi-emperor weapons could continue to evolve, and once they evolved into true emperor weapons, their value would be unimaginable. There was no need to even mention the immortal liquid from the Builder Tree. After all, it was the origin liquid of the Builder Tree. There was a sapling of the Builder Tree in Lin Feng's Dantian. The Builder Tree immortal elixir was used to nurture the saplings of the Builder Tree, allowing them to evolve. Lin Feng had a sapling of the Builder Tree in his body, but it was growing very slowly. However, if he could obtain the immortal liquid of the Builder Tree, the sapling's growth would be extremely fast. The faster the sapling grew, the more benefits Lin Feng would gain. This was because the Builder Tree could absorb the power of providence. It could steal the providence of the world. Becoming someone who was born with the will of the world, a true genius of this era. Originally, Lin Feng didn't know much about luck, which was a mysterious and abstruse thing. However, after interacting with Shui Linglong, he knew the phrase "born with the will of the world." As a result, he had a whole new understanding of providence. Of course, the Builder Tree's use was not only to absorb the power of providence. If it grew to a certain extent, it could also continuously absorb immortal qi. The use of immortal qi was self-evident. Previously, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra had given Lin Feng 3 strands of immortal qi, which had greatly increased his cultivation. If the Builder Tree could evolve to a certain extent, it could absorb immortal qi day and night. Whether it was the power of providence or immortal qi, these powers, in the end, they would all be absorbed by Lin Feng's body. Therefore, the immortal liquid of the Builder Tree was very important to Lin Feng. This auction had aroused Lin Feng's interest. At this moment, Dancing Butterfly Fairy continued, "If Lin Gongzi is interested in participating in this auction, we can go together." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Thank you for your invitation, Fairy. I am indeed very interested in this auction." Dancing Butterfly Fairy also smiled and said, "I hope that Lin Gongzi will be able to buy the treasure that he likes." Lin Feng stayed at Dancing Butterfly Fairy's place for a while before leaving. Black Bear Devil King said, "This woman seems to be a little too enthusiastic. One must be wary of others." Lin Feng nodded. Without saying anything else, he returned to his residence. Late at night, waves of intense fluctuations came from the mountain and river ring. Lin Feng was awakened as his deep sense invaded the mountain and river ring. Instantly, Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. The white jade toad was about to transform. Originally, Lin Feng thought that the white jade toad's evolution would take a long time. He didn't expect that the white jade toad would evolve at this time. To Lin Feng, this was definitely a pleasant surprise. The white jade toad's body emitted waves of astonishing fluctuations. Kacha kacha, the white jade toad's outermost body completely split open. Then, a new white jade toad crawled out from the cracked body. After the transformation, the white jade toad's body was surrounded by a ball of immortal qi. That immortal qi finally retracted into its body. Seeing that the white jade toad had completed its transformation, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. Next was the second stage of transformation. If the first stage of transformation succeeded, it could help a cultivator detoxify 10,000 poisons. If the second stage of transformation succeeded, what kind of shocking ability would it obtain? This point. Lin Feng was looking forward to it. Of course, he was also very clear. If he wanted the white jade toad to continue evolving, he needed to find more poisons for the white jade toad to devour. This way, the white jade toad could quickly evolve to a higher level. Lin Feng's spiritual sense didn't immediately leave the mountain and river ring. Following that, his spiritual sense arrived at the immemorial ancestral insect egg. Right now, Lin Feng was using the dragon-swallowing scorpion wolf bats to nurture the immemorial ancestral insect egg. The incubation of the immemorial ancestral insect egg was more difficult, but after absorbing a large amount of dragon-swallowing scorpion wolf bats' origin energy, Lin Feng discovered that the outermost layer of the immemorial ancestral insect egg's eggshell was densely covered with divine patterns. Numerous cracks had already appeared on the surface of the stone. There are already cracks, that's great. Seeing the cracks on the egg, Lin Feng's face lit up. The dragon-swallowing scorpion wolf bat's source energy was indeed a great supplement for the egg. Now that the outer shell of the primordial ancestral worm egg had begun to crack, it might not be long before the larvae hatched. This made Lin Feng very happy. He used his divine will to sense the mountain river ring and found that the 4 sacred beasts, Bibi, dragon rabbit, and soul-swallowing beast were all resting. The little mermaid, Naza, was swimming freely in the lake. Her alluring body floated on the surface of the water. How mesmerizing. He admired the little mermaid Nazar's perfect figure. Lin Feng's divine will left the mountain river ring. He then sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate with the archaic dragonesque elephant art. On the path of cultivation, it was like sailing against the current. If he didn't advance, he would fall behind. Hence, he couldn't relax at all. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the auction. Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy rode a beast carriage to the auction house. The auction house was very lively and there were all sorts of luxurious beast carriages parked in the square. Countless cultivators came from all over to participate in the auction. However, the standards of this auction were very high and not just anyone could enter. There were so many cultivators who wanted to participate in this auction, but in the end, the number of people who could enter the auction was very few. Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy got off the beast carriage. "Look, it's Dancing Butterfly Fairy." Many people cried out when they saw Dancing Butterfly Fairy, and many people rushed over to greet her. Dancing Butterfly Fairy was very popular in the returning Ruined Sea region. However, some people also noticed Lin Feng. Although Dancing Butterfly Fairy had countless suitors. However, Dancing Butterfly Fairy had never been alone with a man before. But now, Dancing Butterfly Fairy and Lin Feng appeared alone, which made many people's imaginations run wild. Who was that man? This was the question in many people's minds. A commotion could be heard from afar as tens of cultivators walked over. The one in the lead was an old woman with a dragon-headed walking stick. Seeing the arrival of this group of people, everyone took the initiative to open up a path. These people were all from the Great Immortals Island. The old woman's identity was even more extraordinary. The old woman was called Li Miaohua. Although the name sounded a little tacky, it was said that this old woman was a peerless beauty when she was young. He had lived for more than 12 million years. His strength had already reached the stage of comprehending the creation together. He could definitely be called an old antique. Currently, the old woman was known as Granny Miao Hua by the cultivators of the returning Ruined Sea region. Furthermore, the old woman had a very shocking identity. That is, the old woman's elder brother was the old island master of the Myriad Immortals Island. Therefore, the old woman's status in the Great Immortals Island was incomparably noble. Seeing Granny Miao Hua walk over, Dancing Butterfly Fairy hurriedly bowed. Granny Miao Hua was very happy to see Dancing Butterfly Fairy and helped her up. "Girl, there's no need to be so polite. I was planning to visit your master. I wonder if your master is in closed-door cultivation? If she is in closed-door cultivation, I will wait for her to come out before visiting her," Dancing Butterfly Fairy said. Reporting to Granny. Master is not in closed-door cultivation. When Dancing Butterfly Fairy came out, Master was still talking about Granny. Good. In a few days, I will set off. Granny Meow Hua said kindly. In reality, this Granny Meow Hua did not look like a kind person. This granny was imposing without being angry. She had the aura of a superior. Ordinary cultivators. They did not even dare to look directly at Granny Meow Hua. However, Granny Meow Hua's attitude towards dancing butterfly fairy seemed to be different from others. At this time, Granny Meow Hua saw Lin Feng and was surprised. She said with a smile that was not a smile, "Girl, who is this young man? Aren't you going to introduce him to Granny?" Granny Meow Hua looked at Lin Feng with a kind expression, causing Lin Feng to feel flattered. He guessed that this Granny Meow Hua treated him as dancing butterfly fairy's lover. Love me, love my dog. That was why she was so kind to him. Dancing butterfly fairy said, "Granny, this is reincarnation immortal sex disciple Lin Feng. He is dancing butterfly fairy's friend." Junior Lin Feng greets Granny. Lin Feng bowed towards Granny Meow Hua. When Granny Meow Hua heard the words Lin Feng, she was shocked. She was a little surprised. Obviously, he had heard of Lin Feng's achievements. It's good to be young. Granny Meow Hua sighed and looked at Lin Feng and dancing butterfly fairy with a kind gaze. She saw such a perfect couple standing together. They were truly a perfect match, a perfect match. Dancing butterfly fairy's face turned slightly red. She knew that Granny Meow Hua must have misunderstood. Just as she was about to explain, Granny Meow Hua said, "Li Liang, accompany dancing butterfly fairy and young Master Lin. Treat them well." "Yes. Granny." A handsome young master stepped out and replied. "Lass, Granny still has things to do. Go play by yourself. If you see anything you like in the auction, don't be afraid if you don't have enough money. Just buy it. Granny will pay for it for you." Granny Meow Hua said kindly. Dancing butterfly fairy swallowed the words she wanted to say. Then, dancing butterfly fairy smiled and said, "Thank you, Granny." Dancing butterfly fairy wishes Granny all the best. "Lass, you have such a sweet mouth." Granny Meow Hua patted dancing butterfly fairy's head and left with the group. Sister dancing butterfly fairy. Brother Lin. Please follow me. Li Liang said with a smile. At this moment, dancing butterfly fairy said, "Li Liang is the direct descendant of the old island master. We have known each other since we were young." Lin Feng nodded and cupped his fists. "Please lead the way, Brother Li." Li Liang said with a smile. "Brother Lin, you are welcome." Under Li Liang's lead, Lin Feng and dancing butterfly fairy entered the auction house. The auction house had an oval-shaped structure, and there were countless seats densely packed together. At a glance, it made one feel dizzy. Under Li Liang's lead, Lin Feng and dancing butterfly fairy entered a private room. More and more cultivators entered the auction house. Li Liang accompanied Lin Feng and dancing butterfly fairy for a while and chatted with them. He felt that he shouldn't be a third wheel by their side anymore. Thus, he found an excuse to leave. "Are you very close to this Granny Meow Hua?" Lin Feng asked dancing butterfly fairy. Dancing butterfly fairy said, "She is my master. She has been good friends with Granny Meow Hua for more than 12 million years. Lin Feng nodded. So there was such a relationship. No wonder Granny Meow Hua was so kind to dancing butterfly fairy. 2 hours later. Dong dong dong, the sound of gongs rang out in the auction house. Everyone's spirits were suddenly shaken. The auction house, it had begun. At this moment, 2 cultivators walked up to the auction stage. One was a beautiful woman, and the other was an old man. The old man said loudly, "Everyone, I am Li Shichong, and this is my partner, Fan Li Mei. On behalf of the Myriad Immortals Island Auction House, the 2 of us welcome everyone. Next, we will auction the first item." As the old man's voice fell, a maidservant walked up with a tray. On the tray, there was a piece of brocade that covered the item inside. Everyone couldn't help but look over. Everyone was guessing what might be inside. The first item of the auction was called Good Start. Therefore, the first item of the auction was usually a treasure. Therefore, when they saw this auction item, many people were extremely curious. What kind of treasure was this? The 2 auctioneers did not keep people in suspense. Fan Limei directly lifted the brocade. Suddenly, a treasure appeared in everyone's sight. It turned out to be a golden Buddha. The golden Buddha was shrouded in Buddhist light. When the golden Buddha appeared, the golden Buddha was surrounded by Buddhist light. The entire auction house was filled with the sound of ancient Buddhist chanting. It was as if 3,000 ancient Buddhas had appeared here and were chanting Buddhist scriptures together. "This is the All Manifestations Golden Buddha," someone exclaimed. "What? All Manifestations Golden Buddha? It manifests all the phenomena in the heavens and billions of gods and Buddhas. It is said that this treasure was created by 36 ancient Buddhas in the immortal ancient era. Once it is activated, it will transform into a boundless Buddha that can kill immortals and suppress evil. It is a giant Buddha puppet with infinite power." Immediately, a cultivator pointed out the origin of the All Manifestations Golden Buddha. This naturally caused a huge commotion. Such a giant Buddha puppet was definitely a supreme treasure. It could not only deal with ordinary cultivators. Most importantly, it could suppress evil cultivators, demons, and monsters in a crushing manner. This was because Buddhism could suppress evil cultivators and demons. The golden Buddha puppet was also a supreme treasure created by an eminent Buddhist monk. Naturally, the suppression of evil cultivators would be even greater. "Everyone, this golden Buddha puppet is infused with the Buddhist psyche power of 36 ancient Buddhas. Every time it activates one Buddhist psyche power, the power of the ancient Buddha puppet will increase substantially. It can activate 36 Buddhist psyche power at most, so it can increase the strength of the ancient Buddhas by 36 times. Li Shichong said. Many people were discussing animatedly. Obviously, they were very interested in this treasure. If he had such a powerful treasure, in that case, it would be equivalent to having a powerful clone. It could not only deal with ordinary cultivators. Most importantly, it was a deterrent to evil cultivators, demons, and monsters. It was enough to deter those evil cultivators and demons from approaching. Fan Limei said, "The starting bid for this 1,000-form golden Buddha is 3 million origin crystals. Every bid must not be lower than 100,000. Let the bidding begin." The auction items were very unique. Generally, the starting price would be relatively low. However, during the actual auction, there would often be a sky-high price. It was the same for the auction of the All Manifestations Golden Buddhas. After a brief silence, someone broke the silence and called out a bid of 4 million origin crystals. Someone started bidding. Gradually, more and more cultivators joined in. The price of the All Manifestations Golden Buddha continued to rise. Soon, it reached 30 million origin crystals. However, it had no intention of stopping. Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, "The final price of this golden Buddha puppet will probably be over 100 million. Lin Feng nodded and said, "This treasure is indeed very attractive." "Lin Gongzi, are you not going to bid?" Dancing Butterfly Fairy asked. Lin Feng said, "I am indeed somewhat interested. If Fairy wants to bid, I definitely won't try to steal it from you." Dancing Butterfly Fairy smiled and said, "Lin Gongzi can participate in the auction." Dancing Butterfly Fairy has no intention of bidding for this treasure. Lin Feng nodded slightly. At this time, the price of the All Manifestations Golden Buddha continued to rise. Not long after, it broke through the 50 million origin crystals price. After the price reached 50 million origin crystals, many people began to withdraw. After all, this price was already quite high. It was not a price that ordinary factions could afford. At the same time, some cultivators from the major forces also joined in the new round of competition. In the end, the price of the treasure rose to 120 million origin crystals. After the price reached 120 million origin crystals. After that, no one continued to participate in the bidding. This price had clearly exceeded many people's bottom line. 130 million origin crystals. Lin Feng called out a price, 140 million origin crystals. The other party continued to bid. 200 million origin crystals. Lin Feng called out another price. Many people looked towards Lin Feng's private room in shock. Who was the cultivator inside? He was actually so rich. He increased the price by 60 million origin crystals in one go. He was determined to obtain the All Manifestations Golden Buddha. However, the private room was covered by a restriction. The people inside the private room could see what was going on outside. The people outside could not see what was going on inside. The last cultivator to participate in the bidding also chose to withdraw. In the end, the All Manifestations Golden Buddha was bought by Lin Feng for 200 million origin crystals. Dancing Butterfly Fairy looked at Lin Feng in shock. She had not expected Lin Feng to be so rich. He did not treat money as money at all. Dancing Butterfly Fairy did not know. Lin Feng could refine demonic immortal pills. One demonic immortal pill could be exchanged for 500 origin crystals. For a mere 200 million origin crystals, Lin Feng only needed to refine 400,000 demonic immortal pills. To him, it was a drop in the bucket. Lin Feng still had more than 100 billion demonic immortal pills on him. Not long after, Li Liang personally arrived. A maidservant walked in with a tray. Haha, Brother Lin is really generous. You bought the All Manifestations Golden Buddha for 200 million origin crystals. I have already brought the All Manifestations Golden Buddha for you. Li Liang waved his hand. The pretty maidservant placed the tray on the table. Lin Feng undid the cloth and checked it. When he found that there were no problems, he nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Li, for coming here personally." "Brother Lin, you're welcome. I'll be in the auction. If there's anything, you can ask the maidservants outside to inform me," Li Liang said with a smile. "Of course." Lin Feng nodded. Li Liang then left the private room with the maidservant. Dancing Butterfly Fairy looked at the All Manifestations Golden Buddha carefully. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. As expected of a Buddhist treasure. The Buddhist karma it contains is really strong. Dancing Butterfly Fairy said after sensing it for a while. Lin Feng nodded. The two of them studied the All Manifestations Golden Buddha for a while. Then, Lin Feng poured his magic power into the All Manifestations Golden Buddha and refined it. After Lin Feng refined the myriad Golden Buddha, he suddenly felt that the Great Karma Technique and the Great Purification Technique, two of the 3,000 Great Tao, had started to circulate on their own. This made him extremely shocked. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this myriad Golden Buddha could help him increase the power of two of the 3,000 Great Tao? Lin Feng had already cultivated the Great Purification Technique to the perfected stage. However, Lin Feng had only cultivated the Great Karma Technique to the Lesser Mastery stage. This was because the Great Karma Technique's ranking was too high and too profound. It was extremely difficult to comprehend. Therefore, Lin Feng could not comprehend its mysteries. Therefore, after such a long time, he had not been able to break through in time. But now, this myriad Golden Buddha seemed to be able to allow the Great Karma Technique to continue to break through. This made Lin Feng happy. However, this place was not a cultivation place, so he put away the myriad Golden Buddha. The auction continued, and treasures were taken out for auction one after another. Dharma treasures, pills, natural treasures, jade talismans, antiques, immortal iron, divine stones. And so on. Anything that could be thought of. The auction house could take them out. And this time, Lin Feng's main goal was the Builder Tree's immortal liquid, therefore, he had been waiting for the Builder Tree's immortal liquid to appear. An ordinary treasure. He rarely participated in the competition. The Heavenly Demon Questioning Painting. This ancient painting was created by a heavenly demon, the Arch. It contains a heart-tempering technique that can help cultivators consolidate their Tao heart. Moreover, it is said that it also records a top-notch soul-tempering technique passed down by the heavenly demon, the Arch. If one can comprehend it, they will definitely benefit greatly. However, when cultivating this technique, evil and demonic thoughts will invade one's soul. If one can't withstand it, one will completely turn into a demon. Li Shichang introduced a new auction item. Many cultivators were interested in this auction item. They had cultivated to the immortal state. Many people were extremely confident in themselves and believed that their strong willpower could defeat all kinds of evil and demonic thoughts. Therefore, many people did not take Li Shichang's reminder to heart. Fan Limei said with a smile, "Everyone. The starting price of this heavenly demon questioning painting is 2 million origin crystals. Each bid must be at least 200,000. 30000000000500000500000. Suddenly, many people participated in the competition. The heavenly devil questioning heart portrait was even more attractive to evil devil cultivators. Therefore, many of the people participating in the bidding were experts of the evil Tao and devil Tao. Of course, righteous Tao cultivators were also involved. The price of the demonic heart questioning diagram. It also continued to climb. It didn't take long for the price to reach 30 million origin crystals. But after reaching this price, he still had no intention of stopping. Instead, the competition became more and more intense. Soon, the price of the demonic heart inquisition portrait rose to 70 million. After the price reached 70 million, there were very few people competing for it. 73 million. At this moment, Dancing Butterfly Fairy called out a new price. Lin Feng looked at Fairy Dancing Butterfly in surprise and asked, "Fairy, are you interested in this evil demon treasure as well?" The Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, "I've heard of the Heavenly Demon Inquisition painting before, and since I've seen it today, it's fate. I plan to buy it and study it." Lin Feng nodded. 75 million. At this time, another person shouted out a price. After a round of bidding, the demonic heart inquisition portrait was finally bought by Dancing Butterfly Fairy for 110 million. Not long after, Li Liang came again. Last time, he had brought the 10,000 elephant golden Buddha to Lin Feng. And this time, he brought the demonic heart inquisition portrait to Dancing Butterfly Fairy. All sorts of treasures were being auctioned off. Lin Feng spent most of his time watching. However, if there were any precious immortal iron, divine stones, or formation materials, he would buy them. He could use all of these things. Immortal iron and divine stones could be used to forge magic treasures. They would be used when he formed an army in the future. As for formation materials, they could be used when setting up large formations. Next up is a supreme treasure. This treasure is a piece of immortal iron called the mysterious gold immortal spirit iron, a metal-type sacred artifact. Li Shichang introduced the auction item that was brought up by the servant girl. This auction item was the size of a fist and had a dark gold luster. It was a dark golden metal. It was the mysterious gold immortal spirit iron, a metal-type sacred artifact. Hearing Li Shichang's introduction of the mysterious gold immortal spirit iron, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. If he could refine a metal-type sacred artifact, wouldn't his great metal elemental technique be perfected? Now, the great earth elemental technique and the great fire elemental technique had been perfected. If the great metal elemental technique was perfected, then there would be 3 types of great Tao perfected in the great 5 elements. He would be one step closer to perfecting the 5 elements. When he perfected the 5 elements, he would be able to control the 5 elements of heaven and earth, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. When the time came, he would give birth to the 5 elements sacred spirits. He would be compatible with the 5 elements of heaven and earth. His cultivation level would increase greatly. What? This is the metal-type sacred artifact, the mysterious gold immortal spirit iron? This is good stuff. If I refine it, my metal-type divine ability will soon be perfected. I must get this treasure. Many people looked at the mysterious gold immortal spirit iron with burning gazes. Fan Limei said, "The starting price of this mysterious gold immortal spirit iron is 5 million origin crystals. Each bid must not be lower than 500,000. The auction will now officially begin." 30 million. As Fan Limei's voice fell, suddenly, someone shouted out a bid. This cultivator obviously wanted to scare off the other bidders by greatly increasing the bid. However, it was useless. It was unrealistic to want to scare off the other bidders with 30 million. 35 million. 40 million. 60 million. 65 million. 80 million. 90 million. 100 million. The price of the mysterious gold immortal spirit iron rose very quickly. Soon, it reached 100 million. But it still had no intention of stopping. This was a metal-type sacred artifact that could evolve divine abilities. It made many people go crazy. 110 million. 120 million. the price continued to soar. Soon, the price soared to 180 million. Only at this price did the bidders begin to decrease. "I want this treasure," a silver-haired youth said indifferently. His words attracted a lot of people's attention. "Little brat, who do you think you are? If you want it, it's yours. You're still wet behind the ears. Go home and drink milk." Immediately, a cultivator cursed. That silver-haired youth was really too young. Because he did not hide his life aura. It was easy to sense his life aura. That silver-haired youth. He was only 11 years old. At the age of 11, he had a head of silver hair. Everything about this youth was so extraordinary. Could he be a cultivator from the silver-haired race? Someone said. They felt that this youth was very likely from the silver-haired race. This race was very powerful. The youth's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. He said coldly, "Who dares to be so rude to me? Get out here." Many people were astonished. This youth's courage wasn't small. No matter how extraordinary his background was, however, he was only an 11-year-old boy. He actually dared to ask the cultivator who scolded him to get out here. He didn't put that cultivator in his eyes at all. "Little brat, you've been so arrogant since you were young. How old do you think you can live?" The cultivator who scolded the silver-haired youth just now mocked him again. The silver-haired youth turned his head in a direction. Everyone also turned their heads to look. Immediately, they saw a black-clothed cultivator looking at the silver-haired youth with a cold smile. "Yi Wuyo. It's actually this person. This guy is a rising star of the demonic path. He has only cultivated for 2,300 years and has already cultivated to the true God realm. His future is limitless." Someone whispered, recognizing the identity of the cultivator who mocked the silver-haired youth. The silver-haired youth's eyes became colder. Swish, suddenly, a dense killing intent rose from his body. In that instant, the entire auction house had turned into a scene from hell. Many people's bodies were trembling. Their faces were pale as they looked at the silver-haired youth with fear. Such a terrifying killing intent almost formed a magnetic field. Is it really coming from the silver-haired youth's body? Suddenly, the killing intent emitted from the silver-haired youth's body flew towards the black-cloaked cultivator like lightning. The black-cloaked cultivator's expression was indifferent. He swept out his palm, wanting to break the silver killing intent emitted from the silver-haired youth's body. Puff, the sound of something being torn apart suddenly rang out. The killing intent directly cut off the black-cloaked cultivator's arm. The black-cloaked cultivator couldn't help but let out an incomparably shrill scream. The killing intent didn't weaken and continued to slash towards the black-cloaked cultivator's head. Puff, blood splattered. The black-cloaked cultivator didn't even have the strength to resist and his head was chopped off. "How is this possible?" Many people exclaimed. They couldn't believe their eyes. The dead black-robed cultivator was a true god. He was actually killed by a murderous aura emitted from the silver-haired youth's body. Wasn't this silver-haired youth a little too terrifying? Of course. What everyone found the most unbelievable was that silver-haired youth was only 11 years old. How could he have such strength at such a young age? Many people thought of their own age and strength, and they even had the urge to kill themselves. Who is this silver-haired youth? He's only 11 years old, yet he already possesses such strength. Isn't this a little too heaven-defying? Many people said in shock. This silver-haired youth is called by Xuxing. Rumor has it that he came out from a stone. Although he has silver hair, he isn't from the silver-haired race. Some say that he might be from the legendary celestial race. Someone said. What? Heavenly human race? The lofty heavenly human tribe? The first race that appeared after the creation of the world? Many people exclaimed. They couldn't believe their ears. The heavenly human tribe was mysterious, ancient, and powerful. The current heavenly human tribe was almost impossible to find in the lower realm. Most of the heavenly human tribe lived in the celestial realm. Their numbers were extremely small. Rumor has it that the heavenly human tribe cultivators can refine the human blood pill. After swallowing it, one's cultivation will increase by 10 million years. Someone said with a murderous look in his eyes. Increasing one's cultivation by 10 million years was equivalent to increasing one's strength by 10 million years of cultivation. Therefore, one could imagine increasing one's cultivation by 10 million years. To cultivators, it was extremely tempting. Many people looked at Bai Shusheng with murderous intent when they heard this. Many people were tempted to kill Bai Shusheng and refine him into a human blood pill. Everyone, I advise you not to act rashly. Bai Shusheng might be young, but his cultivation base is profound. Moreover, he's a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Someone said. A disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect? Many people's expressions changed. That's right. Bai Shusheng's identity is not simple. The stone that sealed him was found at the foot of the main peak of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. It's said that the Reincarnation Immortal sect spent countless treasures to nurture Bai Shusheng. After 3,000 years, Bai Shusheng finally broke out of the stone. The cultivator continued. It was obvious that he knew something that the others did not. The stone seal was special. Usually, the age of a living being sealed by the stone would be fixed at the time of the seal. Only by breaking the stone would one's age gradually increase. Bai Shusheng was only 3 years old when he broke out of the stone. 8 years had passed since then. Bai Shusheng was 11 years old this year. Many people did not expect Bai Shusheng to be a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The cultivators who wanted to kill Bai Shusheng now had to reconsider if they could bear the wrath of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The auction house quickly disposed of the black-robed cultivator's body and cleaned up the bloodstains on the seats. Bai Shusheng said coldly, I'll pay 300 million for this dark gold immortal spirit iron. The moment this price was announced, many people couldn't help but take a deep breath. He had raised the price by 120 million in one go. It was obvious that Bai Shusheng was determined to get his hands on this metal elemental holy artifact. 300 million. Young Master Bai has raised the price to 300 million. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Fan Li Mei asked. The entire auction house was silent. The price had exceeded many people's bottom line. Bai Shusheng looked smug when he saw that no one else wanted to bid for it. 400 million. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Someone is bidding for it. After a short moment of silence, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Although the dark gold immortal spirit iron was precious, 300 million was still considered a sky-high price. Now, someone had raised the price to 400 million. It was obvious that he was interested in this treasure. He was determined to get his hands on it. 2 tigers were fighting. One of them was bound to be injured. Everyone was happy to watch the intense bidding. It's him. The cultivator who won the bid for the all-creation golden Buddha. A cultivator said. He could tell which room the voice came from. That person is very mysterious. He must have spent close to 300 million, right? Now, he's taking out another 400 million to bid for the dark gold immortal spirit iron. How rich is he? A cultivator said. At that moment, everybody was looking at Lin Feng's private room in a ferocious way. In the world of the sea, it was very common for people to kill others for their treasures. Therefore, many people looked at Lin Feng who was in the room. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. They wanted to steal his wealth. Someone overestimates himself and dares to compete with me for my treasure? You're really overestimating yourself. Today, I'll let you know that you're nothing but a pauper in front of me. Bai Shusheng sneered. He flicked his sleeves and made another bid. 500 million. The entire auction house was in an uproar. The two of them were really going against each other. There was going to be a good show to watch. Everyone was discussing fervently, looking forward to the fierce battle between Lin Feng and Bai Shusheng. Lin Feng said calmly. Oh? You're calling me a pauper? Bai Shusheng, do you think you can show off in front of me just because you're rich? 1 billion. I'll bid 1 billion. If you have the money, you can continue bidding. Let's see who's the pauper. Lin Feng bid 1 billion. In the auction house, exclamations of surprise could be heard one after another. He had doubled the price in one go, he was simply too generous with his money. It was too shocking. At this moment, everyone looked at Bai Shusheng. Bai Shuxing had just said that the cultivator in the private room was a pauper. He had slapped Bai Shuxing in the face. Many people were looking forward to seeing what Bai Shuxing would do next. Bai Shuxing's expression suddenly darkened, and he sneered. 2 billion. Many people felt that their breathing had become heavy. Bai Shuxing had no intention of backing out. This competition was really too exciting. 10 billion. Lin Feng continued to bid. When the price was called. In the auction house. There was complete silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the experienced auctioneers, Li Shicheng and Fan Li Mei, were completely dumbfounded. He had raised the price from 2 billion to 10 billion in one go. It was too crazy. Bai Shuxing's expression suddenly froze, and his expression became gloomy. He did not expect Lin Feng to raise the price to 10 billion. Bai Shuxing was very rich. That was because he had previously obtained an immortal abode. There were more than 10 billion origin crystals in the immortal abode. However, Bai Shuxing had squandered a lot of origin crystals in the past few years. Therefore, he still had more than 900,000 origin crystals on him. Lin Feng had directly raised the price from 200,000 to 1 million. Bai Shuxing was powerless. He could no longer compete with Lin Feng. What? You can't afford the price? Between you and me, who's the pauper? I'm sure you're very clear now, right? Lin Feng could not help but say. Okay. I'll remember you. You killed for nothing. I will definitely cut off your head. Bai Shuxing's voice was filled with killing intent. Angry out of humiliation? Ha 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 ha, a pauper like you dares to say that you want to kill me? This young master can smash you to death with origin crystals. Scram as far as you can. Don't continue to embarrass yourself here. Lin Feng said with a laugh. Boom, Bai Shuxing's body exuded boundless killing intent. That terrifying killing intent was like a vast ocean, surging towards the room Lin Feng was in. Bai Shuxing seemed to want to kill Lin Feng right now. How dare you? Suddenly, a cold shout resounded. Bai Shuxing had condensed his killing intent. It was instantly shattered. This was definitely an ancestor-level existence. How can my great immortal island auction allow a junior like you to behave so atrociously? If you want to continue to participate in the auction, then stay here honestly. If you want to make trouble, my great immortal island auction house doesn't mind asking you to leave. The owner of that cold snort said coldly. Many people muttered in their hearts. Why didn't the great immortal island auction house appear when the black-robed cultivator was killed? Why did they appear now? Wasn't it because the person Bai Shuxing wanted to deal with was too rich? The great immortal island auction house had now made a choice between that person and Bai Shuxing. Bai Shuxing's expression was extremely gloomy. Although he was young, he was ruthless. His eyes flickered with killing intent. Although he felt extremely sullen and angry, Bai Shuxing knew that he could only swallow his anger at this moment. He soared into the sky and flew out of the auction house. Bai Shuxing no longer had the face to continue staying in the auction house. Black Gold Immortal Spirit Iron, 10 billion origin crystals going once. Black Gold Immortal Spirit Iron, 10 billion origin crystals going twice. Black Gold Immortal Spirit Iron, 10 billion origin crystals going thrice. Sold. Fan Li Mei's right hand was trembling as she slammed the gavel down. She had been an auctioneer for so long. This was the first time she had sold for such a high price. Phew, many people heaved a sigh of relief. The battle between Lin Feng and Bai Shuxing had been too exciting. Now, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Inside the private room. Fairy Dancing Butterfly smiled bitterly. Lin Gongzi, don't tell me you also obtained a few immortal mansions? Otherwise, how could you have so many origin crystals? Lin Feng smiled. If I said no, you wouldn't believe me, said Lin Feng. At that moment, Li Liang entered the private room again. Haha, brother Lin, congratulations. I brought you the Black Gold Immortal Spirit Iron. Li Liang said with a smile. Li Liang's joy came from the bottom of his heart. This auction house belonged to the Great Immortal Island. The Li family had 9 generations of ancestors who had been island masters of the Great Immortal Island. It was reasonable to say that the Great Immortal Island belonged to the Li family. The higher the price, the more the Li family would earn. As a direct descendant of the Li family, Li Liang was naturally overjoyed. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Li Liang left. Lin Feng put away the black gold immortal spirit iron. Next, one treasure after another was brought out for auction. Lin Feng didn't make a move. Only when the quasi-emperor weapon appeared did Lin Feng make a move. That quasi-emperor weapon was the dark demon wings. The price of this treasure rose to more than 17 billion. The cultivator competing with Lin Feng had a gloomy expression. He called out a price of 18 billion. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng would continue to call out a higher price. However, no one expected that Lin Feng would choose to withdraw. In the end, the quasi-emperor weapon was bought by that cultivator for a sky-high price of 18 billion. Although the dark demon wings is a quasi-emperor weapon, its greatest use is to increase the speed of a cultivator's flight. Although its attack power is quite strong, its attack power is only at the level of a giant soldier god. For a cultivator, flying is far less useful than attacking or defending. Therefore, the price of the dark demon wings is at most 10 billion. It can't go any higher. However, the price has reached 18 billion. It has exceeded the actual price by too much. A cultivator said. The original price was estimated to be around 10 billion. Who asked that rich guy to participate in the competition? The price actually soared to 18 billion. This is too ridiculous. Moreover, this guy actually withdrew from the competition. The cultivator who bought the dark demon wings in the end must be feeling the pinch, right? Many people whispered to each other. In the private room, Dancing Butterfly Fairy asked, "Why didn't you continue to compete? This isn't like you." Previously, Lin Feng would buy anything that caught his eye, no matter how high the price was. He voluntarily withdrew from the competition. This was the first time. Therefore, Dancing Butterfly Fairy was very confused as to why Lin Feng withdrew. Could it be that he didn't have enough origin crystals to continue bidding? Lin Feng said, "I originally planned to buy it, but when I thought about how such a treasure wouldn't be of much use to me, I gave up on it." The dark demon wings mainly increased speed. Lin Feng was very confident in his speed. In addition, if he relied too much on the dark demon wings, it might cause him to slack off on his cultivation. Therefore, Lin Feng withdrew from the bidding. Dancing Butterfly Fairy nodded. All kinds of treasures were taken out for auction. After that, Lin Feng didn't participate in the bidding. Dancing Butterfly Fairy, on the other hand, bid for a few treasures. The next item to be auctioned has a great origin, Li Shichang said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a maidservant walked over with a tray. On the tray, there was a porcelain bottle. Many people's spirits were shaken. A treasure that Li Shichang valued so much was probably not simple. Li Shichang said, "Everyone should have heard of the builder tree, right?" "Of course I've heard of it. The Jianmu tree is one of the 3 divine trees that were born at the beginning of the world. Back then, the Jianmu tree grew in the 9 regions, and its branches extended into the boundless space and time. It is said that the branches of the Jianmu tree penetrated many worlds, such as the Undying Realm, the Heavenly Realm, and even the Underworld. This ancient tree is unimaginably huge. Back then, many cultivators in the 9 regions even climbed along the trunk of the Jianmu tree to various worlds. Unfortunately, the Jianmu tree was later destroyed." Someone said. "Yes, it's really a pity. If the builder tree wasn't destroyed, the 9 prefectures would still be as glorious as before." Another cultivator lamented. Li Shichang said, "Everyone. This porcelain bottle contains the builder tree's origin immortal liquid. It's a peerless soul treasure. Whether it's used for your own cultivation, nurturing spirit beasts, natural treasures, or various immortal trees, the builder tree's immortal liquid can play a huge role." "What? This is the builder tree's immortal liquid?" Heavens, such a thing was actually passed down. The builder tree's immortal liquid is the builder tree's origin immortal liquid. Many people exclaimed as they looked at the Jianmu tree's immortal elixir with burning eyes. Such a treasure was enough to drive many people crazy. Li Shichang continued, "It is said that there are still some fragments of the Jianmu tree left in this world. If you can find it, you can use the elixir to activate the fragment of the builder tree. That way, you can grow saplings of the builder tree. The saplings of the builder tree can absorb the chi of heaven and earth and help cultivators defy the heavens and change their fate. They can even absorb immortal chi and help cultivators greatly increase their cultivation. Fan Limei smiled and said, "The builder tree immortal elixir has too many uses. Just now, Elderly only introduced a small part of them to everyone. Everyone here is experienced and knowledgeable, so I'm sure you all know how precious the builder tree immortal elixir is and how valuable it is. The starting bid for this bottle of builder tree immortal elixir is 10 million, and each bid cannot be lower than 1 million. The auction will now officially begin. 20 million. As soon as Fan Limei's voice fell, a voice sounded. The auction hall, which was originally filled with excitement, suddenly became silent. The cultivators who were originally eager to participate in the auction all had uncertain expressions on their faces. Because the first cultivator to shout out a bid, it turned out to be that rich and overbearing guy. Previously, this guy had participated in the bidding for the dark demon wings and eventually withdrew. As long as this guy chose to bid, any auction item would be sold at a sky-high price. Many cultivators or forces with average strength simply gave up on bidding and chose to watch the show. Some cultivators or forces with strong financial resources also became hesitant. The auction of the dark demon wings. It was still vivid in their minds. They were also very worried that they would continue bidding with that rich and overbearing guy. In the end, even if they bought it, it would definitely be at a sky-high price that would make people vomit blood. The gains did not make up for the losses. Although the builder tree immortal elixir is precious, this is not our main goal. Since this person wants the builder tree immortal elixir, let him have it. It can also be considered a good karma. That's right, let him have it. If it is really sold at a sky-high price like the dark demon wings, even if we get it, it will be a huge loss. Instead of that, it's better not to bid. Moreover, if we use too much funds, when our target auction item appears, we won't have enough funds. That will be troublesome. In the void, many divine senses were communicating. A strange scene occurred. After Lin Feng announced the first price, Lin Feng said, "In the entire auction, no one bid a second time. Everyone, this is the builder tree immortal elixir. Isn't anyone interested?" Li Shichang asked anxiously. So far, the builder tree immortal elixir was the first auction item with a starting price of 10 million origin crystals. The auction house estimated that the price of this auction item would be around 20 to 30 billion origin crystals. But now, no one was bidding. The cultivators or forces that were not strong enough planned to watch the show. The cultivators of the major forces did not plan to bid with Lin Feng, lest they ruin their established auction strategy. That was what led to this strange situation. Lin Feng was also surprised. He had not expected such a situation. When he found out that the builder tree immortal elixir was the auction item, he was very excited and could not wait to call out the price. However, no one chose to bid. This was completely beyond his expectations. Many people were whispering to each other, and Li Shichang and Fan Limei kept encouraging everyone to bid. However, no one bid. Time passed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, an incense stick's worth of time had passed. Fairy Dancing Butterfly hurriedly said, "An incense stick's worth of time has passed, and no one has bid. Can we announce the result now?" The 9 provinces method of time was based on the 24-hour method. The details were as follows. There were 24 hours in a day. 1 hour had 4 quarters. 1 hour had 3 cups of tea. 1 cup of tea had 2 incense sticks of time. An incense stick's worth of time had 5 minutes. 1 minute had 6 fingers, and 1 finger had 10 moments. An incense stick's worth of time was equivalent to 5 minutes now. The auction house's rules were that if no one bid within an incense stick's worth of time after the starting price was called out, the auction item would be taken back and the next item would be auctioned. If one person chose to bid, however, after an incense stick's worth of time, no one bid. The auction item would belong to the only cultivator who bid. If there were many people participating in a normal auction, and no one chose to bid within a minute after someone called out a price, the auction house would announce the ownership of the auction item. Now, after Lin Feng called out a bid of 20 million for the first time, an incense stick's worth of time had passed, and still, no one bid. Therefore, the auction house had to announce the ownership of the Builder Tree Immortal Elixir. The faces of the auction house's people were about to turn green. This was one of the auction house's most important auction items. If it was sold for 20 million, they would suffer a huge loss. However, the auction house's rules could not be violated. This was a matter of credibility. Family May shouted. 20 million Builder Tree Immortal Liquid going once, 20,000,000 Builder Tree Immortal Liquid going twice, 20,000,000 Builder Tree Immortal Liquid going thrice. Sold. As the gavel fell, countless people were envious of Lin Feng for being able to bid for the Builder Tree Immortal Elixir in such a dramatic manner. How much money would he save? Tens of billions. In reality, Lin Feng did not think about saving money. Because to him, money was just a number. Tens of billions of origin crystals were only a few million demonic immortal pills to him. He could now continuously create demonic immortal cauldrons. He could refine a few million demonic immortal pills in a day or two with the demonic immortal cauldron. Of course. To others, tens of billions of origin crystals. That was an unimaginable amount of wealth. Not long after, Li Liang brought the Builder Tree Immortal Elixir over. The previous few times he came, he had a happy expression on his face. But this time, he had a bitter smile on his face, as if he wanted to cry but had no tears. Lin Feng could not help but laugh in his heart. The auction house only wanted to scam other people's money. Very few people would lose money themselves. The auction house had really suffered a huge loss this time. Although Lin Feng did not care about the tens of billions of origin crystals, he was actually quite happy to be able to scam a large sum of money from the auction house. What an interesting thing to do. Lin Feng did not choose to bid for the next auction item until the auction ended. He did not bid for any other item. After the auction ended, Li Liang returned to the private room. Li Liang was a very perceptive person. He thought that Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy might be lovers, so he had specially left some private space for the two of them. Now that the auction was over, he appeared again to bring Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy to settle the auction price. Li Liang originally wanted to invite Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy for a small gathering, but the two of them declined. Li Liang still thought that Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy were in a hurry to go back and do that wonderful thing. When he looked at Lin Feng, he could not help but reveal a meaningful smile. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This Li Liang looked like a decent person, but deep down, he was probably a passionate man. After leaving the auction house, many people were still talking about the various magic treasures that appeared in the auction. Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy walked towards the beast carriage. Diawu, long time no see. A chuckle came from afar. A man in a red robe walked towards Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy. This man was extremely handsome. It was just that she was dressed a little too gorgeously. Her voice was also a little coquettish. Lin Feng couldn't help but have goosebumps. So it's young Master Lu, nice to meet you. Dancing Butterfly Fairy bowed slightly. We're old friends. Fairy, you don't have to be so courteous. This young Master Lu chuckled. When he laughed, he even covered his face with his hands, leaving only his eyes exposed. This kind of feminine action. She was even more feminine than a woman. This young Master Lu looked at Lin Feng and smiled. How should I address you, young master? Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed dryly and said, this humble one is Lin Feng. Ah, so you're Lin Feng. I've been friends with Lin Gongzi for a long time. This young Master Lu pinched his thumb and middle finger together as he spoke. Lin Feng smiled bitterly in his heart. If you're a beauty and have been friends with me for a long time, I'll naturally be very happy. Even if you're not a beauty. You're a normal man. Since you've been friends with me for a long time, I'll welcome you. But you don't look like a man at all. Are you gay, or a trap, or was it because he was gay, or was it because he was a trap? Just thinking about it made Lin Feng shudder. Of course, no matter how much he thought about it, Lin Feng wouldn't show it. He cupped his fists and said, Brother Lu is too polite. How should I address you, Brother Lu? This humble one is Lu Xiaohong. This young Master Lu said with a smile. Lu Xiaohong? Lin Feng looked at this young Master Lu with a strange gaze. This name was as strange as this person. Why did young Master Lu come to the returning ruined sea region? Dancing Butterfly Fairy asked. Lu Xiaohong said, I was really bored in the southern immortal sea region. I heard that the inheritance of the primordial thunder god had appeared in the returning ruined sea region. Since I had nothing to do, I came to take a look. I see. I wonder if Martial Uncle Lu is well. Dancing Butterfly Fairy asked. When this Lu clan's patriarch was young, he and Patriarch Electromother had been disciples of the same master, so they were fellow disciples. Therefore, Dancing Butterfly Fairy called the Lu clan's patriarch Lu Martial Uncle. According to seniority, Lu Xiaohong was Dancing Butterfly Fairy's junior. However, they were about the same age, so they had their own relationships. Lu Xiaohong said, everything is fine. Thank you for your concern. At this moment, a group of cultivators walked over from afar. These people were all cultivators from the Taishang Immortal sect. The leader was an old man. Li Shuyan was also in the group, and he pointed at Lin Feng. The old man looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. It's the people from the Taishang Immortal sect. That old man seems to be called Gongya Wenren. He's one of the great elders of the Taishang Immortal sect. It seems like the people from the Taishang Immortal sect have their eyes on you, Brother Lin. Lu Xiaohong said with narrowed eyes. Obviously, Lu Xiaohong had heard about Lin Feng and the Taishang Immortal sect after coming to the returning ruined sea region. We can't stay here for long. We'll take our leave first. Dancing Butterfly Fairy looked at Lu Xiaohong and said. She wanted to leave with Lin Feng. Stop right there. However, at this moment, the group of disciples from the Taishang Immortal sect had already walked over. Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy's path was blocked. Gongya Wenren did not come over. Instead, he stood in the distance, accompanied by a few disciples from the Taishang Immortal sect. The disciples of the Taishang Immortal sect who blocked Lin Feng's path were Li Shuyan and the others. Li Shuyan looked at Lin Feng with a cold smile and said, Kid. Didn't I already tell you? I told you to scram as far as you can and not appear in front of me again. Did my words fall on deaf ears? Dancing Butterfly Fairy opened her mouth to say something. However, Li Shuyan spoke first. Dancing Butterfly Fairy, I know this kid is your friend, but last time, I already gave you face and did not attack him. However, this kid did not take the face I gave him. You can't blame me for this. Seeing that a conflict had broken out, many people gathered around. It's Li Shuyan from the Taishang Immortal sect. Who's that cultivator who's being surrounded? Someone asked curiously. He's being surrounded by people from the Taishang Immortal sect. This is bad luck. He won't have a good ending. Someone else said. Many people looked at Lin Feng with pity. It's him. He's Lin Feng. Someone recognized Lin Feng. What? He's Lin Feng? The Lin Feng who killed Lei Shaoli and more than 10 disciples from the Taishang Immortal sect? Many people exclaimed. During this period of time, Lin Feng's name had become famous. It had caused quite a stir in the returning ruins region. Therefore, many people had heard of Lin Feng. However, those who had actually seen Lin Feng were very few. They were few and far between. Now, both the Lightning Island and the Taishang Immortal sect were looking for Lin Feng. Moreover, the bounty was very high. Many people wanted to kill him. Lin Feng's appearance on the Myriad Immortals Island shocked many people. However, many cultivators thought that Lin Feng was being surrounded by people from the Taishang Immortal sect. Lin Feng glanced at the arrogant Li Shuyan and sneered, You've already committed a capital offense based on what you just said. Do you know that? When Lin Feng said that, the crowd fell silent. Everyone was stunned, as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Doesn't this guy know his current situation? Many cultivators smiled bitterly. This was the first time they had seen someone as arrogant as Lin Feng after being surrounded by the Taishang Immortal sect. Everyone found it inconceivable. Li Shuyan's expression turned gloomy. Kid, you're only good at arguing. I've seen too many cultivators like you. 3 days later, we'll fight to the death in the arena. How about it? Lin Feng sneered. Boom, the crowd burst into an uproar. No one had thought that Lin Feng would directly challenge Li Xiuyan to a battle to the death. Everyone turned to look at Li Xiuyan. Now, everyone was waiting for Li Xiuyan to make a decision. Would he accept Lin Feng's challenge? Li Xiuyan didn't disappoint. He looked at Lin Feng with disdain and said, "I'll let you live for another 3 days. 3 days later, I'll crush you like a bug in the arena." After saying that, Li Xiuyan waved his hand and left with the Taishang immortal sect. They went to Gongya Wenren's side. Then, they quickly left with Gongya Wenren. "Brother Lin. This Li Xiuyan isn't a simple person. You have to be careful. I think that the best way is to run away tonight," Lu Xiaohong said coquettishly. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. What kind of rotten idea was that? "Let's talk about it when we get back," said Dancing Butterfly Fairy. Lin Feng nodded. He walked back to the beast carriage with Dancing Butterfly Fairy. And Lu Xiaohong also followed. "I don't have a place to stay. Which one of you will take me in?" Lu Xiaohong asked with a smile. Dancing Butterfly Fairy said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, "I have women living there, it is not convenient for me to take you in." Lu Xiaohong clapped his hands and said, "It seems that only Brother Lin can take me in." Lin Feng naturally did not believe that Lu Xiaohong had no place to live. He opened his mouth and was about to refuse. Lu Xiaohong said, looking at Brother Lin's happy face, "You must have agreed, right? Thank you for taking me in, Brother Lin." Lin Feng really wanted to kick Lu Xiaohong, this coquettish guy, into the outer space. "Who promised you? Can you not be so shameless?" But Lu Xiaohong did not give Lin Feng a chance to speak, and had already boarded the beast car in advance. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He had met such a weirdo. He really wanted to cry but had no tears. Dancing Butterfly Fairy smiled as she said, "Actually, Sir Lu is quite a good person, you'll know once you get to know him." Lin Feng bitterly smiled and nodded. He and Dancing Butterfly Fairy boarded the carriage. Go, go, go. The carriage driver drove the beast car toward the inn where Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy were staying. Many people were still excitedly discussing the life and death battle that would take place in 3 days. One was the holy son of the Taishang immortal sect. The other was Lin Feng, who had recently become famous in the returning ruins ocean. This battle. It would definitely be intense. And it would definitely be very exciting. After returning to their residence, Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, "Lin Gongzi and Li Xiuyan have agreed to a life and death battle, but Lin Gongzi might not understand how powerful Li Xiuyan is." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Li Xiuyan is able to stand out among so many geniuses of the Taishang immortal sect. He must have some extraordinary ability. I wonder what kind of powerful ability he has grasped." "Copy," Dancing Butterfly Fairy said. "Copy? What ability is that?" Lin Feng was puzzled. Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, "Li Xiuyan's bloodline is the copy bloodline. He can copy anything he wants. Divine abilities, cultivation methods, bloodlines, and even life. This ability is extremely heaven-defying. When used in battle, it's even more terrifying. So, Lin Gongzi, you must be careful of this ability of his." Lu Xiaohong smiled and said, "Although the copy bloodline is powerful, a fake is a fake." Hearing Lu Xiaohong's words, Lin Feng's mind shook slightly. Lu Xiaohong's words hit the nail on the head. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng arranged a place for Lu Xiaohong to stay. Lu Xiaohong stayed downstairs. He stayed upstairs. Lin Feng then told Lu Xiaohong that he would be in seclusion for a few days. He told Lu Xiaohong not to disturb him upstairs. If he felt bored, he could go find Dancing Butterfly Fairy. "Brother Lin, don't worry. I like quiet the most. I won't disturb your cultivation," Lu Xiaohong said as he reached out to touch Lin Feng. Lin Feng was so scared that his whole body trembled. He couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. He didn't dare to stay. He quickly ran back to his room on the 2nd floor. He was still a little worried about Lu Xiaohong. So, Lin Feng quickly set up layers of restrictions and sealed the room. After doing all this, Lin Feng let out a long breath. Then, Lin Feng took out the Builder Tree Immortal Elixir that he had obtained from the auction and watered it all on the Builder Tree sapling. After absorbing the Builder Tree Immortal Elixir, the Builder Tree began to grow again. Originally, the Builder Tree sapling was about 30 centimeters tall. Now, it quickly grew to 50 centimeters tall. Moreover, one of the leaves on the Builder Tree turned from a green leaf to an emerald green leaf. After the leaf turned emerald green, a mysterious energy fell from the sky and was absorbed by the emerald green leaf. "Oh my God, immortal chi!" Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He had absorbed immortal chi before, so after sensing the aura of immortal chi, he knew that this energy was absorbed by the emerald green leaf of the Builder Tree. It was immortal chi. This was really unbelievable. It was shocking and moving. But it was also very exciting. Now, the Builder Tree could absorb immortal chi. As time went by, it would accumulate. When it accumulated to a certain amount, Lin Feng could absorb the immortal chi stored in the emerald green leaf of the Builder Tree. When the green leaf turns into an emerald green leaf, it can absorb immortal chi. Unfortunately, only one leaf has turned emerald green. If all the leaves turn emerald green, it will be able to gather a lot of immortal chi in a short time. Now it's much slower, but this is also a good start. When I find more heaven and earth treasures to cultivate the Builder Tree will evolve again. At that time, more green leaves will turn into emerald green leaves. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He turned his right hand. A treasure appeared in his hand again. This treasure. It was the mysterious gold immortal spirit iron. The black gold immortal spirit iron was a sacred metal among the 5 elements, and it was extremely useful to cultivators. Lin Feng began to circulate the 3000 Great Tao of the Great Metal Elemental Technique. With the circulation of the Great Metal Elemental Technique, the power of the Great Metal Elemental Technique poured into the black gold immortal spirit iron. He began to refine the black gold immortal spirit iron. Every substance in this world was constructed by the origin of the 5 elements. Therefore, theoretically speaking, as long as the method was right, any substance could be decomposed. Immortal iron, divine stone, and so on. There was nothing that couldn't be decomposed. As the black gold immortal spirit iron was decomposed into the purest metal energy of the 5 elements, these energies were all absorbed into Lin Feng's body. His great metal elemental technique had finally completed its transformation and reached the perfected stage. Lin Feng opened his eyes and smiled. The 5 Emperor Dragon Fists that the Fire Qilin had imparted to him could transform into the 3000 Great Tao of the 5 elements. It was really a peerless supreme technique. As Lin Feng's realm continued to improve, he had a deeper understanding of the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists. In addition to various opportunities, he had comprehended the 5 elements one after another. However, it was really difficult to reach the perfected stage of the 5 elements. Therefore, Lin Feng was quite happy that he could reach the perfected stage of the Great Metal Elemental Technique. As the Great Metal Elemental Technique was cultivated to the perfected stage, the power of metal brewed in his body. A god appeared above the Great Metal Elemental Technique, which was formed by the 3000 Great Tao. This god was wearing a golden robe and a crown. He had the sky above his head and was standing on a giant dragon. This deity was none other than the renowned Supreme Jin. And now, the Great Metal Elemental Art, a divine ability grand array constructed by the Great Metal Elemental Art of 3000 Great Taos, had manifested the Metal Emperor's true spirit. Lin Feng opened his eyes and was very satisfied with the breakthrough of the Great Metal Elemental Technique. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. There was a sea of people in the central square of the Myriad Immortals Island. Countless people had come to watch the life and death battle between Lin Feng and Li Xiaoyan. Who do you think will win this battle? Lin Feng? Or Li Xiaoyan? That's hard to say. Li Xiaoyan is the holy son of the Supreme Immortal Sect. He has been famous for a long time, and Lin Feng is a person who has recently become famous. Although he is young, he is still very terrifying. Back then when Lei Shaoli schemed against him, he was still killed by him, which is enough to prove how powerful this Lin Feng is. I think Lin Feng will win. Why do you think so? Lin Feng is a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Ah, he's a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect? No wonder this guy is so daring. he even dares to kill a disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect. The relationship between the Reincarnation Immortal Sect and the Supreme Immortal Sect has always been bad. Not only is Lin Feng a disciple of the Reincarnation Celestial Sect, but he has also ascended the sacred mountain of the Reincarnation Celestial Sect. This shows how terrifying his talent is. Oh my God, he has ascended the sacred mountain. He'll definitely become a peerless expert in the future, but I think the Supreme Immortal Sect won't let him live. That's right, the Supreme Immortal Sect won't let him leave the battle stage alive. Don't underestimate Li Xiaoyan, he has a blood duplication technique, and his methods are extremely strange. He keeps provoking Lin Feng, why? Isn't it because he wants to anger Lin Feng so that he can have a life and death duel? Now, the duel has already been decided. That's exactly what Li Xiaoyan wants, so I think Li Xiaoyan will win. I think Li Xiaoyan will win too. I've seen Li Xiaoyan fight in the past, and I know how terrifying his blood duplication technique is. It won't take him much effort to kill Lin Feng. Many people were discussing, and there were different opinions. Some people thought Lin Feng would win. Some people thought Li Xiaoyan would win. They all had their own reasons. Rumble. In the distance, 9 thunder dragons were pulling a thunder chariot. Look, it's the thunder dragon chariot. Lei Wanli of the Thunder Island is here. Lei Wanli must be here for Lin Feng. Lei Shaoli is Lei Wanli's successor, but he was killed by Lin Feng. Lei Wanli can't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. TSK, even if Lin Feng can kill Li Xiaoyan in the battle stage, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. After seeing Lei Wanli's arrival, the large square next to him was in an uproar. Countless people were discussing this excitedly. Now, almost everyone thought that Lin Feng would definitely die. Even if he wasn't killed by Li Xiaoyan, he would be killed by Lei Wanli. Now, the best choice was to run away. Instead of coming to accept the challenge. Li Xiaoyan is here. Someone shouted in the distance. Everyone looked over and saw a group of experts from the Supreme Immortal Sect. When they saw Gongye Wenren, many people's expressions suddenly changed. The Supreme Immortal Sect had an expert like Gongye Wenren. Lei Wanli had also come to watch the battle. As long as Lin Feng dared to fight, he would probably die even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, right? Li Xiaoyan soared into the sky and landed on an arena that was suspended in midair. His voice was cold. Lin Feng, I'm here. Where are you? Come and die. Li Xiaoyan was extremely arrogant. His cold eyes swept across the surroundings. Everyone realized that Lin Feng didn't show up. Immediately, many cultivators began to mutter. Did Lin Feng really run away? It was very embarrassing to run away before the battle. However, it was better than dying here. Therefore, even if Lin Feng really ran away, it was understandable. Li Xiaoyan's expression was indifferent as he continued to shout coldly, Lin Feng, where are you? Could it be that you've already run away? If that's the case, when you see me in the future, you'd better take a detour because I'm destined to be your nightmare. In front of me, you're destined to be an ant. Li Xiaoyan could be said to be extremely arrogant. He was full of contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. In the distance, a figure walked over. It's Lin Feng. He's here. A cultivator saw Lin Feng and immediately exclaimed. This guy actually dared to accept the challenge. Many people were extremely shocked. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng would run away before the battle. But now, he actually came here. He was simply audacious. Didn't he know that once he came here, was it almost equivalent to certain death? Seeing Lin Feng flying over from afar, Li Xiaoyan put his hands behind his back with an indifferent expression. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Very good. At least you're not a coward. Have you washed your neck clean? Many people were speechless. Li Xiaoyan really didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes. His tone was so contemptuous. Killing Lin Feng. It was as if it was just a casual thing to do. Lin Feng landed on the arena. He had just landed. A powerful aura was emitted from Li Xiaoyan's body. The aura in his body, like mountains and seas. It enveloped Lin Feng. Li Xiaoyan's cold shout was like thunder on the ground. Kneel down. That terrifying pressure ruthlessly pressed towards Lin Feng, wanting to force Lin Feng to kneel in front of him. No one expected Li Xiuyan to be so domineering that he wanted to force Lin Feng to kneel on the ground. Everyone looked at the two people in the arena, wondering if Lin Feng could withstand the powerful aura emitted from Li Xiuyan's body. Lin Feng, who was in the arena, remained unmoved and looked at Li Xiuyan with a sneer. "In my eyes, no matter how you jump around, you're just a clown. Just like now, you think you're so powerful, but in my eyes, you're nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng walked towards Li Xiuyan. The aura emitted from Li Xiuyan's body did not pose any threat to him at all. Li Xiuyan's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He originally wanted to use his aura to oppress Lin Feng. Then, he would achieve an overwhelming victory, but in the end, he slapped himself in the face. Naturally, Li Xiuyan felt that he had lost face and was exceptionally depressed. Moreover, Li Xiuyan heard laughter coming from the square. "Are those people laughing at me?" Li Xiuyan's gaze was gloomy. He jumped up and slapped Lin Feng. A mysterious world appeared in Li Xiuyan's palm. That world seemed to be an immortal kingdom, and many immortals appeared in that world. There were ancient immortals with boundless merit, beautiful fairies, and some immortal children jumping around. Immortal kingdom in a palm. This is a supreme divine ability passed down from the supreme immortal sect. There's an immortal kingdom in a palm, and one palm can decide the universe. This supreme technique is extremely powerful. It's said that once one is absorbed into the immortal kingdom in a palm, they will sink into it forever and lose themselves, unable to extricate themselves. Some cultivators exclaimed. They recognized the divine ability that Li Xiuyan had used. Li Xiuyan is indeed the sacred son of the supreme immortal sect. His strength is really terrifying. Many people lamented. Li Xiuyan's immortal kingdom in a palm was indeed quite powerful. A powerful devouring force surged over, wanting to swallow Lin Feng directly into the immortal kingdom in a palm. Lin Feng's expression was ice cold. Facing Li Xiuyan's attack, he also used a divine ability. The divine ability Lin Feng used was the Devil Emperor's 9 slashes. This was an emperor technique. As Lin Feng's cultivation gradually increased, the might of the 9 slashes of the Devil Emperor also gradually revealed itself. Streaks of terrifying killing light slashed towards Li Xiuyan. These rays of killing light. They were all swallowed up by Li Xiuyan's immortal kingdom. Puff, however, Li Xiuyan's immortal kingdom in a palm was unable to withstand the attack of Lin Feng's 9th slash of the Devil Emperor. As a result, it directly collapsed. And Lin Feng had already come to Li Xiuyan's side. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out as fast as lightning towards Li Xiuyan. Li Xiuyan's reaction was also extremely fast. In the face of Lin Feng's attack, he slapped his palm towards Lin Feng. Bang, both sides collided fiercely. Tyrannical power surged out, shaking the ring violently. After the collision, Lin Feng did not choose to retreat. Instead, he continued to charge towards Li Xiuyan. Lin Feng's specialty was his speed. He had mastered many divine abilities and could quickly switch between various divine abilities. His attack power could be said to be incomparably domineering. Therefore, Lin Feng often liked to use offense as a substitute for defense. Ancient times rush billions of years. Lin Feng shouted coldly and blasted another punch towards Li Xiuyan. This time, he used the ultimate divine ability recorded in the first part of the Great Reincarnation Technique. This ancient times rush billions of years would make you grow old in an instant. Black hair would turn white, young would become old. Lin Feng's move was also tried and tested. And Li Xiuyan also did not know the power of Lin Feng's move. So when Lin Feng's punch swept towards him, Li Xiuyan did not have the slightest fear and also swept a punch towards Lin Feng. Bang, the two sides collided again, accompanied by the violent sound of the collision. Everyone saw it. Lin Feng's body actually began to freeze. Ha 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 ha. How's my great ice sealing technique? Li Xiuyan was extremely proud. He stepped forward and wanted to kill Lin Feng. But at this moment, Li Xiuyan suddenly felt that his strength was rapidly weakening. And on the square, it was even more shocking. Countless people looked at Li Xiuyan. His hair was standing on end. Because Li Xiuyan was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths' time, he turned from a young and vigorous cultivator to an old and frail cultivator. Great Reincarnation Technique. This is the Great Reincarnation Technique. This kid has actually cultivated the Great Reincarnation Technique. An old cultivator said in shock. Many experts of the older generation were also shocked. They did not expect Lin Feng to learn the Great Reincarnation Technique at such a young age. They all thought that Lin Feng had obtained the recognition of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra and was given the cultivation method of the Great Reincarnation Technique. But in reality, Lin Feng's Great Reincarnation Technique was not obtained from the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra but from the Reincarnation Demonic Hall. Moreover, his Great Reincarnation Technique was only the first part and was not complete. However, the spectators did not know this. At this moment, countless people were shocked to see what was happening in the arena. It was really too shocking. Was this the Reincarnation Immortal Sect's Great Reincarnation Technique? It was simply unbelievable. My body. Li Xiaoyan looked at his aging body and screamed in horror. Bang. Ice shards flew everywhere. Lin Feng, who was frozen in ice, quickly rushed toward Li Xiaoyan and threw a punch at him. Retreat quickly. Although the Great Reincarnation Technique will make you age, it won't last for long. Gongya Wenren shouted in a deep voice. Hearing Gongya Wenren's reminder, Li Xiaoyan, who was originally in a state of extreme fear, was shocked and quickly retreated. He did not want to confront Lin Feng directly. This guy obviously wanted to delay time by dodging Lin Feng's attack. Then, he would wait for his body to return to its youthful state. Many people could not help but secretly curse Gongya Wenren for being too shameless. He actually interfered in the life and death battle between Lin Feng and Li Xiaoyan. However, they only dared to curse in their hearts. However, no one dared to curse in front of Gongya Wenren. Was this not courting death? How could it be so easy for Li Xiaoyan to dodge Lin Feng's attack? Lin Feng increased his speed to the extreme and instantly arrived beside Li Xiaoyan. He threw a punch at Li Xiaoyan. Li Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically because he could no longer dodge Lin Feng's punch. Bang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. Li Xiaoyan was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Lin Feng walked forwards. He looked like a god of war from ancient times. You dare to be arrogant in front of me with such little strength? Who gave you the courage? Lin Feng's voice was cold as he threw another punch. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones cracking was heard. Li Xiaoyan was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch again. He did not know how many bones in his body were broken by Lin Feng. Oh my god, it's a one-sided battle. Lin Feng is too powerful. I didn't expect the battle to end like this. Countless people roared in shock. Lin Feng's battle prowess had completely exceeded everyone's imagination. Previously, many people thought that Lin Feng might win this battle. But even those cultivators who thought that Lin Feng would win this battle, they didn't expect. Lin Feng had suppressed Li Xiaoyan to such an extent. Now, Li Xiaoyan could only passively take a beating and was vomiting blood from Lin Feng's attacks. It depended on the situation. It was extremely bad. Damn it. Many people from the Supreme Immortal Sect cursed. Even Gongya Wenren, a powerful figure, looked extremely gloomy. Haha, Brother Lin is really powerful. Lu Xiaohong clapped his hands and said. Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, Lin Gongzi is indeed a genius who stepped onto the Reincarnation Immortal Sect's ancestral mountain. His strength is really unexpected. In the arena, Lin Feng continued to attack Li Xiaoyan. The logic of beating a drowning dog. He naturally knew, so, Lin Feng didn't intend to give Li Xiaoyan a chance to fight back. Punch after punch landed on Li Xiaoyan's body. Puff. Puff. Puff, Li Xiaoyan kept coughing up blood. His face was as pale as paper. He had suffered a lot of trauma. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan's facial expression was extremely ugly. He was looking at Lin Feng with hatred in his eyes. When Lin Feng moved towards Li Xiaoyan again, Li Xiaoyan was astonished. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyan slapped Lin Feng with his palm. Seeing the power of reincarnation lingering on Li Xiaoyan's palm, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly dodged Li Xiuyan's attack. Then, he quickly retreated. Great reincarnation technique. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Li Xiuyan laughed out loud. Why? Is it strange? Are you wondering why I know the grand reincarnation art? Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, you used the duplication bloodline to replicate it. Li Xiuyan sneered, that's right. I've copied your great reincarnation skill with duplication bloodline. I've also mastered the great reincarnation skill that you've learned. As Li Xiuyan walked towards Lin Feng, he swallowed a healing pill. His injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Furthermore, at this moment, the effects of the immemorial era on Li Xiuyan's body over billions of years. They also began to disperse. Brat, I'll let you have a taste of our Supreme Immortal Sect's top divine ability. Supreme Sage Emperor Fist. Li Xiuyan launched another attack. A fist swept out. The sky was filled with fist shadows. There was even a tiny figure condensed within each of the fist shadows. He took a closer look. That tiny figure was actually an ancient Saint Emperor. Immortal light swirled around. The Sage Emperor emerged from the fist shadows. It was extremely majestic. He was like an immortal god that had existed for thousands of years. His gaze swept in all directions, shattering billions of space-time. An endless amount of punches were moving towards Lin Feng. And Li Xiuyan was quickly approaching Lin Feng. Li Xiuyan seemed to want to use the great reincarnation skill that he had just copied to deal with Lin Feng. But Lin Feng did not give Li Xiuyan a chance to get close to him. He began to circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. The immemorial dragonesque elephant original spirit was summoned by Lin Feng. The immemorial dragonesque elephant original spirit roared towards the sky. He stepped on the void. The sky was filled with fist shadows. They were all shattered. It's the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Many people exclaimed. Could it be that this kid has cultivated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art? Immediately after, someone said. The immemorial dragonesque elephant art was the top of the top 10 forbidden techniques of the immemorial era. Its power was naturally unimaginable. This was a technique that countless people dreamed of. The immemorial dragonesque elephant art could temper a cultivator's physical body to be even stronger than a god fiend. For cultivators, this was simply a great temptation. And if one cultivated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, their dermic powers would also be incomparably strong. Their dermic powers were comparable to that of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Their dermic powers were beyond that of a god fiend. Naturally, countless people would flock to it. Now, everyone seemed to finally know why Lin Feng was so monstrous. Perhaps it was because he had inherited the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Roar. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar suddenly resounded, pulling the attention of countless people back to reality. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the arena. At this moment, everyone saw another huge creature appear in the arena. It was actually another immemorial dragonesque elephant original spirit. This was the immemorial dragonesque elephant original spirit that Li Xiuyan had copied through the immemorial dragonesque elephant original spirit. Bang bang bang, the two immemorial dragonesque elephant original spirits directly fought with each other. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Lin Feng's expression darkened slightly. This immemorial bloodline was really strange. The copied immemorial dragonesque elephant original spirit was actually exactly the same as the one that he had summoned by using the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Even their combat power. They were even evenly matched. Didn't this mean that no matter what kind of divine ability he cast, Li Xiuyan, this person, was able to perfectly and flawlessly replicate the remarkable ability that he had used? Lin Feng didn't stop attacking just because Li Xiuyan had copied the immemorial dragonesque elephant original spirit. He used a new theurgy. This time, he cast the Great Calamity technique, a top-notch divine ability. This was the 9th-ranked Great Tao of the 3000 Great Tao. Its power was unimaginable. The Great Calamity technique directly condensed a long river of calamity that swept through heaven and earth. It drowned Li Xiuyan. Come out. Li Xiuyan sneered and waved his hand. Another long river of calamity also condensed and crashed towards the long river of calamity condensed by Lin Feng. What a terrifying immemorial bloodline. No matter what divine ability Lin Feng cast, Li Xiuyan can copy it through the immemorial bloodline. In this way, isn't Li Xiuyan already in an invincible position? Yes. Li Xiuyan is indeed in an invincible position, and the most important thing is that if this battle continues, Lin Feng's consumption will be extremely great. Li Xiuyan, on the other hand, has replicated Lin Feng's ability through the immemorial bloodline, so his consumption will be very small. Lin Feng's dermic powers will be weakened, and Li Xiuyan won't be weakened by much. When the time comes, Lin Feng will definitely be defeated. Many cultivators began to discuss. At this moment, Lin Feng was also aware of the danger he was facing. It was indeed as those cultivators had said. If this battle continued, he would be continuously weakened. In this way, he would definitely lose. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Li Xiuyan. Since Li Xiuyan's immemorial bloodline could copy all kinds of divine abilities, then, he wouldn't fight with him using divine abilities. Instead, he would fight with his physical body. Lin Feng's physical body was unparalleled in the world, and he believed that he could kill Li Xiuyan with just his physical body. Seeing Lin Feng rush over, Li Xiuyan's face revealed a sinister smile. He directly copied Lin Feng's immemorial bloodline, a fist blasted towards Lin Feng. Li Xiuyan wanted to rely on the duplication of the bloodline to make Lin Feng age. Previously, Li Xiuyan had tried that kind of aging state, and his battle strength would greatly decrease. Therefore, Li Xiuyan also wanted to let Lin Feng experience the taste of aging. Moreover, as long as Lin Feng's body continued to age, then, in Li Xiuyan's opinion, at that time, Lin Feng would not be a threat at all, he could easily kill Lin Feng. Why did Lin Feng take the initiative to charge at Li Xiuyan? What is he trying to do? Could it be that he wants to fight Li Xiuyan in close combat? This is simply crazy. Once he gets close to Li Xiuyan and is swept by Li Xiuyan's great samsara technique, his body will become old and his battle strength will be greatly weakened. What's the difference between this and courting death? Many people looked at Lin Feng in confusion. They did not understand why Lin Feng would make such a choice. Even Dancing Butterfly Fairy and Lu Xiaohong could not help but frown at this moment. They looked at the battle on the stage with solemn expressions. Reckless thing, you actually dare to take the initiative to charge at senior brother Li. You are simply courting death. That's right. Let's see how senior brother Li will kill him later. The disciples of the Supreme Immortal sect all let out a burst of sinister laughter. In their opinion, Lin Feng taking the initiative to charge at Li Xiuyan was extremely stupid. He was simply courting death. However, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He also swept his fist at Li Xiuyan. Bang! Under the gazes of countless people, everyone saw that the power of samsara around Li Xiuyan's fist began to flow into Lin Feng's body. And Lin Feng's body began to age. Seeing this scene, Dancing Butterfly Fairy and Lu Xiaohong's expressions changed slightly. This absolute art, ancient time flies, was simply too overbearing. Now, Lin Feng had been hit. They could not help but worry for Lin Feng. On the other hand, the cultivators of the Supreme Immortal sect and the Thunder Island all had indifferent expressions. They naturally hoped that Lin Feng would die in Li Xiuyan's hands. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng's body would soon become old, just like Li Xiuyan's. But soon, everyone discovered that although Lin Feng's body was aging, the speed was extremely slow. Moreover, after a few breaths, his body quickly returned to its original state. It's done. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. Before he made his move, he thought, although it is powerful, a fake is a fake. Lu Xiaohong's words pointed out the flaw of the duplication bloodline. Although Li Xiuyan was able to replicate the ancient era through the duplication bloodline, he was still able to replicate the ancient era for billions of years. There was still some difference of time. Li Xiuyan's s of 100 times of 100 and times of 100 times to be condensed. This to be. However, the copied divine ability did not have that mysterious Tao rhythm. When the duplicated divine ability met the real divine ability, the divine ability would be completely destroyed. Replicated divine abilities were, at best, on par with the real divine ability. However, it was unable to suppress the true divine ability. when Li Shuyan replicated ancient time rushes for billions of years on Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the true ancient time rush to suppress Li Shuyan's ancient time rush to replicate the ancient time rush to billions of years. Therefore, Lin Feng's body quickly recovered to its youthful state. Impossible! Li Shuyan roared in disbelief. The spectating cultivators were all dumbfounded. They didn't understand what was going on. Why did Lin Feng's body suddenly become younger? It's fake. It was fake. Your replicated bloodline. I can't replicate the true great reincarnation, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. His eyes were twinkling with an ice-cold light. Hearing Lin Feng's words, many people revealed a thoughtful expression. Lu Xiaohong smiled and said, "This brother Lin is really a talent. He actually took my casual words seriously." Dancing Butterfly Fairy also nodded and said, "He is indeed powerful. His comprehension, judgment during a life and death battle, and courage are all admirable." Boom! Lin Feng punched towards Li Shuyan. Feeling the terrifying power contained in Lin Feng's punch, Li Shuyan's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. At this time, he realized that it was too late to retreat. Therefore, Li Shuyan had no choice but to meet Lin Feng's punch with a punch. Bang! The two sides collided. This was a collision of flesh against flesh. A series of dull collision sounds could be heard. Immediately after, kacha-kacha sounds could be heard. Li Shuyan's arm directly broke. Bone stubble. It was all exposed. Ah! Li Shuyan couldn't help but let out an incomparably shrill scream. He was severely injured. Lin Feng's physical body had already broken through to the heaven god realm. Naturally, he could crush Li Shuyan's physical body. Therefore, the situation in front of him was all under Lin Feng's control. Oh my god, Lin Feng's physical body is too powerful. Li Shuyan is seriously injured and will definitely die. Seeing the battle on the stage, many people couldn't help but exclaim. Until now, everyone knew that Li Shuyan had no choice but to die. In this battle, there was absolutely no possibility of Li Shuyan turning the situation around. Even an expert like Li Shuyan was no match for Lin Feng. Everyone was shocked by Lin Feng's powerful strength. Puff, a tearing sound could be heard. Everyone saw it. Lin Feng grabbed Li Shuyan's right arm. Then he tore it forcefully. Li Yuran's entire arm. It was directly torn off by him. "Little bastard, I'll fight it out with you." Li Shuyan roared and directly pounced towards Lin Feng. The 5 fingers of his left hand were closed together like a spear. It directly pierced towards Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he grabbed Li Shuyan's wrist. He twisted it forcefully. Crack! Li Shuyan's wrist was directly broken by Lin Feng. "Little bastard. Stop. Otherwise, this old man will tear you into pieces." An angry roar suddenly resounded. Gongya Wenren's body emitted endless killing intent. Seeing Gongya Wenren come out to threaten Lin Feng, the spectators were naturally very disdainful. But the spectators wouldn't say anything. An expert like Gongya Wenren wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Ha 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 ha. Old man. This life and death battle is something that Li Shuyan and I have already agreed on. Life and death are up to fate. Now that you've intervened, do you still have any shame? Could this be the style of your Taishang Immortal sect? Could it be that the older generation experts of the Taishang Immortal sect are as shameless as you? If that's the case, what qualifications does the Taishang Immortal sect have to be the leader of the Immortal Dao? For the Taishang Immortal sect to be the leader of the Immortal Dao is simply a disgrace to the 9 regions. Lin Feng said with a sneer. The entire huge square shook the sky. Countless spectators looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng was really too bold. Not only did he scold Gongya Wenren, he even scolded the Taishang Immortal sect. In the 9 regions great world, who dared to insult the Taishang Immortal sect, even the Red World Fairy didn't insult the Taishang Immortal sect. But Lin Feng dared to scold the Taishang Immortal sect in front of so many people. He was simply fearless. Little bastard. How dare you insult my Supreme Immortal sect like this? No one can save your life. You'll be cut into pieces. Your soul will be thrown into the boundless purgatory. Gongya Wenren roared with resentment. His eyes flashed with endless killing intent as if he couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Gongya Wenren only had one thought now. That was to kill Lin Feng in the cruelest way possible. That was the only way. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. Ha 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 ha, are you threatening me? Old dog. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Feng said with a sneer without the slightest fear. Many people smiled bitterly. Previously, he scolded Gongya Wenren as an old man. Now, he scolded him as an old dog. What gave this guy the confidence to insult Gongya Wenren like this? This was something that many people were puzzled about. Could it be that he really had some unknown trump card? Just as everyone was guessing, Gongya Wenren had already soared into the sky and flew towards the arena. Gongya Wenren seemed to want to deal with Lin Feng personally. Fellow Daoist Gongya. The arena is a life and death battle. Fellow Daoist, you'd better not participate in it to avoid breaking the rules. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. These are the rules jointly set by the immortals, demons, and monsters. I'm sure fellow Daoist is very clear about it. Moreover, if you openly violate the rules that the immortals, demons, and monsters abide by, it will be very bad for fellow Daoist and the Supreme Immortal Sect's reputation. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. An old man walked over from afar. The old man was dressed in a Daoist robe and had the demeanor of an immortal. The old man was not a Daoist cultivator but an old ancestor of the great immortal island. His name was Old Ancestor Xianxia. Old Ancestor Xianxia was very famous because he was in charge of all the matters in the outer area of the great immortal island. For example, the market, the auction house, and other places were all managed by Old Ancestor Xianxia. Seeing the appearance of Old Ancestor Xianxia, Gongya Wenren's face sank slightly. He stood in the air and did not move forward. His cold eyes glanced at Lin Feng and the threat was self-evident. Old dog. Didn't you want to come and deal with me? Why aren't you coming now? Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Lin Feng's continuous provocation of Gongya Wenren shocked many people. This caused many people to fall into deep thought. Why would he do such a thing? Was there a way to escape, still? Madness before death, little bastard. Just you wait. I'll take your life very soon. Gongya Wenren said with a sinister smile. Are you planning to give up on Li Xiuyan? Lin Feng sneered. He looked at Li Xiuyan and said with a sneer, in your next life, don't ever rely on the Supreme Immortal Sect again. But more importantly, don't ever provoke me. Spare me. Spare me. As long as you spare me. I'm willing to do anything. Li Xiuyan begged. He didn't want to die. A bad life is better than a good death. There was only hope if he was alive. He was dead. It was like a handful of yellow soil. Everything. Everything would be for naught. Therefore, Li Xiuyan wanted to live. However, Lin Feng didn't care about Li Xiuyan's begging. He pointed his right index finger at Li Xiuyan's forehead. Poof, Li Xiuyan's head was penetrated and his soul was shattered. He died on the spot. Rumble, the restriction that shrouded the arena of life and death began to disperse. Little bastard, it's time for you to die. Gongya Wenren laughed sinisterly and walked toward Lin Feng step by step. Right at this moment, Lei Wanli, the island lord of Thunder Island, stepped out of the Thunder Dragon ancient chariot. He also walked toward the arena of life and death. Little bastard, you must die today. Lei Wanli's voice was filled with monstrous killing intent and he locked his gaze on Lin Feng. Brother Lei. Let me deal with this kid. Brother Lei, you don't have to worry about it. Gongya Wenren said in a deep voice. Brother Gongya. This kid has an irreconcilable enmity with my Thunder Island. Let me kill him today. Lei Wanli said. Seeing that both of them wanted to kill Lin Feng, everyone knew that Lin Feng would definitely die this time. They were two experts at the peak divine realm. How terrifying was that, although Lin Feng's strength was tyrannical, but when compared to experts of this realm, there was still a big gap. These two have ulterior motives. They are fighting to kill Lin Feng. Obviously, they want to obtain Lin Feng's wealth and inheritance. Someone whispered. Lin Feng has risen in a short period of time and has mastered many powerful divine abilities. Moreover, he has many treasures. Lei Wanli and Gongye Wenren naturally want to obtain them. Moreover, both of them have a reason to attack now. Then someone said. Right at this moment, Lin Feng said, since both of you want to die, then come at me together. This young master will kill both of you together. After hearing Lin Feng's words. In the huge square. It instantly became silent. Many people's mouths twitched. This was too arrogant. Facing two old ancestor-level existences. They were terrifying existences who were about to step into the giant god realm. A young junior. He actually wanted two quasi-giant god-level existences to attack together? Was this guy crazy? Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli were furious when they heard this. They couldn't help but scold angrily, Junior, you are too arrogant. You two old things have cultivated for millions of years. You don't even care about your face when you come out to deal with me. You still have the nerve to say that this young master is arrogant? That's right. This young master is arrogant. This is arrogance. You two old things come over if you have the ability. This young master will stand here and see who will win in the end. Everybody was astonished by Lin Feng's arrogance. He really had the strength. Still. Was he just bluffing? Many people actually thought that Lin Feng was bluffing and wanted to find a chance to escape. No one would think so. Lin Feng could really kill Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli. They were old ancestor-level existences. Unless a real giant god came. Or else. Who was their opponent? Lin Feng was just a junior. How could he fight against two old ancestor-level existences? Little bastard, even if your reincarnation immortal sect master comes, he won't be able to save you. Gongye Wenren's killing intent was monstrous and his voice was extremely gloomy. Little bastard, I'm going to torture you until you're begging for death. Lei Wanli said with a sinister smile. Being looked down upon by a junior like this, Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli were furious. The two of them jumped up and quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. They are going to attack. Lin Feng won't be able to escape this time, right? Not necessarily. Maybe he has some trump cards? Countless people exclaimed when they saw Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli attacking. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Feng who was in the arena. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly shouted in the arena. I represent the King of Hell to reap the souls of those sinners. I will send them all to the 18 layers of hell so that they will never be reincarnated. As Lin Feng's voice fell, black fog rolled in the arena. The atmosphere was gloomy. Lin Feng's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious light. It was as if he had really turned into a messenger of hell. What's going on? That kid said that he's a messenger of hell? Is he trying to fool us? What the hell is that guy up to? Countless people looked at Lin Feng in the arena in puzzlement. They had no idea what Lin Feng was up to. No one would believe that Lin Feng was a messenger of hell. But now, black fog was rolling in the arena, and ghostly energy lingered around it. It was indeed very strange. This caused everyone to be extremely puzzled. He's trying to be mysterious. Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli naturally did not believe that Lin Feng was a messenger of hell. A messenger of hell was a legendary creature that walked between the realms of the living and the dead. However, it would not appear in front of the living beings of the living. Unless it was someone who was about to die. Only then would they see a messenger of hell. Could it be that these hundreds of thousands of people, were they all about to die? Therefore, Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli did not believe that Lin Feng was a messenger of hell at all. They quickly rushed to the arena and charged toward Lin Feng. Lowly creatures who dare to challenge the authority of a messenger of hell, you will be punished. Your souls shall fall into oblivion forever. Suddenly, Lin Feng's voice came from the arena again. Then, black fog rolled. Waves of ghostly wind swept through the arena and shrouded Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli. Kid, don't try to be mysterious here. You're fooling everyone. Lei Wanli said coldly. Aren't you a messenger of hell? I'll send your soul into the 9 hells purgatory later. Let's see if a messenger of hell like you has a way to get your soul out of the 9 hells purgatory. Gongye Wenren sneered. The two of them landed on the arena one after another. After locking onto Lin Feng, they rushed toward Lin Feng. Lowly creatures who blaspheme a messenger of hell are destined to be punished. Lin Feng's voice was faintly discernible. His voice exuded a mysterious feeling. It was as if he had floated out of hell. The black fog rolled and separated Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli. Swoosh. The demonic orb trembled slightly. In an instant, a figure quickly rushed out and attacked Gongye Wenren. The one who attacked was none other than the Demon Lord. Before coming to accept the challenge, Lin Feng had already reached an agreement with the Demon Lord. If Lin Feng encountered a threat that he could not deal with, the Demon Lord would help him deal with it. However, Lin Feng would go to the Heavenly Devil Planet in the future. Heavenly Devil Planet, Heavenly Devil's headquarters. This place could be said to be filled with danger. Entering it was simply a matter of 10 deaths. Lin Feng didn't know why the Demon Lord went to the Heavenly Devil Planet. Lin Feng also knew the dangers of the Heavenly Devil Planet. However, he still agreed to the Demon Lord's conditions. This was because only the Demon Lord could help him deal with these ancestor-level powerhouses. Ah! An incomparably shrill scream rang out from within the black fog. Heavens, it's Gongye Wenren's screams. What's going on? What's going on? Countless people cried out in alarm, their faces filled with deep shock. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng was deliberately mystifying things. If Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli made a move, Lin Feng would definitely die without a burial ground. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. That lowly creature who blasphemed against the emissary of hell has received the punishment he deserves. That filthy soul is destined to be thrown into the 18 levels of hell and suffer endless torment to pay for the sins of this life. Lin Feng's voice sounded at the right time. Many people looked at each other in dismay. After Gongye Wenren let out a scream, there was no more sound. Could it be that he was really dead? It was impossible for Lin Feng to kill Gongye Wenren. However, Gongye Wenren did not make any sound now, due to the black fog blocking their vision. Therefore, no one could see what was happening in the arena. Many experts wanted to use their divine senses to sense what was happening in the arena. However, the black fog blocked the senses of the divine sense, so those experts couldn't sense what was going on in the arena. Fellow Taoist Gongye, how are you? At this time, Lei Wanli's solemn voice sounded from the black fog. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Lei Wanli was still alive. However, the next moment, Lei Wanli let out a miserable scream. Lei Wanli is also dead? Countless people cried out in shock. They really wanted to know the specific situation in the black fog. However, they had no way of knowing. Those dirty souls, you should go where you belong. As the emissary of hell, I will send you to the 18 levels of hell now. Lin Feng's voice resonated in the air again. And this time, many people felt their scalps go numb. Originally, no one believed that Lin Feng was the emissary of hell. However, Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli, the two ancestor-level experts, fell one after another. This made everyone feel that something was fishy. Many people even believed that Lin Feng was the emissary of hell. The great emissary of hell is going to find a place to rest. Everyone, see you later. Lin Feng's voice sounded again. Then, he soared into the sky, swept up the endless black fog, and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Ancestor, you died so miserably. The disciples of Thunder Island and Supreme Immortal Sect quickly rushed to the arena. Lei Wanli and Gongye Wenren's corpses were still lying on the arena. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, figures flew to the arena. They were all ancestor-level experts. They checked the two corpses. Then, these ancestor-level experts quickly left. The death of Lei Wanli and Gongye Wenren could be said to have set off a huge wave in Great Immortal Island. Countless people were talking about this matter. Many people even began to believe that Lin Feng was the emissary of hell. Or else. Why did Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli, two powerful existences, why did they die so strangely? Of course, there were also many people who did not believe it. They felt that Lin Feng must have some kind of trump card. And this trump card had caught Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli off guard. That was why Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli died so miserably. And such a terrifying trump card, there were bound to be many restrictions when using it. This made many people greedy. When those people wanted to find Lin Feng's whereabouts and wait for an opportunity to make a move on Lin Feng had already disappeared without a trace. In the sea, blue waves rippled. Lin Feng played with the two storage rings in his hand. These were the storage rings of Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli. After the Yao Jun killed Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli, Lin Feng knew that if he continued to stay in the island of the 10,000 immortals, he would inevitably be targeted by many influential groups. Therefore, before those influential groups took action, he left the island of the 10,000 immortals in advance. He quickly flew in the direction of the ultimate ruin battlefield. Buzz. Suddenly, in the void, a terrifying murderous aura tore through the void and slashed out. It wanted to behead Lin Feng directly. This attack was too sudden. And the murderous aura was too fast. It was so fast that Lin Feng did not have time to dodge. Danger. The situation was extremely perilous, his head was about to be chopped off. Suddenly, Lin Feng's right hand moved at the perfect moment. Clang, this attack, it bounced directly on top of the murderous aura that was slashing towards him, and directly shook the murderous aura away. A silver-haired young man walked toward Lin Feng from afar. Bai Shusheng. He was a living being that had walked out of the stone. Although Lin Feng and Bai Shusheng were both disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, they had never interacted before. In fact, before the auction, Lin Feng did not even know that Bai Shusheng was a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. After all, there were more than 10 million disciples in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Naturally, Lin Feng did not know all of them. How dare you snatch the treasure that I want? Have you thought about how you're going to die? Bai Shusheng's voice was cold. Although he was only 11 years old, he still looked very young and immature. However, he was ruthless. It wasn't like a young man's temperament at all. His eyes were incomparably cold. He did not seem to have any emotions. His heart, it was as if it was made of ice. His blood, it seemed to be cold blood as well. Bai Shusheng stood not far away from him. Lin Feng felt that Bai Shusheng did not seem like a human. He seemed more like a weapon that could kill. Lin Feng said calmly. There are many people who want to kill me. Who do you think you are? You don't know what's good for you. Bai Shusheng's voice was cold. He leaped out and charged toward Lin Feng. Swoosh. He turned into a murderous aura in midair. Humans were murderous auras. Murderous auras were humans. Lin Feng did not know what kind of technique it was. Although Bai Shusheng was young, his technique was extremely strange. Poof. Poof. Poof, Bai Shusheng's murderous aura tore through the void. He appeared in front of Lin Feng in an instant. Lin Feng's fist was surrounded by the power of dragons and elephants as he punched out. Bam, both sides fiercely collided, and an extremely shocking scene appeared. Bai Shusheng's murderous aura. It tore through Lin Feng's power of dragons and elephants. Lin Feng's expression changed. He quickly leaped into the void and broke free from Bai Shusheng's murderous aura. Humph. Bai Shusheng snorted and chased after Lin Feng. His deadly chi immediately locked onto Lin Feng's silhouette and chased after him with the intention to kill. A living being to be born to be born to be born. Lin Feng frowned. He did not want to continue fighting Bai Shusheng. This was because many forces were probably looking for him. If he delayed any longer, if he was blocked by those people from the major powers, at that time only death would await them. Lin Feng released his sky-burning anger and condensed a four-colored fireball. Then, he took out the four-colored ball of flames. Bam, the four-colored ball of flames exploded. Lin Feng wanted to use the burning wrath of heavens to repel Bai Shusheng's murderous aura. However, he did not expect Bai Shusheng's murderous aura to be so powerful. It charged out of the explosion and continued to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Bai Shusheng is really persistent. Oh, the great path of sacrifice. I am willing to sacrifice the life of that sinner. May the great path of sacrifice last forever. Lin Feng made a strange sound. This sound. It was very ancient and contained a mysterious power. That mysterious power. It was the power of sacrifice. All the power of sacrifice enveloped by Xuxing's murderous aura. The murderous aura burned fiercely. The power of sacrifice wanted to sacrifice by Xuxing alive. This was the great sacrificial art that Lin Feng had mastered. It was an extremely domineering divine ability. The murderous aura that Bai Xuxing had transformed into had no choice but to retreat. Then, it continuously attacked the void 36 times. The power of sacrifice was completely forced out of Bai Xuxing's body. The murderous aura turned back into Bai Xuxing's body. At this moment, Bai Xuxing realized that Lin Feng had disappeared. His expression was incomparably gloomy. What a great sacrificial art. You actually want to sacrifice me? You lowly human cultivator, the next time I see you, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Bai Xuxing turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Above the boundless sea, Lin Feng sat on the back of the 4 sacred birds. The 4 sacred birds quickly flew in the direction of the ultimate ruins battlefield. Beside his ear, the wind whistled. At this moment, the Black Bear Sage's voice sounded. We will reach the territory of the Evil Dragon Palace and Fusang Island in about 30,000 kilometers. Be careful. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and informed the 4 sacred birds. He told them to be careful. The 4 sacred birds said, Don't worry, young master. Even if we encounter cultivators from the Evil Dragon Palace and Fusang Island, we can still defeat them even if we can't defeat them. The 4 holy birds had a rather straightforward personality. If they couldn't defeat them, they would run. If they could defeat them, they would fight. This kind of character was actually quite suitable for living in the world of cultivators. As he continued to go deeper into the sea, Lin Feng saw all kinds of scenery in the sea. For example, he saw an island with heavy snow. Not long after, he saw another island with flowers blooming. The weather in the sea changed very frequently. Although the distance was not very far, the climate was very different. Besides, Lin Feng also saw many rare and strange beasts in the sea. For example, there was a whale with purple scales that was 4,000 to 5,000 meters long. It could swallow an island with a single bite. There was also a giant crab with a diameter of more than 2,000 meters. Its huge claws clamped gently. It could easily kill any giant sea beast in the sea. 3 days later, Lin Feng saw an island. There were actually cultivators living on that island. This was because he saw a village in the depths of the sea. However, the village was not big. There should not be many people. Although the sea was dangerous, there were indeed many islands in the sea with residents. There was another principle in the sea world. Even pirates could not harass the residents at sea. This was because many pirates who lived in the sea all year round might be cultivators from some island. Therefore, pirates usually did not rob islands. The targets of pirates were cultivators, ships, and even fleets passing by on the sea. Lin Feng planned to land on the island in front of him to rest. At this moment, boundless ghost chi suddenly surged out from the island. Soon, the ghost chi covered the sky and the sun. He, a sinister voice came from the ghost chi. The third prince of the ghost barbarian lands has finally escaped. Amidst the endless ghost chi stood an incomparably demonic young master. The young master's eyes were incomparably evil. At this moment, he was laughing eerily, like the roar of a malicious spirit. Anyone who heard it would feel their hair stand on end. What a terrifying ghostly aura! Could that demonic man be a powerful evil ghost? Lin Feng looked at the man in the ghostly aura and frowned slightly. Some evil ghosts would indeed be incomparably strange when they cultivated. Once they were born, they would be as demonic as that man not far away. No. This is a cultivator from the Profounding Ghost race. I didn't expect the Profounding Ghost race to exist in the 9 provinces. The Black Bear Devil King's expression turned grave. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he asked, Profounding Ghost race? What race is that? The Black Bear Devil King said, the Profounding Ghost race is said to be able to communicate with the ethereal ghost realm. They believe in the ghost immortal of the ghost realm, and this race seems to have grasped the method to open the gate to the ghost realm. Once the gate to the ghost realm is opened, countless living beings from the ghost realm will appear and cause great suffering. Lin Feng said, when I was in the Sea of Lightning, I entered the passage to the ghost realm. If the living beings of the ghost realm want to cause chaos in the Yang realm, can't they come out from that passage? The Black Bear Devil King said, of course not. Between heaven and earth, there is an order. The passage you saw is the passage from the Yang realm to the ghost realm, not the passage from the ghost realm to the Yang realm. Lin Feng understood the Black Bear Devil King's meaning. Entering the ghost realm and leaving the ghost realm were different. The Black Bear Devil King continued, the living beings of the ghost realm can only come out from the gate to the ghost realm. This way, the living beings of the ghost realm will be supported by the laws of order of the ghost realm. At that time, when the living beings of the ghost realm appear in the Yang realm, they will not be harmed by the laws of order of the Yang realm. They can stay in the Yang realm for a long time, causing chaos in the world. Lin Feng suddenly thought of a saying. This saying was called humans and ghosts walk different paths. It meant that humans and ghosts walked different paths and lived in two different worlds. The Yang realm had its own laws. The Yang realm had its own laws. The living went to the Yang realm. They would die. Similarly, if the living beings of the Yang realm entered the Yang realm, they would die. The ghost realm belonged to the Yang realm. If the living beings of the ghost realm entered the Yang realm, they would be killed by the laws of the Yang realm. The Black Bear Devil Lord's words also proved these rumors. However, if these creatures of the ghost realm were to receive the blessing of the order of the ghost realm, that way, they would be able to withstand the attacks of the laws of the mortal realm. In this way, then, he would be able to live in the mortal realm. The Black Bear Devil Monarch continued, the profounding ghost race has opened the gate to the ghost realm more than once, and then the creatures of the ghost realm came out of the gate. Who knows what kind of terrifying slaughter they caused, even greater than the slaughter caused by the invasion of the heavenly demons. At that time, the land was completely scarlet, and ghosts ran amok. The world seemed to have turned into a purgatory. What benefits will the profounding ghosts gain by doing this? Lin Feng frowned. The Black Bear Devil Monarch said, the ghost immortal that the profounding ghost race believes in made them do this. It is said that the more people who die in vain, the stronger the resentment between heaven and earth, the stronger the ghost immortal will be. Because they are restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, the ghost immortal is unable to come out of the ghost realm. However, when their strength increases to a certain level, the ghost immortal will be able to escape. Therefore, the ghost immortal wants to continuously increase his cultivation, so he let the profounding ghost race open the gate to the ghost realm and release the creatures of the ghost realm to bring calamity to the world. Of course, the profounding ghost race will also benefit, the ghost immortal will descend with a powerful force, and the profounding ghost race will absorb the power of the ghost immortal, causing their cultivation to greatly increase. At this time, a cold shout came from the island, we must kill him, we must not let him escape. Cultivators soared into the sky one after another. They charged towards the cultivators of the profounding ghost race. There were a total of more than 20 cultivators. These cultivators were dressed in coarse clothes. If not for the fact that they were all holding magic swords, it would be easy for people to think that they were actually a group of ordinary island residents. Under the lead of an old man, more than 20 people began to besiege the cultivators of the profounding ghost race. Keek keek. The cultivators of the profounding ghost race laughed sinisterly. Your demon sealing race has completely declined and is destined to be eliminated by history. Today, this crown prince will eat you all and then destroy your village. The cultivators of the profounding ghost race charged towards the cultivators of the island. Demon sealing sword formation. The old man shouted in a deep voice. More than 20 people joined forces and displayed a kind of powerful sword formation. Sword chi crisscrossed the void. Every sword chi was surrounded by dense runes. Streaks of sword chi slashed at the cultivators of the mysterious Yin ghost tribe. However, the cultivator of the profounding ghost race was abnormally strong. He directly broke through the sword chi and arrived in front of an island cultivator. His sharp claws pierced through the cultivator's chest. Uganda. Many people were shocked and angry, and they quickly charged towards the cultivators of the profounding ghost race. The cultivator called Uganda looked down at his chest and couldn't help but laugh miserably. Then, the cultivators of the profounding ghost race devoured his flesh, blood, and soul essence in an instant. His body had turned into a dried corpse. The cultivators of the Profoundine ghost race had recovered a lot after devouring the flesh and soul essence of this cultivator. He licked his scarlet tongue and quickly dodged the attacks of the other island cultivators. Puff, the next moment, he arrived in front of a second island cultivator and pierced through his body with his sharp claws. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and soul essence of the second island cultivator. It was also devoured. The cultivators of the Profoundine ghost race were extremely terrifying. They wandered among the island cultivators, killing them and devouring their flesh, blood, and soul essence. More than 10 of the island cultivators died in the blink of an eye. Great! This is great. This feeling of becoming stronger is so comfortable. The cultivators of the Profoundine ghost race let out sharp and eerie laughter. Endless ghost chi covered the sky and covered the sun. It enveloped the remaining cultivators as well. The cultivators of the Profoundine ghost race wanted to wipe out the remaining island cultivators in one fell swoop. Suddenly, a dazzling sword chi tore through the ghost chi and slashed towards the cultivators of the Profoundine ghost race. The cultivators of the Profoundine ghost race suddenly froze. He turned around and punched out. Clang! After the cultivators of the Profoundine ghost race destroyed the sword chi with a punch, he looked into the distance with his cold eyes and saw a young cultivator walking towards him. Keek keek, what a powerful bloodline. This crown prince can't wait to eat you. The cultivators of the Profoundine ghost race laughed sinisterly. Ghost chi surged. The ghost chi covered the sky and enveloped Lin Feng, who was walking over from afar. Lin Feng looked indifferently at the Profoundine ghost cultivator. You only have a portion of your origin energy left, yet you dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Who gave you the guts? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the Profoundine ghost cultivator laughed sinisterly. Despicable human brat. Who gave you the guts? How dare you be so arrogant in front of this crown prince? Lin Feng said indifferently. You're the self-proclaimed crown prince. You're already a prisoner, yet you still dare to call yourself the crown prince? Don't flatter yourself. The Profoundine ghost cultivator shouted coldly. Impudent. In the immortal ancient era, if anyone dared to say such words to this crown prince, they would have died without a burial ground. This is no longer the immortal ancient era. Your era has ended long ago. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he punched at the Profoundine ghost cultivator. Die. The Profoundine ghost cultivator shouted coldly. With a sinister smile, he also punched at Lin Feng. Bang! When the two sides collided, a powerful shockwave swept through the world, shattering the void. This Profoundine ghost cultivator was truly powerful. Lin Feng was actually unable to block his attack and was sent flying. Moreover, Lin Feng felt his blood and chi churn. He tasted something sweet in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This Profoundine ghost cultivator was truly powerful. Keek keek. Brat, I'm going to eat you. The Profoundine ghost cultivator screamed. He quickly pounced at Lin Feng. However, the Profoundine ghost cultivator soon discovered that there was a problem with his body. His body was rapidly aging. His strength was also rapidly depleting. The Great Reincarnation Art. The Profoundine ghost cultivator was experienced and knowledgeable. He instantly determined what kind of divine ability Lin Feng's punch was. The Great Reincarnation Art could cause one's cultivation to rapidly age. Knowing that he had been hit, the Profoundine ghost cultivator quickly retreated. He wanted to wait for the effects of the Great Reincarnation Art to dissipate before attacking Lin Feng. Kill! A group of island cultivators shouted coldly. Under the lead of the old cultivator, they charged at the Profoundine ghost cultivator. Sacred Ancestor Demon Splitting Sword. The old cultivator couldn't help but shout coldly. A light flashed in his hands. Instantly, a treasured sword flew out. It was a golden holy sword. There were numerous runes lingering around it. With a single glance, one could tell that it was an extremely powerful treasure. However, there was something peculiar about the sword. It was continuously devouring the old cultivator's longevity. Although this treasured sword was powerful, it was too harmful to the body. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it should not be used. The old cultivator knew that now was the best time to kill the profounding ghost race cultivators, so he didn't hesitate to take out this sword. The old cultivator wielded the sacred ancestor devil-splitting sword and blocked the path of retreat of the profounding ghost tribe cultivators. Lin Feng took out the 10,000 elephant golden Buddha he had obtained at the auction. Strands of karma power surged into the myriad golden Buddha. With the influx of the power of karma, the 1,000-form golden Buddha began to be activated. Golden light surged into the 9 heavens. Billions of divine light, immortal. Namo Amida. A majestic voice resounded through heaven and earth. The 1,000-form golden Buddha flew out and quickly grew to 1,000 meters tall. It sat cross-legged in the void with a solemn expression. It was as if the Buddha of the great thunderclap temple had descended to the world. Sacred. Solemn. Powerful, rumble. Suddenly, the giant Buddha reached out with a large hand. That large hand descended from the sky. It slapped toward the profounding ghost cultivator. Endless Buddhist light condensed on the ancient Buddha's palm. All the Buddhist light condensed into a swastika. The profounding ghost race was a race between humans and ghosts. They were a race with an extremely dark attribute. Therefore, their race was greatly restrained by Buddhism. Facing the attack of the giant Buddha, the profounding ghost cultivator's expression changed drastically. He threw a punch at the palm of the giant Buddha. A gate to the ghost realm condensed on the profounding ghost cultivator's fist. The gate seemed to be able to communicate with the ghost realm. It seemed to be able to borrow the power of ghost immortals. The profounding ghost cultivator's aura began to grow wildly. Not good, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. The profounding ghost cultivator's methods were too strange. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't dare to hesitate and began to use the great karma art. Great karma art. Everything in this world has a cause and an effect. The profounding ghost cultivator communicated with ghost immortals in the ghost realm and killed living beings because of the cause. I represent justice and stop the profounding ghost cultivator because of the effect. Please send down the power of karma and help me stop the profounding ghost cultivator's scheme. Lin Feng suddenly roared. Waves of powerful energy descended from the sky. All of them surged into the profounding ghost cultivator's body. Suddenly, the gate to the ghost realm on the profounding ghost cultivator's fist shattered. The profounding ghost cultivator's strength also began to weaken greatly. The great karma art. You actually know the great karma art. The profounding ghost cultivator finally revealed a look of shock. One of the top 10 3,000 great Daos. Any one of them. They were all heaven-defying. But Lin Feng, he had already used 2 of the top 10 3,000 great Daos in such a short time. To be precise, he was using the top 5 3,000 great Daos. This was too heaven-defying. Bang! At this moment, the giant Buddha's attack came crashing down and collided with the profounding ghost cultivator. Under the attack of the myriad golden Buddha, the profounding ghost cultivator's body exploded. His body wasn't made of flesh and blood to begin with. He was only left with the last bit of his origin. Now, it was his own origin that had exploded. I am an immortal existence. The profounding ghost cultivator roared in anger. The origin power quickly gathered together. It seemed to be reforming into a profounding ghost cultivator. You have no chance. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he rushed over and used the great suppression art. He wanted to suppress the profounding ghost cultivator's origin. Ah, no. I've worked so hard for so many years and finally escaped. How can I be suppressed again? Brat. You want to suppress me? Dream on. I won't be suppressed. Break. 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 The profounding ghost cultivator roared. Endless ghost chi surged out of his origin, and the ghost chi let out sharp and ear-piercing screams. Countless skeletons and ghosts charged toward Lin Feng with bone swords. Anyone who saw this scene would probably lose their mind and retreat quickly. But Lin Feng's willpower was firm. He sneered. You want to scare me away with a mere illusion? How laughable. He raised his right hand and slapped the ghost chi. Bang, all of the ghost chi immediately collapsed. Lin Feng slapped the profounding ghost cultivator's origin 9 times consecutively, completely dispersing the profounding ghost cultivator's origin. The Great Suppression art directly suppressed the profounding ghost cultivator's origin. Lin Feng took out the 4 ferocious cauldron and stored the suppressed profounding ghost cultivator's origin. The sky gradually darkened, and a bonfire was lit in the village. Sobbing sounds could be heard from not far away. Many people in the village gathered in front of the bonfire, crying for the dozen or so dead cultivators. The corpses had already dried up and were placed in a row in the open space in front of the bonfire. There was an altar set up in the village. An old woman was wearing an ancient costume and was praying for the dead clansmen. After the ceremony was over, the corpses of the cultivators were thrown into the raging flames. Many people at sea liked to bury their dead at sea, because in the eyes of many sea residents, the sea was the incarnation of the sea god. Burying the dead at sea was equivalent to returning to the embrace of the sea god. Of course, not everyone believed in the sea god. Most of them believed in the sea god. That was why they buried their dead at sea. If they didn't believe in the sea god, there were many other burial methods. For example, burial, cremation, and so on. Late at night, the people in the village buried the ashes of the dead cultivators. Lin Feng had been watching all of this silently. At this moment, the old patriarch walked over and said, "I'm sorry for neglecting you. Please don't blame me." "Old man, please don't say that. The most important thing is to take care of the dead," Lin Feng said. "Brother, if it weren't for Brother Lin, our entire village might have been wiped out today. We must thank little Brother Lin properly," said the old man who had led more than 20 island cultivators to besiege the Dark Ingul cultivators. Lin Feng had a simple conversation with the villagers and knew that this old cultivator was called Arhan. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Once the Dark Inguls appear, they will definitely bring disaster to the world. What I'm doing is my duty as a cultivator." The old patriarch said, "There are fewer and fewer young and responsible people like you. Brother, rest for the night. Tomorrow, I'll take you to a place." Lin Feng was a little puzzled. Where did the old patriarch want to take him? However, Lin Feng guessed that it should be a very important place. "Angelina, take Brother Lin to his residence to rest for the night," continued the old patriarch. "Yes, grandfather." A beautiful woman walked over. This woman was Angelina. She was tall, voluptuous, and enchanting. Her eyes were especially charming and seductive. They looked like Persians. Persian women, on the other hand, were usually sexy and enchanting. It was the same for Angelina. "Mr. Lin, please come with me," Angelina said as she led the way, swaying her hips. Not long after, Angelina brought Lin Feng to her residence. This was a stone house. It was very simple and crude. There was only a bed, a table, and 2 chairs inside. There was nothing else. Angelina said, "If you need anything at night, you can call me. I'll be staying in the room over there." Angelina pointed to a stone house dozens of meters away. Lin Feng nodded and thanked him. Angelina didn't stay with him for long and soon left. The whole village was still in an atmosphere of extreme sadness. The village itself wasn't big. The elderly, women, children, and young adults added up to only about 300 people. More than a dozen people died at once. And the ones who died were the most powerful villagers in the village. These villagers were the pillars of the village. It was really a heavy blow to the village. The sky was very bright at night. The sea breeze blew. There was a faint fishy smell in the air. This was the fishy smell coming from the sea. This was the unique smell of the sea. Lin Feng lay on a smooth big rock, resting his head on his hands and looking up at the stars in the sky. It's rare to see a monk go deep into the sea alone. A charming voice came. Angelina came over and sat beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng got up and sat on the rock. He could even smell the fragrance of Angelina's body. Angelina had a kind of exotic beauty. Enchanting, charming, and charming. Of course, Lin Feng was only admiring Angelina's beauty with the eyes of a man admiring a woman. It wasn't mixed with all kinds of other thoughts. He looked into the distance and said, "Yes, it's rare for a monk to go alone in such a dangerous place." After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng asked, Has your tribe been here for many years? Angelina nodded and said, our clan's mission is to look after the seal. It's said that it's been a very long time. It's been so long that even we don't know how long we've been here. I seem to have heard that Profoundine Ghoul Cultivator call your tribe the Demon Sealers? Lin Feng looked at Angelina. This was the first time he had heard of the Demon Sealers. Even the Black Bear Devil Monarch had never heard of the Devil Sealing race. Yes. We are the Demon Sealers. Our tribe's mission is to seal demons. Of course, the demons I'm talking about is a more general concept. I don't mean sky fiends or earthen fiends, but those evil and dark creatures, such as creatures from the Wraith Realm, creatures from the Netherworld, or races like the Profoundine Ghouls who want to open the gate to the Wraith Realm to release creatures from the Wraith Realm, etc. Angelina said. She couldn't help but sigh and say, for the sake of this mission, countless ancestors have died. Now, there are very few of our people left. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for the Demon Sealers. This obscure tribe. In order to seal those terrifying evil spirits, they had been silently contributing. Countless people had died because of this. However, they had never given up, nor had they wavered. Why have you persisted for so many years? Lin Feng asked. A long, long time ago, an ancestor once said that if our demon sealers didn't seal those evil spirits, perhaps no one in this world would do it again. However, our demon sealers are becoming weaker and weaker. Perhaps in a few more years, our tribe will be exterminated. At that time, we won't be able to do it again. Angelina's voice was faint, and her mood was somewhat low. Lin Feng patted Angelina's shoulder, hoping that she would feel better. After the immortal ancient upheaval, the world was in chaos, and the myriad worlds were plunged into misery and suffering. 100 ghosts roamed at night, and there were countless resentful spirits. At that time, our demon sealers were at their peak. The ancestors of the demon sealers took action and sealed 32 ghost immortals in the Wraith Realm. Now, countless years have passed, and our demon sealers seem to be like many other vanished races. We will be eliminated by the torrent of history and disappear from this world. Angelina sighed. The demon sealers were once incomparably powerful. To be able to seal 32 ghost immortals, one could see how powerful this race was back then. But no matter how strong they were, that was all in the past. It was gone forever. The current demon sealers. There were more than 300 clansmen left. Moreover, the bloodline of the clan had collapsed, and there were no more top-notch experts. This was the predicament that the demon sealers were facing now. Therefore, Angelina's worry was not without reason. In the long river of history, countless powerful races had appeared, but later, many races disappeared one after another. Would the demon sealers become such a race? Lin Feng comforted, the demon sealers will not disappear. As long as there is hope, it will always exist. I'm afraid that hope will be broken. If we lose hope, we won't be far from disappearing. There is hope in our hearts. Angelina muttered. Angelina muttered to herself. Her eyes gradually became firm. Our demon sealers. We will definitely continue to exist. Angelina said, as if she was talking to Lin Feng, but also as if she was cheering for herself. The next day, after a simple breakfast, Lin Feng walked towards the depths of the island under the guidance of the old patriarch and Archon. Along the way, Lin Feng noticed that the old patriarch and Archon both had solemn expressions. This made Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. Looking at the old patriarch and Archon's expressions, it was as if they were going on a pilgrimage. It seemed that the place that the old patriarch and Archon were taking him to was not simple. When they arrived at the deepest part of the island, Lin Feng saw a huge valley. The valley was protected by a powerful restriction. On both sides of the valley, there were even 2 stone statues that were 1,000 meters tall. Of these 2 stone statues, one held the demon sealing sword, while the other held the sky-piercing hammer. The stone statue on the left was full of majesty. The stone statue on the right was full of dominance. The old patriarch and Archon knelt down to the stone statues with incomparable devotion. Lin Feng guessed that these 2 stone statues were very likely the ancestors of the demon sealers. After the old patriarch and Archon knelt down and kowtowed 9 times, they chanted an incantation. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The restriction of the valley began to crack. "Come in." Arhan looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded and followed the old patriarch and Arhan into the valley. In the depths of the valley, there was a huge tunnel. The passageway was very deep, and they walked for about 3 to 4 miles. Lin Feng saw a huge mountainside. After entering the mountainside, Lin Feng looked at the rock wall in surprise. On the walls of the mountain, it was filled with murals. God knows how many murals were painted on the entire mountainside. This is? Lin Feng looked at the murals in confusion. The old patriarch said, "Little brother Lin, this place is called the 10,000 Diagram Paradise. It's the inheritance land of our demon sealing clan. There are many murals here that record many secrets of our demon sealing diagram. Some of the murals even record the most powerful inheritance of our demon sealing diagram. However, little brother Lin needs to comprehend it himself." Arhan said, "I hope brother Lin can gain something." "Thank you, elders." Lin Feng thanked the old patriarch and Arhan. He knew what the 10,000 Diagram Paradise meant. In the past, the ancestors of the demon sealing clan could even seal ghost immortals. From this, it could be seen how powerful the demon sealing clan was. If he could obtain the ultimate inheritance of the demon sealing clan in the 10,000 Diagram Paradise, this was definitely a heaven-defying opportunity. The old patriarch handed a jade talisman to Lin Feng and said, "Little brother Lin, you're welcome. When you come out of seclusion, you can crush this jade talisman. At that time, we'll come here to pick you up." Lin Feng put away the jade talisman. He thanked them again. The old patriarch and Arhan left together. Lin Feng observed the murals. Are these murals painted by the ancestors of the demon sealing clan? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Many top forces had places similar to the 10,000 Diagram Paradise. There were ancient inheritances. However, disciples needed to comprehend them. Different people comprehended different inheritances. The inheritances they comprehended were usually the most suitable inheritances. For example, the Taishang immortal sect's Taishang 9 Heavens Palace was said to have tens of thousands of murals. Some murals directly described the history of the Taishang immortal sect. Some murals recorded some divine ability inheritances. There were also murals that recorded the insights left behind by the ancestors. There was also a reincarnation immortal cave in the reincarnation immortal sect. It was said to be very similar to the Taishang 9 Heavens Palace. However, the reincarnation immortal cave was in the reincarnation immortal sect's sacred ground. Lin Feng didn't know where the reincarnation immortal sect's sacred ground was. Naturally, he couldn't enter it to cultivate. Now that he had entered the demon sealing clan's 10,000 Diagram Paradise to cultivate, it could be considered a great opportunity. Is this a ghost immortal? Lin Feng looked at a mural and couldn't help but frown. The mural depicted a three-eyed cultivator wearing a black robe. The eyes of the three-eyed cultivator emitted an endless cold aura. The left eye represented darkness. The middle eye represented coldness. The right eye represented death. It was said that the ghost immortal controlled the power of darkness, coldness, and death. When Lin Feng's divine consciousness was immersed in the mural, the world was spinning. Lin Feng found himself in another world. This world, everywhere was filled with killing. The sun had turned blood red. The earth, oceans, lakes, and mountains had turned blood red as well. The towns had turned into purgatory. Demons, monsters, and evil spirits wreaked havoc everywhere. Lin Feng walked in this world for a very long time, but he didn't see any living creatures. He thought that he had come to a world of death. He didn't know how long he had been walking. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard earth-shattering roars. He quickly rushed forward and saw a shocking scene. The endless Xianxia army and the evil spirit army made up of demons, monsters, and evil spirits were engaged in a fierce battle. People kept dying. Corpses piled up like mountains. Under the leadership of the ghost immortal, the evil spirit army was invincible. That ghost immortal was the ghost immortal that Lin Feng saw. He was dressed in black armor and looked very young. His appearance was very handsome. But his three eyes made people's hair stand on end. The three eyes blinked slightly. Wherever the gaze swept, death would descend. No matter how powerful the cultivator was. being swept by the ghost immortal's 3 eyes. They would die immediately. The strength of this ghost immortal was unimaginably powerful. He was invincible and invincible. Under the leadership of the ghost immortal, the Xianxia army couldn't resist the invasion of the evil spirit army. Ancient cities were destroyed one after another, and countless races were wiped out by the evil spirit army. This ancient world seemed to have turned into a purgatory on earth. Ghost Immortal was immortal and indestructible. No matter how many powerhouses came, they would all die in front of Ghost Immortal. With the invincible Ghost Immortal overseeing the evil spirit army, who could fight against him? Who could fight against him? Ghost Immortal seemed to want to completely turn this world into a world of undead. As the supreme powerhouse of the ghost realm, Ghost Immortal was the incarnation of evil. He was much more evil than the king of hell. Now, the order of the world was collapsing. There was only killing and death between heaven and earth. It was as if there was no more hope in this world. How many people died tragically in the war? How many people couldn't break free from their fate? How many people wanted to seek new hope? How many people ended up in despair, until the experts of the demon sealing race appeared? When a great war broke out, the ancestors of the demon sealing race appeared. Walking in the 2 realms of yin and yang, just to seal that evil vengeful spirit and return the world to its former glory. The 9 ancestors of the demon sealing race stepped forward. The 9 of them surrounded Ghost Immortal. Lowly ants, you want to seal this immortal with just the likes of you? What a fool's dream. All of you, die. Ghost Immortal's voice was cold. He was very arrogant because he had the right to be arrogant. After coming out of the ghost realm, Ghost Immortal was invincible. No one could fight against him. The 9 ancestors of the demon sealing race were naturally not taken seriously by Ghost Immortal. But soon, Ghost Immortal realized that he was wrong. The demon sealing race's methods were terrifying. This battle was incomparably tragic. The demon sealing race sacrificed 3 experts and 5 of them were severely injured to disperse Ghost Immortal's soul. I am immortal. Ghost Immortal roared. Seal the ghost realm forever. The ancestors of the demon sealing race cried out and opened the gate of the ghost realm, sealing Ghost Immortal in the ghost realm again. The ancestors of the demon sealing race appeared in various battlefields. The 32 invincible ghost immortals who swept through the heavens were sealed by the ancestors of the demon sealing race. The demon sealing race paid a heavy price, but for the sake of the world, they were willing to sacrifice. When his spiritual consciousness returned to reality, Lin Feng stood in a daze in 10,000 diagram grotto heaven. Every era, a group of heroes would emerge. Their sacrifice, so that the order of this world would not collapse. So that all the living beings in the universe could continue to live. The ancestor of the demon sealing race was undoubtedly such a character. It was a pity. With the passage of time, this clan had completely declined. It was difficult to see the glory of the ancestors. Lin Feng looked at the contents of many murals. Some of these murals were very straightforward depictions of things that happened in the past. Some were more profound and required one to comprehend the mysteries within. He sat cross-legged, comprehending the various wonders of the murals. After an unknown period of time, he vaguely heard an ethereal voice resounding in his ears. We are the guardians of the mortal realm. We shoulder the responsibility of protecting the mortal realm. We are willing to give our all for this. When the emissary of the underworld arrives, we are willing to enter that evil ghost world. Become the order that seals the world of ghosts. Close the gate to the ghost realm. May there be no more killing in this world. When the ethereal voice was heard, Yi Zichen's expression changed. Lin Feng was immersed in a mysterious and profound state of mind. He found that he seemed to have become a member of the demon sealing race. Child, our mission is to protect the mortal realm. Why do we have to shoulder such a mission? Someone has to make a sacrifice, from a child to a grown-up, to possessing great strength, and then to participating in the matter of sealing the evil spirit. To dying at the hands of ghost immortals. This life was short but brilliant. Time passed. Lin Feng experienced one life after another. Those were the lives of the ancestors of the demon sealing race in the murals. There were their joys and sorrows, their youthful frivolity, their silent sacrifice, and their no regrets even if they died. These lives allowed Lin Feng to see the rise and fall of the demon sealing race. I was born in the mortal realm, and I am willing to do my best for the living beings of the mortal realm. If I die, I am not willing to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. I am willing to guard the underworld and maintain the order of yin and yang. I will not let the order of yin and yang be disrupted. An unknown period of time passed. A blurry figure appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Everything in this world is opposite. If there is yang, there will be yin. Day is yang, night is yin, men are yang, women are yin, the blurry figure was speaking. He was explaining the relationship between yin and yang to Lin Feng. Yin and yang were opposite, but they also coexisted. Everything in this world could not be separated from the cycle of yin and yang. So, when it appeared in the mortal realm, an underworld would definitely appear. When day came, night would definitely follow. New life would be born. But there would definitely be a day when it would pass away. This was a mysterious and profound comprehension. In the end, in Lin Feng's mind. On the left was a dazzling world of light. On the right was a world of darkness that devoured everything. Light and darkness were opposite. However, light and darkness had an inseparable relationship. The light and darkness in Lin Feng's mind formed a huge yin-yang diagram. This yin-yang diagram. On the left was yang. On the right was yin. In the middle was a twisted dragon-shaped curve that separated the yin-yang diagram. Great yin-yang technique. Lin Feng opened his eyes. 2 dazzling rays of light shot out from his eyes. He had actually comprehended the great yin-yang technique. Among the 3,000 great Tao. It was second only to fate, karma, reincarnation, and creation. It was a heaven-defying ability of the 3,000 great Tao. Lin Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then, he closed his eyes. He continued to comprehend the great yin-yang technique. After cultivating hard in the 10,000 diagram grotto heaven for a month, Lin Feng had gained a lot. He crushed the jade talisman. The old patriarch and Arhan arrived. The old patriarch smiled at Lin Feng and said, "It seems that you have gained something." "Yes. Thank you for bringing me to the land of inheritance of the demon sealing race. Otherwise, I wouldn't have obtained this opportunity." Lin Feng said sincerely. The old patriarch and Arhan smiled. Arhan said, "This is your opportunity." Lin Feng followed the old patriarch and Arhan out of the 10,000 diagram grotto heaven. In the evening, the old patriarch held a small bonfire banquet for Lin Feng to celebrate Lin Feng's successful exit from seclusion. Many young people twisted their bodies around the bonfire. The women of the demon sealing race were enchanting and charming, and their dancing was even more hot and moving. Angelina walked over and extended her slender hand to invite Lin Feng to dance with her. "Young man, let's go play together," the old patriarch said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded, then got up and went to the bonfire with Angelina. Angelina's charming body twisted around Lin Feng. This extremely exotic and hot dance made Lin Feng's heart burn. Angelina circled to Lin Feng's front and caressed Lin Feng's face with her jade-like hands. Lin Feng's hands wrapped around Angelina's soft waist and swayed with her. After the bonfire banquet ended, everyone dispersed. Lin Feng and Angelina lived relatively close to each other, so the two of them went back together. "The moon is very round tonight," Angelina said. Lin Feng looked up at the bright moon and couldn't help but nod. "Yes, the moon is very round today. People have their joys and sorrows, and the moon waxes and wanes. This has been difficult since ancient times, but I hope that people will last forever." Angelina's eyes lit up slightly, and she said, "What a beautiful sentence." She strode forward with her enchanting long legs and said, "In this world, there are too few people who can be happy and happy. Many things are filled with a kind of sadness." Angelina spoke with emotion. Her parents had passed away when she was young. Angelina had always lived with her grandfather. She had seen too many deaths since she was young. She looked strong on the outside. But there was a trace of weakness hidden in her heart. Looking at Angelina's eyes that were filled with sadness, Lin Feng suddenly felt a little sorry for this woman. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that Angelina actually took the initiative to hug him and give him a kiss. Perhaps it was just like Angelina's sexy and provocative figure. Even her personality. It was the same. She didn't know how to hide her feelings. When the sun shone through the window and into the room, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The beautiful woman beside him had long left. He rubbed his throbbing head. He couldn't help but sigh. He didn't want to provoke Angelina. But men. They were impulsive. Impulsive. They didn't care about anything else. After getting up, he washed up briefly and then went to the center of the village. It didn't take long for breakfast. He saw Angelina from afar. Angelina also saw Lin Feng, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. Lin Feng was lying on the beach, and Angelina was in his arms. Lin Feng was lying on the beach, and Angelina was lying in his arms. I will establish my own force in Kyushu and bring all my family, friends, and lovers over, Lin Feng said. Angelina knew that a man as outstanding as Lin Feng couldn't only have one woman, so she wasn't surprised to hear that Lin Feng had other lovers. Angelina said, "The sea world is boundless, it's the most suitable place to establish a force." Lin Feng nodded. He had the same idea. But now, Lin Feng felt that the time might not have come yet. At night, Lin Feng sat down cross-legged on his bed and took out the cauldron. The treasure hovered in midair. "Kid. We have no grievances in the past, there's no need to fight to the death, right? Perhaps we can sit down and negotiate calmly. A negotiation that will benefit both of us." The barbarians' voices. "People of the profounding ghost race. You deserve death." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, unmoved. "Don't listen to the rumors of the demon sealers. They have a grudge against us, so they slandered me and injured me," said the barbarian's third prince. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? It's useless to talk about it now. Tell me all the top abilities of the darking ghosts and I'll give you a quick death. If you don't cooperate, you should know the consequences." The barbarian's third prince said with a gloomy expression, "Do you really want to kill me? If you kill me and my clansmen find out, you won't have a good ending." Lin Feng sneered and said, "Aren't your clansmen all dead? Do you still have clansmen?" The barbarian's third prince said coldly, "We have the protection of the ghost immortals. We're just recuperating, we'll reappear in the world. The ghost immortals are demons. How many creatures have they killed? Your darking ghosts believe in the ghost immortals, and you dare say that the demon sealer slandered you? A heinous person like you should never be able to reincarnate." Lin Feng directly took out the heavenly flame and began to refine the barbarian's third prince's origin. "Ah!" The barbarian's third prince immediately let out an incomparably mournful scream. "Heavenly flame! You actually used the heavenly flame to burn me. I curse you to die a horrible death." The barbarian's third prince cursed loudly. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "Reckless thing, you actually dare to curse me now. This young master will let you have a taste of the heavenly flame burning your body." Hoo 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 hoo, the heavenly flame's temperature rapidly increased. Chi 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 chi, the barbarian's third prince's soul burned fiercely. The barbarian's third prince was being burned by the heavenly flame until he hovered between life and death. He bitterly cursed, "Little bastard. You want to obtain the inheritance of my darking ghosts? That's absolutely impossible. Even if I die, I won't tell you. After I die, I will turn into an evil ghost. The great ghost immortal will let me return to the world of the living. At that time I will kill you, I will kill you. Not only will I kill you, but everyone related to you will also die by my hands." Lin Feng sneered. "Turn into an evil ghost? How laughable. If you have a soul, you can still turn into an evil ghost. I will use the heavenly flame to burn your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. How will you turn into an evil ghost then?" Hoo 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 hoo, the heavenly flame's temperature increased. The barbarian's third prince kept screaming. Not long after, the barbarian's third prince's soul was burned away. Lin Feng began to refine the barbarian's third prince's origin. The barbarian's third prince's origin was very pure. It had a significant effect on increasing one's cultivation. After Lin Feng had refined all the original strengths, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Lin Feng broke through from the fifth firmament of the divine fire realm to the sixth firmament. Feeling the majestic magic power increase in his body, Lin Feng's face revealed a happy expression. Although it was extremely difficult for him to break through. Every time he broke through, his battle prowess would increase unimaginably. After breaking through, Lin Feng planned to leave. After bidding farewell to the old patriarch, Arhan, Angelina, and the others, he continued to fly in the direction of the ultimate battlefield. What Lin Feng needed to do now was to search for opportunities and increase his cultivation. When he was strong enough, he would establish his own faction. At that time, he would bring over Shangguan Fei Lu Piamiao, and the other women from the Tianwu continent. Of course, these were things to do in the future, not now. Right now, Lin Feng was only thinking about what he could obtain in the ultimate battlefield. Along the way, it was relatively safe. He did not encounter any cultivators from the Evil Dragon Palace or Fusang Island. A month later, he finally arrived at the ultimate battlefield. It was a mysterious world. Immortal fog lingered around it, and it was enveloped by powerful restrictions. It was an ancient battlefield from the immortal ancient era. Countless experts from the immortal ancient era were buried here. This was the land of death in the ultimate battlefield. Currently, lightning covered the sky above the ultimate battlefield. Amidst the endless lightning, one could vaguely see an ancient and huge thunder city. It floated in the endless lightning and emitted a powerful emperor's might. That thunder city was rumored to be a city built by the ancient thunder god. It actually appeared in the ultimate battlefield. The ancient city built by the primordial thunder god was not simple. Rumor had it that it was an unimaginably powerful treasure. Because, the material used to build the ancient city was said to be a type of thunderstone that the thunder god found in the endless sea of thunder. When Thunder God City was successfully built, the heavenly tribulation descended. 3 days and 3 nights. The heavenly tribulation was endless, wanting to destroy Thunder God City. But the heavenly tribulation could not destroy Thunder God City. Countless cultivators were watching Thunder God City from the periphery of the ultimate battlefield. There were also many people talking about Thunder God City. Now, the power of the restriction was declining. When the restriction dissipated, everyone could enter. They could even head to where Thunder God City was. The ultimate battlefield contains immortal laws that can kill giant gods and quasi-emperors, so you can't barge in. If the restriction is activated, don't leave the passage casually. We can only enter the inheritance ground of the Thunder God. Don't step into other places, otherwise, we will definitely die. An old cultivator warned the juniors beside him. Yes, Patriarch. We will remember. Those juniors hurriedly said. The ultimate battlefield was extremely huge. The inheritance ground of the Thunder God was in the periphery of the ultimate battlefield. Moreover, and it only occupied a very small area. Countless experts from the immortal ancient era were buried in the ultimate battlefield. The Dharma treasures, inheritances, and wealth of those experts from the immortal ancient era. They were also buried in the ultimate battlefield. So, one could imagine. When the ultimate battlefield opened, many people would definitely enter the ultimate battlefield to search for opportunities. But this meant that they would risk their lives to enter the ultimate battlefield. But many people firmly believed that wealth came from danger. Even if they knew the danger, they were willing to take the risk. Hand over the mysterious life stone and I will spare your lives. A cold voice came from afar. A cultivator was surrounded by dozens of experts. That cultivator was shrouded in a black robe. It's him. Lin Feng was shocked. That black-robed cultivator was actually the cultivator who crossed the Sea of Thunder with him on the old Smoking Gun's ship. At that time, he felt that this cultivator was full of secrets. Later on Thunder Island, he saw him leave late at night and did not know where he went. He did not expect to meet this person again here. Moreover, this black-robed cultivator was surrounded by a group of cultivators. It's the cultivators of the Kinwu people. Someone whispered. The people surrounding the black-robed cultivator were all experts of the Kinwu people. The Kinwu people of the returning Ruined Sea region were a Leviathan-level force. Who dared to provoke them? Seeing that the cultivators from the Kinwu people had surrounded the black-robed cultivator, they immediately understood what was going on. The surrounding cultivators only dared to whisper to each other. They didn't dare to speak loudly for fear of offending the Kinwu people. From this, it could be seen how great the deterrence of Kinwu people was. Profound Lifestone? What is that? Lin Feng muttered in his heart. The cultivator from the Kinwu people had mentioned the Profound Lifestone. However, this was the first time Lin Feng had heard of such a thing. He had heard of the Xianpin sect before. Could there be a connection between the two? The Black Bear Devil King said, I've heard Demon Emperor Chonglu mention the Profound Life Stone before. It's said that it's even older and more precious than the Chaos Stone. Demon Emperor Chonglu heard that there was a place where the Profound Life Stone appeared, so he went to look for it. After going through many hardships and dangers, he finally arrived at that place. Who would have thought that he would only see a line of words? It was taken away by someone? What kind of words were left behind? Lin Feng was shocked. This Taoist grandpa was here. The Black Bear Devil King said with a bitter smile. It was taken away by a Taoist priest? Lin Feng muttered. The Black Bear Devil King nodded and said, that should be the case. After that, Demon Emperor Chonglu investigated for a long time, but he couldn't find any clues. That Taoist priest seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Lin Feng sighed, there are too many strange people in this world. At this moment, the black-robed cultivator who was surrounded by the Kinwu people said coldly, if you don't want to die, scram. Many people were shocked. This guy was surrounded by so many experts of the Kinwu people, yet he still dared to tell the Kinwu people to scram. Did he not want to live anymore? Lin Feng rubbed his chin and couldn't help but reveal a thoughtful expression. The black-robed man's face was covered, only revealing a pair of cold eyes. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, his eyes emitted a green light. Therefore, he shouldn't be a human cultivator. Does this person have something to rely on? Many people muttered in their hearts. The group of Kinwu people's cultivators had gloomy expressions. This person was surrounded, yet he still dared to tell them to scram. He actually didn't put them in his eyes. The Kinwu people's cultivators. How could they swallow this anger? The Kinwu people were one of the 3 overlords of the returning ruined sea region. Their lives were taken with a single thought. Who dared to be so impudent to the Kinwu people? The Kinwu people's cultivators looked at the black-robed cultivator as if they were looking at a dead man. You don't know what's good for you. Die. A Kinwu people expert attacked. He turned into a golden sword chi. It tore through the void. It was as fast as lightning. In an instant, it arrived in front of the black-robed cultivator. At this moment, the black-robed cultivator opened his large hand and suddenly grabbed. Crack, everyone saw that the black-robed cultivator grabbed the golden sword chi. The golden sword chi turned back into the Kinwu people's cultivator. At this moment, the black-robed cultivator grabbed the Kinwu people's neck. The Kinwu people's cultivator looked at the black-robed cultivator in horror. He kept struggling, trying to break free from the black-robed cultivator's large hand. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. So strong. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. The black-robed cultivator's strength was unimaginably strong. He really hid his strength well. Let go of Jin Yin. Or else. You will die without a burial ground. The group of Kinwu people's experts roared angrily. Crack. The next moment. The neck of the Kinwu people's cultivator was instantly broken. Many people became excited when they saw this scene. The black-robed cultivator was not afraid of the Kinwu people's threat at all. He used this method to respond to the Kinwu people's threat. It was really domineering. You're courting death. Attack together. Tear him into pieces. The leader of the Kinwu people's cultivators roared angrily. Then, a group of Kinwu people's experts all rushed towards the black-robed cultivator. One by one, they began to condense powerful divine abilities. Terrifying divine ability fluctuations shook the void. Divine abilities that blotted out the sky and covered the earth surged out. They turned into a torrent of attacks. They flooded towards the black-robed cultivator. At this moment, the black-robed cultivator opened his mouth. He suddenly inhaled. Something that would make people pale with fright happened. All the attacks were directly swallowed by the black-robed cultivator. The bodies of the Kinwu people's cultivators also rose into the air. They flew uncontrollably towards the black-robed cultivator. And their bodies kept shrinking. More than 20 Kinwu people's experts. They were actually swallowed by the black-robed cultivator. Oh my God, how is this possible? Countless exclamations of disbelief rang out. Many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They could not believe what they were seeing. However, this was the real situation. More than 20 experts of the Golden Crow tribe were devoured by the mysterious black-robed cultivator in a single bite. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. This guy was too terrifying, wasn't he? He. After devouring more than 20 Kinwu people experts, the black-robed cultivator let out a sinister laugh. He was still holding the corpse of the Kinwu people expert whose neck he had broken. He casually threw the corpse into the sea. A ferocious beast emerged from the sea and directly devoured the Kinwu people's corpse. Who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? As the overlords of the ultimate ruined sea region, how can the Kinwu people swallow their anger? This matter will not end like this. That's right. The Kinwu people will definitely send super experts to kill this person. Many people began to discuss. Originally, everyone thought that the black-robed cultivator would quickly leave this place. After all, he had killed so many Kinwu people experts. When the Kinwu people's top experts arrived, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. However, the black-robed cultivator had no intention of leaving. He stood in the void and looked in the direction of the Ultimate Ruins battlefield, as if waiting for the Ultimate Ruins battlefield to open. This guy devoured so many Kinwu people experts, but he's not running for his life. Could it be that he has something to rely on? He's not afraid of the Kinwu people at all? That's very likely. However, this guy probably doesn't know how powerful the Kinwu people are, right? The Kinwu people even have giant god-level experts. Let's just wait and watch the show. The surrounding cultivators discussed animatedly. The Kinwu people's Xianxia is here. Not long after, many cultivators' shouts came from afar. A group of Kinwu people experts had arrived. The leader was a middle-aged man. That middle-aged man had a heroic bearing and an imposing appearance. There was a golden flame burning between his eyebrows. Xianxia was a famous figure among the Kinwu people. He was one of the top experts among the Kinwu people. Peak heavenly god. The Kinwu people were one of the Mesozoic cultivators most likely to enter the giant divinity realm. Who dares to kill my Kinwu people? Xianxia's voice was cold and filled with endless killing intent. Since ancient times, the Kinwu people had always controlled many territories in the returning ruined sea region. They were powerful and no one dared to provoke them. Even for a giant like the Supreme Immortal sect. However, they would not provoke Kinwu people. Instead, they would take the initiative to mend their relationship with Kinwu people. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Kinwu people were. But now, unexpectedly, someone had swallowed more than 20 Kinwu people in one gulp. This was simply a slap to the Kinwu people's face. Xianxia was naturally infuriated. It's him. The Kinwu people cultivator who led the way pointed at the black-robed cultivator standing in the distance. Xianxia's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. He directly used the golden crow claw. A blazing claw was formed and grabbed at the black-robed cultivator. Xianxia has made his move. I wonder if that black-robed cultivator can block Xianxia's attack. Many people became excited. Once an expert like Xianxia made his move, it would be like a thunderbolt. If the black-robed cultivator could block Xianxia's attack, it meant that the black-robed cultivator had the strength to fight Xianxia. A battle between experts of this level would naturally be exciting. The black-robed cultivator's cold gaze swept over. 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes. One ray of cold light shattered Xianxia's golden crow claw. The other ray of cold light slashed towards Xianxia. You're courting death. Xianxia could not help but be furious and threw a punch. Puff, the ray of cold light from the black-robed cultivator's eyes actually tore apart the magic power wrapped around Xianxia's fist. Then, it pierced through Xianxia's fist. Seeing this scene, countless people were extremely shocked. The black-robed cultivator's strength was too strong. Xianxia was actually injured. Xianxia turned pale with fright. His body directly transformed into a golden crow. Usually, these demons only atavism. Only then could they transform into their original body. Atavism required the awakening of their ancestral blood. The awakening of their ancestral blood was equivalent to a human cultivator having a special physique. Xianxia could atavism, which showed that his bloodline was extremely powerful. After atavism, Xianxia's physical body became extremely strong. He was able to block that ray of cold light's attack. Then, the golden crow wings suddenly flapped. Xianxia turned into a ray of golden lightning and pounced towards the black-robed cultivator. Many people were guessing what kind of powerful technique the black-robed cultivator would use to fight against Xianxia, who had atavism. But soon, the surrounding discussions came to an abrupt end. It was so quiet that one could almost hear a pin drop. Because everyone saw Xianxia's attack. The black-robed cultivator swallowed Xianxia in one gulp. It was exactly the same as the cultivators who had swallowed more than 20 Qinwu people earlier. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded and in disbelief. Xianxia was an expert at the peak of the heavenly god realm. He did not even have the strength to resist and was swallowed in one gulp. This was simply too shocking. You deserve to die. An angry roar shook the sky. The void cracked open. An old man charged towards the black-robed cultivator from the cracked void. Golden claw lights filled the sky and tore through the sky. The old man and the black-robed cultivator fought fiercely. Jin Yutian. He's one of the old farts of the Qinwu people. He's a giant god realm expert. Someone recognized the old man from the Qinwu people and immediately shouted in shock. It was an extremely intense battle. Jin Yutian was actually forced to retreat. Seeing this scene, many people's faces were filled with incomparable shock. Wasn't this too terrifying? Even a giant god realm expert like Jin Yutian was at a disadvantage. Who exactly are you? Jin Yutian looked at the black-robed cultivator with a gloomy expression. This black-robed cultivator's body was surrounded by a strange force that prevented anyone from probing him. Therefore, even Jin Yutian could not detect what race this black-robed cultivator was from. Keek keek. You want to ask who I am? Do you have the right to ask? The black-robed cultivator let out a sinister laugh. He did not even take Jin Yutian, who was at the giant god realm, seriously. This person was extremely arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Why does this person give me a familiar feeling? Lin Feng was puzzled. This familiar feeling was not the familiar feeling that came from crossing the Sea of Lightning together. Instead, it was a familiar feeling that came from a long time ago. Have I seen this person before? Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly as he pondered. He silently recalled the experts he had seen before. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. It's him. I remember who this person is. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He did not expect to see this person here. Back then, when he encountered the Snake Empress in the Netherworld Sea, he was almost killed by her. Later on, Lin Feng escaped to a valley in the depths of the island. Lin Feng discovered that the Snake Empress did not dare to enter the valley. Later on, he found an 8 trigrams diagram in the depths of the valley. Then, Lin Feng opened the 8 trigrams diagram. 5 Yazis were released. Later on, he found out that the 8 trigrams diagram was connected to the Forbidden God Realm, a place where experts were imprisoned. That black-robed cultivator was one of the Yazis. Where are the other 4 Yazis? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. The Yazis were the sons of dragons. Moreover, they were the sons of the true Dragon Emperor. Their bloodline was extremely powerful. Although the 5 Yazis trapped in the Forbidden God Realm were much weaker, they were also unimaginably terrifying. It had been a few years since they were freed. It seemed that their strength had recovered quite a bit. The Yazis were not kind. Among the 9 sons of dragons, the Yazis were even more infamous than the Taotais. There was a saying that one would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. It meant that as long as there was a small grudge, one would seek revenge. From this saying, one could tell that the Yazis were vengeful. Jin Yutian did not know the identity of the black-robed cultivator. Now that he saw how powerful the black-robed cultivator was, he was afraid. However, the black-robed cultivator's contempt for him made Jin Yutian furious. He wished he could cut the black-robed cultivator into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. However, he also knew that if he continued to fight with the black-robed cultivator, both sides would suffer in the end. Although he was furious, Jin Yutian decided to swallow his anger for the time being. He and the Qinhua people quickly left. They were probably returning to Fusang Island to get reinforcements. Fusang Island's foundation was very strong. It was normal for them to have a few giant God Realm experts. If the Qinhua people sent out a few giant God Realm experts, they might really be able to kill the black-robed cultivator. In the next few days, more and more cultivators arrived. Every day, the fleet of the Myriad Immortals Island arrived. Countless cultivators came to the periphery of the end battlefield. A loud rumbling sound rang out, startling everyone. Everyone looked towards the ultimate battlefield and saw that the restrictions of the ultimate battlefield were rapidly breaking apart. After seeing this scene, many people became excited. Lin Feng saw some familiar faces one after another. For example, Lu Xiaohong and Dancing Butterfly Fairy. He even saw young Master Hanshan and the others from the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. He also saw Wu Qianquan and the others from the Supreme Immortal Sect. However, Lin Feng did not appear. Once he appeared, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. On the Thunder Island, the experts of the Supreme Immortal Sect would not let this matter rest. He stood far away and observed the restrictions on the sinkhole battlefield. He saw that the massive restriction that sealed the world was gradually cracking apart. About 3 days had passed. Finally, the restrictions of the sinkhole battlefield cracked open. Everyone saw a passageway that extended into the sinkhole battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one by one, silhouettes soared into the sky and rushed toward the passage. Lin Feng also flew towards the tunnel. This passageway was surrounded by restrictions. These restrictions formed a circular passageway. The surrounding restrictions would not harm the cultivator. This passage extended all the way to the location of a spatial door. Many cultivators disappeared into the spacetime gate. They should have entered the land of inheritance of the Thunder God. Lin Feng discovered that some cultivators were destroying the passageway, wanting to enter other places of the sinkhole battlefield through the passageway. Those people were nothing more than 2 types of people. The first type of people had obtained some clues and wanted to search for them. The second type of people wanted to take the risk and enter other places of the sinkhole battlefield to search for opportunities. Perhaps they felt that there were too many cultivators entering the land of inheritance of the Thunder God. Even if they entered, it would be very difficult for them to obtain opportunities. Therefore, they planned to enter other places. But obviously, it would be even more dangerous to enter other places of the sinkhole battlefield to search for opportunities. Of course, if they could obtain opportunities, it would be a great harvest. The restrictions that formed the passageway were not particularly powerful, so it was not particularly difficult to destroy them. After the passageway was destroyed, cultivators left from the passageway one after another. Lin Feng was here for the Thunder God's inheritance. He had no interest in other places of the sinkhole battlefield. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the spatial door. He entered the spatial door. Swoosh, there was a flash of light. The world spun. Lin Feng realized that he had disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, he arrived in a dense forest. He had just arrived and had yet to observe his surroundings. Cold light had already exploded around him. The dense cold light shot towards Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng even felt the threat of death. Someone in this forest was ambushing someone who came later. The dense cold light was a Dharma arrow that was shooting towards him. Heaven mending technique. At the critical moment, the heaven mending technique that Lin Feng used instantly disappeared without a trace. You! Exclamations could be heard from the dense forest. Pft! Pft! 2 consecutive ripping sounds could be heard. 2 cultivators were killed by Lin Feng, who suddenly appeared. Kill him! Not far away, a cultivator in blue robes roared angrily. Then, densely packed cultivators rushed over from all directions. There were about 300 to 400 of them, and they surrounded Lin Feng. F***ck, seeing so many cultivators charging towards him, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Without thinking, he turned around and fled into the distance. Behind him, a large group of cultivators chased after him. The blue-robed cultivator said coldly, "You deserve to die for killing the people of my evil dragon palace. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings." The evil dragon palace of the returning ruined sea region was one of the three major forces of the returning ruined sea region. The masters of the evil dragon palace, the 9 great evil dragons, were just like their names. They were evil, greedy, evil, and murderous. This was a force that everyone in the returning ruined sea region talked about. In the returning ruined sea region, no one dared to offend the evil dragon palace, let alone kill their cultivators. Lin Feng didn't expect that the person he had just killed was an expert from the evil dragon palace. However, he didn't regret it. These people hid in the forest and ambushed the cultivators who had just entered the Thunder God's inheritance ground. Before him, there must have been many cultivators who had been ambushed and killed. Fortunately, he was vigilant. And he had even cultivated an absolute art like the heaven mending technique. Or else, his fate would definitely be the same as those who had been killed before. In the end, he would die miserably in the forest. Since the people of the evil dragon palace were hiding in the forest to ambush other cultivators, they should have been prepared to be killed. Some of the cultivators who had entered the Thunder God's inheritance ground saw the group of cultivators from the evil dragon palace chasing after Lin Feng. All of them were pale with fright, afraid that they would be killed by the people of the evil dragon palace. So, they quickly fled into the distance. Seeing that the cultivators of the evil dragon palace didn't chase after them, those cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. Many people muttered in their hearts. Who was that kid who was being chased by 300 to 400 evil dragon palace experts? He was too unlucky. Being targeted by so many evil dragon palace experts, wouldn't he die without a doubt? The people from the evil dragon palace chased Lin Feng for a long time, but they were unable to catch up to Lin Feng. All of them had gloomy expressions. The blue-clothed cultivator was called Xianxia. He was a direct descendant of the evil dragon and was extremely powerful. However, after chasing for such a long time, he couldn't help but become furious. He roared, "Brat! Do you only know how to run? You're simply a coward." Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Xianxia speechlessly. He cursed, "F***ck, you 300 to 400 people are chasing me alone. Wouldn't I be stupid if I didn't run? If you have the guts, tell the people around you to scram. Let's find a place to fight one-on-one." Xianxia naturally wouldn't choose to fight one-on-one with Lin Feng. He had the advantage in numbers. Why would he fight one-on-one with Lin Feng? He wasn't stupid. Lin Feng continued to run, and the people from the evil dragon palace continued to chase. "It's that brat, kill him." Suddenly, a roar came from afar. It was actually an expert from the Long family of Dragonblood City. The leader was a man in his 30s. This man was called Long Wanyu. When he saw Lin Feng, his killing intent soared. Back then, after Lin Feng killed Long Wanhong, Long Jia had put him on the wanted list. He didn't expect to see an expert from the Long family in the Thunder God's inheritance ground. "Ha ha ha ha, brother, you came at the right time. Quickly block this brat with us." After seeing Long Wanyu from the Long family of Dragonblood City, Xianxia immediately shouted excitedly. Due to the scarcity of the dragon race, they were more or less related. The ancestor of the Long family of Dragonblood City was also from the dragon race. It wasn't too unexpected that they were related to the evil dragon palace. In fact, if one traced back a few years, the relationship between these two races was very deep. Countless years ago, they were even the same ancestor. However, the development of the Dragonblood City branch was far less powerful than the evil dragon palace branch. Of course, there were still some connections between these two forces after being passed down for so long. Even without Xianxia's reminder, Long Wanyu wouldn't let Lin Feng go. He and a group of experts from the Long family of Dragonblood City pounced towards Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. F***ck, I'm so unlucky. I actually met the people from Dragonblood City. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout. He turned into a beam of light and flew away, breaking out of the encirclement. "Damn it! How did you seal the route? You actually let this Bertu escape? What a piece of trash!" Long Xianxia shouted in exasperation. Long Wanyu's face immediately turned ugly. He said coldly, Long Xianxia, who are you scolding? Dragonblood Long family of Dragonblood City. Two young masters, please listen to this old servant and calm down. Right now, catching up to that brat is the most important thing. An old servant beside Long Xianxia said with a smile as he tried to smooth things over. Wanyu. To pursue to be. You're going too far. Long Xiangjia's expression darkened. Although he called Long Wanyu brother, deep down, he didn't think much of Long Wanyu. Although Dragonblood City's Long family and Evil Dragon Palace had the same ancestor, in reality, since countless years ago, their branch had always been the main branch, and Dragonblood City's Long family was a vassal. However, an expert appeared in the Dragonblood City's Long family and they finally became independent. Long Xianxia and the rest also quickly chased after Lin Feng. These two forces were like maggots in the bones. They chased after him relentlessly. What made Lin Feng extremely depressed was that not long after, he actually met Wu Qiankuan and the rest from the Supreme Immortal sect. Brat! It's time for you to die. After seeing Lin Feng, Wu Qiankuan and the other experts from the Supreme Immortal sect all rushed towards Lin Feng with monstrous killing intent. Seeing Wu Qiankuan and the rest, Lin Feng wanted to cry. He quickly flew in another direction. Swoosh, Lin Feng's speed was pushed to the limit, and he was like a bolt of lightning. However, it was not easy to shake off the pursuit of 600 to 700 experts from three forces. Damn! What's going on? Along the way, many people watched this scene with their mouths agape. That's Wu Qiankuan, one of the Supreme Immortal Sect's three supreme geniuses. That's Long Wanyu from Dragonfire Province's Dragonblood City's Long family, right? That's Long Xianxia from Evil Dragon Palace, right? Damn. Who's that brat? He's actually being chased by the Supreme Immortal Sect, Dragonblood City's Long family, and Sinkhole Ocean's Evil Dragon Palace? Many people were dumbfounded. They were completely shocked. That's Lin Feng, the guy who rose to fame in Sinkhole Ocean some time ago. What? He's that Lin Feng? The Lin Feng who killed Lei Xiaoli, Li Xiuyan, and used some strange method to kill Lei Wanli and Gongye Wenren? That's right, it's him. Many people were discussing this. In Sinkhole Ocean, there was no one who did not know Lin Feng. Lin Feng had been fleeing for a day and a night, but he still could not shake off the experts from the three forces. With Lin Feng's speed, shaking them off should not have been difficult. However, the cultivators from the three forces had their own treasures to increase their speed. As a result, Lin Feng could not shake them off in a short time. This made Lin Feng rather depressed. At that moment, Lin Feng saw a large river in the forest ahead. Many fiery demon rhinoceros crocodiles resided by the river. These fiery demon rhinoceros crocodiles were shrouded in flames. They had the body of a rhinoceros, but their tails were very similar to a crocodile's. They also had the same bloody mouth as a crocodile and sharp teeth that could instantly bite through anything. The most terrifying thing was that these fiery demon rhinoceros crocodiles were impervious to weapons. Their defensive power was shockingly strong. Lin Feng quickly flew above the fiery demon rhinoceros crocodiles and swooped down. He released a powerful magic power and directly wrapped around a newly born beast. Then, he quickly rushed into the distance. Roar, 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 the fiery demon rhinoceros crocodiles went berserk. The densely packed fiery demon rhinoceros crocodiles soared into the sky. A total of 7,000 to 8,000 fiery demon rhinoceros crocodiles chased after Lin Feng. Seeing the beast horde in front of them, the people from the Supreme Immortal Sect, Dragonblood City, and Evil Dragon Palace quickly stopped. Now that the beast horde was in a state of rage, they naturally did not dare to approach. If they were crushed by the beast horde, everyone would die. That way. Suddenly, a disciple from the Supreme Immortal Sect pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over. Everyone saw it. Lin Feng was carrying a young beast and flying towards them from afar. Behind Lin Feng was a densely packed group of fiery demon rhinoceros crocodiles. The beast horde crushed the sky and chased after them. The void was crushed by the beast horde. Bastard, you actually led the beast horde to us. Run. When the experts from the three forces saw this scene, their faces turned gloomy and they cursed loudly. They did not dare to stay and quickly fled into the distance. Everyone, don't run. These fiery demon rhinoceroses want to have intimate contact with everyone. Lin Feng shouted loudly. To hell with intimate contact. You can have intimate contact with them yourself. The cultivators of the three major forces cursed loudly. They wished that Lin Feng would be trampled to death by the beast horde. What's that over there? It's a beast horde. Run. A cultivator pointed in this direction. When he saw the beast horde, his face turned pale and he turned to run. The fiery demon rhinoceroses were overlords. They had a strong appeal. The roars of these fiery demon rhinoceroses shook the sky. The ferocious beasts in the forest all rushed out when they heard the roars of the fiery demon rhinoceroses. More and more beasts gathered, and there was no end in sight. Along the way, more and more cultivators ran away. Kid, you're too wicked. You're being chased by the experts of the three major forces, and now we're all in trouble. Many people cursed Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, you didn't help me when you saw the experts of the three major forces chasing after me. Now that you're being chased by the beast horde, you deserve it. Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. What kind of logic was that? Did they know him? Why should they help him? This kid was too shameless. Many people hated Lin Feng so much that they gritted their teeth. However, these cultivators who were being chased didn't dare to stay. They quickly fled into the distance, trying to stay as far away from Lin Feng as possible. That was because Lin Feng was carrying the baby fiery demon rhinoceroses. The beast horde's target was also Lin Feng. Lin Feng increased his speed and chased after the experts of the three major forces. It didn't take long for him to catch up with the experts of the three major forces. Everyone, you're on your own now. Lin Feng grinned. Then, he stepped on the 8 directions world and pushed his speed to the limit, gradually widening the distance between him and the experts of the three major forces. Roar, the roars shook the sky. At this moment, the beast horde had already caught up to them from behind. Quick, spread out and escape. Don't run in the same direction as that bastard Lin Feng. Wu Qianquan cursed in exasperation. It was rare to see an expert like Wu Qianquan so angry. The experts of the three forces hurriedly fled in another direction. However, there were still many experts who were drowned by the horde of beasts. He died tragically in the beast tide. When Lin Feng saw that there were no more experts from the three forces behind him, only the herd of beasts remained, he placed the baby blazing demon rhinoceros crocodile on the ground. Then, he quickly rushed into the distance. After the horde of demonic blazing rhinoceros crocodiles discovered the cubs, they didn't continue to pursue Lin Feng. Instead, the mighty horde of beasts returned along the way. The moon was bright and clear. In the dense forest, the roars of beasts shook the sky. From time to time, the sounds of fighting between cultivators and ferocious beasts could be heard. There were also sounds of cultivators killing each other. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was lying on a large smooth rock, gazing at the bright moon in the boundless starry sky. 100-meter-long giant python was hiding in the tree behind Lin Feng. Its cold eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, who was resting on the rock. That python was simply the best predator. It didn't move, waiting for what it thought was the best time to attack. Finally, the python moved because it saw that Lin Feng had closed his eyes, as if he had fallen asleep. Therefore, the python thought that its chance had come. Its movements were very light as it carefully approached Lin Feng. It didn't make the slightest movement. Finally, it gradually approached Lin Feng. Then, its huge body quickly rushed out. It opened its bloody mouth. It directly swallowed Lin Feng. Lin Feng was awakened and couldn't help but open his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a pungent stench assaulted his nostrils. He even saw the huge fangs in the bloody mouth that were like sharp swords. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to be swallowed by this giant python, but he attacked as fast as lightning. In the void, with a light stroke, puff, a ray of sword chi slashed out and instantly killed this giant python. Lin Feng jumped up. Then, he found some dry wood and started a bonfire. He cut open the giant python's stomach and cleaned it. Then, he took out all kinds of seasonings. He made 2 dishes. One was roasted meat, which he was best at. The other dish was snake soup, which was very nutritious. Bibi, Long Tu, the 4 sacred birds, the little mermaid, the soul-devouring beast, and the others couldn't resist the temptation of the delicious food and flew out of the mountain river ring. This group of fellows ate and drank. After having a full meal, they returned to the mountain river ring. Lin Feng lay on the rock and slept. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. In the morning, the air in the mountain forest was unusually fresh. Lin Feng chose a direction and started flying at full speed. He couldn't help but mutter, previously, when I was outside the ultimate battlefield, I could still see that ancient Thunder City. Why can't I see it after entering the ultimate battlefield? It's really strange. Whoosh whoosh, suddenly, a group of cultivators flew over from afar. After seeing that group of people, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Those people were actually cultivators from the Evil Dragon Palace. Lin Feng hurriedly hid. These people from the Evil Dragon Palace looked like they were in a hurry. What were they going to do? Lin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. He silently followed behind the Evil Dragon Palace cultivators. About 6 hours later, the people from the Evil Dragon Palace met up with another group of cultivators. They seem to be from the Evil Dragon Palace too. Seeing the other group of people, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The Evil Dragon Palace had 9 great evil dragons and 9 branches. It wasn't strange that the direct descendants of the 9 great evil dragons didn't enter the ultimate battlefield together. This was because the direct descendants of the 9 great evil dragons were all in a competitive relationship. Each of them had their own followers. They weren't willing to search for opportunities with others. If they really found something and had to share it with others, they might as well search for it themselves. Even if they obtained it, it would still be their own. Xianxia said indifferently, "Why did you send an emergency message to call me?" There was also a young master in the group opposite him. His name was Xianxia, and he was from the same generation as Xianxia. He said indifferently, "I found a place where a heavenly treasure has appeared. It's a bit troublesome to obtain it. How about you and I join forces?" Heavenly treasure? What kind of heavenly treasure is worth so much effort? Xianxia said disapprovingly. Spirit cleansing fruit. Xianxia said. What? Spirit cleansing fruit? Oh my god, such a treasure actually appeared. Xianxia exclaimed, and his eyes shot out beams of light. Legend had it that the spirit cleansing fruit could cleanse a cultivator's dermic powers. A single spirit cleansing fruit could make a cultivator's dermic powers 10 times purer. And the increase in a cultivator's realm required tempering their dermic powers. Their dermic powers had to reach a certain level of purity. Only then would they be able to break through. Therefore, a heavenly treasure like the spirit cleansing fruit could help a cultivator break through their current cultivation, causing their cultivation to increase greatly. P.S. In August, I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. Xianxia said, "There's no time to lose. Let's set off quickly. If you have any doubts, you can ask me on the way." Xianxia nodded. Then, 500 to 600 people gathered together and headed towards the place where the spirit cleansing fruit was. Spirit cleansing fruit. What a good thing. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Any heavenly treasure that could directly increase one's cultivation was often priceless. And the spirit cleansing fruit. It was definitely the rarest heavenly treasure, enough to make cultivators go crazy. Lin Feng quietly followed behind the Evil Dragon Palace cultivators. Naturally, he could not miss the spirit cleansing fruit this time. If he missed it, who knew how long he would have to wait to encounter such an opportunity again. The next day, the people of the Evil Dragon Palace arrived at a huge mountain range. Just as they arrived, they heard the roars of beasts coming from the depths, as well as the cold shouts of cultivators. Xianxia laughed sinisterly. The spirit cleansing fruit is guarded by 3 scorpion-tailed wolves. It seems that some cultivators have also discovered the spirit cleansing fruit and are currently fighting with the 3 scorpion-tailed wolves. Xianxia said, "This saves us a lot of trouble. Let's go and take a look." The people of the evil dragon palace lurked into the mountain range. Lin Feng also quietly lurked into the depths of the mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, an intense battle broke out. There were about 4,000 to 5,000 wolves and they were abnormally strong. At this moment, the wolf pack had surrounded more than 1,000 cultivators. Those cultivators were obviously from two different camps. Now that they had temporarily teamed up, a great battle broke out between them and the wolf pack. This battle was incomparably tragic with flesh and blood flying everywhere. There was the aura of death everywhere, and blood and broken limbs were flowing everywhere. The wolf pack suffered heavy casualties, but the group of cultivators also suffered heavy casualties. Use the arrows to kill these people, Long Xingzhou said in a deep voice. All right. Long Xingzhou nodded. The two of them gave the order. The cultivators of the evil dragon palace took out their arrows. The arrows of the evil dragon palace were blessed with the evil dragon mark, and were not something that ordinary arrows could compare to. The lethality of these arrows was extremely terrifying. Ordinary divine artifacts could be pierced through in an instant. It could be seen how powerful these arrows were. Shoot! Fire! Long Xingzhou and Long Xingjie gave the order at the same time. The two of them gave the order. In an instant, wave after wave of magic arrows shot towards the cultivators who were fighting the wolf pack. The cultivators didn't expect that someone would sneak up on them. Therefore, they were not well prepared. When the cultivators noticed the incoming arrows, their expressions changed greatly. They hurriedly used their magic treasures to block the arrows or used their divine abilities to try and break the arrows. However, the arrows were simply too powerful. The magic treasures were all pierced through by the arrows, and the divine abilities were also unable to destroy the arrows strengthened by the evil dragon runes. Puff! 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 One cultivator after another was killed on the spot. Their deaths were incomparably miserable. Who's attacking us? Seeing the tragic deaths of their companions, many cultivators' eyes turned blood red. What answered them was a rain of arrows that blotted out the sky. Dodge quickly! A cultivator shouted, wanting to avoid the attack of the arrows. However, there were simply too many arrows, and they were too powerful. There was simply no way to dodge them. Puff! 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 The sound of flesh being pierced through could be heard. More and more cultivators died miserably. Of course. It wasn't just the cultivators who were killed. There were also many three-headed scorpion-tailed wolves that were killed. Fight them to the death. Some cultivators' eyes turned blood red as they fearlessly charged towards the place where the arrows came from. Awoo, awoo, awoo! The wolf pack was also enraged, their roars shaking the sky. The wolf pack no longer attacked those cultivators. Instead, they pounced towards the place where the arrows came from. However, there were simply too many arrows. It was as dense as rain. The sound of flesh being pierced through could be heard. Blood splattered everywhere. It was simply a one-sided massacre. Lin Feng stood in the distance and watched this scene, feeling his scalp go numb. Ordinary arrows. They couldn't hurt those cultivators at all. They couldn't hurt the wolf pack either. However, the arrows forged by the evil dragon palace were simply too powerful. They were simply unstoppable. As long as the cultivators of the evil dragon palace had enough arrows, they would be able to form an absolute suppression. If those cultivators and wolves rushed forward, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Corpses were everywhere in the forest. There were corpses of cultivators, as well as the corpses of three-headed scorpion-tailed wolves. The ground was dyed red by blood. It was truly tragic. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Some cultivators recognized this special arrow. They couldn't help but curse viciously, "Evil Dragon Mark, you are from the Evil Dragon Palace. My immortal martial states Xiang family will not rest until you are dead. My divine court states Lu family will definitely slaughter the Evil Dragon Palace one day and avenge our dead clansmen." Although the surviving cultivators of the two forces wanted nothing more than to cut the cultivators of the Evil Dragon Palace into 1,000 pieces, they knew that they could only break out of the encirclement now. There were still more than 100 people from these two forces. They joined forces to break out of the encirclement and escape. However, they were unable to escape at all. The arrows of the evil dragon palace were too powerful. These cultivators were simply unable to block the arrows of the evil dragon palace. Puff! 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 The arrows pierced through their bodies. Everyone was shot to death. The wolf pack also suffered heavy casualties. Originally, there were 4,000 to 5,000 wolves, but now, there were only 1,000 left. The wolf pack fled in all directions. However, the people of the evil dragon palace did not plan to let the wolf pack go. A dense barrage of arrows shot out. The people of the evil dragon palace obviously wanted to kill them all, leaving no survivors. Puff! 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 Arrows pierced through the bodies of the three-headed demon scorpion tail wolves. The ground was littered with the corpses of the three-headed demon scorpion tail wolves. Not long after, corpses were everywhere. The wolf pack was also massacred. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the cultivators of the evil dragon palace came out from their hiding place. Clean up the battlefield. Long Xingzhou ordered. You guys go and clean up the battlefield as well. Long Xianxia also ordered. Their subordinates directly pounced on the dead cultivators. Their targets were the storage rings on the cultivators' bodies. As for Long Xingzhou and Long Xianxia, they headed towards a deep valley. Because, the spirit cleansing tree grew in the valley. Look, that's the spirit cleansing tree. There are 7 fruits on it, but only 2 of them are mature. The rest still need to be nurtured for a period of time. Long Xingzhou pointed to a corner deep in the valley. There was a small tree that was more than a meter tall growing there. The small tree's body was as strong as a horned dragon. The branches were very dense, and there were 7 fruits hanging on the branches. Long Xingjia's eyes lit up. Long Xingzhou and Long Xingjia were about to go and collect the spirit cleansing tree. But at this moment, they saw a young cultivator appear in front of the spirit cleansing tree. He uprooted the spirit cleansing tree and quickly put it away. Seeing this scene, Long Xingzhou and Long Xingjia's eyes instantly turned blood red. Lin Feng! You're courting death! Long Xingjia roared angrily. He had chased Lin Feng for so long with the experts of the Dragon Blood City's Long family and the experts of the Supreme Immortal sect, so he naturally knew Lin Feng. Now that he saw Lin Feng, his eyes turned blood red. Both sides had new and old grudges. What? He's that Lin Feng? Long Xingzhou was shocked. Obviously, he had heard of Lin Feng. Immediately after, Long Xingzhou cursed venomously. Brat! You'd better hand over the spirit cleansing tree and spirit cleansing fruit. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Feng curled his lips and turned to fly into the distance. Long Xingzhou and Long Xingjia were flustered and exasperated as they chased after Lin Feng. Many experts of the evil dragon palace also soared into the sky and chased after him. 6 hours later, Lin Feng successfully got rid of the experts of the evil dragon palace. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Not only did he obtain the spirit cleansing fruit, he even obtained the spirit cleansing tree. Lin Feng planted the spirit cleansing tree in his mountain river ring and then plucked the 2 ripe spirit cleansing fruits. He found a secluded place and opened up a temporary cave abode. Then he entered the cave abode. He began to refine the spirit cleansing fruit. A spirit cleansing fruit could increase the purity of magic power by 10 times. The effect was very obvious. After Lin Feng refined the first spirit cleansing fruit, his cultivation had already broken through to the 7th level of the divine fire realm. When the second spirit cleansing fruit was completely refined, Lin Feng's realm had reached the peak of the 7th level of the divine fire realm. The second spirit cleansing fruit did not allow him to continue breaking through. Unfortunately, I'm only a step away from breaking through. But I'm still a little lacking. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. But then he felt relieved. This breakthrough could be considered an unexpected surprise, so there was nothing to be dissatisfied with. There are still 5 spirit cleansing fruits that haven't ripened. I wonder when they will ripen. Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. If the other 5 spirit cleansing fruits were ripe, he estimated that it would not be a problem to raise his cultivation by 2 to 3 realms. Following which, Lin Feng exited his seclusion and continued walking towards the depths. On this day, Lin Feng saw a huge mountain range from afar. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge golden palace. The palace exuded a boundless divine might. It was like an immortal palace. When he saw the palace, Lin Feng was shocked. He quickly soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the mountain. When he arrived, he discovered that there were already many cultivators gathered here. The mountain peak was surrounded by a huge restriction. It was a space where flying was prohibited. Therefore, he had no choice but to land. Many people entered the mountain one after another. Because the restriction on the mountain wasn't particularly strong, cultivators could go all the way up the mountain and reach the Golden Palace. Why is there a Golden Palace here? Lin Feng was very puzzled. This Golden Palace was filled with a sense of mystery, which made him feel even more puzzled, but at the same time, he could not help but feel some reverence. Because he felt that this palace was not simple. Lin Feng, like many people, entered the mountain peak. Roar! The roar shook the sky, and a ferocious beast pounced over. It was a silver-white ferocious beast with the head of a swanee, the body of a lion, the tail of a flood dragon, and a pair of huge wings. It was unknown what kind of ferocious beast it was, but it was unusually ferocious. Lin Feng attacked as fast as lightning and killed the ferocious beast. Then, he froze the beast so that he could roast it in the future. This ferocious beast's physique was so strong. The quality of its meat should be good. The roast meat made from it would definitely taste great. This mountain peak was very huge, extending for more than 10 miles, and there were many powerful ferocious beasts living here. Look, it's heavenly grace grass. A cultivator in the distance exclaimed as he discovered an extremely precious natural treasure. Roar, but then, the roar of a beast was heard. The natural treasure was guarded by a ferocious beast. A group of cultivators and ferocious beasts were fighting. Many precious natural treasures could be found in the forest from time to time, but most of them were guarded by ferocious beasts, so it was possible to see many life-and-death battles between the guarding ferocious beasts and cultivators. Lin Feng did not stop along the way and arrived at the top of the mountain. When he arrived, there were already many cultivators here. Everyone looked at the golden palace shrouded in golden brilliance. The huge palace was at least 300 meters tall, and it was majestic and heavy. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The palace door opened. A huge golden dragon head poked out of the palace. There's a dragon living in the palace? Many people could not help but frown. The golden holy palace. It needs a new master. The golden dragon said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The golden holy palace? This palace is called the Golden Holy Palace? Judging from its appearance, it does fit the name of the Golden Holy Palace. Who are you? What's the origin of the Golden Holy Palace? A cultivator asked. I'm the weapon spirit of the Golden Holy Palace. The Golden Holy Palace is a supreme treasure created by the Golden Holy King. The dragon said. Golden Holy King? Who's that? Someone asked curiously. The Golden Holy King is a holy spirit born from an underground golden mountain in the depths of the great world of Tianyun. The dragon said. Hiss. Many people could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was actually a holy spirit. Its origin was too great. The Holy Spirit and the Stone Clan. These were two very special clans. They were both born from heaven and earth. These two clans could be said to have heaven-defying talents. Once they matured, they would be able to contend against great emperors. This Golden Holy King should be a holy spirit that had reached great success and could contend against great emperors. The Golden Holy Palace in front of them. It was the inheritance of the Golden Holy King. This Golden Holy Palace was not just a treasure left behind by the Golden Holy King. It should also contain the Golden Holy King's inheritance. Many people became excited. Now, the dragon was going to find a successor for the Golden Holy King. Everyone was naturally looking forward to it. Whoosh! At that moment, a cultivator flew over from afar. That cultivator descended from the sky and flew directly toward the Golden Holy Palace. It was a young cultivator wearing a yellow robe. Moreover, this person had a crew cut. Usually, apart from monks, very few people would have such short hair. However, it was obvious that this cultivator with a crew cut was not a monk. "You're courting death." Seeing that the cultivator with a crew cut actually wanted to enter the Golden Holy Palace directly, many people were enraged. One by one, they attacked the cultivator with a crew cut. The attacks from so many cultivators were naturally terrifying. However, the youth with the crew cut looked indifferent. Facing the attacks of so many experts, he stepped forward in the void. "I am the son of the Nether King who walks in this world. I represent the Nether King and exercise the rights of the Nether Realm." The youth with the crew cut used a very ancient, mysterious, and obscure language to recite a spell. The content of the spell. It seemed to be communicating with the Nether Realm. He reached out and tapped lightly. A cloud of black mist flew out from his fingertip. Then, the cloud of black mist covered the sky. It enveloped all the magic treasures. At this moment, a terrifying scene occurred. Kacha 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 sounds could be heard from the black fog. Within the black mist. They were all magic treasures. Unexpectedly, all of them had collapsed. Hiss. When Lin Feng saw that, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Who was that youth with the crew cut? His methods were too strange. He actually destroyed so many magic treasures. "You're the son of the Nether King." Someone shouted in horror. "What? He's the son of the Nether King?" Immediately after, a series of horrified voices rang out. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. The son of the Nether King ranked second on the prodigy roll. It was said that the son of the Nether King was also a monster who broke out of the stone. It was rumored. The stone that sealed the son of the Nether King came from the Nether Realm. That was why he was called the son of the Nether King. The son of the Nether King's combat strength was incomparably heaven-defying. He was a heaven-defying monster who gave the older generation experts a headache. The son of the Nether King said indifferently, "Since you know who I am, you should leave quickly." He walked toward the golden dragon. At this moment, the golden dragon roared, "How dare you? You don't want to be tested. Who gave you the guts to enter the palace?" Rumble. A loud sound shook the sky as the golden dragon stretched out its claws. It attacked the son of the Nether King. Many people became excited when they saw this. They all prayed that the golden dragon could kill the son of the Nether King. That would be a happy ending. Facing the golden dragon's attack, the son of the Nether King attacked. He threw a punch. Behind him, black mist tumbled. Within the black fog, he could vaguely see a mysterious world. That world. It seemed to be a world of death. That world. It was also like the mysterious and ancient underworld. Nether Child punched out. It collided fiercely with the huge dragon claw of the golden dragon. Bang, a muffled sound of collision was heard. The golden dragon was actually sent flying back into the palace by Underworld Child. Immediately after, boundless black fog covered the entire golden temple. Soon after, the golden dragon's voice came from the golden holy palace. "I'm willing to submit." Boom, immediately after, the golden holy land rose into the sky and flew into the distance. The artifact spirit of the gold temple was actually subdued by the Underworld Child. That weapon spirit is so powerful, yet it's still no match for the Underworld Child. Isn't the Underworld Child's strength a little too terrifying? Lin Feng's face was full of shock and emotion. The battle prowess displayed by the Underworld Child. It was completely beyond his imagination. No wonder the Underworld Child was able to become the second on the prodigy roll. Underworld Child. You've gone too far. After the Underworld Child left, some cultivators roared angrily. The Underworld Child had come in a domineering manner. Then, he arrogantly destroyed their treasures and snatched away the golden holy palace. Naturally, many people gnashed their teeth in anger. However, the Underworld Child was simply too powerful. Therefore, even if they were dissatisfied, these cultivators only dared to vent their anger after the Underworld Child left. Sometimes, when one's strength reaches a certain level, they can really snatch away the fortuitous opportunities from anywhere. They don't even leave a chance for others. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He didn't stop. He left the ancient mountain and continued to head deeper. The lightning god's land of inheritance. Many places had treasures and fortuitous opportunities. However, Lin Feng wasn't interested in ordinary treasures and fortuitous opportunities. He kept heading deeper, wanting to enter the Lightning City to take a look. That evening, he felt as if someone was following him from afar. However, when Lin Feng looked behind him, he didn't see anything. Could I have sensed wrongly? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. But what if he hadn't sensed wrongly? When he thought of this, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He increased his speed and headed deeper. However, the feeling of being followed continued to linger. He used his divine will to search his surroundings, but he didn't find any traces of anyone. However, that special feeling, that mysterious feeling, definitely couldn't be wrong. Demon Lord. Lin Feng tried to call out to the Demon Lord. However, what made him shiver was, his connection with the Demon Lord was cut off. Then, Lin Feng tried to communicate with the Black Bear Devil King. He realized that he couldn't communicate with the Black Bear Devil King either. At this point, Lin Feng could basically confirm that there was a terrifying existence following him. Moreover, that existence, its strength might even surpass the Demon Lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cut off his connection with the Demon Lord. This made Lin Feng's expression extremely gloomy. Just what is it that is following me? Why hasn't it appeared? Lin Feng took a deep breath, his expression extremely solemn. This person didn't come with good intentions. Logically speaking, the terrifying existence that was following him shouldn't have not appeared. Since it hadn't appeared, Lin Feng decided to go to a place with many people as quickly as possible. It would be best if he could find a few exceptional experts. Then, he would make a deal with those experts to deal with the unknown existence that was following him. Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit. But at this moment, he saw a shriveled old man in the forest in front of him with his hands behind his back. A pair of ghost-like eyes flickered with a pale green light. At this moment, he was staring at him without blinking. When he saw the old man, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That old man must be the one that was secretly following him. He quickly retreated, wanting to escape. However, the old man's voice resounded in his ears. "We meet again, old friends. Why are you in such a hurry?" "Old friends?" Lin Feng muttered in his heart. He hurriedly felt as if his body had been frozen, unable to move. It was that old man who had imprisoned him. Rustling sounds could be heard from behind him. The old man was walking toward Lin Feng, step by step. Not long after, he arrived behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly realized that he could move. The old man had removed the imprisonment on him. At this moment, his expression was uncertain, but he didn't try to escape. Lin Feng knew that if the old man wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and turned to look behind him. At this moment, he saw the old man's face clearly. It was a face that looked like a malicious spirit. "It's you." After seeing the old man, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Back then, Lin Feng and Lu Piaomiao had mistakenly entered the Luotian temple in the misty forest of the Tianwu continent. The scenes of the past were still vivid in their minds. There were 72 ancient coffins in the temple. There was also a divine servant who was still alive. The divine servant told Lin Feng and Lu Piaomiao the story of Luoshan. Luoshan, the daughter of Fuxi, a goddess of heaven. When Luoshan traveled, she charmed countless gods. One of them was called Judas. He had a human face and a red snake body. He lived at the foot of Mount Zhong. He was an exceptionally powerful god. He began to pursue Luoshan. However, Judas wasn't the only god who pursued Luoshan. There was another god called the North Pole God Emperor. The two gods fought, and Judas defeated the North Pole God Emperor. He originally thought that he could be together with Luoshan, but he didn't expect that Luoshan would be involved in a great war between gods and demons. Judas killed his way to the battlefield and rescued Luoshan, who was on the verge of death. However, Judas wasn't able to save Luoshan. When Luoshan died, Judas came to the Luoshan temple and guarded Luoshan's corpse day and night. The divine servant who didn't die was a divine servant of the Luoshan temple. However, that divine servant wasn't the one who had served Luoshan. Divine servants were passed down from generation to generation. the divine servant of the Luotian temple. He had been dead for tens of thousands of years before becoming a divine servant of the Luotian temple. Lin Feng remembered that the divine servant was nearing the end of his life. Furthermore, the divine servant had said that he couldn't leave the temple. He was struggling at death's door, waiting for his life to pass away. However, what shocked Lin Feng was that divine servant. Now, he had appeared in the 9 states, right in front of him. It was this old man in front of him, the divine servant of the Luotian temple. Obviously. Back then, this divine servant had deceived Lin Feng and Lu Piamiao. He could leave the Luotian temple. His life hadn't come to an end. Now, seeing this divine servant again, Lin Feng's heart was heavy. Because he felt that this divine servant didn't have good intentions towards him. Especially the way he looked at him. It made his hair stand on end. The divine servant let out a devilish laugh. He looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze and said, "It has been many years since we last met. How have you been, young friend?" Lin Feng suppressed the fear in his heart and looked at the divine servants as he said, "Everything is fine. Thank you for your concern, senior." The divine servant said, "I never thought that in just a dozen years, little friend's cultivation would have risen to such a level." How shocking. Lin Feng felt that the old man was implying something. Moreover, he felt that the old man's gaze towards him was becoming stranger and stranger. It was an indescribable feeling. It made his heart tremble. Although Lin Feng didn't know what the old man was up to, there was one thing he was clear about. The old man must be up to no good. However, Lin Feng was also a person who had seen great storms and waves. His expression was still very calm, and no one could see any special changes on his face. He said, "I was extremely lucky to be able to break through to my current cultivation." The divine servant said, "Little friend, you are too modest. Your talent is rarely seen in the world." As the old man spoke, he kept staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Soon, Lin Feng understood why the old man was so frightened. It was because the old man was looking at him as if he was a treasure, a personal item. What is this old man up to? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He said calmly, "Senior, what business do you have in the 9 provinces?" The divine servant gave Lin Feng a meaningful look and said, "Yes, I have something to do, and it is an extremely important matter. This old man has been waiting for this for many years, and now, my wish is about to be fulfilled. I'm in a good mood." Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, "What is it? Is it convenient for Senior to tell me?" The divine servant smiled enigmatically and said, "I can't say. I can't say." Lin Feng muttered in his heart. This old man didn't seem like a good person. He was probably thinking of something wicked. The divine servant looked at the moon that had risen in the sky and said, "Look, in a few days, it will be a full moon." Lin Feng looked at the moon and nodded. It was indeed going to be a full moon soon. However, the old man had suddenly mentioned a full moon. What was his motive? Lin Feng didn't think that the old man would mention a full moon for no reason. Every word of the old man's. They were all worth pondering. However, Lin Feng couldn't guess what the old man meant. "Alright, that's all for today. We'll meet again if fate wills it," said the divine servant. He then turned and walked into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He's leaving just like that? Lin Feng muttered in his heart. He had a feeling that the old man was plotting something against him, but the old man had left so quickly. He didn't seem to have any ill intentions. This made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. What was the old man trying to do? At this time, Lin Feng realized that he could communicate with the Demon Lord and the Black Bear Devil King. "What do you think?" Lin Feng asked. The Black Bear Devil King said, "This old man isn't simple. His aura is sinister, like a human but not a human, like a ghost but not a ghost." The Demon Lord said, "It's obvious that this old man has other intentions towards you. You have to be careful. His methods are very strange." Lin Feng nodded. Now, he could only try his best to avoid this old man. "I hope that this old man's coming to the 9 prefectures has nothing to do with me," Lin Feng muttered to himself. He didn't stay any longer and quickly flew into the distance. 3 days later, Lin Feng finally saw the huge Thunder City. Endless lightning was rolling, and the Thunder City was above the lightning. Many cultivators were looking at the Thunder City. Everyone was waiting for the restriction around the Thunder City to disperse. The place of inheritance of the primordial Thunder God. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He was looking at Lei Ching with a burning passion in his eyes. The primordial Thunder God was an existence that could fight against the primordial dragonesque elephant. The primordial Thunder God was one of the strongest human cultivators in the primordial era. The primordial Thunder God's cultivation technique might be more suitable for humans to cultivate. Because, the primordial Thunder God was a human cultivator. His cultivation technique was created according to the structure of the human body. The primordial dragonesque elephant's cultivation technique was created according to the primordial dragonesque elephant's body. Therefore, it might be difficult for human cultivators to cultivate the primordial dragonesque elephant's cultivation technique to the peak. But if they cultivated the Thunder God's cultivation technique, they would definitely be able to cultivate it to the peak. Boom! A huge battle broke out in the distance. The 5 ancient experts of the Qinwu people were besieging a black-robed cultivator. This battle alarmed everyone. The black-robed cultivator who was besieged was the Yazi divine beast that had swallowed dozens of Qinwu people's experts. The Qinwu people's foundation was indeed incomparably powerful. They actually sent out 5 giant God realm experts. It was truly shocking. This race was the descendant of Shifter Emperor Dijun. Shifter Emperor Dijun was the existence who established the heavenly court. He was the emperor of all demons and one of the creators of the demon race's glory. However, he was also the main culprit behind the demon race's decline. Back then, Shifter Emperor Dijun and Demon Emperor Taiyu joined forces to establish the supreme heavenly court in the heaven realm. The immortals bowed their heads and thousands of races came to congratulate them. Even the Nether King of the Netherworld and the King of Hell had to submit to the heavenly court. From this, one could see how powerful the heavenly court was at that time. Later, Demon Emperor Taiyu died unexpectedly. The power was controlled by Shifter Emperor Dijun alone. Shifter Emperor Dijun, who had absolute power, began to become obstinate and self-opinionated. He even allowed his son, the Golden Crow, to become the sun and rise to the 9 heavens. In the end, 10 suns rose to the sky and a catastrophe descended. The weather was extremely hot. Countless living beings died. Countless races were unable to adapt to the hot weather and were eventually wiped out. There was a man called Hoi in the witch race. He could not bear to see the people suffer, so he created the sun-shooting divine skill, later known as Hoi's bow, and the sun-shooting divine arrow. He shot down the 9 suns. Shifter Emperor Dijun was furious. He vented his anger on Hoi and killed him. Hoi's death angered the witch race. As a result, the witch race and the heavenly court represented by the demon race broke out in an unprecedented Great Witch Race War. The Great Witch Race War swept across the heavens. Countless races participated in this war. In the end, the witch race was almost wiped out. This was the witch race. This race was a race that would never admit defeat even if they sacrificed their last soldier. The demon race also suffered heavy losses. At this time, the heavenly human race and the immortal race took advantage of the situation to rise. They killed their way into the heavenly court and killed Shifter Emperor Dijun. They disintegrated the demon race's rule. From then on, the heavenly court changed hands. Why did the heavenly court suppress the demon race? It was because of the feud. Back then, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, and the sacred battle ape were suppressed. It was also because of this reason. Therefore, it could be said that Dijun's muddle-headedness had led to the decline of the monster race. However, Dijun's inheritance had not been severed. It was the Golden Crow clan that had inherited the inheritance from Dijun. Thus, this clan was exceptionally powerful. They could definitely be called one of the most powerful races in the universe. The Qinwu people had many branches, and the Sky Martial continent also had branches of the Qinwu people. However, no matter where the Qinwu people were from, these Golden Crows would name the place where they lived Fusan Island. Perhaps he wanted to retrace the glory of the past. Back then, the Demon Emperor Dijun had bestowed the Heaven Realm's Fusan Island to his 9 sons. Therefore, the Qinwu people used to live on the Heavenly Realm's immortal island, Fusang Island. This group of Qinwu people in the Guisusi region was abnormally powerful. The 5 giant god experts could naturally be said to be extremely terrifying. The 5 experts joined forces to besiege the Yazi divine beast. A battle of this level was not common. Although that Yazi mythological beast was powerful, it was facing the siege of 5 mighty god realm powerhouses. A confrontation ensued. He could only passively take a beating. No matter how powerful he was, there was no way he could fight against 5 people at once. This great battle could be said to startle heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. The Yazi divine beast's clothes were torn apart, and one of its arms was almost chopped off. Demonic blood dyed the sky red. Qinwu people. Very good. I'll remember all of you. The Yazi divine beast's cold voice sounded. Then, he tore through the void and fled. Chase. The 5 mighty god experts of the Qinwu people naturally wouldn't let that Yazi divine beast go so easily. They quickly chased after it. Many people were discussing this battle excitedly. This pinnacle battle was truly shocking, causing many people to feel extremely excited. The only pity was that they couldn't see the outcome. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his chin. The Qinwu people didn't know that the Yazi divine beast had 4 brothers. If they knew, they definitely wouldn't choose to kill that Yazi divine beast. They would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Once a grudge was formed, it would definitely be a situation where one party would fight to the death. If the other 4 Yazi divine beasts arrived, even if the Qinwu people were powerful, at that time, they would probably suffer heavy losses. More and more cultivators gathered in Thunder City. Many people began to talk about the Thunder God's inheritance. This was naturally an extremely exciting matter. The Thunder God's inheritance was too powerful, enough to make anyone go crazy. Once Thunder City opened, one could imagine, it was bound to be another bloody battle. About 7 days passed, a loud rumbling sound came out from the Thunder City. Immediately after, the restriction began to disperse. The gate of Thunder City began to open. Everyone's spirits were lifted as they quickly flew towards Thunder City. At this moment, a thunderstorm actually fell from the sky. This thunderstorm was very special. In every drop of rain, there was a thunderbolt power sealed. A cultivator exclaimed, "The power sealed in the rain is the power of the thunder attribute law. Quickly absorb this thunderstorm." Countless people were shocked. They began to devour the thunderstorm. However, the thunderbolt power sealed in the thunderstorm was very violent. Not everyone could absorb it. Of course, cultivators might be able to absorb it, but if they absorbed too much, their bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it. There would be a disastrous scene. Bang, 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 sounds of bodies exploding could be heard. Many people simply couldn't withstand the power of the thunder attribute law contained in the thunderstorm. Their bodies directly exploded, and they died on the spot. If you can't subdue the power of the thunder attribute law, don't try to absorb the thunderstorm. Otherwise, only death awaits. A cultivator shouted loudly. Many people turned pale and gave up on absorbing the thunderstorm. Even those who were absorbing the thunderstorm. Cultivators who had the ability to suppress the thunder attribute law. At this moment, they became much more cautious. Because of the thunderstorm. It was really strange. They had to guard against it. Many cultivators who stopped absorbing the thunderstorm directly entered Thunder City. Lin Feng didn't choose to enter Thunder City. He absorbed the thunderstorm outside. Moreover, he was devouring the thunderstorm from the sky at a crazy speed. A large amount of the thunderstorm was absorbed by Lin Feng. The power of the thunder attribute law contained in the thunderstorm began to wreak havoc in Lin Feng's body, wanting to destroy Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng operated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art and suppressed all the thunder attribute law. After a full day and night, the thunderstorm finally stopped. Lin Feng had absorbed enough of the thunderstorm. He floated in the air with his eyes closed, motionless. Cultivators flew over from afar and saw Lin Feng's chaotic aura. That kid seems to have a problem with his cultivation. Kill him and take his storage ring. More than a dozen cultivators rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng still didn't open his eyes. When those people attacked, Dense thunder attribute power gushed out of Lin Feng's body. The 108,000 pores on his body were spewing out thunder attribute power. Bang, 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 the thunder attribute power that was spewing out of his body directly blew up the bodies of more than a dozen cultivators into ashes. Many cultivators who saw this scene in the distance were scared pale. The power of lightning constantly surged out from Lin Feng's body, and Lin Feng's body was shrouded by the power of lightning. In the end, a huge ball of lightning formed outside his body, and that ball of lightning directly distorted the void. After seeing this scene, many people were shocked. How many laws of lightning did that guy absorb to form such a huge ball of lightning? And the most unbelievable thing was that after absorbing so many laws of lightning, he still didn't die. Wasn't this a little too abnormal? It was simply unbelievable. This guy should be about to get an opportunity. Since there's nothing to see, let's enter the Thunder City to find our own opportunities. A cultivator said. Then, everyone left and entered the Thunder City. In the ball of lightning, Lin Feng's body was absorbing the laws of lightning in his body. These violent laws of lightning wanted to destroy his body, but they were suppressed by the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. The power of the laws of lightning was very domineering, and it was naturally not easy to absorb it. But fortunately, Lin Feng's means were extraordinary. The power of the laws of lightning in his body was constantly being devoured by Lin Feng. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A powerful fluctuation was emitted from Lin Feng's body, and it was the laws of lightning that Lin Feng absorbed. Immortal God of Lightning, invincible. Suddenly, a majestic voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. In Lin Feng's body, all the laws of lightning condensed into a shadow of the God of Lightning. The shadow of the God of Lightning contained the will of the God of Lightning. When the voice of the God of Lightning was heard, the power of the laws of lightning suddenly shook in Lin Feng's body. Barf! Lin Feng was shaken to the point that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why did the laws of lightning contain the will of the God of Lightning? Isn't this too much of a scam? Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. At this moment, the laws of lightning in his body began to brew even more terrifying power. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate and quickly circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Archaic dragonesque elephant, suppress the gods. Suddenly, another voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. This time, it was the voice of the Archean dragonesque elephant. Within Lin Feng's body, an Archean dragonesque elephant phantom condensed. The primordial dragonesque elephant roared at the sky, its roar shaking the heavens and earth as it charged towards the primordial thunder god. Crossing the river of time and continuing the battle of the past. The thunder god spoke as he walked toward the Archean dragonesque elephant. Hearing Thunder God's words, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The battle of the past continued. What did Thunder God mean by this? That year, wasn't the God of Thunder defeated by the archaic dragonesque elephant? Why did the God of Thunder say that they would fight again? This sentence clearly meant that the battle back then did not seem to have ended. Could it be that the rumors are false? The battle between the primordial dragonesque elephant and the Thunder God back then didn't end? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The era of the archaic dragonesque elephant and thunder god was too long ago. That was billions of years ago. Regarding the battle back then, it was all seen in some Taoist scriptures. Hence, no one knew the exact situation. Perhaps only the top experts who had watched the battle back then knew the exact situation. However, those experts who had watched the battle back then had long since turned into ashes. No one knew how long they had been dead. The content recorded in the Taoist scriptures could naturally be false. Just like the history we speak of. Was the history recorded in the history books true? Some of it might be true. Some of it might not be true. Therefore, as long as something was written down, you might think it was true, but it might not be true. If you think it was fabricated, it might be true. As for the battle between the primordial dragonesque elephant and the thunder god, one could only deduce the result of the battle from words. Hence, if the world thought that the thunder god had lost to the primordial dragonesque elephant, did he really lose to the primordial dragonesque elephant? Lin Feng had always believed in this rumor, but now it seemed that the rumor of the thunder god's defeat was not credible. The primordial dragonesque elephant and the thunder god fought fiercely. Moreover, they fought inside Lin Feng's body. This was a battle of wills. spanning countless years. A will that could not be extinguished. Now, they were fighting together. However, Lin Feng suffered. All the bones in his body were broken and he was constantly coughing up blood. If his physical body wasn't strong enough. The battle between the primordial dragonesque elephant and the thunder god had long destroyed his physical body. I just want to refine some thunder laws to improve my strength. It's not easy for me either, okay? Don't torture me like this anymore, okay? I'm really going to be tortured to death. Lin Feng cried with a long face. He hurriedly operated the immortal divine body to heal his injured body. His physical body recovered quickly. But soon, it was destroyed into pieces. The battle between the primordial dragonesque elephant and the thunder god destroyed Lin Feng's physical body 9 times. However, Lin Feng's physical body was reborn 9 times. In this kind of back and forth of destruction and rebirth, Lin Feng's physical body, it became even more powerful. Originally, his physical body was equivalent to the early stage of the giant god realm. Now that his physical body had been destroyed 9 times and reborn 9 times, Lin Feng's physical body had reached the middle stage of the giant god realm. It had been upgraded by a full level and his physical body had become even more tyrannical. At this moment, the primordial dragonesque elephant and the thunder god finally stopped fighting and looked at each other. Unfinished mission, the primordial dragonesque elephant said. You and I will fight side by side. I'll wait for your return. The thunder god said. Lin Feng's face was full of shock. What did the conversation between the primordial dragonesque elephant and the thunder god mean? What was the unfinished mission? I'll wait for your return. Could it be that the primordial dragonesque elephant and the thunder god were still alive? Wasn't this too unbelievable? Lin Feng had always thought that the primordial dragonesque elephant and the thunder god had died long ago. However, the conversation between the primordial dragonesque elephant and the thunder god did not reveal any more information. Therefore, Lin Feng also had a smattering of knowledge. He couldn't figure out the truth of the matter. The primordial dragonesque elephant's shadow finally dissipated. The thunder god's shadow also began to disperse. Perhaps this is something destined by the heavens, as the last voice was heard. The thunder god's shadow dissipated. At the same time, a message flowed into Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's divine telekinesis invaded the message and read it. His face was full of shock. This was because the message actually recorded a peerless absolute art. The peerless absolute art was called the Great Art of Thunderclap. The Great Art of Thunderclap was ranked first among the 72 types of bombardment absolute art. It was ranked 11th among the 3,000 absolute arts. P.S. Yuewen Group has launched a King of Fantasy contest. Coincidentally, the primordial dragonesque elephant art is also eligible to participate. Old Steamed Bun has decided to participate in the King of Fantasy contest. From today onwards, there will be a minimum of 7 updates. Every day will be explosive until the end of the year. Old Steamed Bun wants to take first place. No one can take it away from Old Steamed Bun. Brothers, please comment and vote in the book review section. This year, fight with me. If God blocks us, kill God. If Buddha blocks us, kill Buddha. Lin Feng memorized the cultivation method of the Great Thunderclap art in his mind and sealed all the power of the law of lightning in his body. Lin Feng planned to use the power of the law of lightning to cultivate the Great Thunderclap art in the future. Once this 3000 Great Tao was successfully cultivated, its power would be incomparably terrifying. In terms of attack power, the top 10 3000 Great Tao were not comparable to the attack power of the Great Thunderclap art. For example, the third-ranked Great Karma art allowed the cultivator to grasp the power of the Tao of Karma. For example, the fourth-ranked Great Reincarnation art allowed the cultivator to grasp the power of the past and the future. These Taos were not purely offensive Taos. They were very complicated and mysterious. Even comprehending them was extremely difficult. The Great Thunderclap art was purely an offensive Tao. It was an unbelievably powerful offensive Tao. Bang, the ball of lightning that enveloped Lin Feng directly exploded. Many cultivators who came from afar looked at Lin Feng and pointed at him while discussing. Lin Feng did not pay attention to those people. He soared into the sky. He directly entered the Thunder City. The Thunder City was very huge. Above it was the dense power of the law of lightning that sealed the void. Cultivators could not enter or leave the Thunder City from above. They could only enter and leave through the city gate. The Thunder City itself was an incomparably powerful Dharma treasure. However, it was extremely unrealistic to want to take the Thunder City, unless one obtained the approval of the Thunder God. Only by becoming the true successor of the Thunder God could one have a chance to take the Thunder City. Lin Feng went all the way into the Thunder City, and a great battle broke out in an old house in the Thunder City. This was because this old house had a treasure vault. It was said that someone had found a green immortal lotus. It was an immortal medicine that was nurtured by heaven and earth. It could rejuvenate a person and let them live a new life. Such a treasure would inevitably cause a storm of blood. Countless experts participated in this battle, including many of the older generation experts of the big forces. Treasures like the immortal elixir of immortality were extremely tempting to cultivators of the older generation. This was because the younger generation cultivators still had a very long lifespan. The cultivators of the older generation did not have many years left to live. There were even some ancient cultivators who were about to reach the end of their lifespans. Ordinary heavenly treasures or pills could no longer extend their lifespans. Only a supreme treasure like the immortal medicine of immortality could be used. It could allow them to regain their youth and live another life. Moreover, the immortal medicine also had a heaven-defying effect. That was after the immortal medicine of immortality helped cultivators regain their youth. After consuming the immortal elixir of immortality, the cultivator's cultivation would not decline at all. In other words, he had become what he was in his youth. However, his cultivation did not regress at all. Just thinking about it made him feel heaven-defying. The battle was very fierce. Lin Feng even saw a lot of experts he knew joining the battle. Supreme Immortal Sect, Dragon Blood City's Long Family, Evil Dragon Palace, Kinwo People, Myriad Immortals Island, and other forces. There were even a few ancestor-level experts from the Supreme Immortal Sect who were participating in this competition. 10,000 mortal worlds in a single thought. A low voice came from the distance. A woman in a purple dress walked over and joined the battlefield. The woman in the purple dress was abnormally powerful, and she had repelled many experts. That's the Red World Fairy's eldest disciple, and King. A cultivator watching the battle from afar said. Lin Feng was shocked. The Red World Fairy's disciple, Lin Feng had heard a lot about the celestial master Hong Chen. He didn't know how many times he had heard about him. It was just that he had never seen the Red World Fairy before. He never thought that he would see the Red World Fairy's eldest disciple here. That and King's cultivation was indeed powerful. Several experts from the Supreme Immortal Sect went to besiege her, but they were all repelled by King. Lin Feng did not participate in this chaotic battle, because it was not an easy task to snatch the immortal medicine from the hands of so many experts. At this moment, waves of violent fluctuations came from the depths, shaking the void. A green lotus pushed back the surrounding cultivators and soared into the sky. The green lotus floated in midair, emitting endless immortal light. It was mysterious and holy, as if it had its own spirituality and thoughts. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the heavenly fiend clan's the magic lotus. The magic lotus represented evil, destruction, death, and darkness. As for the azure lotus, it represented justice, hope, new life, and light. A faint fragrance spread out. Many people felt extremely comfortable after smelling the scent of the green lotus. It was as if they were floating in the air. My internal injuries are healed. Soon, a cultivator exclaimed. Heavens, my internal injuries are also healed. In order to heal my internal injuries, I don't know how many spirit pills and miraculous medicines I've consumed over the years, but they were all useless. Now, just by smelling the green lotus's medicinal fragrance, my internal injuries are healed. It's unbelievable. Then, someone exclaimed in shock. As expected of the immortal medicine, it had such a miraculous effect just by smelling it. Many people went crazy over it. The green lotus is mine. Many experts soared into the sky and continued to fight for the green lotus. The allure of this immortal medicine of immortality was too great. No one could resist this temptation. Demon Lord. Do you want to attack? Lin Feng transmitted to the Demon Lord. He wanted to join hands with the Demon Lord to obtain the Green Lotus. When the time came, they could split the ownership of the Green Lotus equally with the Demon Lord. Of course, it would be even better if they could use other things or conditions to exchange for the Demon Lord's share of the Green Lotus. Lin Feng believed that he understood the Demon Lord quite well. With the Demon Lord's personality, when he encountered a peerless treasure like the Green Lotus, there was no reason not to fight for it. The Demon Lord said, "Let's wait and see. This Green Lotus is not simple." Lin Feng nodded. He was not in a hurry to attack. The Demon Lord was experienced and knowledgeable. He could discover things that he could not. At this time, an ancestor-level expert repelled his opponent and quickly flew toward the Green Lotus. "This Green Lotus is mine." That ancestor-level expert shouted excitedly and reached out to grab the Green Lotus. "You're courting death." The others roared angrily. One after another, they used powerful abilities or took out treasures to attack that ancestor-level expert. However, that ancestor-level expert was already prepared. He took out a Star River ruler. With the ruler in his hand, he gently swiped it in the void. Suddenly, a Star River world appeared. All the attacks were swallowed by the Star River world. That ancestor-level expert was about to take the Green Lotus. Suddenly, the Green Lotus trembled slightly. Bang! The ancestor-level expert's hand that reached for the Green Lotus was directly shaken into a bloody mist. Ah! That ancestor-level expert let out an incomparably shrill scream. The Green Lotus was so terrifying that it instantly shattered the ancestor's arm. Many people turned pale at the sight of it. Even an ancestor couldn't withstand it. If it was someone else, wouldn't they die without a doubt? Ah! The ancestor roared. He wasn't willing to give up just like that. He took out a new treasure. It was a spatial pouch-like treasure with a space inside. The treasure sucked the Green Lotus into it. Success! The ancestor-level powerhouse was overjoyed. However, before the smile could fade, a voice suddenly rang out. Bang! A tearing sound was heard. The magic treasure that looked like a cosmos sack directly exploded. It couldn't withstand the attack of the Green Lotus at all. The Green Lotus gently swept through the void. That ancestor-level powerhouse was swept away by the Green Lotus and was sent flying. Then, the Green Lotus quickly flew into the depths of Thunder City. Chase! At this time, everyone came back to their senses and chased after the Green Lotus. Should we chase? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord said, no. The Green Lotus is demonic. It won't be easy to take it. The loss outweighs the gain. Since the Demon Lord said so, Lin Feng could only nod in agreement with the Demon Lord's words. The Green Lotus was indeed demonic. This was something that made people fearful. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show dispersed. Many people knew that they didn't have the ability to compete with those experts for the Green Lotus. So, they didn't participate in the fight for the Green Lotus at all. Lin Feng walked into the distance. He hoped to find the most powerful inheritance of the Thunder God in Thunder City. In the past, Lin Feng had obtained the inheritance of the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art. This inheritance was one of the inheritances of the Thunder God. The Sky Tyrant Lightning Art, the Sky Severing Lightning Art, and the Sky Destroying Lightning Art. These were the three great inheritances of the Thunder God. It was said that among these three inheritances, the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art was the foundation. After cultivating the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art, one could cultivate the Sky Severing Lightning Art and the Sky Destroying Lightning Art. The Sky Severing Lightning Art and the Sky Destroying Lightning Art were offensive divine abilities created by the Thunder God after integrating the great art of Thunderclap. It was the most terrifying divine ability among the many Lightning Dao divine abilities. Lin Feng had been eyeing these two abilities for a long time. Now that he had come to the Thunder God's land of inheritance, these two abilities were also his goal. As for treasures like the Thunder City or the Mjolnir, it would be best if he could get it. If he couldn't get it, there was nothing to regret. Lin Feng summoned the little guy, Dragon Rabbit. This little guy could sense where the treasures were. It could save a lot of time. Lin Feng communicated with Dragon Rabbit for a while. The little fellow understood tacitly and led the way. Under the guidance of the Dragon Rabbit, Lin Feng opened the doors of the treasury one after another. Then, he swept away all the treasures in the treasury. After collecting another treasure, Lin Feng was surrounded by a group of experts. These were the experts of the Qinwu people. There were about 20 of them, and all of them looked coldly at Lin Feng. Dragon Rabbit. You actually raised such a spirit beast. It seems that you have obtained a lot of good things in the Thunder City, said a strong cultivator of the Golden Crow clan, looking at Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. His eyes were filled with greed. Lin Feng said indifferently. What? Could it be that you want to snatch it by force? Ha 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 ha, we're not snatching it by force. We're killing you and taking your treasures. Attack. The Qinwu people cultivator waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice. He took the lead and pounced on Lin Feng. The other Qinwu people cultivators also surrounded Lin Feng. One by one, they erupted with powerful combat strength. Many cultivators in the surroundings pointed in this direction. The Qinwu people were one of the 3 major forces in the bottomless ocean. If he was targeted by the Qinwu people, he would definitely not have a good ending. Therefore, many people looked at Lin Feng with pity in their eyes. Clearly, in everyone's opinion, Lin Feng was surrounded by a group of experts of the Qinwu people. It was almost certain that he would die. You're courting death. Lin Feng shouted coldly and fought with the group of experts of the Qinwu people. The Death God armor appeared and wrapped Lin Feng tightly. With the defense of this supreme treasure, Lin Feng erupted with his strongest attack. He fought with more than 20 experts of the Qinwu people alone. The powerful attacks of the Qinwu people bombarded Lin Feng's Death God armor. Most of the attacks were blocked by the Death God armor. The remaining attacks were neutralized by Lin Feng's powerful physical body. However, the Qinwu people cultivators could not block Lin Feng's attacks. Puff. Puff. Puff, the sound of tearing could be heard. One by one, the Qinwu people cultivators had their bodies torn apart by Lin Feng. They died on the spot. Seeing this scene, many people could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng would die without a doubt. Now it seemed. It was not certain who would win. 10 of the 20 or so Qinwu people cultivators were torn apart by Lin Feng in a short time. More than 10 cultivators took out powerful magic treasures and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his right hand and the heaven-swallowing jar immediately flew out. Whoosh! 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 The heaven-swallowing jar released an extremely powerful devouring power. All the magic treasures were swallowed by Lin Feng's heaven-swallowing jar. Then, the heaven-swallowing jar forcibly cut off the connection between the more than 10 Qinwu people cultivators and their magic treasures. The cultivators of the Qinwu people all suffered a backlash and could not help but scream miserably. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and rushed forward. He used his palm as a knife. Puff. Puff. Puff, the sound of tearing could be heard. One by one, the heads of the Qinwu people cultivators were chopped off by Lin Feng. Not long after, the remaining 10 or so Qinwu people cultivators were all killed by Lin Feng. Isn't this too cruel? Many people gathered around and looked at Lin Feng with horror. He even dared to kill the cultivators of the Qinwu people. And he killed more than 20 cultivators of the Qinwu people at once. He was simply audacious. This was the ultimate ruined sea area. The Qinwu people were so powerful. He had killed so many experts of the Qinwu people. It was almost equivalent to a definite death. Many people did not think that Lin Feng could leave the ultimate ruined sea area alive. He might not even be able to leave Thunder City alive. This was because there were also top experts of the Qinwu people in Thunder City. If the top experts of the Qinwu people found out about this matter, they would definitely kill Lin Feng personally. Lin Feng did not know what the surrounding cultivators were thinking. After he took the storage rings of the Qinwu people cultivators, he quickly left. When night fell in Thunder City, a sobbing sound could be heard. That sound was like the sobbing of a woman. The cultivators in Thunder City all felt their hair stand on end. Why was there a woman's sobbing sound in Thunder City? Darkness shrouded the land as the cries echoed throughout the ancient city. It was so abrupt. It made people's hair stand on end. Many people found it hard to calm down. Weeping sounds could be heard coming from the Thunder City. This was too strange. What's going on? Many people were muttering to themselves, trying to find the reason for the cries. The cultivators who were originally scattered all over the place walked to the streets of Thunder City. However, the huge Thunder City was empty. At night, Thunder City looked extremely gloomy. In a courtyard, 40 to 50 people were gathered. Lin Feng was also resting here. When they heard the cries in the ancient city, everyone was awakened. Will something evil happen in Thunder City? A young cultivator said with a gloomy expression. This was the first night everyone spent in Thunder City. Therefore, they were not very familiar with Thunder City. Only by experiencing it would they know if something evil would happen in Thunder City. Of course. Everyone hoped so. In Thunder City, it was best to be quiet. They did not want anything strange to happen. However, the development of events was often uncontrollable. If something demonic and terrifying really happened, no one would be able to control it. An old cultivator said, "We shouldn't go out now. Let's wait for a while and see what will happen outside." The others nodded. Going out now was obviously not a wise thing to do. However, not long after, something happened in the courtyard that made everyone's scalp numb. A cultivator had died without a sound. This dead cultivator was found by Lin Feng because he was sitting next to Lin Feng. Originally, he was still talking to Lin Feng. However, not long after, Lin Feng suddenly found that the cultivator was not breathing. He was puzzled and looked at the cultivator. At that moment, he found that the cultivator had died silently. Lin Feng did not even know how he died. A group of people surrounded the dead cultivator to check his cause of death. However, no one found anything. This cultivator died in an extremely strange way. There were no clues left behind. You sat next to this person. Didn't you find anything? A cultivator looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. His eyes were scrutinizing Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently. I didn't find anything. Another cultivator sneered and said, the cause of death cannot be found. However, only you were sitting next to him. It makes people suspicious. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Could it be that you don't trust me? I didn't say that. Are you going to admit it? The cultivator sneered. Many people looked at Lin Feng with vigilance. Before an unknown, terrifying, and unexplainable event occurred, many people liked to find some reasons or excuses to explain it. This was because they wanted to use this method to hide the fear in their hearts, just like these cultivators. They wanted to hide the fear in their hearts, so they needed to find a way for them to vent it. Lin Feng became the scapegoat. They blamed it on Lin Feng. This way, they could feel at ease and think that the cultivator's death was caused by someone, and not something that couldn't be explained. Said Lin Feng indifferently. I won't explain anything to you. Since you all think that I did it, I can leave this courtyard. But let me give you a piece of advice, Lei City is not a simple place. This courtyard is also extremely strange. Everybody should be careful. Do you want to leave so easily like this? Did we allow you to do so? The cultivator who doubted Lin Feng sneered. He wanted to stir up the emotions of the others so that they could kill Lin Feng together. In a place like Thunder City, killing people to steal treasures was very common. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped forward and instantly arrived in front of the cultivator. He grabbed his neck and lifted him up. The cultivator struggled violently and looked at Lin Feng in horror. He never thought that such a young cultivator like Lin Feng would have such a terrifying strength. You reckless fool. Is this young master someone you can afford to offend? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. His voice was filled with killing intent. Spare my life. The cultivator cried out in horror. Fellow Taoist, someone died on our side. Our words may be a bit harsh. We did not deliberately target you. Please calm down and spare this person's life. Someone persuaded. Lin Feng threw the cultivator to the ground. Then he turned around and walked outside. Fellow Taoist, please wait. We were just joking. We did not want you to leave. One after another, the cultivators tried to persuade Lin Feng to stay. Perhaps they saw how powerful Lin Feng was and wanted an expert like Lin Feng to stay. It would be safer for them. Moreover, for someone as powerful as Lin Feng, even if he wanted to steal someone's treasure, he could just kill them. There was no need for him to use any underhanded methods. However, Lin Feng left without looking back. After he left, the sound of cultivators complaining could be heard from the courtyard. Some were complaining about the cultivators who targeted Lin Feng. Some were complaining that Lin Feng was too arrogant. He actually left without looking back. However, not long after, all the voices in the courtyard stopped. Fresh blood flowed out of the courtyard. No one knew what happened in the courtyard. Thunder City was simply too big. When one walked on the streets, sometimes one would not see a single person for a long time. Other times, one would see a group of people. Something terrifying must have happened to the Thunder God back then. Rumor has it that the Thunder God went to do something big and never appeared again. The Thunder God's disappearance should be related to that matter. The Black Bear Sage said. Lin Feng nodded. He couldn't help but recall the simple conversation between the Thunder God and the immemorial dragonesque elephant. From the conversation, it seemed like the Thunder God and the immemorial dragonesque elephant didn't perish. However, there was one point that Lin Feng neglected. Now that he thought about it, the conversation between the Thunder God and the immemorial dragonesque elephant had fused with the will of the Thunder God and the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Therefore, they met again after billions of years. Therefore, they could converse and communicate. However, there was one thing that couldn't be ignored. That was their conversation the same conversation they were having now? Lin Feng suspected that their conversation was a conversation from billions of years ago. The conversation between these super experts billions of years ago was imprinted by the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, billions of years later, the conversation from back then was reproduced. When Lin Feng saw the conversation between the Thunder God and the immemorial dragonesque elephant, he thought that it was a conversation from billions of years ago. In reality, it wasn't. It was a conversation from billions of years ago. In fact, Lin Feng was more inclined to believe that the God of Thunder and the immemorial dragonesque elephant had fallen. This was because all the things that had happened indicated that they had indeed fallen. First of all, Lin Feng had obtained the demonic orb, which was originally a treasure from the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Unless the immemorial dragonesque elephant had fallen, who else could have taken this treasure away from him? Secondly, there was the appearance of the Thunder City. This was an ancient city built by the God of Thunder, and it was also the city where the God of Thunder had lived in the past. The God of Thunder's most devout followers lived here. Now, the Thunder City had become a ghost town, and it was so strange. If the God of Thunder was really alive, how could he have made the city he built become like this? Therefore, when Lin Feng recalled the conversation between the God of Thunder and the immemorial dragonesque elephant, he felt that it was a conversation from hundreds of millions of years ago. It was just that it had reappeared in front of his eyes after hundreds of millions of years. Lin Feng did not know what had killed the God of Thunder, but now that the Thunder City had become so strange, Lin Feng felt that it might have something to do with the God of Thunder's fall back then. He continued to walk in the ancient city, and not long after, Lin Feng heard screams. When he went over, there were already dozens of cultivators gathered here. These cultivators gathered in front of him, discussing the strange things they had seen with solemn expressions. When Lin Feng went over, his expression changed slightly. There were dozens of puddles of blood on the ground, but there were no corpses. The dead people had disappeared without a trace. We were a step too late, we couldn't see the murderer. Someone said. How did they die? Were they killed by someone? Or were they killed by something unclean? Someone said. Many people's expressions were uncertain, because the situation in front of them was too strange. At this time, a cultivator sneered and said, I'm more willing to believe that these people died by someone's hand. In this world, the most terrifying thing is not demons, monsters, or evil spirits, but the human heart. This cultivator's words caused many people to ponder. Indeed. Just as he said, the most terrifying thing in this world was the human heart. The cultivator continued, after killing and robbing, creating some strange things and causing chaos is not a difficult thing for many people. Many people nodded, feeling that this cultivator's words made sense. Even though the ancient city is strange, we don't need to be afraid. I'm sure that all of you have Buddhist or Taoist treasures with you. Take them out and protect yourselves. It's fine if those demons and monsters don't come. But if they do come, with so many of us and the Buddhist treasures we have, we can annihilate them. The cultivator continued. His voice was sonorous and powerful, capable of stirring up the emotions of others. Many people took out their Buddhist or Taoist magic treasures one after another, such as Buddhist kasayas, wooden fish, Buddhist scriptures, and other treasures. Taoist robes, talismans, horsetail whisks, and other treasures. All the treasures that could restrain evil spirits were taken out by the cultivators. Then, they either wore them on their bodies or held them in their hands. Lin Feng, on the other hand, took out the Bodhi bead and the All Manifestations Golden Buddha. These two treasures would definitely play a key role in the battle if they were to encounter any terrifying divine spirits. The group of people walked together, heading deeper into the city. Not long after, they met some other cultivators one after another. Woo woo woo, that eerie sobbing sound still did not dissipate. I cry for the king in front of the yellow mud platform. Vaguely, there seemed to be a sorrowful voice mixed in with the sobbing sound. Many people heard it and couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Did you guys hear that voice? What did it say? Someone said. Many people shook their heads, not hearing the specific content clearly. Lin Feng said, I cry for the king in front of the yellow mud platform. His heart was not calm at all. What did this sentence mean? Lin Feng immediately asked the Demon Lord and the Black Bear Devil King, but they did not know what it meant either. The Demon Lord was only left with a portion of his remnant soul. He had lost his memories and could not remember many things. As for the Black Bear Devil King, although he followed the Chonglu Great Emperor in the past. However, the Chonglu Great Emperor died not long after becoming an emperor. Therefore, there were many secrets that the Black Bear Devil King did not come into contact with. Therefore, the Black Bear Devil King was not very clear about many things. However, the three words yellow mud platform left a deep impression on Lin Feng. He felt that the yellow mud platform was extremely extraordinary and must represent something terrifying and mystical. Therefore, he kept an eye on it. Cry for the king in front of the yellow mud platform? What is the yellow mud platform? Cry for the king? Is it crying for her husband? Someone said. Everyone shook their heads. No one knew what the true meaning of this sentence was. They could not simply interpret this sentence from its literal meaning. That would be too one-sided. The sobbing sound soon quieted down. Just like what had happened before, the sobbing sound did not sound out all the time. It would only appear again after a period of silence. Lin Feng and the others walked deeper into the city. Their group grew in number. Originally, there were only a few dozen people, but it did not take long for 300 to 400 people to gather. With so many people gathered together, it was only natural that they became bolder. Ah! At this time, screams came from afar, alarming everyone. Everyone rushed over and saw cultivators falling one after another. After those cultivators fell, their corpses disappeared. There was only a bloodstain on the ground. After seeing this scene, many people felt their scalps go numb. A mystical event had occurred. Lin Feng and the others had seen such bloodstains before. However, there were no corpses. Now, a mystical event had happened before their eyes, making many people uneasy. What a bunch of tricks! More than 10 people flew over from afar. These people were all Taoists. The old Taoist in the lead scattered a cloud of golden powder in front of them. Then, a gust of wind swept over. The golden powder danced in the air. At a corner, more than 20 cultivators suddenly appeared. They were dressed in black and were originally hidden in the void. No one could find their traces, but now, after their bodies came into contact with the golden powder scattered by the old Taoist, they were completely revealed. This scene alarmed everyone. Then, the surrounding cultivators became furious. They were actually deceived by this group of people. Many people roared angrily and charged towards the 20 or so cultivators. The expressions of the 20 cultivators changed drastically. They turned around and fled. However, many cultivators chased after them relentlessly. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Many things that couldn't be explained were indeed caused by people. Some people liked to pretend to be mysterious. It caused chaos. This was more conducive for them to do things. Suddenly, an incomparably shrill scream came from the front. It was like the scream of a malicious spirit. Everyone's expression changed. It was the scream of the 20 cultivators who fled and the people who were chasing them. What happened in front? Everyone rushed forward. Soon, they arrived at an intersection and found nearly 100 people lying on the ground. There were more than 20 cultivators who had escaped and 70 or 80 people who had chased after them. These people were all lying in a pool of blood. Why are they all dead? It's like they died instantly. Is this man-made? Or did something unclean appear? Many people were horrified. If there had been a fight and so many people had died, they might not have been so frightened. But now, there was no fight. After a scream, everyone's lives had gone to the Yellow Springs. This was too strange. Anyone who saw such a thing would feel their hair stand on end. Some people wanted to go forward and check the cultivators' corpses, but the old Taoist shouted, "Wait, don't touch those corpses for now." The cultivators who wanted to check the corpses all stopped. Taoist methods had always been mysterious, so ordinary cultivators were very respectful to Taoist experts. "Taoist, what did you find?" Someone asked, praying that they wouldn't find anything terrifying. The old Taoist observed for a long time, then pointed at the corpses and said, "Look, these corpses are all facing down. It's too strange." Everyone looked over and found that the corpses were all facing down. If the old Taoist hadn't said anything, no one would have noticed it. "Taoist. Facing down, what does it mean?" Someone asked with a trembling voice. The old Taoist said, "This is called burial ground." Burial ground? What does that mean? Many people were puzzled. Lin Feng heard the words burial ground and couldn't help but change color. He had heard Taoist Wu Liang mention burial ground before. Taoist Wu Liang had once told Lin Feng something he had experienced. It was something that happened many years ago. Taoist Wu Liang had found an ancient tomb, so he entered the tomb to look for treasures. After entering the tomb, he saw a huge burial pit. This kind of burial pit was relatively rare. When an emperor died, there would often be many palace maids, eunuchs, and even ministers and concubines buried with him. When some people from large families died, there would also be servants and maids buried with them. Although it was inhumane to be buried with others, it was something that could not be prohibited. However, the tomb that immeasurable Taoist had entered was very different. The people who were buried with him were not cremated or buried. Instead, they were all facing downwards. This method of burial was called burial earth. It was said that this burial method was not as simple as simply being buried with the dead. It was also a type of sacrifice. It was equivalent to a very special sacrifice. By sacrificing these offerings with expectations, one day, the owner of the tomb could be resurrected. When the dead were resurrected, they would be nothing more than evil corpses, ghost corpses, or ghost corpses. Therefore, burial earth was the most preferred method of burial for evil cultivators. Back then, the immeasurable Taoist had encountered a ghost corpse in the tomb. The only fortunate thing was that the ghost corpse had just evolved. His strength was limited. In the end, he was burned to death by Taoist Wu Liang using the true Samadhi fire of Taoism. Now, a burial ground had appeared in this place. That was terrifying. Lin Feng said, "It seems that we have to leave Thunder City. No matter what treasures there are in Thunder City, we should not be greedy." The old Taoist nodded. He had the same idea as Lin Feng and planned to leave Thunder City. Many people asked the old Taoist what burial earth was, but the old Taoist did not answer at all. Burial earth itself was a secret. The old Taoist would at most tell the people around him its name. As for what burial earth was, he naturally would not tell others. Lin Feng and the old Taoist left. Many cultivators followed behind them and headed out of the ancient city. However, there were also many people who did not leave. "What are you afraid of? There are so many cultivators in Thunder City. Why would we be afraid of evil spirits?" Those cultivators said. If they were to leave now, they would naturally be unwilling because there were too many treasures in Thunder City. Treasure troves were one after another. Moreover, the Thunder God's legacy, magic treasures, and even this Thunder City were all ownerless items. Naturally, many people were eyeing them covetously. This group of people quickly headed towards the depths of the city. However, they did not even walk 100 meters. Thump, 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 one by one, the cultivators fell to the ground without a sound. These people were exactly the same as those who had died before. Their faces were all facing down. Burial earth appeared again. It was extremely strange. Little friend, how should I address you? The old Taoist narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the old Taoist warily because this old Taoist actually knew about burial earth. What did this mean? This meant that this old Taoist must have visited other people's burial grounds. Taoists were more noble and virtuous. Therefore, Taoists usually would not go to places like burial grounds. However, there was a type of Taoist who would go there. Mountain-moving Taoist who searched for dragon veins, set tombs, and dug up ancestral graves. Therefore, Lin Feng suspected that this old Taoist in front of him was mountain-moving Taoist. Facing the old Taoist's question, Lin Feng said without batting an eyelid, I heard a friend mention it before. The old Taoist looked at Lin Feng meaningfully and nodded. In front of the yellow platform, I cry for the king. Suddenly at this time, the crying sound once again resounded in Lei City. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Thunder City was really a strange place. Leave Thunder City tonight and come back tomorrow during the day. Someone said. During the day, nothing strange happened in Thunder City. It was mainly at night. It was really scary. Soon, Lin Feng and the rest arrived at the city gate. What made them change their expressions was the gate of Thunder City was actually closed. Not good, the gate of Thunder City is closed. We can't get out. Many people cried out in horror. The atmosphere suddenly became incomparably heavy. The gate of Thunder City was closed. This meant that everyone was trapped inside. Thunder City is too strange. Lin Feng took a deep breath. What exactly happened in the past that made Leiqing become so strange, also? Why would Thunder God's land of inheritance appear in the ultimate battlefield? Everything was a mystery. Whoosh, suddenly, waves of cold wind blew in Thunder City. Many people looked at the old Taoist with uncertain expressions. Senior, what should we do now? Many people asked. They no longer had any ideas and could only place their hopes on the old Taoist. The old Taoist said indifferently, misfortune is a blessing in disguise. The old Taoist walked inside, and many people followed behind him. The sudden appearance of the blood-red clothed woman caused Lin Feng's expression to change abruptly. Taoist priest! Lin Feng shouted. The old Taoist priest turned his head and looked at Lin Feng. He saw where Lin Feng was pointing. However, it was already empty. What do you want me to see? The old Taoist priest looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Everyone also looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng said, I saw a cat. What the? Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. Was a cat worth making a fuss about? Wait a minute. A cat, where did the cat come from? Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Someone asked. I don't think so. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded and followed Lin Feng to the left side of the street. After arriving there, they didn't find anything. Maybe it's a pet kept by some cultivator. Someone explained, easing the tense and oppressive atmosphere. The rest of the people also nodded. They were more willing to believe this explanation from the bottom of their hearts. In this dangerous place, they really didn't want to experience any more strange things. Lin Feng didn't say anything about the blood-red clothed woman. Because, this would cause panic. Everyone walked towards the interior of Thunder City. At this time, the old Taoist priest deliberately stayed at the back and asked softly, what did you see? The old Taoist priest obviously didn't believe Lin Feng's excuse of seeing a cat before. Lin Feng said, I saw a blood-red clothed woman. The old Taoist priest's expression suddenly changed. He took a deep breath and said, the situation in Thunder City is much more complicated than we thought. Don't tell anyone about this matter, in order to avoid causing more panic. Lin Feng nodded. At this time, the old Taoist priest took out a copper bell. He gently shook the copper bell. Then, he heard the clear clanging sound of the copper bell. Lin Feng found that the copper bell in the old Taoist's hand was not simple. The bell was surrounded by dense runes, and it was obviously an extremely powerful treasure. This is the soul-suppressing bell. I hope it can scare away those evil things, the old Taoist said. Lin Feng asked, Taoist priest, do you think something terrifying will happen tonight? Look at the moon. The old Taoist pointed at the sky. Full moon. Lin Feng was shocked. The divine servant's aged face suddenly appeared in his mind, and he thought of the divine servant's awe-inspiring gaze as he sized him up. Lin Feng's body couldn't help but tremble. At that time, the divine servant had said that the night of the full moon was approaching. At that time, Lin Feng felt that the divine servant mentioning the full moon was an extremely strange matter. Right now, the full moon arrived. However, something strange was happening in Thunder City. Did the divine servants already know what was about to happen? Now, Lin Feng was starting to doubt the identity of the divine servant. Such a powerful cultivation. Was he really just a divine servant? Lin Feng was starting to have doubts. He felt that the divine servant's identity wasn't simple, but he didn't know what the divine servant's identity was. The group continued to walk deeper into the city. I was born before the yellow clay platform. Not long after, the sound of crying once again resounded above the ancient city. It was so mournful. Just who was crying? Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. Today was the night of the full moon, and his mood was heavy. Look in front. One of the cultivators pointed to the front. Everyone walked over with solemn expressions. One cultivator after another died tragically. All of them were lying face down. Burial ground. Lin Feng coldly spat out these two words. It seemed that all the cultivators who died in Thunder City died in this way. They became sacrifices. Heavens, earth, I beg the heavens to protect me. Please don't let demons and ghosts find me. Some cultivators were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they began to pray. But what was the use of praying? Perhaps it was more of a comfort to the soul. Where the burial ground appears, it must be a place where great evil is born. In Thunder City, I'm afraid there are unimaginable and terrifying creatures buried there. These are all sacrifices, the old Taoist said. We should go and find those giant God Realm old antiques. They are strong enough to deal with all kinds of dangers, Lin Feng said. The old Taoist nodded. He also agreed with Lin Feng's words. The most important thing now was to find those giant God Realm experts and follow them. Even if something terrible happened, he would still be able to survive. There would also be giant God Realm experts who would take action. There was a saying that even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Then, the group of cultivators united and walked deeper into the city. They wanted to find those giant God Realm experts. Along the way, they saw many cultivators who died tragically. These cultivators were all lying face down. Their deaths were more tragic than the last, and it made one's hair stand on end. When they passed by the intersection of two streets, suddenly, a cold wind swept through the world. Many people were blown to other places. Lin Feng quickly took out the hurricane pearl and stabilized his body with great difficulty. He looked around and found that everyone had disappeared. Damn it! Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. The cold wind was getting stronger and stronger. He held the hurricane pearl in his hand and ran wildly in the cold wind. He tried to find other people, especially the old Taoist. This old Taoist was most likely a mountain-moving Taoist. The mountain-moving Taoist had many unimaginable abilities. If he was with the old Taoist, it was the safest. If something really happened, he could also deal with it with the old Taoist. But after searching for a long time, Lin Feng still couldn't find the old Taoist. A corpse blew over and landed at Lin Feng's feet. Lin Feng looked at the corpse and found that the corpse had no face. His facial features had all disappeared. It was really strange. Later, Lin Feng checked the other corpses and found that they had all lost their facial features. How did these dead people lose their facial features? The burial ground is really strange. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. He continued to run deeper. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a cold aura enveloping him. Behind, something seemed to have appeared. Go, 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 Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate and ran crazily into the distance. He stepped on all sides of the world. His speed had reached its limit. However, he found that he couldn't get rid of the unknown creature chasing after him. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a corpse in front of him. When he saw the corpse, his expression changed drastically. Wasn't this the first corpse he saw? Although Lin Feng had seen many corpses without facial features, from the clothes, body shape, clothing, and a series of other details, he could still tell that this was the first corpse he saw. Ghost hitting the wall, Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. This was troublesome, he had encountered a ghost hitting the wall. Ta, 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 the sound of footsteps came from behind. Lin Feng didn't continue to run. He held the two treasures, the Bodhi bead and the 1,000-form golden Buddha in his hands. Then, he turned around with difficulty and looked behind him. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that the one who appeared behind him. It was actually the divine servant. Little friend, we meet again. The divine servant said sinisterly. That pair of sinister eyes carefully sized up Lin Feng, as if he was looking at a treasure. His eyes were shining. The gaze of the divine servant. Lin Feng's heart suddenly sank. Lin Feng said without batting an eyelid. Yes, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see Senior here. In truth, Lin Feng really wanted to curse the old man in his heart. Why do I have to see an old fart like you here? I can tell with a single glance that you're not a good person. Of course, he only dared to curse in his heart. He definitely did not dare to curse in front of the old man. If he cursed in front of the old man, wouldn't he be courting death? The divine servant laughed strangely and said, It's not a coincidence. I've come here specifically for you, young friend. You've come here for me? Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. As expected, this old fart was up to no good. What was he planning to do by coming here for him? Lin Feng's expression turned extremely grave. He looked at the divine servant warily and asked, Senior, is there something you need from me? The divine servant smiled sinisterly and said, Of course. I want to talk about life with you. *CK your life. Even if I want to talk about life with someone, it'll be with a pretty girl. Who would want to talk about life with an old fart? Lin Feng cursed in his heart. However, no matter how much he cursed, he could only keep it in his heart and not say it out loud. He looked at the divine servant with a fake smile and said, What does Senior want to talk about? The divine servant suddenly sighed and said, It's good to be young. Lin Feng said, Senior, you're still very young. Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed to say such words that went against his heart. I'm already old. I can't compare to a young man like you. Your life has only just begun. Lin Feng said, Senior's cultivation is heaven-defying. You'll definitely be able to change your fate and have an endless lifespan. The divine servant said, There's a problem with my body. I can no longer change my fate. At this point, the divine servant looked at Lin Feng again, sizing up Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine when he was stared at by the divine servant. The divine servant continued, You have a long lifespan, tens of millions of years. In the future, you might even have a lifespan of tens of millions of years. Your body is so powerful, your bloodline is so powerful, and your talent is unparalleled. Over the years, I have seen many amazing people, but only a handful of them can compare to you in terms of talent. Lin Feng said, Senior, you praise me too much. There are countless geniuses in the 9 prefectures, especially those on the prodigy list. Junior's talent is far from being comparable to theirs. The divine servant said, Little friend is too modest. Lin Feng said, I suddenly remembered that I have something to deal with, so I won't stay any longer. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Lin Feng turned around and flew off into the distance. However, Lin Feng hadn't moved very far when he realized that he couldn't move anymore. His expression became incomparably ugly. The old man had imprisoned his body, making it difficult for him to move. This put Lin Feng in an extremely bad mood. He had a feeling that the old man was about to make a move, although Lin Feng didn't know what the old man was planning to do to him. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Lin Feng asked. The divine servant said, "Little friend, don't be in such a hurry to leave. This old man still has something to say to you." Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. "Young master, I have nothing to do with you. Why do you have so much to say to me? Can't you find someone else to say it to?" After feeling depressed for a while, Lin Feng said, "Does senior have any other orders?" "It's not an order. It's a conversation between equals, just like how old friends are." The divine servant laughed. He pointed at the sky and said, "Look, the full moon is starting to change." Lin Feng looked at the full moon in the sky. Sure enough, it was starting to change. The full moon was gradually turning into a blood-red moon. It was extremely strange. Why is this happening? Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The divine servant said, "This is because the blood moon is often a sign that something terrifying is about to happen." Lin Feng frowned. The divine servant's words made a lot of sense. The blood moon was indeed often a sign. The divine servant continued, "But now, the blood moon represents something else." "What is it?" Lin Feng asked. "Keek keek." The divine servant suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Lin Feng dared to swear that he had never heard such a sinister laugh before. Even if it was the screams of malicious spirits or the weeping of evil spirits, none of them could compare to the divine servant's voice. If the divine servant was an evil corpse, Lin Feng didn't doubt it at all. A gloomy and cold chi surrounded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng had the feeling that he was in hell. His heart trembled. Was the divine servant about to make a move? Suddenly, at that moment, the cold aura enveloping Lin Feng's body quickly dissipated. Lin Feng found that he could move again. He looked at the divine servant. He saw that the divine servant had turned his head and was looking at a street in front of him. Lin Feng also looked in that direction. On that street, a woman wearing a blood-red dress with her hair draped over her shoulders. She was looking in his direction. "It's her," Lin Feng was shocked. He had caught a glimpse of her at the city gate. But then, she had disappeared without a trace. After that, she never appeared again. It was obvious that she had appeared in front of him again, which made Lin Feng extremely surprised and shocked. When the divine servant saw the blood-red dress woman, he acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He even ignored Lin Feng, who was beside him. "Should I use my sword to kill this old thing?" Lin Feng found that the divine servant's attention was on the blood-red dress woman, and his heart suddenly became active. From time to time, a ferocious look could be seen in his eyes. However, this thought was immediately dispelled. The divine servant's cultivation was too terrifying. Even if he used a sword to kill him, he probably wouldn't be able to hurt the divine servant. In the end, he would probably be killed by the divine servant with a single slap. So, it was better to be honest. Whoosh, the divine servant quickly flew away. He seemed to be very afraid of the blood-red dress woman. So, he didn't even care about Lin Feng and quickly left. Seeing the divine servant leave, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. But when he thought of the blood-red dress woman in the distance, his heart that had finally calmed down was raised again. The blood-red dress woman was able to scare the divine servant away. From this, it could be seen how terrifying she was. If the blood-red dress woman attacked him, wouldn't it be a situation where he would definitely die? Lin Feng turned to look at the blood-red dress woman, and found that she had disappeared without a trace. She left? Lin Feng was shocked, and then he frowned and fell into deep thought. Why did the blood-red dress woman appear beside him twice? The night was not peaceful, but fortunately, the night passed peacefully. When the darkness dissipated and the day arrived, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Hey, where are the corpses? Lin Feng was puzzled. He found that many of the corpses lying on the ground had disappeared without a trace, which was extremely strange. Cultivators appeared one after another, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go to the city gate and see if we can get out, someone said. Many cultivators gathered together and walked towards the city gate. Yesterday's events had left a deep impression on everyone. There were already many cultivators who wanted to retreat. They did not want to continue staying in the Thunder City because the Thunder City was simply too dangerous. Moreover, many people had gained a lot after entering Thunder City. The most precious things were the Green Lotus, the Thunder God's orthodoxy, the Thunder God's magical treasures, and the ownership of Thunder City. However, these things were not something that ordinary cultivators could obtain. Therefore, many people decided to leave. As for these treasures, they could leave if they wanted to. Many cultivators understood that a man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Coupled with the fact that Thunder City was too dangerous, this was the main reason why a large number of cultivators gathered together to leave Thunder City. However, when they arrived at the city gate, they found that the gate was still closed, which made many people's faces turn ugly. The gate was closed, and they could not leave. For a moment, everyone in Thunder City was in a state of panic. At this time, someone said, "The gate can't be closed all the time. Let's wait here. With so many of us gathered together, why should we be afraid of danger? If there is any danger, we can deal with it. That's right, we have a lot of people. There is no need to worry." Then, there were other cultivators who responded. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Those people's thinking was too simple. The dangers in Thunder City were much more terrifying than they had imagined. If something strange really happened, it would be useless for so many cultivators to gather here. Lin Feng walked towards the depths of Thunder City. It was useless to worry about it now. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity to continue looking for treasures. If he could find the Thunder God's orthodoxy and magical treasures, it would be even better. As for the ownership of Thunder City, Lin Feng did not think about it. The Thunder City was too strange, and it was not an easy task to control it. Under the lead of the Dragon Rabbit, Lin Feng found one treasure vault after another. There were all kinds of treasures in these treasure vaults. Immortal iron, divine stone, heaven and earth treasures, etc. Everything was available. Some treasure vaults even had many magic treasures. Lin Feng found a total of 3 treasure vaults that stored magic treasures. In the 3 vaults, he found a total of about 10,000 divine artifacts. Lin Feng now had more than 20,000 deity-level magic weapons, which was enough to form a huge army. Of course, the rest of the treasures and resources were piled up like mountains. Therefore, it was necessary to raise a dragon rabbit, because this little guy could take you to find all kinds of hidden treasures. Although raising a dragon rabbit would consume countless natural treasures, as long as he could find an ancient treasury, he would be able to earn it back. More than 10 cultivators flew over from afar. Lin Feng looked from afar and discovered that they were the experts of the Qinwu people. He kept the dragon rabbit into his mountain river ring, turned around, and flew into the distance. Among the group of Golden Crow clan cultivators, there were 2 ancestor-level powerhouses. This was in existence at the peak of the Heavenly God stage. Lin Feng was still not a match for cultivators of this level. Naturally, he would not sit down and wait for death. "Brat, you killed our Qinwu people's people. You deserve to die 10,000 times." One of the Qinwu people's patriarchs said angrily, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and he coldly replied, "They were killed by me because they were not skilled enough. You didn't have the strength, yet you still came out to kill people and steal their treasures. You deserve to die. Let's see if you still have the same courage when we catch you later." The ancestor-level expert from the Golden Crow clan said in a cold voice. The group of Qinwu people quickly chased after Lin Feng, alarming many people along the way. Many people pointed at him and whispered. Many people looked at Lin Feng with pity. Being targeted by the Qinwu people would definitely not end well. Thunder City was very large, and Lin Feng finally managed to shake off the Qinwu people. "Hey, it's Xianxia." Lin Feng saw a peerless beauty. Xianxia was tall and slender, with fair skin and beautiful features. She was definitely a rare beauty. Of course, her identity was even more extraordinary. She was the Red World Fairy's eldest disciple, and her cultivation could be described as unfathomable. Xianxia also saw Lin Feng and asked, "Are you planning to sell your dragon rabbit?" This woman had probably seen Lin Feng's dragon rabbit before this. Anyone who saw a treasure like the dragon rabbit would have thoughts about it. Lin Feng said, "Sorry, I'm not planning to sell it." Xianxia said, "You seem to have encountered some trouble. Sell the dragon rabbit to me, and not only will you obtain a large amount of wealth, I can also help you solve the problem." Lin Feng said, "In my opinion, the dragon rabbit is no different from my family. No matter what difficulties I encounter, I will not seek refuge by selling the dragon rabbit. And King fell into deep thought. Lin Feng ignored King and quickly left. Not long after, several Qinwu people's experts found Lin Feng. Fortunately, there were no ancestor-level experts around. Although there were 2 heavenly gods, they were not enough to pose a threat to Lin Feng. Lin Feng killed 3 Qinwu people's experts, then shook off the other 2 heavenly gods and headed deeper into Thunder City. Boom! In the evening, a burst of astonishing energy fluctuation was transmitted from the depths of Thunder City. The Azure Lotus once again appeared in everyone's sight. Many experts rushed toward the Azure Lotus, wanting to fight for it. There were more than 20 ancestor-level experts, and there was also an expert like King. Although King was young, her strength was heaven-defying, and she was not any weaker than an ancestor-level expert. There was also someone like Underworld Child. He was a shocking genius with a supreme treasure that could contend against an ancestor-level existence. About 60 to 70 experts were fighting for the Azure Lotus. Those experts used powerful restrictions to seal off the void. The Azure Lotus was trapped, and it could not escape. A group of experts fought each other, and it was difficult to tell who would win. It was very rare to see so many experts fighting in a chaotic battle. However, these experts had already fought more than once for the sake of the Azure Lotus. Many cultivators stood in the distance and watched, not daring to get close for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Lin Feng was itching to make a move. He wanted to snatch the green lotus that was trapped in the void while those experts were fighting. However, he still remembered the words of the Demon Lord. The green lotus was very strange. He must not underestimate it. Therefore, Lin Feng was in a state of observation. The green lotus belongs to me. Underworld Child unleashed his godly might and summoned the Golden Sacred Palace. This Golden Sacred Palace was truly powerful and sent experts flying one after another. The Golden Temple was left behind by a Holy Spirit and was very powerful. Back then, the Underworld Child forcefully suppressed the artifact spirit of the Golden Temple and became the new owner of the Golden Temple. Now that the Golden Sacred Palace was displaying its godly might, the Underworld Child gradually approached the Green Lotus Palace. This shocked Lin Feng. The Underworld Child's cultivation was really strong. He could actually unleash the power of the Golden Temple. Lin Feng estimated that he needed to be at least at the level of a patriarch to be able to unleash the power of the Golden Temple. As expected of the expert ranked second on the prodigy roll. His combat strength was heaven-defying. Junior. You're courting death. Seeing that the Underworld Child was about to take the Green Lotus, many people roared in anger. With so many experts fighting for the Green Lotus, if a junior took it away, it would make many people feel like they had lost all faith. Boom. Boom. Boom, all kinds of powerful attacks bombarded the Underworld Child. All kinds of Dharma treasures also bombarded the Underworld Child. No matter how powerful the Underworld Child was, he could not block the attacks of so many experts. He had no choice but to temporarily avoid the attacks. The immortal medicine of immortality, the peerless green lotus. This treasure is mine. In the distance, a cultivator walked over. This cultivator was very mysterious. He was shrouded in a ball of golden light. His appearance could not be seen clearly. He took a step and appeared more than 10 miles away in the next moment. His speed was unbelievably fast. The mysterious cultivator took 3 steps and arrived beside the green lotus. Stop him. All the experts fighting for the green lotus were furious. How could they allow the green lotus to be taken away by someone else? Therefore, one expert after another attacked. All kinds of powerful attacks bombarded the green lotus. The power was enough to destroy the world. It was truly frightening. However, when all the attacks landed on the mysterious cultivator, a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. All the attacks were repelled by the golden light surrounding the mysterious cultivator's body. Regardless of whether it was a divine ability attack or a magic treasure attack, all of them were reflected back. Such a method. Everyone turned pale with fright. The experts who had launched their attacks were all in a sorry state as they tried to block the rebounding attacks. Some of the unprepared cultivators were even injured by the reflected attacks. Giant God Realm. Many people looked at the mysterious cultivator in shock. To be able to instantly deflect the attacks of 60 to 70 top experts, other than giant god realm existences, other cultivators simply couldn't do this. Is this the battle prowess of a giant god? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath, his heart filled with shock. He had heard someone mention it before. Even if they were at the peak of the heavenly god realm, although they were only a step away from the giant god realm. However, in front of a giant god cultivator, a peak celestial god cultivator was like an ant. They weren't on the same level at all. A giant god realm cultivator was a huge transformation, a huge leap. Once the transformation was successful, one's battle prowess would increase to a heaven-defying level. That was why giant god realm cultivators were so powerful. Many people didn't dare to attack anymore. If they still attacked a giant god realm expert, they would be courting death. Even a fearless existence like Underworld Child had a gloomy gaze at this moment. Although he was extremely unwilling, he didn't fight for it anymore. Because Underworld Child also knew very well what the words giant god realm represented. The mysterious cultivator didn't pay attention to the top experts around him. In the eyes of others, Underworld Child and the others were top experts, but in his eyes, they were probably just a little more powerful than ants. The mysterious cultivator reached out to grab the green lotus. His emotions fluctuated violently, and he was obviously very excited. This was a supreme treasure that could allow him to live a second life. It would be strange if he wasn't excited. For these giant god realm experts, it was extremely difficult for them to break through to the great emperor realm. Since ancient times. Over the long years. It was unknown how many giant god experts had appeared in the myriad of worlds. But great emperor realm cultivators could be counted with one's fingers. Even in the most glorious eras, such as the Primordial Era, Immortal Era, Primordial Era, Bronze Era, Stone Era, and so on. For dozens of great emperors to appear, it was already quite heaven-defying. But in those dazzling great eras, giant god realm cultivators were like carps crossing the river. Therefore, breaking through to the great emperor realm was too difficult. But after obtaining the green lotus, it was different. In this life, he had lived until old, and his lifespan was almost up. Perhaps he couldn't break through. At this time, he consumed the green lotus, returning to his youth, living another life. In his second life, he might be able to comprehend the mysteries of the great emperor realm and finally break through to the great emperor realm. It wasn't like this hadn't happened before. Seeing that the mysterious expert was about to take the green lotus, suddenly, the green lotus that was originally imprisoned began to grow larger. As the green lotus grew larger, all of the restrictions formed by the cultivators were destroyed. The green lotus swept towards the mysterious expert. Bang, both sides collided. The mysterious expert of the giant god realm was sent flying. After seeing this scene, many people revealed looks of disbelief. That was an expert of the giant god realm. But now, he was actually sent flying by the green lotus. This green lotus was too abnormal, wasn't it? It was simply inconceivable. It was simply shocking. But this was the truth that happened in front of everyone's eyes. The expert of the giant god realm had a look of astonishment on his face. Obviously, he didn't expect to be sent flying by the green lotus. Demon Lord, this green lotus is so strong. Isn't this an immortal medicine? How can it be so powerful? Lin Feng asked Lin Feng. The Demon Lord said, this green lotus seems to be a little different from ordinary immortal medicines. Look, the green lotus is opening. Suddenly, someone shouted. He pointed at the green lotus. The petals of the green lotus were opening one by one. This caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Was the green lotus about to bloom? As the petals of the green lotus gradually opened, the sound of the great Tao resounded through the world. This is the sound of the heavenly Tao resonating. Lin Feng was shocked. This green lotus was really too extraordinary. It was actually resonating with the heavenly Tao. Soon, the petals of the green lotus were completely open. A dense mass of energy appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone saw that within the dense mass of energy, there was actually a young girl curled up. Heavens, the green lotus gave birth to a fairy. Countless people roared in shock. The Green Lotus giving birth to a fairy was a story in myths and legends, and now it was actually happening. End of chapter 1909. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.